CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Slander, whose edge is sharper than the sword, and whose tongue outvenoms all the worms of the Nile. From which we can see that Mr. Shakespeare did not look kindly upon slander. And yet, what would we ever do without it? With what would we fill our newspapers, our news broadcasts? What a world. Somebody's always eager, willing, and able to give us the dirt about somebody else. And we can't wait to hear it. Our mystery drama, Waste Paper, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Kim Hunter. I'll be back shortly with Act One. As long as crime is regarded as wicked, it will always have its fascination. When it is looked upon as vulgar, it will cease to be popular. It was Oscar Wilde, I think, who said something like that. And so, the major preoccupation of our society seems to be crime. After all, what fills most of the space on today's front pages? So let us proceed with our story, which begins in the office of Roger Williams, a captain of detectives.
Send Milrose in here. Captain Williams here. No, nothing. Blank and zero. Yep, bear with me. I'm putting one of my best people on it.
You sent for me, Captain?
I have an assignment for you, Detective Milrose.
Did somebody lose a dog?
Why, Milrose, you're with homicide now.
Oh, did somebody kill a dog?
I have a nice little case for you.
Mm-hmm. A little something tucked away someplace where I can't do any harm.
Now, Milrose, I have a homicide for you.
A homicide?
See? It happens. Finally, your very own homicide.
What kind of homicide?
Well, it's not a page one homicide.
Naturally.
Don't say naturally. Already the morning paper has called for details. Make sure they spell your name with 2 L's, and so your career is launched.
What are the details, Captain?
The lady's name was Martha Malone, age 52.
A woman?
Well, yes, I thought you might be more comfortable with a woman.
Why?
Well, you're a woman, aren't you?
Yes, Captain.
Oh, Mrs. Malone was a widow. She worked as a cleaning lady. She was murdered last night. Here are the details on this sheet. And now, Detective Milrose, it's all yours.
He means well. They all mean well. I suppose they can't help it. They were raised that way. Well, at least he gave me a case. Well, he had to. I guess he wanted to be able to say, look, in my division, women detectives are right out there in the field. So, what have I got here? A cleaning woman killed. Why, how, and by whom? How is easy. A .32 caliber bullet through the heart. That was in the medical report. She worked for a firm called Novelties Incorporated.
Yes. Who? Oh, well, yes, have him come in. Yes?
I'm Detective Milrose.
You're Detective Milrose. Well, I thought that,
Yes?
Nothing.
You are, Stanley J. Drone?
Yes, that is correct, yes.
You're president of Novelties Incorporated?
Well, to be accurate, and I suppose we must in these things, I am vice president and chief executive officer.
You employed a Mrs. Martha Malone.
Oh, yes, terrible thing, just terrible.
How long had she worked for you?
9 years.
Did you know Mrs. Malone very well?
Well, just as the char lady, or the cleaning woman.
And then you didn't really know her?
Well, I was aware of the fact that she existed some evenings. Yes, I might stay late, and there was this lady. drably dressed, in a working costume. Yes, and she would be going about her business.
Did you ever speak to her?
Well, in more than 9 years. What did I ever say to her? Good evening, and yes, I'm through here, and you may start to clean.
That was the extent of your conversation?
Yes. Isn't it remarkable?
This building, do you occupy all of it?
Yes. It's mostly offices, but we use some space for warehousing.
What is the nature of Novelties Incorporated?
We import merchandise from the Far East, from Hong Kong, Singapore, Taiwan, Korea, and so forth.
What sort of merchandise?
Little novelties, drinking glasses, and music boxes, small figurines, and so forth.
What's worth stealing?
Not very much. You'd have to load a very large truck with enough of the merchandise to make it profitable.
Mm-hmm. Money?
Oh, no, none to speak of. We're a wholesale house, and we're paid, and we pay by check, and various commercial paper. There isn't any cash worth considering.
Mr. Drone, I understand you were the one who found the body.
Yes. You see, I'm usually the first to arrive in the morning.
Can you describe what you saw?
Well, I told the police officer.
I know. Please, tell it again.
Yes, that makes sense. Well, I arrived here at 6:30, and I drove my car around to the back entrance. I took out my key, and I opened the rear door, and I walked in. And then I heard it. The vacuum cleaner. Oh, my goodness, I said to myself, is the cleaning lady still here?
Just a minute. When you described this to the police officer, you didn't mention a vacuum cleaner.
The state I was in.
You heard the vacuum cleaner. This one here?
Yes. I haven't had a chance to, anyhow, it has a certain sound to it.
Yes?
Let me turn it on. You hear it? Usually the sound goes up and down because it's moving around and working. But when it's just on, it just has that same steady hum.
I understand.
You mind if I turn it off? Well, honestly, every time I hear a vacuum cleaner again, I'm going to have a nightmare. Well, it was coming from my office, so I walked in. And there she was, lying on the floor, and I could see the blood, and I knew she was dead.
That vacuum cleaner is very loud, isn't it?
Yes, something's loose there, I think. I've been meaning to have it fixed, but, I guess now I'll just get rid of it.
Thank you, Mr. Drone.
There's nothing else you want to ask me?
Not at this time.
Yep, you ready to type it up?
I haven't even begun, Captain.
Well, what have you been doing all morning, Milrose?
I spoke to Mr. Drone, her employer.
And what could he tell you?
Well?
He's not a witness. You understand that, don't you?
Oh, yes.
All he did was find the body. There are no witnesses.
Yes, but...
Milrose, all we've got is a dead old lady.
She was only 52.
And we've got the bullet that killed her. And that's all. We've got no place to go.
But why was she killed?
We may never know. That's what happens so much of the time. These things just fade away.
You haven't answered my question. Why was she killed?
Somebody came to burglarize the place.
Mr. Drone says there was nothing of value to be stolen.
Okay, but the thief doesn't know that. He's just freelancing along. He blunders into the poor cleaning lady. Maybe she screams. Maybe he panics. And he shoots her.
I don't think so.
You don't?
He didn't blunder into her.
Well, how do you know?
The vacuum cleaner. It could be heard all over the building.
What vacuum cleaner?
Drone says when he opened up, he heard the vacuum cleaner. It must have been going on all night. Or are you telling me the thief shot her and then turned the vacuum on? Why would he do that? The answer is he didn't. No, he knew she was there. He could have avoided her or backed away and called it off. No. He killed her deliberately.
Maybe. Yeah, but he could have confronted her to ask her, where's the safe, or some question like that.
He'd have had to make her turn the vacuum cleaner off. With that racket, you could hardly hear yourself think.
No, Rose, you're introducing a complication. And so I have to ask you the question you've been asking me. Why was she killed?
I don't know. I want to find out.
I'll give you one more day.
One more day?
Police work has become a matter of logistics and production. We must invest our resources where we have the greatest chance of a tangible return.
It was hard to admit it, but he was right. On any given day, there can be 2, 3, 4, as many as 5 or even 6 murders in a city the size of ours. And they keep piling up. Some of them you can never solve. It's like casualties in wartime. You try first to save those with the best chance of recovery.
Listen, Detective, don't become personally involved with your cases. Don't allow them to become part of you. Sometimes you just have to let them go.
I still have a day.
I know you feel a deep sympathy for this poor old lady, but without facts, evidence, and material we can hand to the prosecuting attorney, there'll be nothing we can do.
May I help you, Detective Milrose?
Father Lisinski, one of your parishioners, Mrs. Martha Malone.
Ah, yes, poor Mrs. Malone.
What can you tell me about her?
Detective, we are talking about a saint.
A saint?
Of course, she was one of the many millions of charitable, warm-hearted people to whom religion was a vital, dynamic, and living thing.
Do you know of any reason why anyone should wish to kill her?
Kill her? Oh, no, never. Not deliberately.
You say she was a good woman?
She lived to do charity.
Charity?
Yes, the most wonderful of all charity. That charity which is done quietly, without ostentation, without thought of reward or approval.
Oh, can you tell me about this charity, Father?
While she lived, she imposed silence upon me. But now that she has gone, the world should know who she was.
Who was she?
A soul of kindness and generosity. She donated thousands of dollars each year.
Thousands? How many thousands of dollars, Father?
Oh, she would give 6, 7, sometimes 10,000.
I see.
She would bring me the money at intervals during the year, and she would say, Father, use this as you see fit. Pay a poor family's rent. See that the poor youngster may have tuition for college.
And one year she actually gave you $10,000?
Yes, actually it was last year.
$10,000?
Oh, and it did so much good. So much good.
Yes, I'm sure of it. Sorry to bother you again, Mr. Drone.
No, please. Yes, anything I can do.
How much did you pay Mrs. Malone?
I have the figures right here. Her take-home pay was, it would average $113.09 a week.
Would you know if she had another source of income?
Well, I would assume that if she had another source of income, she wouldn't work as a charwoman. Or perhaps, yes, I have no right to make that assumption.
How did you pay, cash or check?
Oh, a payroll check. Our policy is to have very little cash on hand.
And then she would have to go someplace to cash the check.
Yes, I have one here. It was canceled by the Citizens National.
I see. Thank you very much, Mr. Drone. Captain, she was taking home $113.09 a week. That's $5,880.68 a year. And do you follow this?
Where's it going?
She paid $122.40 a month for rent. That's over $1,400 a year.
Well, why is it important to know this?
And then there were food, clothes, medical bills, car fare, and all the rest.
So?
So you would think she could barely make it through the year. Maybe not at all.
All right.
So last year, where did she get $10,000 to donate to charity?
That's a good question. Certainly it's thought-provoking. Where is she, or was she, getting that kind of money? Her employer insists that there's practically no cash to speak of in the Novelties Incorporated building. But obviously, the place is a gold mine. We'll do some prospecting when I return with Act 2. Annual income, £20. Annual expenditure, £19. Result, happiness. Annual income, £20. Annual expenditure, £21. Result, misery. That made very good sense when Mr. Dickens wrote it. Spend less than you make. But we are confronted by a poor lady who only made some $6,000 a year, and yet was able to donate $10,000 to charity.
How did she do it?
I don't know.
Did she have another source of income?
We don't know.
Money in the bank?
She cashed her paychecks at Citizens, but she didn't have an account there.
Did she have an account anywhere else? A safe deposit box?
I don't know.
Well, why don't you find out, Detective Milrose?
I'll need more than a day, Captain Williams.
Take 2 days.
I needed 3, and I even had help. But there was nothing. We searched her flat. No sign of any money or any place it could be coming from. Where'd she be getting that money?
And she could have stolen it from the building.
But Mr. Drone assures me there's nothing to speak of on the premises.
Merchandise. She took the stuff home and sold it.
She'd have to steal so much it would have been noticed. Especially enough to add up to $10,000.
Well, now, Detective, you've reached that point.
What point?
Where you come up with a theory.
Oh.
Well, you better have one. You see, I assigned you originally because I figured it was a day's work and into the files. But you came up with that vacuum cleaner. So that knocked out the surprise sneak thief angle. Now we find out she was a lady of means. So, A, why was she working as a cleaning woman? And B, where was she getting that money?
But I don't have any theories yet.
Well, the chief inspector's going to want a theory. Do you think you can have one by the end of the day?
By the end of the day?
Well, it doesn't have to be right. Just make it sound plausible.
Theory. Whoever came into the building that night came to see Mrs. Martha Malone, and not to rob the place. Whoever it was, he or they, didn't come to discuss anything at all with her, because he or they didn't bother to shut off the noisy vacuum cleaner. So she was marked for death. Therefore, it was an execution. But for what reason? I had to talk to Mr. Drone again. Sorry to bother you, Mr. Drone.
Oh, no, Detective Milrose. Is that the proper way to address you as a detective?
Yes, Detective Milrose. As far as we know, you were the last one who saw Mrs. Martha Malone alive.
Yes, I believe you could say that. Yes.
Except for the killer.
Oh, well, naturally, yes.
You worked late that night?
Yes, until about 9 p.m. Yeah, we have so much paperwork, even with computers. It was absolutely staggering.
You say you worked till 9 p.m., and Mrs. Martha Malone arrived while you were still there?
Yes, I could hear her at work, yes.
Then, when you left, you said goodnight to her?
Oh, yes, certainly.
There was no one else in the building?
No one who had any legitimate business here.
You didn't see or hear anyone?
No one.
Uh-huh. How did you leave the building?
How?
Well, there are 2 doors, one front and one rear.
Oh, yeah, by the rear door.
Was the door locked?
Oh, yes. We locked both doors, the front and rear, at 6 o'clock.
And the front door, when you left, was that locked also?
Yes, I always check it before leaving. It's a reflex action, you might say.
So you opened the rear door and locked it after you left?
Yes.
So then, as far as you know, Mrs. Martha Malone was all by herself in a locked building.
Yes, you could say that, yes.
Who carries a key to the building?
I do.
Anyone else?
Mrs. Malone did, yes.
And no one else?
No.
When Mrs. Malone came to work, I assume she filled out an application.
Oh, yes, I have it here.
Whom did she list as next of kin? Or a person to be notified?
Well, let me see. Nobody.
No one at all?
Oh, yeah, you can see the space. Yeah, it's empty.
Do all your employees have insurance policies?
Oh, yes. You'd be surprised what I have to pay in so-called fringes.
Did Mrs. Malone have one?
Oh, absolutely.
Whom did she list as beneficiary?
One moment. Yes, here it is. Father Stephen Lisinski of St. Mary's Church.
Thank you, Mr. Drone. I checked with the morgue. Who had claimed Mrs. Malone's body for burial? The answer, Father Stephen Lisinski.
After all she had done, I was not going to allow that beautiful soul to disappear into a nameless pauper's grave.
I see. Father Lisinski, are you aware that you are the beneficiary of her insurance policy?
Oh, yes. She told me to use the money for those in want.
Why should she leave you the money?
It's not uncommon for people to leave their money to the church.
Yes, but she left it to you, personally.
Even to the most devout, the church can sometimes seem extremely large and impersonal. I was someone she could talk with, relate to.
But didn't she have a family?
Well, she never spoke of anyone. She gave me what for a poor working woman would be a considerable sum of money.
Yes.
And I would say to her, Martha, are you sure you're not neglecting your own? And she would answer, the poor, everywhere, are my very own.
Did she have any friends?
She kept her own counsel. We have many activities in the church here, social affairs. I did want her to become involved, but she would always answer, I am not a mixer.
Her name was Mrs. Martha Malone. What about Mr. Malone?
I don't know. She never spoke of him.
And that's all you can tell me about her, Father Lisinski?
I'm so sorry. I wish I could be of greater assistance. Oh, excuse me. Yes. Oh, I don't know about that. As a matter of fact, I'm not sure we can count on it anymore. Now, perhaps I can call her former employer and explain the situation. Yes, I'll have to let you know. Goodbye. Talking about Mrs. Malone, this was another example of her good works. This call I just received.
Yes?
You see, there was considerable waste paper at her building. Very nice quality. The small packages that they imported would be wrapped in it. At the end of the day, she would gather all these wrappings and bring them here.
Why?
It would be part of our scrap drive, and it would be worth some money when we disposed of it. Over the years, it amounted to a respectable sum. I must call her employer to see if he'll permit us to continue.
Well, thank you very much, Father.
So, here we are, Detective Milrose.
Where are we, Captain Williams?
At that point where we must face the files.
You mean this case is about to be closed?
I'm afraid so.
No.
Why not?
This woman was murdered.
So were 9 other people since her body was discovered.
But obviously somebody was out to kill her.
I've already bought that.
How can we just drop it?
We're not dropping it. We're merely concentrating our resources in areas which may be more productive of results.
Look, no matter how you slice it, Captain.
Okay, I know. It sounds like a great case. An ordinary cleaning woman dispenses large sums of money to her church charities. Where does she get it? That's number 1.
And that's not all.
She's deliberately murdered.
Why?
That's a very good question. Furthermore, this woman is absolutely alone in the world. No friends, no family, no criminal record.
There's too much in this case to just drop it.
Give me an angle to let you follow. Open up a lead. Right now, knowing all you do, fired up as you are, where are you going to go? What's the next thing you're going to do?
I don't know.
Well, this is the critical moment, Detective Milrose. All right, you need a break. Something has to happen, some kind of insight, some kind of clue. You simply have to get lucky.
I know that.
All right, let me see if I can help you. Give me Jerry Marks of the Journal Herald. Yeah, hold on.
I could use a break. I don't want to let it go.
Yeah, I know. A couple of more important people have been killed this week.
More important?
Well, more noteworthy, more newsworthy, of more interest to the community at large. Oh, yeah, Jerry. Look, that old cleaning woman that was killed last week.
She wasn't old.
Yeah. Well, could you run a picture of her?
There's a good shot from the morgue.
Yeah, sure. I know that nobody cares. Yeah, I know it was last week's murder. Look, let me put it this way. Why don't you do it? Because I'm asking you to.
Are you Detective Milrose?
Yes?
My name is Poster, James Poster, Jr.
Yes, Mr. Poster.
You're the person in charge of the Malone murder thing?
Yes?
Well, it said in the paper if anyone had any information.
Do you have any information, Mr. Poster?
Well, I saw the picture in the paper and I recognized it at once. I couldn't be mistaken. It was Martha. She was 10 years older, but the face, that beautiful face.
Did you know her?
Did I know her? My life hasn't been the same since.
Oh, all right, Mr. Poster. What can you tell me?
Don't you think it's the same Martha Malone? Martha Malone, who had to be the world's greatest account supervisor.
Account supervisor?
Yes, at Poster and Pine.
We only happen to be the 14th largest advertising agency in America,
Which, for all practical purposes, means the world.
And she was an account supervisor?
Could she ever turn and twist a client like a lump of inert putty?
And that's what she did. She was in advertising.
My dear detective, she was not in advertising. She was advertising.
And she made money.
Money? My goodness.
Well, why did she leave? Why did she become a cleaning woman?
Well, I didn't know she'd become a cleaning woman. I only know she dropped out of sight completely.
Why?
Well, it happened after Walter had been killed.
Walter?
Yes, her husband. It's just one of those terrible, unfortunate things.
Yes?
Well, one of her accounts was a company that made small sporting airplanes, and her husband was an enthusiastic amateur pilot. He was killed while he was flying one.
Oh?
Yes, and unhappily, there had been talk of some defective components in the manufacture.
Yes?
Well, you see, she insisted in all her copy that the planes were perfectly safe.
Oh, I understand.
Yes, and the day after he died, she said to me, I have been punished. I've led a life filled with falsehood, and now I shall do penance for the rest of my days. She was a very dramatic person.
Did she say anything else?
Yes, she said, from now on, I'll devote my life to hard labor and to charity. I'll give up everything I used to live for, all the vanities of the world. And next day, she was gone.
Just like that?
She vanished without a trace, emptied her bank accounts, sold everything. I never saw her again.
She was a wealthy woman?
Well, aside from her salary, she must have had several $100,000.
And she gave it all up to become a cleaning woman.
But why was she murdered? What did poor, wonderful Martha Malone ever do to anyone?
Well, that's the problem. And it's been the problem since the very opening moments of Act One. And it seems that the more we learn about Mrs. Martha Malone, the less we really know about her. Well, all we can do now is wait for the third act. The wonder is not that so few murders are solved, but that so many are. When the motives are obvious, when the witnesses are present, there is basically no problem. It's that random killing of someone for no apparent reason, by no one we know of, that usually slips into the back of the file folder. It may be filled with fascinating possibilities and intriguing twists and turns, but there is nothing solid for the police to investigate. So, since they can't, they don't. Is that what's building up here?
All right. You've got an angle. That airplane outfit she was doing the advertising for. Maybe somebody who lost someone had it in for her.
Oh, in the first place, the average person wouldn't blame her, but the company.
I'll check it out anyhow.
I did. There was a defective part, all right. But only her husband was killed.
Yeah. Well, Detective, how do you feel?
Don't take me off it.
I won't. You have a whole new world to play with. Her past life, the glamorous lady. Did she have any enemies there?
Oh, this Mr. Poster says she was well-liked.
An attractive woman is never well-liked by everyone. We could assume that someone from her past tracked her down after 10 years and managed to get into the place where she worked and shot her.
I say she was killed because of a situation in the Novelties Incorporated building.
Well, you've already established there was nothing to steal there.
I thought we both agreed the object was not to steal anything, but to kill her.
Why?
I'm ruling out the past.
Yeah, but the public doesn't. See here? Tonight's paper. You're on page 3. Murdered cleaning lady turns out to be former top drawer advertising executive.
You gave that to the press?
Well, why not? Can't do any harm, and it keeps them happy. It also keeps you on the case. And we have a lead we can justify.
But it's all there, in that building.
What's all there?
I don't know what, but she was murdered. I looked at her picture. Not the mugshot from the morgue, but a glossy portrait that Mr. Poster had let me have. It showed a spectacularly beautiful woman in her early 40s. Her face was not only lovely to look at, but you could sense that she was a woman of keen intelligence. And she had chosen to spend the rest of her life on her knees, doing penance. Oh, that I could understand. But murder, why was she murdered?
Go back over the same ground.
But I've been over it and over it. I can only talk to two people, really, Father Lisinski and Mr. Drone.
Talk to them.
But they've already told me everything they know.
People are always remembering little things. Drone told you something he neglected to mention to the first cop on the scene?
No, you mean the vacuum cleaner.
That vacuum cleaner is what put you in business.
All right, I'll try again.
It's your very own little case, detective. You have to nourish it. Keep it alive.
No, Detective Milrose. I know nothing of her past life.
And therefore you would know none of her associates or her problems there, if any.
None at all. Excuse me. Yes. Oh, no, I haven't. Oh, well, why don't I take care of it right now while I'm thinking about it? Let me call you back. That was the chairman of our scrap paper committee. Would you excuse me? I have to call... Oh, where's that number? I looked it up. Here it is. That you should be here. This has to do with Mrs. Malone indirectly.
Mrs. Malone?
I'm trying to continue her good work. Hello, Novelties Incorporated. May I speak with Mr. Drone? Yes, I'm Father Lesinski of St. Mary's Church. Thank you. Hello, Mr. Drone. Yes. As you know, Mrs. Malone used to supply us with some very nice paper from your plant. Well, nice as it was scrap which was being thrown out. We were selling it to raise money for our parish charities, and I was wondering if I could have a man pick it up. Well, yes. Oh, I understand. Oh, yes, of course. Well, thank you, sir, in any event. He says he can't do it.
Oh?
He says he has made arrangements with a scavenger who pays him for the paper. Of course, I can see his point of view.
Yes, that's true.
It's odd.
What is?
It may have been my imagination, but he seemed quite frightened.
Frightened?
I think so.
You're sure the word is frightened?
Detective Milrose, I'm more than sure. I know.
Was this the break? The lead? The sudden flash of insight? I looked at Father Lisinski. I smiled to myself. If something really came of this, I would call it the revelation. I hope I'm not imposing again, Mr. Drone.
No, Detective Milrose. I'm glad to be of help.
I understand that Mrs. Malone used to collect the waste paper and donate it to her church.
You mean the wrappings?
Yes.
Yes, that's true.
I understand that since her death, you've made other arrangements to dispose of them.
Yes, I now sell them to a private scavenger.
I see.
A fellow comes by with a van at the end of the day.
Who is he?
Well, I believe I told you he's a private scavenger.
What made you choose him? Did you go looking for a scavenger?
No. As a matter of fact, he was, I would assume, going about soliciting business. He came in off the street, you might say.
Well, then it was rather something of a coincidence.
What was?
That right after Mrs. Malone died, he should call on you.
Oh, no. It wasn't really. He called on me before.
Oh.
Yes, several times this past year.
Well, why didn't you sell him the paper then?
Well, I was going to. It certainly made sense, don't you know? It would be the same as throwing money away.
Well, so why didn't you?
Well, I had called Mrs. Malone into my office to tell her that she could no longer have the waste paper.
And what did Mrs. Malone say?
Nothing. You see, and I couldn't tell her.
You couldn't? Why not?
Well, every time I was about to, there was a look on her face.
What sort of look?
Well, I don't know, but I was afraid of that look.
Why?
Because it was the kind of look that seemed to go right through you. As if it could read every secret in your head, don't you know?
Oh.
So the next time this scavenger came around to solicit the business, I just told him I'd made other arrangements. That my cleaning woman was donating the waste paper to her church drive.
Well, what did he say?
Well, he didn't say anything.
When did this discussion take place?
Well, I'm not sure. It must have been 2 or 3 weeks ago, yes.
What is this scavenger's name?
It is A.J. Scoop, carting service.
Thank you very much, Mr. Drum.
Oh, yeah, if I can ever be of any more help, Detective. Yeah.
Oh, here, in your wastebasket here. This is some of the wrapping paper. May I have a few pieces?
Oh, why, of course.
Thank you again, Mr. Drone.
Well, what have you got?
Well, I thought I might have something. This paper.
Well?
He imports little novelties and knickknacks from the Far East. This is what they're wrapped in. Everywhere I turn in this case, I come up against waste paper. She was collecting it. Somebody else wants to collect it. So I had the paper sent to the lab.
Why?
Well, suppose they're smuggling drugs. There might be some traces.
Were there?
No. Well, there might be an espionage angle. Photos, messages in invisible ink of some sort.
And?
No.
You want some help?
Sure.
Feel the paper. Smooth it out. Okay. And now crackle it in your fingers. Well?
I should have known. I should have known.
It's okay. You're entitled to a little help in your very first case. Hey, look. We would have never gotten here without you. That's the pickup van. And here's the address. A.J. Scoop Carting.
Carting, we know what they're doing, Captain.
Oh, there seems to be quite a few people there now. Yeah, we're probably able to bag everyone. You sure you want to go in?
It's my collar, Captain.
All right, let's go. Everett, Harry, follow us. Joe and Max, take the back and sides. You know what you ought to do now, don't you? You got to get a warrant, so you're entitled to do it.
What?
The cops do this all in the movies. Kick in the door.
I'm wearing high heels.
You want me to do it? It'll still be your collar.
Go ahead. Police officers, stay where you are.
There you are. Page 1, the Herald. Page 2, the Record. Your first story. Detective Gertrude Milrose was responsible for the line of investigation that led to the arrest of a major counterfeiting ring.
I had a great deal of help, Captain.
The case was broken when Detective Milrose discovered that the paper used to wrap the novelties, which was imported from the Far East, is a very distinctive grade of Chinese rice paper, which is ideal for use in counterfeit bills. It is, by sheer coincidence, the closest match to the genuine paper used by the Treasury and is almost impossible to obtain.
And that was why she was killed. Waste paper. Just because of some waste paper.
Waste paper. Have you any concept of the staggering amounts that pile up every day? So much paper. Indeed, waste paper may be truly said to to be the basic debris of our society. Well, we may waste paper, but not time. So in a little while, I shall be back with you. So many murders, so few solutions, and well, we know why. Needed is the flash of insight, that crystal moment of clarity when everything comes together. Indeed, it is like the vision of creativity to the artist. Artists and detectives, we don't tend to think of them in the same terms, but why shouldn't we? Without that certain something called inspiration, for all their hard labor, they are doomed to remain in the dark. Our cast included Kim Hunter, Lloyd Battista, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS News. One radiation leak has been plugged at a nuclear power plant near Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. A second has not, and very low-level radiation now detected 16 miles away. I'm David Jackson reporting on the CBS Radio Network. Officials stress the radiation levels outside the plant are so low there's no immediate threat to health and safety. A federal government official says radiation detected a mile from the plant is about the same as that of a medical X-ray. The plugged leak was at the main reactor building. Correspondent Gary Shepard tells us about the other.
A spokesman for Metropolitan Edison Company, which operates the 3 Mile Island nuclear power plant, told CBS News tonight radiation is still leaking into the atmosphere from the auxiliary building of reactor number 2. Low levels of radioactivity have been detected as far away as 16 miles from the plant, but officials of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, who have been investigating the nuclear accident for most of the day, say the amount of radiation at that distance is not dangerous. Much higher levels have been measured at the north gate of the plant. Power plant officials confirmed tonight that radiation levels inside reactor number 2's main building are extremely high, that the building has been sealed off, and it will be several days at the earliest before power plant employees will be able to enter it to conduct a complete damage assessment. Gary Shepard, CBS News, Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
Exactly what caused the pre-dawn accident at the plant is still not known. Federal officials, however, now say no damage was done to the reactor core, the part that holds the uranium. Earlier, there was concern there had been core damage. Power company official Jack Herbine says radiation contamination of plant workers was kept to a minimum.
No one's been injured, and certainly in the plant cleanup, we don't intend to expose anyone. I'm sure that some of them got some exposure, but I am positive that no one was overexposed.
A federal expert on scene says at the reactor site proper there is a serious contamination problem. But that serious problem, he says, is inside the reactor building and not out. The State Department has released 2 letters from Egypt's Prime Minister Khalil, sharply critical of a memorandum of agreement between the U.S. and Israel. That agreement details U.S. obligations to Israel, military and economic, should the new peace treaty collapse. Khalil calls that tantamount to an anti-Egyptian alliance. Secretary of State Vance says the Egyptians can have a similar pledge from the U.S. anytime they want. The vote of no confidence in the British Parliament was close, a 1-vote margin, but it was enough to bring down the Labour government of Prime Minister James Callaghan. First time in 55 years, Parliament's voted to turn a government out. New elections expected in May, and opinion polls show the Conservatives ahead right now indicating Conservative leader Margaret Thatcher stands a good chance of becoming Britain's first woman prime minister. 4 cars of an Amtrak passenger train flipped over on their sides Wednesday night in north-central Montana. About 100 people were hurt, most of the injuries broken bones and bruises. An Atlanta jury has convicted the owner of Hustler magazine, Larry Flint, on 11 counts of obscenity. The sentence, fines of $27,500 and an 11-year suspended prison sentence. Sources close to the Atlanta grand jury investigation of Burt Lance's finances say Lance is suing for sanctions to be taken against government lawyers and some of the grand jurors. Lance reportedly claiming his rights to protection from self-incrimination and to due process have been undercut by improper leaks of information.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Listen to what the poets say. Do you know that old age may come after you with grace and force and fascination? And now in age, I bud again. Yes, that's what they say. There is so much magnificent verse written that extols the virtues of old age. Unfortunately, much of it is sung by young poets. Our mystery drama, Talk to Me, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars John Beale and Paul Hecht. Grow old along with me. The best is yet to be. The last of life, for which the first was made. That is according to Mr. Robert Browning. And why not? After a lifetime of labor and responsibility, doesn't a man deserve to enjoy the fruits of old age? Well, he gets the fruits all right, but there's no guarantee that those fruits will be mellow or sweet or luscious. We're in a little supermarket or superette or convenience store in an urban neighborhood that has seen better days.
Hey, Benny. Benny, enough of that music, huh? What is this, for crying out loud? One of them discos? Knock it off, I said. And go down to the cellar and bring up them potatoes.
I'm wearing my brand new jacket.
So take off your brand new jacket.
All right, I'm going.
It would seem, Mrs. Seraphin, that young people these days have eardrums made of stainless steel.
Yeah. What do you got there? A hot roll and a container of milk.
Apropos, I was reading in the paper just the other day.
The roll's a dime.
Can you imagine? A roll used to be 2 cents.
Milk, 61.
And milk, you know, they used to have 3 different grades, A, B, and C.
That's going to be 71 cents.
And the grocer would actually ladle the grade C milk out of one of those huge cans. You'd have to bring your own pail to the store.
You got 71 cents, mister.
Oh, yes. And butter. Now, butter would be kept in one of those enormous tubs.
71 out of 1. Here's your 29 cents change.
And he'd have to carve out a 1/4 pound or a 1/2 pound or however big a piece you want.
Who's next? You're next, lady.
Would you like to operate that way?
What I'd like is for you to get out of this lady's way because you're holding up the parade. You know what I mean?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, it is a hot day for this kind of work, isn't it? I've been living in this neighborhood, years and years. I've seen this street torn up and repaved. I've forgotten how many times. What are you fellas filling for this morning, oil?
Mac, you just want to stand out of the way, huh?
Oh, I beg your pardon. Oh, just in time for the mail. Say, it sure looks like a heavy load this morning. You know, I never cease to marvel over the way you fellas do that. How you pop those letters into the slot so fast. My name's Marlowe, John J. Marlowe. But I'm not asking you to stop and look specially for me. I can wait my turn.
You want to look out, huh?
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize I was crowding you. I'll just stay back here against the wall. Do they still use that Model A sorting machine in the post office these days? I used to work for the company that made them. Well, I didn't work for them exactly. I was with the accounting firm that did their books. I'm a CPA myself. But I always believed there were advantages in working for a big outfit. Well, say, you work for the biggest outfit in the country, don't you? I guess that's all the mail, huh? Well, have a good day, even though you didn't bring me anything. Say, do you mind if I ask you this? I know it sounds silly, but are there people who blame you if they don't get a letter?
It's a world full of creeps, mister.
Well, see you around.
Hello, this is Johnny Marlowe, Jr. Sorry I'm out, but just leave your name and phone number, and I'll get back to you the split second I return. Now, just wait for that beep, and then let it all hang out.
Hi, Johnny. This is Dad. Nothing special. Just thought I'd buzz you out there, and we'd shoot the breeze. Johnny, I know how busy you are and everything, but I wish you could find just a few minutes now and then to talk to me sometimes. Please. Johnny? Johnny.
This is Lieutenant Frank Stillwagon of your police department making this TV appeal to the people of the community. Last night, an old man, a watchman at the Simmons Warehouse at Brand Place and 9th Street, was brutally gunned down. Now, if anyone has seen or heard anything or has any information at all whatsoever, please telephone this special number, 555-2211. Let me repeat that, 555-2211. Please call and talk to us. No matter how unimportant you think your information might be, we want to listen to you. Thank you.
555-2211. 555-2211.
Lieutenant Stillwagon here.
Yes.
May I help you?
I'm calling this number about that murder.
Yeah?
I'd like to talk about it.
Certainly. What is there you have to tell us?
Well,
Yeah? Sir, this is an important communications line. We have to keep it open. If you really have nothing to say, you'll have to hang up.
But I do have something to say. I happen to have some information.
Oh, what sort of information?
Well, I think I saw the person who did it.
What is your name, sir?
My name is Marlowe, John J. Marlowe.
Mr. Marlowe, if you'll just give me your address.
Mr. Marlowe, Lieutenant Stillwagon. Oh, please, come in. My credentials? Oh, I believe you. I recognize your voice. Won't you sit down? Here, at the table. I've prepared some tea. Oh, would you rather have coffee?
No, nothing for me, thank you.
A drink, perhaps?
No, never on duty.
But you're a guest in my house.
This isn't a social call, Mr. Marlowe. I do have your name right, don't I? John J. Marlowe?
Yes, John Jacob Marlowe. I was named after my grandfather. He was a member of the police department.
Was he?
Yes, back when Theodore Roosevelt was commissioner. Is it generally known today that Theodore Roosevelt was once the police commissioner of New York City?
I couldn't say.
Oh, when Teddy became president, Grandfather Marlowe joined his personal staff.
Now, Mr. Marlowe, you said you saw the person that murdered the night watchman.
Oh, well, I said I thought I saw.
That means you had to be in the vicinity of Brand Place and 9th Street at approximately 11 p.m. last night?
Yes.
Yes. May I ask why you were there?
Well, I was out for a walk.
At that hour?
Well, if you can't sleep, you might as well go out for a stroll. You'd be surprised how little sleep you need when you get old. You enter another world.
Yeah, Mr. Morrow.
A world that no young person could ever hope to understand. You have to live there yourself.
Mr. Marlowe, what did you see?
What did I see? I was passing by the front of the Simmons warehouse.
On 9th Street. Yeah, go on.
And I saw a young man. He must have been running up from Brand Place.
Yeah, the break-in was on the Brand Place side. Where'd he go?
Where? He just kept going up Brand Place.
And how far were you from the corner of Brand and 9th?
How far? Oh, maybe 30 or 40 feet.
Did the person see you?
Oh, I don't think so. He was too busy running.
Had you heard a shot?
Well, I may have, but I'm not sure.
Mr. Marlowe, you were 30 to 40 feet from the corner. Now, it was a dark night without a moon. How could you tell he was a young man?
Oh, I got to look at him as he passed under the street lamp. I could see he was young. Somewhere about 20. Not very tall. Perhaps 5'6".
Uh-huh. Anything else?
Yes. I could see a scar on his cheek.
Yeah, that would have to be on his left cheek.
Yes. And he had black hair. Long. Came down on his shoulders.
How was he dressed?
He was wearing jeans. And a red and white jacket.
Okay, Mr. Marlowe, this is very good, excellent.
So let me see if I can remember something more.
Well, if you do, just give us a call, huh? Thank you.
Must you go?
Oh, Tom, forget the rest of the files. I just came across a mug shot of the suspect we want. Name's Benny Seraphin. Place to look for him is probably over at his old lady's grocery store on 10th. Get Harry, we'll pick him up. Lady, I'm looking... Hey, you there, freeze.
Hold up. Please, don't shoot.
We're police officers.
Police? What do you want?
You, keep your hands where I can see them. Your name, Benny Seraphin?
What did he do?
I didn't do nothing, Ma. I didn't do nothing.
It's police. Why are they after you with guns?
I don't know, Ma.
Turn that thing off. No. What did you do?
Nothing, Ma. I swear.
Check him out, Tom.
Hey, what are you doing to my son?
Clean, huh? He must have gotten rid of the weapon.
Get rid of what?
All right, kid, let's go.
Go? Go where? Where are you taking him?
Benny Seraphin, you are being arrested on suspicion of murder committed during an armed robbery. Anything you say may be used against you. Where were you last night, Benny? Around 11?
I was out walking.
Yeah, that's right. In the neighborhood of Brand Place and 9th.
I was nowhere near it. I was uptown.
Doing what? Rolling drunks?
No.
Oh, excuse me. I guess you never rolled a drunk in your life, huh? Did you?
Yeah, just once. And I paid for it, didn't I?
Oh, you're stepping up in class, Benny. Armed robbery.
No.
And you sure bungled it, huh? You thought you could get him to open the safe, but you panicked and shot him. So all you could get was his wallet.
I didn't do it.
And all he had was $60. How do we know, Benny? His wife told us. You are so dumb, you know, you didn't even have enough brains to throw the wallet away. It was in your pocket when we picked you up with the $60.
Let me tell you about the wallet. It's about, I don't know, 3 in the morning. I'm just walking down the street. I see this wallet laying on the sidewalk. It's a real leather wallet. So I decided to keep it.
You want me to believe the killer threw the wallet away and you just happened to find it?
It's true.
With the money inside.
The money's mine.
Now, where would you get $60, Benny? You're not working.
I got it from the cash register in my mother's store.
You mean you swiped it?
So I swiped it, but I was nowhere near that warehouse last night.
Benny, we got a witness.
You can't have a witness. How could there be a witness? How could somebody have seen me if I wasn't there?
You were there, Benny. You were there.
On the one hand, we have the testimony of Mr. John J. Marlowe. an elderly, respectable gentleman. On the other, the claims of young Mr. Benny Seraphin, whose character could scarcely be described as beyond reproach. However, if you have been listening closely, you know already which of them is telling the truth. And your knowledge shall be further tested in Act 2. God sends us nothing but riddles and contradictions which exist side by side. So said Fyodor Dostoevsky. And since this is a story of crime and most likely punishment, we can turn to no wiser authority. So here we have the accusation and the denial. Each may be true. Each may be false. How can this be? Listen. Consider.
Mama. So, here you are, Benny. In jail.
Please, Mama.
Oh, it's a good thing your father's dead.
Do you have to talk about it?
Didn't I say it? Didn't I say you'd sit in jail one day?
Mama, I'm being framed. Can't you understand?
Why? Why'd they pick on you?
Because I'm the toughest guy on the block.
So? Who told you to be the toughest?
You gotta be tough, Mom. Otherwise they walk all over you.
Benny, I want to know one thing. No matter how bad it is, I want to know the truth.
Mama, I didn't do it.
You can't lie to me. Tell me the truth. Look in my eyes, Benny. Now, tell me.
I didn't do it.
You didn't do it, huh? So how come they found the wallet? The watchman's wallet in your pocket?
Mama, I tried to explain.
Don't explain. Just tell the truth.
It is the truth.
And the witness, huh? They got a witness. Seen you done it. Hey, officer, come over here. Let me out.
Mama, don't go, please.
What am I going to stay here for?
Hey, come back. Mama,
I'll
back.
come back when you're going to tell me the truth.
Lieutenant, I'm being framed.
Come on, Benny.
Lieutenant, I may have stepped out of line once or twice, maybe.
Once or twice?
Okay, but I could never kill nobody.
Yeah, there's always a first time.
I know it looks bad, but I ain't a killer. You gotta believe me.
Benny, your own mother doesn't believe you. Isn't this just a glorious morning? Oh, is the soup 42 cents? Oh, goodness, it goes up by the day, doesn't it? When they had that inflation in Germany during the 20s, right after the First War, people used to paper the walls with the currency.
It's 8:37.
Well, such a little bit? What'd I buy? Oh, tempora moris. That's Latin. It means old times, old customs.
Oh, shut up.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Seraphin. I'm sorry.
Oh, Madre de Dios.
Oh, please, don't cry. Oh, no, you mustn't cry like that. Was it something I just said? Oh, tell me. What's wrong?
My son.
Yes?
My only son,
What did he do, Mrs. Seraphin?
He just broke my heart.
Oh, is that all? Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Seraphin. Excuse me. I didn't mean to joke. It's just that, well, I also have a son, an only son. And he broke my heart, too. A long time ago. But you get over it.
No.
No, you never get over it. But what's to be done? Perhaps they were born to break our hearts.
What did I ever do to him? I don't know.
Well, I know what I did to mine. I was a failure in his eyes. A man who never stood up on his own. I spent my life working for lesser men. But it was the only way I could be sure that he and his mother would be decently taken care of. Shouldn't that count for something?
Oh, I am sorry. I have no business to bother a customer.
Oh, it's perfectly all right.
You don't come to hear my troubles.
Well, let me help you.
Oh, how can you help me?
Well, someone with a fresh perspective. Just talk to me. I promise I'll listen. Just
Talk to me.
My son. He's a bad boy. Yes, but not a real bad boy. You understand?
Certainly.
I say to him, you go to school. What kind of job can you get if you don't go to school?
Why is it so hard to make them see it?
He laughs at me. So now he's 24 years old. What's he going to do? Nothing. Get into trouble. He steals. He fights. But one thing he don't do. He don't lie to his mama. Till now. Till just now. The police, they say he killed a man.
Your son?
Tell me the truth, I ask him. I'm innocent, Mama, he says. I'm innocent.
Well, isn't he?
How? The police have evidence. And a witness.
Oh.
A witness. A man who seen my son on the street that night. And so, my son lies.
Well, perhaps the witness might be mistaken.
How? He's on the street. On Brand Place and 9th.
What?
And he sees Benny come running from the warehouse. And he sees everything. He sees Benny's face with the scar and...
The witness described your son? This alleged witness actually described your son, Benny?
And now I know. My son is a liar. And a murderer.
No. He's not.
What's the use?
Mrs. Seraphin, I didn't mean to do it. I didn't mean to.
I better close this door for a while. Lie down.
Listen to me. I didn't mean to describe your son. I'll have to go to the police station right now.
What are you talking about?
I'm the person who... I'm the witness.
You?
I didn't know it was your son. I never would have... Well, I'll have to tell him I was wrong. I didn't see anyone that night. I'll say so.
You? I see you come in here. An old man. I never stop to talk to you. I'm so busy and tired and... Oh, you are such a good person with such a kind heart.
I didn't mean to implicate your son.
What could you do? An honest man like you. Keep quiet?
But I only wanted some... No, I'll tell them the truth. It's all a lie. I wasn't even there.
Oh, you think now you're going to make it look like you was crazy. No, don't do this to yourself.
The net result of what you're saying, then, is this. You called a special number, and you told a deliberate falsehood.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Why?
I was lonely.
Oh, I see. You were lonesome.
No, that's not what I said. I said I was lonely.
There's a difference?
May you never know it.
Go ahead.
I had to have somebody to talk to.
You mean in this whole city, 9-10 million people, you can't find a single person to talk to?
That's right.
I find that hard to believe.
Why? One morning, Lieutenant, you wake up and you look around you and you say to yourself, where'd everybody go? You've outlived your friends. You've outlasted your enemies. And you've overstayed your welcome.
So, you called up just to have someone to talk to, huh?
Yes, sir.
You realize that such an act is against the law, deliberately misleading the police.
I can see that.
Fortunately for you, it isn't true.
What isn't true?
I don't believe a word you're saying.
Lieutenant, I've told you the truth.
You see, there's one thing about people. Whether they're honest or crooked, they're true to their nature. You've been a law-abiding citizen all your life. People like you don't lie to the police.
Why is it so hard for you to understand?
You don't lie to us because we represent the safe, the reasonable society that you believe in. Now, when your boy was growing up, didn't you always say to him, son, if you're ever lost or in trouble, you go to the nearest policeman. He's your friend?
Yes, I remember.
Yeah, it isn't in you to lie to me.
But I wasn't there. I made it up.
If you weren't there, how could you describe him so accurately? Well, how?
I don't know.
You were there.
How? Why? That neighborhood, late at night. I'm afraid to go there in the daytime. What would I be doing in that place?
I don't know.
I had no reason.
No reason that you can remember.
I'll have you know that my memory is as good as it ever was. Well, almost.
Maybe you don't want to remember. Maybe you convinced yourself that you really weren't there and that you didn't see anyone. And now you believe that.
You came to my house. I lied to you. Now I'm telling the truth. All I wanted was attention, just some human contact, even for a brief moment. And you refused to understand it.
No, I understand. She got to you.
Who got to me?
His mother. She's an attractive lady.
What are you implying?
A good figure of a woman. Man to man, Mr. Marlowe.
How can you make such an accusation?
Accusation? I guess when you were younger, you'd have considered that a compliment.
I consider that an insult.
Still an all...
You have no right to humiliate me in this manner. If my son were here...
Mr. Marlowe, it's easy to see, and it's understandable. You're an old man. You're alone in the world.
Don't you dare say that. I'm not a public charge. I was a man of substance in my time. I'm a certified public accountant. I taught economics at the State University. Well, it was only the night extension course, but still, I own my own home. I'm a veteran of 2 world wars.
Yes, Mr. Marlowe, but the fact is, a nice woman, a very kind and loving woman, because she is all of those things, offers to be your friend.
She made no such offer.
And so you decided to change your story.
I was not out on the street that night.
How do you know?
How do I know?
Yeah, you reach a certain age, Mr. Marlowe. Your memory can play tricks.
I didn't see him. Please believe me, I didn't see him.
Then why? I mean, how could you give us such an accurate description?
Why? How?
Yeah.
Wait. Now I know. Now I know why I described him. Him of all people, Benny Seraphin.
If he knows why, then he knows something we don't know. Wait. Perhaps we do know. The reason, the impetus, the motivation was all there to be seen. Or I should say to be heard. If you know what to look for, it's right out there in the open. But enough of this cryptic commentary. I'll return shortly with Act 3. The gossamer strands of memory, how lightly they imprison our thoughts, how easily broken and blown away. And yet, if we would recapture the past, we must strive to reweave them and somehow create the same pattern. But is it ever precisely exactly the same? Is close enough good enough?
No, that one isn't it either.
Mr. Marlowe, I can't kill an afternoon in a record shop listening.
Just a few more, please. Nor is that the one. Oh, I'd know it the moment I heard it.
What are we doing?
It'll come to me.
What's going to come to you?
Well, it had a certain kind of rhythm.
Now, look, Mr. Marlowe, I'm trying to humor you.
Please don't say that. Just listen.
Why do I have to?
This one. This is it.
What?
This music will prove my point.
What point?
Listen.
Well, I can't.
I'll make it lower. It's very strong, dramatic. That sort of rhythm makes a very vivid impression.
Yeah.
Well, doesn't it?
So?
That morning, I was in his mother's store, and this music was playing. It was extremely loud.
Mr. Marlowe, I can't see what you're driving at.
Actually, it was very annoying, distracting.
So what else isn't it?
His mother was angry. She shouted at him. That's when I saw him for the first time. He was leaning against some shelves in the rear of the store, and this loud music was coming from one of those big transistor radios.
What are you getting at, Mr. Marlowe?
I almost became physically ill because she was angry and he was angry, and this music was blaring, and I suppose it all seared itself on my memory.
Yeah, now, please, Mr. Marlowe.
Now, you're a police officer. Surely you're aware that there can be an atmosphere of violence And it was there. I saw his face with this ragged scar, the long black hair, and the stark white against the blood red of his jacket.
Okay, Mr.
Please,
Marlowe.
hear me out. That moment, the picture of him burned itself into my mind, perhaps my subconscious mind. And then it passed. I didn't think anything at all about it.
Okay. I take your word for it.
And then I heard your appeal being broadcast. I needed someone to talk with. But I could only talk to you if I had information about the killer. And then that song came back into my head. And the picture of a long-haired, scar-faced boy in a red and white jacket flashed through my mind. I no longer knew who he was. But he was someone I could talk about.
I see.
I no longer associated him with a real person. I believed he was a figment of my imagination.
Yeah.
You don't believe it. Lieutenant, what I'm saying happens to be psychologically valid.
Sure.
And that's the true story.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter.
It certainly does. I intend to withdraw my statement.
Well, I suppose you can do that, if you like.
And if it comes down to it, I can always say that I'm not really sure. I couldn't swear to the identification under oath.
All right.
You don't have a case against the boy.
Oh, yes, we do. We don't need your identification anymore.
Why not?
Because we have the wallet with the $60. Your call to us served to direct our attention towards certain specific faces in our files. And once we knew enough to pick up Benny Seraphin, the case just laid itself out.
But he's innocent.
Then how does he account for the wallet?
But I made the whole thing up. You refuse to believe me.
Yeah, well, even if I did, you know what they say, truth is stranger than fiction.
Oh, Lieutenant.
Mr. Marlowe, are you okay?
I don't know. I don't know.
Are you feeling sick or something?
Is it possible that I'm becoming senile? Did I really go for a walk that night and not remember? What am I going to do, Lieutenant?
Look, why don't I give you a lift home? You can take a little nap.
As if that would settle everything. No. There's one way I can find out. Do you suppose you could take me to the jail?
So what do you want?
I want to help you.
Haven't you helped me enough?
Well, maybe you can help me.
Why should I?
Please.
What do you want from me?
Were you there?
Well, didn't you say I was there?
But never mind what I said. I have to know. I must know for sure.
Look, I don't have to put up with this. I got rights. I don't have to stand for some crazy old guy coming into my cell.
A crazy old guy. I've lived to hear it.
What are you going to do, bust out crying?
Probably.
What do you want from me? It ain't my fault you got old.
Well, it isn't my fault either. Please, tell me. It's so important to me. If you were there that night, then I was there too. And I never knew it. But if you weren't, then I wasn't there either. And I only saw you in my subconscious.
What does all that mean?
Please, just tell me the truth. My life, or whatever little is left of it, depends on it.
Okay. I was there.
You were?
But not when you said. Not 11 o'clock at night. 4 in the morning. A long time after it happened. I was coming home. I took a shortcut through Brand Place. There it is, laying on the sidewalk. This great-looking wallet. Just like I told the cops.
And that's the truth?
Yeah. For all the good it's going to do me.
I believe you.
Yeah, with that and a token, I can get a ride on a subway. No, I'll never get out of here. I'll never ride on a subway again in my life. I never thought I'd miss it.
I remember when they built part of the subway. Manhattan Island is practically solid rock, you know. It was the engineering marvel of the age.
Don't start that stuff, huh?
But you're telling the truth.
Who's going to believe it?
A good lawyer can make people believe it. What sort of lawyer do you have?
What do you think? Oh, sure, there's lawyers could beat this rap for me, but my old lady don't have $1 million. So you know what I get? A lawyer appointed by the court. Now, you know who he turns out to be? Some old hack who knows nothing, or some young guy just out of school who has to learn everything.
We'll just have to do something about that.
Yeah, like what?
Get you a good lawyer.
You got the dough?
I don't have very much money.
So what are we talking about?
I'm the one who got you into this. I'll have to get you out, somehow.
Yeah, sure.
I'm a CPA, but I always worked for a large firm.
Is that a fact?
It caused tension between my wife and son on the one hand and me on the other. But
are you for real?
They didn't respect me. But a man has to follow his own inclination. Now, the point to all this
is... there's a point.
My old company retained a law firm. Top people. And the senior partner owes me a favor. I haven't spoken to him in years, but he'll remember. You'll have the best legal counsel in town.
You know, Pop, you look kind of tired. Why don't you go home and take a nap, huh?
May I help you?
I see by the plaque that your name is Miss Rawlings, huh?
Yes.
Well, you must be new here.
Oh, I should hope not. It's been 13 years.
13 years?
Mm-hmm.
Has it been that long since I was here last? Yes, I retired 14 years ago.
Well, what may I do for you, sir?
Oh, my name is Marlowe. John J. Marlowe. Is J.R. here? I don't have an appointment, but we never stood on ceremony.
Oh, I beg your pardon, sir, but whom did you wish to see?
J.R. Oh, well, look, this is J.R. Stebbins and Associates, isn't it?
Oh, old Mr. Stebbins. He's no longer with us.
Say, what'd that old codger do, retire? He swore he'd die at his desk.
He did.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's at least 8, 9 years ago.
J.R. He's dead, huh?
Yes, well, did you wish to see someone else?
Someone else? I don't know. It's just that I was counting on... Oh, maybe Bill Runciman.
Oh, Mr. Runciman is no longer with the firm. He sold his interest and moved. I think he's in Florida. Most of the older partners retired. Would you care to see Mr. Slade?
I don't know him.
Mr. Stein? Mr. Arliss? Mr. Torrance?
I don't know any of them.
I suppose you could say it's an entirely new firm.
Yes.
Sir, are you all right?
What? Well, thank you very much for your courtesy.
Hello there, this is Johnny Marlowe, Jr. Sorry I'm out, but I'm glad you called. So you just leave your name and your phone number and whatever's on your mind, and I'll get back to you the split second I return. Just wait for that beep and then let it all hang out.
Johnny, this is your dad. I just called you to let you know that I should have a new address very soon. You were right, I guess. When you're old and you live alone by yourself, you can do all sorts of crazy things. Could you call me next Sunday? I'll stay home and wait.
Mr. Marlowe, mind if I come in?
All right.
Thanks.
What's it all about, Lieutenant?
Yeah, what's it about? That's a good question. You suppose we could figure out the answer over a cup of tea?
Oh, certainly. I always have a pot on the stove. Why don't you sit down?
Yeah, thanks.
I have some cookies also. Would you like some?
Sure. Oh, very nice. Oh, that warehouse holdup, Mr. Marlowe, and the murder, you know how that kind of thing gets solved? If at all. You know how we catch that type of killer? If we ever do.
Oh, wait.
Haven't you been saying that you've already got the guilty party, Benny Sarah?
Yeah, well, no. Seems that the guilty party is a fellow named Eddie Smith.
I don't follow you, Lieutenant.
Eddie Smith is a punk, a hoodlum, a drug addict. I don't know which comes first. But the way you catch the Eddie Smiths of this world, usually, is when some other punk or hoodlum informs on him in order to buy himself a deal with the police. Or a jealous woman, which is what just happened here.
Then Benny Seraphin is innocent.
Yeah, Benny Seraphin is back on the streets, and I hope he learned a lesson. You're a man of the world, Mr. Marlowe. What do you think?
Maybe. Maybe not.
Yeah. Well, Eddie Smith killed and robbed that night watchman. But he's been two-timing his girlfriend, and so, to get even, she turned him in. And we got him with a gun.
I knew in my heart Benny was telling me the truth. And I'm not crazy.
No, definitely not.
One lump or two?
No, just a touch of milk, Mr. Marlowe. Thanks. You know, I refuse to believe that a man would deliberately make up a story like you did just because he was lonely and needed someone to talk to.
Why did you refuse to believe it?
Well, I suppose because I didn't want to. Maybe I couldn't afford to believe it. I didn't want to face the implications.
Do you believe it now?
You know, Mr. Marlowe, you're a very interesting gentleman.
You really mean that?
You have a great fund of information. Experience. You don't suppose I could drop around now and then for a cup of tea?
Why, certainly, Lieutenant. I'm at home to callers every afternoon.
At home to callers. Yeah, that's how my grandmother used to talk. Tell me about your grandfather. You know, the one who was on the force when Teddy Roosevelt was police commissioner?
These days, so many of us measure our efforts to help people purely in terms of money spent. But so very often, the most effective help can be unbelievably inexpensive. Talk, they say, is cheap. If that's true, why are we so stingy with it? Especially to those who need it. I may have an answer in just a few minutes. Today, there is so much talk of the waste of energy and natural assets. But there are human assets that are also being disregarded. You see them everywhere. Sitting on park benches, walking slowly through the streets. The elderly people, the retired people, the people with nothing to do, nowhere to go. And we think of them as being used up, washed up, finished. But inside them is so much knowledge, wisdom, experience. Somehow we must find a way to use it, enjoy it, be enriched by it. Our cast included John Beal, Paul Hecht, Bryna Rayburn, and Jack Grimes. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The title of our drama is General Laughter. Let me explain its derivation. In other times, playwrights often ended their comedic works with the overall stage direction, exit all amid general laughter. That meant that the characters at the finale should joyously troop off the stage the quickest way they could, thus leaving the audience with a warm glow of satisfaction that everything had, after all, turned out all right. However, by so informing you at the start as to our play's title, we by no means intend to reassure you as to its outcome. Our mystery drama, General Laughter, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Mercedes McCambridge. Let me set the scene for you. We are in someone's living room, high on the 11th floor of a modern apartment building. It's an attractive room, tastefully decorated in beige and white with blue accents in the pillows and an occasional chair. There are long windows at one end which give onto a balcony just big enough for 2 outdoor chairs and a tiny table between them. The kitchenette is at the other end of the room, partially hidden by a serving shelf. In front of the shelf are 2 high stools. On the shelf is a tape recorder.
I want you to listen to this. It only runs about 40 minutes. If it doesn't strike you as the most asinine thing you ever heard, well, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't call it asinine. That sounds cold and unfeeling, and I honestly don't think I'm that kind of a man. I really don't. But you'll have to admit, after you've heard it, that it isn't exactly the kind of thing a man likes to come home to after a hard day's work. If you can listen to it dispassionately, not become all bogged down by emotion, it'll give you some idea of what was going on. Now, there's nothing for a few seconds. She didn't know too much about setting up a tape recorder, so it takes a little while. You'll see.
I have never recorded anything before, except voiceover commercials, and that was in a studio where they had engineers who took care of all those grubby little details. I've never before had the urge to tape record a suicide. I've never before had the urge to tape record a suicide. Okay, it works. Things mechanical scare me. I always expect them to blow up right in my face. But then I expect everything to blow up right in my face. I get a part in a play, I expect the theater to burn down. I get a commercial, I expect the company to go out of business. I get a running part on a soap opera, I expect to be written out by the end of the week. I think failure. I chase success, but I think failure. So please don't let me fail at this. Whatever saint is in charge of suicide, please, please, please don't let me fail at this. Now, I got the 1, 2, 3 bottles of sleeping pills. That ought to do it. I don't know how many pills to take. There's nobody I can call up and ask. I really came to this little rendezvous unprepared. See what I mean? I forgot a glass of water to wash the pills down. Honestly, I'm dumb. I'm dumb, right to the end.
The tape runs on here with nothing for less than a minute. Doesn't take long to get a glass of water. I want you to understand that there was absolutely nothing I could have done to stop this thing. I mean, I'm not God. I have my limitations. Boy, do I ever. There are days when I'm just one big bunch of limitations. Nothing else. When the most I can do is get up, get dressed, and go to work. And when I get to the station house, habit or memory or something will take over because I sure can't. Well, you don't want to listen to my tale of woe. All right, that was the water glass being set down. Now it starts again.
Okay, all set. 1 big glass of water, 3 little bottles of pills. So, take a pill, madam. Go ahead, take one. Take a lot. Take 2. As my grandmother used to say when she passed the cookies. And we all thought that was terribly funny, no matter how many times we'd heard it before. Take a lot. Take 2. Okay, so I'll take a lot. I'll take 2. That was easy. Now, the purpose of this tape recording is to, it's to record my last thoughts, I guess. If any. Yeah, there are some. And they keep chasing round and round in my brain. Still, what I would like is to tell the truth. For once. I have days when I'm not sure I haven't been lying from sunup to sundown. Even my dreams are lies. That's some days. Other days? No. You know what Sarah Siddons wanted chiseled on her tombstone? The words, I was an honest actress. Just that. Nothing more. Well, I tried to be an honest actress. And now at the very end of my life, I would like to try to be an honest person. You know? I mean, not to hold back anything, just to let it all hang out, as the kids say these days. I don't know why they talk so funny. Why can't they just say, speak the truth? I want you to know that, I want you to know why I have to do this, why I think I'm driven to it. Not that I know why I don't. But maybe if I keep on talking, something will surface. I've chosen to put this on tape instead of writing it down because when you write things down, there's always the temptation to go back and read it over and change it, make it look better, make it read better. I don't want to do that. See, what I want is for every word to register precisely as it comes out of my mouth, out of my head. And that's why the tape. So, to begin with, I don't feel anything. Maybe a little music could help. Wish I had a record of Peggy Lee's Is That All There Is? That'd be perfect. That'd be the absolutely perfect thing for right now. Is that all there is? Is that all there is? If that's all there is, my friend, let's keep dancing. I ought to have that record. I could go down to the store and get it right now. No. That's an excuse not to go through with this. You're dodging and ducking just the way you've always dodged and ducked. Is that all there is? Is that all there is? If that's all there is, my friend, it isn't enough. If that's all there is, it isn't enough. I can't go on any longer. Who was that Hollywood mogul who said in the ambulance on the way to the hospital, he said he looked up at his wife and he said, it's too tough, it's just too tough, and he died. Right then and there he died. I think it was Harry Cohn who said that. Well, Harry Cohn, I'm with you. I'm crying. What am I crying for, Harry Cohn? I never even met Harry Cohn. I was never in Hollywood. I was always a New York actress. New York actresses are devoted to the theater. I couldn't go to Hollywood. I had to stay here where the theater was. That was the reason That and the fact that Hollywood never made me an offer. It's truth-telling time, all right. I never had a decent offer anywhere. What's more, the last time I saw anybody about any kind of a part in the theater was almost 6 months ago. A little pipsqueak of a producer nobody ever heard of said to me, "I see nothing for you in my first 3 productions." Jiminy. So I am reduced to parts on daytime television where I never know the lines, not really, no matter how hard I study them. And I know what he'd say. He'd say, "Nobody's forcing you to be an actress." Of course, as usual, he's right. Only I know that as long as I live, I'll never be able to stop trying. Ergo, stop living. Which brings me right back to where I started, with the pills. Why don't I feel sleepy, at least? I don't. I feel wide awake and I feel hungry. Oh, no. I can't feel hungry. Nobody in the process of taking her own life ought to be hungry. No, that's too much. That's embarrassing. Nevertheless.
Time out here for a minute or so. It's true. I did used to say, nobody's forcing you to be an actress. I admit it. I wasn't always sympathetic. Actually, I hardly ever was. Because to begin with, it's always seemed to me that being an actress is 9/10 suffering and hardly any joy at all. In fact, you have to be pretty much of a masochist to even think about being an actress. All that being rejected over and over and over again. I know I couldn't stand it. I wouldn't stand it. I'd kill somebody first and go to jail. Here she starts up again.
There are 2 saltines. That shouldn't interfere with anything. And I'll think better if my stomach isn't empty. Maybe. I suppose if you feel hungry, you don't really want to die. That's what all the smart people would say. They'd say, don't be silly. If you can eat 2 saltines, you can go on living. Well, smart people, poo-poo to you. It's not so easy to end everything. Not easy at all. And maybe that's my last message to the world. If you think ending it all is a snap, you better think again and think hard, because that's what it is, hard. It isn't just slipping out of the world the way you slip out of a room at a party you find boring. Why don't I feel something? Drowsiness or wooziness or something. I never felt so clear-headed in my life. I ought to feel something. I didn't even eat the second cracker. Didn't eat any breakfast, no lunch. I ought to feel something. Oh, Lord. They're not going to trick me up on this, too. Not the last gesture of my life. They're not going to make this ridiculous, too. Like everything else, they're not going to make me a failure in this, too. I won't stand for that. I won't. I'll take the rest of the pills. I'll take all of the pills. Where's the bottle? The other bottle. This one's empty. What does that say there? 1 capsule 3 times a day for longer, stronger nails? What nails? Oh, no. Oh, no. I've been taking gelatin capsules. Gelatin to make my nails grow. Oh, no. I couldn't be that dumb. I'm not that dumb. Silly gelatin things have been in the medicine cabinet for years. That's just too much, trying to kill myself with gelatin. I can't even do it right when it comes to something like... Oh, I could almost laugh myself. Well, anyhow, when I do finally bump myself off, I'll probably have nice long nails. Lovely corpse, beautiful nails. That's the old joke about the 2 men looking at their friend in the coffin, and one says, he looks wonderful, and the other one says, why shouldn't he? He just got back from Florida. That's a joke. That's a real joke. I wonder if somebody will look at my dead body and say she has lovely nails, and somebody else say, why not? She just took a whole bottle of gelatin pills. Gee, I hope so. I hope somebody says that, because that's really pretty funny. I laugh myself, only I seem to be crying. And I am so tired.
Once upon a time, a poet wrote, I am tired of tears and laughter, and men that laugh and weep. Of what may come hereafter for men that sow and reap. I am weary of days and hours, blown buds of barren flowers, desires and dreams and powers, and everything but sleep. We'll come back to you shortly with Act Two. We left our desolate heroine between tears and laughter. Midway in the supposed act of taking her own life, she discovered that the bottle she had thought held sleeping pills contained instead gelatin capsules. Gelatin to make the nails grow long. This is a most distressing discovery to make when one has embarked on the drastic enterprise of suicide. We pick up her story where she left off, between tears and laughter.
Now I have to start the whole silly business all over again because I took the wrong pills. But these little fellas, these are the right ones because it says right on the bottle, 1 capsule as needed for sleep. That's what it says, so I'm not wrong this time. Only I drank up all the water, see? It's always something. Now I gotta get some more water.
Let me tell you, I haven't been married to an actress for 12 years without learning something. You know, people generally think actors are very conceited, always showing off, always looking for applause. That's only partly true. The rest of the truth is that their little egos are so shaky that the only way they can get through life is by pretending to be somebody else. They can't wait to stop being themselves and start being some other person. I don't understand that. I never have, I never will, but I swear to you it's true. What I said about actors is true, and don't forget it. They're shadow people, living in the light of the imaginary people that they pretend to be. Personally, I think that's very sad.
I have everything a woman is supposed to want. Lovely apartment, lovely furniture, lovely children. I see, isn't that terrible? I put my furniture ahead of my children. I put this damn apartment and the rotten furniture ahead of my children in my list of worldly blessings. That just goes to show you I'm a lousy mother. I'm a lousy wife. Gee, I ought to start to feel something pretty soon. And in the meantime, some music. I meant to put on some music. Why didn't I do that? Why don't I do that now?
I don't know what all this guff about being a rotten wife and mother is meant to be. Actually, I don't know what a wife or a mother is supposed to be. All I know is the kids seem happy and I'm happy. Happy. What am I saying? Happy. I don't even know what happy is. I mean, I think I'm happy. I don't feel unhappy. Not often, anyway. Not too often. So I guess I'm happy. I know the kids are. I mean, they look happy. I never ask them, are they happy? It's not the kind of question you ask. Anyway, I never asked them. I never asked myself either. I never asked anybody. I mean, do you go around asking people, are you happy?
Well...
Back to the tip.
We'll see if the music helps. What's going to happen to my children? Well, they don't need me. They're past needing me. Well, the real truth, the real bottom line truth is that I want to be what my children are. I want to be helpless and dependent and taken care of. I want somebody to bring me food and put on my clothes and take them off and wash them and iron them. I want somebody to be responsible for me because I'm just not capable. That's all. I just can't do it anymore. Oh, no. Now my mascara's running. My eyes hurt. I probably look terrible, all smeared. I don't want to be a lovely corpse with long nails and smeared mascara. That's funny. Well, anyway, like it or not, I'm now going to wash my face, and I'll put on fresh mascara. If it is the last thing I ever do.
There's a long pause here for the mascara bit. Crazy, isn't it? I mean, putting on fresh mascara to look attractive, dead. Well, you heard it. You heard the tape. What do you think? I mean, you know, you read books, you see plays or movies, whatever, and a suicide is always, well, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of solemn. It's very dramatic. I mean, at least it's always like that in books and films. It's never trivial or clumsy or ludicrous, never. Seems to me life is full of pathetic things. I know my life is. Things that make you look foolish instead of tragic. Insignificant when you want to look impressive. More than I ever admit. More than anybody ever admits. Why don't they? Why don't I? Vanity. That's why. Just simple human vanity. That's why this tape is very important to me. I think it should pick up again right about now.
I'll just sit right here and put on this dumb mascara. Oh, boy. My hands are shaking. Oh, for Pete's sake, I can't use the drinking water to dip the brush in. Now I gotta have warmer water. I tell you, it's not easy, this. It's not easy at all to leave this earth.
You see what I mean? Silly things like warmer water. I mean, it's childish, isn't it? I don't mean that it isn't serious. I don't mean to put anybody down if they've got to the point where life is so hard that they'd even think of something like suicide. But life is hard. It's hard for everybody. I don't care who you are, rich, poor, famous, unknown. It's hard. Just like on the tape, it's tough. And I guess sometimes for some people it's just too tough. You know, I have often thought that maybe the best thing you can do for a child is to warn him that life is very tough. So it won't come as a terrible shock to him later on. Well, maybe life for a youngster is tough too, and he's just pretending like you are to have it by the tail. Maybe that's the truth. I don't know why I never thought of that before. But you see now why I feel this tape is very important?
I have never felt a bigger fool than I do right now. But I don't care. Set up the mirror. Wet the little brush. Here we go.
You want to know something? I spent a lot of time working on dope addiction in my precinct. It's a terrible thing, dope addiction. Terrible. But it doesn't surprise me anymore that people get addicted. What surprises me is that some people don't. That's the amazing thing, that most people stumble along from cradle to grave with no outside help at all. That's what surprises me. That most people can do it. We really ought to be more sympathetic to one another, seeing that we're all in the same boat. We ought to care more. That's what it comes down to, I think. We should have more feeling. We should quit trying to be so smart and feel more. I'm starting to cry myself. Well.
There's one eye done. How many times has he watched me put on mascara and said, "You don't need that stuff"? And I said, "Yes, I do." And he said, "No, you don't." And then we were off and running again. Gee, this is taking too long. I could just jump off the balcony, 11 stories up. That'd be quick. That'd be easy. Yeah, that's the idea. I could leave him a note. What could I say to my dear husband? Just stepped out for a minute. I can't say that. Oh, what's the matter with me? I'm trying to be flip. I'm trying to be funny. I'm crazy. I must be crazy. I feel it, really. I'm out of my mind. Lord, what am I going to do now? I know what I'll do. 4, 6.
21st Precinct.
Is that you?
Yeah. Yeah, this is me. What's up?
Oh, listen to me. Listen carefully. Are you listening carefully?
Sure, baby. What's the matter?
Well, I've been trying for an hour and a half to kill myself.
What? You trying to do what?
Kill myself.
Honey, don't kid around.
I'm not kidding around.
Baby, listen to me. Now, talk a little slower or something, will you? I'm not reading it all, honey.
Okay. I have decided to kill myself.
Yeah?
And I got all the stuff here, all the sleeping pills. I took one whole bottle of pills.
All right, go on.
Only they turned out to be gelatin pills that I bought to make my nails grow.
Well, did you take any pills at all? I mean, besides the gelatin?
Oh, sure.
How many?
I don't know. Who cares how many?
Well, I'd just like to know.
What's the difference? I've decided now that I'm going to jump out the window.
Honey, sweetheart, listen, please, honey.
So I thought that I was going to leave you a note. I mean, not just jump and not leave you anything. Anyhow,
keep talking.
I wanted to write you a note, see, a farewell note, you know.
Yeah, just keep talking to me, honey.
And, I tried to think what I could say. I thought I'd write down the first thing that came into my head.
Yeah?
Well, the first thing that came into my head, and I could see the words like headlines on a front page of a newspaper. I could see them there. I could see the words, you know. I could see them. Boy, I'm getting woozy.
All right. Just keep talking to me, honey. Tell me, what were the words? What came to mind?
I don't know if I could tell you.
No,
now.
you can tell me.
No, I don't
Well,
think...
you must have wanted to tell me or you wouldn't have called, honey. Now, what were they?
Okay. If I tell you, and you laugh, I'll kill you.
Tell me.
Promise you won't laugh.
If it's funny, I might laugh. Come on. What were the words?
I was going to write, just stepped out for a minute.
Well, that's pretty funny. Everything considered.
Are you laughing?
Kind of.
I told you this. I told you I'd kill you.
It's all right if you kill me, honey. But leave yourself alone, please.
Listen, I'm going to hang up now, see?
Now, baby, talk to me, do you hear?
No.
Listen to me, I'm not laughing. I mean, didn't you mean for me to laugh when you called up?
All right, listen.
Think now. Think, huh? I mean, you know you can always make me laugh. That's one reason I fell in love with you, honey. You made everything so easy to take.
No.
Are you listening to me, darling?
No. I'm getting sleepy. I have to hang up.
No. Don't hang up now. Don't hang up.
Is there anyone whose ego has never despaired, who has never been overwhelmed by the sensation of helplessness and the inability to go on with the arduous business of living? Even some animals, we are told, faced with unbearable pain or unbearable loss, stop taking nourishment and rather quickly die. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Our unhappy heroine has determined to do away with herself. In addition, to record her thoughts on tape during the process of self-destruction. Firm though her intent may have been at the start, she has run into difficulties. Difficulties of her own making, to be sure, but nonetheless, effective little roadblocks.
Somebody in there? Anybody home? It's Harry from downstairs.
The doorman, Harry. You want to let me in? I'm using the pass key in case you... Anybody home? Your husband called me, told me to come up here. Anybody home? What's that noise? I hear something. What do you know, a tape recorder. What's that on for? Must be some reason. Somebody turned it on and went out. That's not like... Oh, love of... lady, what is it? You faint or what? Oh, she's breathing. She's not dead. What do I do? Call the super. House phone. We're in the kitchen. Yeah. Call the super. Oh, boy. Mr. Shattuck, this is Harry. I'm an 11K. Listen, there's a lady... Yeah, the lady that lives here. I don't know her name. They're new in the building. Listen, her husband called me a while back, said to come up here, see if there was anything wrong. Oh, she's passed out on the floor. I think she's sick. She fainted or something. There's a tape recorder going. She's some kind of an actress. Well, what do I do now? Call a doctor? Well, her husband's a police lieutenant. Do I call him? Well, maybe I better, huh? Oh, Mr. Shattuck, I think I hear somebody at the door. Yeah, I do. Maybe it's him. I hope so. It's him, Mr. Shattuck. Harry. It's your wife. She's fainted or something. See, over there?
Good Lord.
And this tape recorder was running when I came in.
Turn it off, Harry. Unplug it. Well, that's what went on while you were passed out, honey. That's the end of the tape. What do you think,
Terrible. Terrible.
Oh, I don't know.
I do.
I just thought you should hear it.
Terrible.
Why? Why is it terrible?
Because I couldn't do it.
You sure tried.
And I couldn't do it. I loused up the whole thing. I couldn't even take my own life. I couldn't even do that right. I never do anything right.
Oh, come on now. I don't know about that.
Well, I do.
No, you don't. Lots of things you don't know.
You can say that again. Why didn't you just let me die?
Oh, come on. I couldn't do that. I'm a policeman.
Oh, what's that got to do with it?
Well, killing yourself is against the law.
You're kidding.
No, I'm not. It's on the statute books. Nobody is supposed to commit suicide. It's illegal.
Well, they do. Send you to jail, give you the death penalty. Suicide is punishable by death. How do you like that?
You feeling a little better, honey?
Oh, I think so.
Kids will be home from school pretty soon.
Oh, don't tell them.
Oh, no.
No. I mean, they wouldn't understand. They're too young.
There's somebody at the door.
Better see who it is.
You be all right?
Sure, I'll be all right. Go on. Go ahead. Don't worry.
I'll get rid of him. Come right back.
Take your time.
Coming. Oh, hello, Harry.
Is she all right?
She's fine, Harry.
Oh, that's good. We were worried, Mr. Shattuck and I.
Shattuck?
Super. I was talking to him before you came in.
Oh, well, you're very nice to be concerned. So's he.
Everybody here likes your wife. We all like her a lot.
That's good. I'll tell her.
You and her haven't lived here very long, but everybody likes you both, especially her, because she's so cheerful, you know?
Cheerful?
Yeah. Always got a little joke going, some little joke. It livens up the day.
Yeah.
Some people are so frozen-faced, so kind of sour, but not your wife. She's always smiling, making some kind of a joke. It livens up the day.
I'll tell her what you said.
She's really all right.
Fine.
Oh, good. When I saw that tape recorder running, I figured, well, she was rehearsing something. I know she's an actress. Was she rehearsing something?
Well, kind of.
And there was a saltine lying there beside the tape recorder. Maybe that's all she'd had to eat, and she felt faint. Something like that.
Yeah, it was something like that.
Yeah. Well, you tell her I'm glad she's okay.
I'll tell her.
I'd hate for anything to happen to her. Her and her little jokes.
Yeah. Well, thanks. Thanks very much, Harry. I'll tell her. Honey?
Yeah.
There's a doorman. Harry.
What do you want?
He wants to know how you are.
Oh, that was nice of him.
He said to tell you that he wouldn't want anything to happen to you. You and your little jokes.
Jokes? What jokes?
He said you made little jokes.
I don't remember any little jokes.
Said they liven up his day.
He tells me I'm too thin. I tell him he's too fat. We kid back and forth. That's all. There are no jokes.
Well, to him, I guess they're jokes. Anyway, they liven up his day.
Well, I'm glad.
He likes you.
How do you know?
He said so. He said Mr. Shattuck likes you, too.
Mr. Shattuck?
Yeah, super.
Well, what do you know?
I like you.
You do?
A lot.
I don't know why you should.
Yeah. I like your little jokes. They liven up my day.
No, you're kidding me now. You're trying to make me laugh.
Is that such a bad thing to do?
No. I guess not.
Well, who's that? The kids, huh?
No, they wouldn't ring the bell. They got keys.
I'll be right back. You're okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Coming. Oh, Harry.
I forgot something. Got all the way downstairs and I remembered. Here.
What's this?
Some cinnamon buns from Mrs. Shattuck. I was saying your wife is so thin, I keep telling her. I think she fainted today because she never eats enough. So Mrs. Shattuck said, here, I should bring her these.
Oh, well, that's really very nice. Very nice. Gee, thanks. I'll call Mrs. Shattuck later and thank you. Thank you both very much.
I hope everything's all right.
Oh, sure. Thanks a lot. Thanks, Harry. Honey?
Who was it?
It was Harry again. He brought you something. From Mrs. Shattuck. Cinnamon buns.
Oh, no. How can they be so nice? They're so nice.
No, all right, come on now, honey.
They're so nice and I'm so terrible.
No, darling.
I can't stand it.
You just think you're the worst person in the whole world, don't you?
I know it.
Well, you're not.
No, you don't know.
No, you're not, because I am.
You?
Yes.
You don't gripe all the time and complain and hate everybody and wish that they'd all go away and leave you alone and not keep expecting things of you. Expecting love when you haven't got any to give. When you're just barely holding yourself together to keep from screaming. You're not like that.
How do you know?
Because you're not.
But you know, there's some nights when I come home and you're here and I look at you and I can't think who you are.
You're kidding.
No. I mean, it comes to me a little later, but for a minute there, maybe I'm so bogged down with work and not doing it right and being scared all the time.
You scared?
And I see this woman fussing around in the kitchen, and sometimes it takes me 2-3 minutes to realize that it's you and that we're married.
You never told me that.
Well, I guess maybe I thought you'd hate me if I told you.
Hate you?
Yeah. And you know, sometimes when you say to me, do you love me? I mean, you say that quite a lot, you know.
I know.
Well, there are times when you say, do you love me? And I say, of course, sure I love you.
And I never believe it.
Sometimes it isn't true.
It isn't true.
I mean, that right at that very moment, maybe it isn't true. Right then, maybe I don't love you. And what I should say is, well, not this instant, but ask me again and maybe in 20 minutes, or ask me tomorrow, and then I'll probably love you. That's what I should say, but I'm afraid. I'm afraid I'll hurt your feelings and make everything worse.
Yeah, but that's funny.
It is?
Yeah, I understand that.
You really like it when things are funny, don't you?
Well, it makes things a little easier.
You know, honey, I'm sorry that I'm not funny. I never was.
Oh, that's all right.
I don't know any jokes. I mean, some people know jokes. Other people don't. I mean, you know jokes. You make jokes with the doorman, with anybody.
Wait, but that's nothing.
Wait. You know, I just thought of one.
All right.
I think it's the first joke I ever heard in my life. Let me see if I can. How's it go now?
Oh, it's all right. You know.
No, I got it. There's this man who comes running into his doctor's office, you see, and he says to his doctor, I've got Bright's disease, and he's got mine.
That's funny.
Do you like it?
Yeah.
I mean, he says to his doctor, you know.
No, don't explain it. I understand it. He says, I got Bright's disease and he's got mine. Mm-hmm. Sure, that's funny. Is it really the first joke you ever heard?
Oh, years ago.
And you haven't heard any since?
Well, not that I remember.
Boy, that's sad. Only one joke in your whole life.
I don't care. How do you feel now?
Better.
You look better.
Well, I had a good cry and I heard a good joke.
You don't want to die anymore, do you?
Not right this minute. Ask me again tomorrow.
Honey,
I'm so miserable.
I know you are. Sure you are.
I feel so lost.
Oh. Darling, honey, you think maybe if you gave up the acting business...
What? Give it up? Oh. Listen, here, I played Medea, Euripides. How could I give it up?
Okay.
It was only in a gymnasium in Omaha, but I got great notices.
All right, okay.
In the first scene, Medea says to the Corinthian women, she says, I am desolate, alone, and alien here. I know just how you feel, Medea.
Yes, so do I think.
No wonder I was good in the part. Oh, what am I going to do?
Honey, why don't you ask that nice policeman, the one you live with? He probably won't have the answer, but he'll tell you that he loves you. Maybe that's the answer. Maybe it isn't. But it's probably the only one you'll ever get.
I'll buy that. I guess I can get along on that. For today, anyhow. Ask me again tomorrow.
The great philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche, who died at the start of this century, who had such great aspirations for mankind and such disappointment in himself that he went mad. He had this to say about thoughts of suicide, that they were a way to get you through the night. True or not, profound or not, comforting or not, it's still an amusing way of looking at the whole problem, don't you think? Or do you? I'll be back shortly. I trust we haven't depressed you with our little tale of attempted suicide. Personally, I don't find it depressing at all, either the story or the fact. It's another reflection of man's wish to have his say in the big crises of his life. And like so many of his ardent human wishes, he is often deterred not by morality, not by illegality, not by any deep considerations, but by the pathetic and very endearing fear of simply failing and looking ridiculous. Our cast included Mercedes McCambridge, Mandel Kramer, and Sam Gray. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Bright and beautiful music. This is KIXI, AM and FM, Seattle.
CBS News next. It's now 10 o'clock.
CBS News. Former President Nixon has departed Peking after 4 days in the Chinese capital, and with controversy over foreign policy statements he made in China running high in the United States, has traveled to the southern resort city of Guilin. I'm Christopher Glenn, reporting on the CBS Radio Network. Barry Kalb is traveling with the Nixon party.
Richard Nixon is aware his trip is being criticized back home. His personal aide, Jack Brennan, was informed of the criticism last night and asked to bring back Mr. Nixon's reaction. There's been nothing from Brennan yet, and Mr. Nixon himself won't even acknowledge the question. CBS News tried to get his reaction this morning as he arrived here in the southern city of Guilin. He heard the question, but the expression on his face never changed. He just moved his eyes ever so slightly in another direction and walked off without saying a word. Barry Kalb, CBS News in Guilin, China.
Secretary of State Kissinger said Wednesday that Mr. Nixon will be asked about the conversations he had in Peking with Chinese leaders when he returns home. President Ford said he hesitates to evaluate the effect, good or bad, of the Nixon journey on the Ford campaign. And Senator Barry Goldwater suggested the former president might do the U.S. a favor if he stays in China. Mr. and Mrs. Nixon plan to visit Canton before returning to California on Saturday. A flu epidemic is plaguing the Memphis area. We'll have that story and more CBS News after this. Flu has grown to epidemic proportions in the Memphis area, causing at least 3 deaths and contributing to 5 other fatalities. Dr. Joe Levy, director of the Memphis Shelby County Health Department, says 10,000 cases of the A. Victoria strain have been reported this month.
We have in Memphis on the average of 40 or 50 cases a week throughout the year. And now we're seeing, I would say on the average of 3,000 or 4,000 cases a week for the last 2 or 2.5, 3 weeks.
Dr. Levy says we know that our figures are inaccurate. The problem is that most cases of the flu are not reported, but he feels the Memphis epidemic appears to be tapering off. Jimmy Carter carried his campaign to Florida Wednesday night. He said his victory in New Hampshire shows it's no longer a political disadvantage to be a Southerner. Senator Henry Jackson campaigned Wednesday night in Boston, looking for votes in next Tuesday's Massachusetts primary. He said he believes in the last few days he's moved ahead of George Wallace in the Bay State. Judge John Sirica went home from the hospital Wednesday, described as chipper but tiring easily. February 5th, Sirica suffered a near-fatal heart attack during a speaking appearance. Doctors have prescribed a good long rest at home, and there's no indication of when he might return to work. FBI Director Clarence Kelly, speaking to a St. Louis audience, has defended his agency against a congressional report which charges the FBI harasses individuals who belong to extremist or subversive groups, even though the group may not be violent. Kelly said the FBI does not single out individuals or groups on the sole basis of their political views and uses as little repression as possible in its investigations. A coalition of parents, civil rights, and religious groups has filed suit in federal court in Newark, New Jersey, trying to bar the teaching of transcendental meditation in public schools. The suit says TM is a religious exercise. One spokesman called it a subtly disguised form of Hinduism and contends using school facilities and federal education grants to teach it is unconstitutional. 4 high schools in New Jersey are teaching transcendental meditation on an experimental basis. Advocates say TM is designed to help students find self-awareness, define goals, and improve learning skills. I'm Christopher Glenn, CBS News.
CBS News. Jimmy Carter is now predicting a first ballot victory at the Democratic National Convention. This is Doug Poling reporting on the CBS Radio Network. Obviously pleased with his victory in the New Hampshire primary on Tuesday, Carter said he thinks he'll grab the nomination and has no fear of the other candidates. Carter also said he thinks Arizona Congressman Morris Udall could be his most formidable opponent in the months ahead. Carter was asked about Ronald Reagan's narrow loss to President Ford on the Republican side.
New Hampshire was a natural place for him. The governor was for him, the state officials were for him, the major newspaper there, the Union Leader, was for him. He got an early start. He came there quite a number of times. Ford only came twice for 2 brief periods. And everybody thought 2 weeks ago that Reagan would just sweep New Hampshire. And for him to get defeated there, in my opinion, was a very severe setback for him.
Reagan does not share Carter's view on that. The former California governor said he could not be more pleased with the New Hampshire results, which showed the president narrowly edging Reagan. 2 defense psychiatrists were on the witness stand Wednesday at the bank robbery trial of Patricia Hearst in San Francisco. Dr. Martin Orn was being questioned when the day's proceedings ended and will be back on the stand in the morning. A report on the other testimony from George McManus of station KCBS.
The witness undergoing 2 days of cross-examination was Dr. L.J. West. The UCLA professor extensively interviewed Patricia Hearst after her arrest and came away concluding the defendant was a classic case of coercive persuasion, as near brainwashing as you can get. Prosecutor Bancroft wanted to know if Dr. West had solicited viewpoints from Patricia Hearst's friends. F. Bailey objected. Your Honor, said Bancroft, he can't object to that. The judge bristled, almost shouting, if you're saying he can't object, Mr. Bancroft, I'll tell you to go soak your head. The prosecutor went to a different line of questioning, bringing up Patricia Hearst's occasional experimentation with LSD and mescaline. Then Bancroft mentioned she also used marijuana, to which F. Lee Bailey objected again, angrily observing, "Is the government saying that everyone who toots grass is a bank robber?" George McManus for CBS News, the Federal Building, San Francisco.
Former President Richard Nixon has left Peking, traveling now to another part of China. Before leaving the capital, the former president and his wife hosted a state banquet. Mr. Nixon predicted that the United States and China will complete the bridge of understanding, respect, and lasting friendship begun 4 years ago. Senator Barry Goldwater, Republican of Arizona, says that Mr. Nixon could do the country a favor by staying in China. Goldwater said the former president is breaking a law by making statements in Peking about U.S. foreign policy. President Ford on Wednesday told a group of newspaper editors at the White House that the economic outlook for the nation's future is good. The president says he thinks by the middle of next year the country will have recovered from the recession. 3 senators have urged President Ford to propose an immediate U.S.-Soviet moratorium on the testing of long-range cruise missiles. The senators also voiced strong support for Secretary of State Kissinger's arms control talks with Moscow. The senators, Democrats Edward Kennedy and Hubert Humphrey, and Republican Jacob Javits, said their appeal is an effort to stop what Javits called ultra-conservative criticism of strategic arms talks with Russia. The General Accounting Office of Congress reports that the 800-mile Alaska oil pipeline should be completed by the target date of July 1st of next year. The cost of this project is hard to pin down, but the government says it appears to be around $6.4 billion. This is Doug Poling, CBS News.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Listen to the poet when he says, "The innocent and the beautiful have no enemy but time." Yes, innocence and beauty could survive in all their magnificence and glory for all of eternity if every clock in the world could be stopped forever. That might be a blessing for the innocent and the beautiful, but where would it leave the rest of us? Our mystery drama, Her Long Blonde Hair, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dam and stars Lloyd Battista. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Heard melodies are sweet, but those unheard are sweeter. The mute violin in its case, the piano standing alone in the empty room, the silent organ in the deserted church. What sweet songs have they sung in the hands of players who have long ago gone? A tall, dark-haired, and rather intense-looking gentleman of about 40 walks briskly down the crowded street. Now he stops. Evidently, something has caught his eye in a shop window. A look of horror seems to spread across his face. He is quite agitated. What could there be in a pawn shop window to cause him to feel such distress? With an obvious effort, he composes himself and walks into the shop.
Yes, sir?
You have a violin in the window?
Which one?
The one in the open case with the bow.
Yes?
The bow, it's made of very light hair.
Uh-huh.
It looks like blonde hair.
I wouldn't call it blonde.
You wouldn't?
To the best of my knowledge, I don't think horses' tails come in blonde.
It doesn't look like horsehair to me.
It doesn't?
It's a woman's hair. A woman's long, blonde hair.
I was under the impression that violin bows were made out of horsehair.
This is obviously the blonde hair of a woman. I want to buy that bow.
Well, I couldn't sell it to you.
You mean you wouldn't sell it without the violin? Oh, all right, I'll buy that too.
I couldn't sell you either one of them until the end of the day tomorrow.
Why not?
Because that's when the loan expires.
Well, if you can't sell it, why did you put it in the window?
Now, look, mister, all I did was put it in the window 24 hours ahead of time, so who's hurt by it?
Well, what would happen if you sold it to me right now?
It doesn't make any difference because I'm not going to do it.
I'll make it worth your while.
Now, what are you going to make worth my while? The person comes in here to claim the property tomorrow, and I don't have it. They got a lawsuit. I could lose my license.
I tell you, I must have it.
You come around here at the close of business tomorrow. If it's still here, it'll be for sale.
No, but it's very important.
Why? Why is it so important? It's an ordinary violin, an ordinary bow. Why is it so important?
Is there anything I can do to convince you to sell it to me now?
No, mister, there's nothing.
Well, you had better listen to me. You see, I intend to have that bow.
Look, you listen to me. There's a button right next to my foot. All I have to do is step on it. In 1 minute, the cops will be here. Now, what do you say, huh? Do you want to go quietly, like a gentleman?
Howdy, Benjamin, honey.
Ella May.
Ella May, and right as rain. Here it is, 4 p.m. on the 15th day of July, and little Mama Ella May is turning up one more time, just like that bad old penny. Only this time, we got us a heap of good old pennies, $105 worth, and that's a living, breathing fact.
Let me get it out of the window.
You take one long, last look at that fiddle, Benji, because you never gonna see it again, ever again.
I hope so, Ella May.
I know I said this before, but this time I mean it. I'm putting all that bad stuff behind me. Oh, yes, I'm going to get the band together just like we used to be, and I'm going to get me another recording contract. We're going back to Nashville, Tennessee, and then Hollywood, California. You'll see it all in them big yellow lights, Benji. Your country cousin, Ella May. Now, you don't believe it.
Oh, sure, I believe it, Ella May.
All that whiskey drinking, Benji, all them sniffing powders, they're gone. I made my decision, Benji. I seen my daddy in a dream, and he said to me, Ella May, child, I raised you to labor in the vineyard of the Lord. What are you doing on the payroll of the devil?
You know, Ella May, a fellow was in here yesterday. He wanted to buy your fiddle.
Well, he can't have it.
He seemed awful anxious. Why don't you leave it here for another day? He might offer you a lot of money for it.
Oh, no, I can't.
Well, why not? It's just a fiddle.
No, it ain't just a fiddle. See, it was hand-carved by my granddaddy. It ain't a masterpiece by one of them old-time Italian geniuses, but it's a part of my family. Benji, I couldn't leave her go. Not for $1 million.
All right. I just thought I'd tell you.
I couldn't make it without her. Just holding her makes me think of my daddy and granddaddy. And they'll keep me on the straight and narrow. Do you understand?
Yes.
It's going to be very hard for me. I couldn't make it without this fiddle.
Well, I wish you luck, Ella May. The very best of luck.
Thank you, Benji. And I hope and I pray I'll never, ever again have to look at the inside of this place. No offense meant, Benji.
None taken, Ella May.
And when I get to Hollywood, California, I'm going to send you my autograph on a pawn ticket made of shiny, solid 24-karat gold. Do you believe it, Benji?
Why, sure. Sure, I believe it.
Good as I ever was. Oh, just a second. And who are you?
I'm not sure I know how to explain this. I followed you home.
Did you? You don't look like one of my fans. But, honey, if you want my autograph...
No, I don't want your autograph.
You don't? Well, what do you want?
May I come in?
I don't believe we've been properly introduced.
I assure you, I'm a highly respectable person.
They can be the most dangerous kind. Most of them lead lives of quiet desperation. Hey, I guess that threw you, huh?
Well,
You figure here's an ignorant little old country girl. Where'd she come off quoting Henry David Thoreau? But I had plenty of time to read in airplanes, hotel rooms, backstage, waiting to go on. My favorite pastime is reading poetry.
Oh, then you see, we have a great deal in common. I teach poetry.
No.
Yes. My name is Damon McLeod. I'm a member of the faculty at Eastern State.
Is that a fact?
Yes. You see, here's my driver's license, my faculty ID.
Well, come on in, Professor.
Yes, well, thank you. Yes, I'd like to come to the point. That bow of yours, the fiddle bow.
What about it?
Well, I should like to buy it.
Why do you want it?
Well, name your price.
Oh, it don't have a price.
Tell me, where did you get it?
My granddaddy made it.
Where did he get the hair?
Off from the tail of a pony. Where else?
No, that isn't true.
Are you saying it's a lie?
Oh, dear, I'm sorry. Maybe I'd better go.
Are you sure you're feeling all right? Maybe you need a little country fiddling to get you back on your feet. And little mama, your country cousin Ella May, is loaded and ready. Well, just you listen here. I've never been better in all my born and blessed days.
No, you won't get away with it.
What?
You heard what that fiddle was saying.
Mister,
You heard her? Her voice?
Now, mister, I think you have come to the wrong place. You better leave.
No, I'm not leaving without that bow. I'm willing to give you everything I own just for that fiddle bow.
I keep on telling you, it ain't for sale.
Oh, you see, I'm sure you don't care. You heard what it said, and it doesn't bother you. Oh, but you see, you'll be playing in a concert hall, or perhaps on the TV before millions of people, and they'll hear it. You see, don't you understand? I can't have that.
I don't understand what...
Because it's her hair. Oh, yes, I want that bow. I won't leave here without it.
Now, honey, why don't you just sit down here, and I'll go in the kitchen and get a piece of wrapping paper. All right? Now, I'll be back before you even know I'm gone. Oh, I hope he stays put. Oh, please, operator, hurry. Answer me,
This is the operator.
Put down that phone.
My name is Ella Mae Maltby. He's gonna kill me.
Put it down.
Number 28, Bayard
I said...
No! You're hurting me. I can't breathe.
Operator, may I help you?
What did I hear on the radio today? Ella Mae Maltby was murdered?
Well, we don't know if she was murdered, darling.
They said the telephone operator reported she was calling for help. There was a man in the room. He was about to kill her.
Yeah.
And the telephone operator heard her screaming.
Sure. Look, honey, the lady making the call could have been having one of those hallucinations.
What are you saying?
Well, I mean, they're on drugs. Yeah, so many of them, and they just kind of, they go into these kind of scenes.
Oh, yes, but...
Besides, she died of a heart attack.
She did?
Yes, so stop playing detective. That's my job. No. You see, so many of them are just destroyed by the life they live. Like she was a little girl from the country, played a fiddle and sang. She made a lot of money, got a lot of publicity, and she couldn't handle it. I guess it killed her. Happens all the time.
Well, is there a possibility somebody could have been there and was attacking her?
Well, I guess we'll never know.
Did she have bruises?
Sure. She was bruised all over.
Well, doesn't that prove...
She had a rough time these past 2-3 years. Honey, she was in the gutter.
I feel so bad.
Yeah, I understand, but what are you going to do?
Oh, listen, about dinner. We have some stew left from last night. You can warm it up. You mind?
Why should I? It always tastes better the second day. Say, listen, why don't I give you a lift? I'm worried.
Oh, why? It's not much of a drive to the college, and the parking lot is very brightly lighted. It's filled with people when I get there and when I'll be leaving.
Yeah, I suppose.
Oh, yeah, I'm so excited. I always wanted to go to college.
Well, you could have when we first got married.
No, not with my father being sick and needing all that money.
Yeah. I wish you didn't have to go at night.
Oh, it's just this one course, honey, and it's only twice a week. Besides, it was the only one this particular professor teaches.
This guy must be red hot.
He's the authority on medieval English literature. His name is Dr. Damon McLeod.
McLeod, huh? Damon McLeod. Why is it that name sounds so familiar?
We know why the name is familiar to us, but why should it be familiar to him? And he's a homicide detective. Well, regardless of what the coroner may say, we know Professor Damon McLeod was instrumental in causing the death of Ella May. Is another lady about to enter his life? Mrs. Magda Sikorsky, wife of the aforesaid homicide lieutenant? We shall expand on this in Act 2. Nero fiddled while Rome burned, or so they say. To be strictly accurate, what he fiddled on was not a fiddle, as we know it today, but a type of stringed instrument called, possibly, a rebec. But it was played with a bow. And since a bow seems to be the source of the drama in our story, we are certainly dealing with classic materials.
Oh, come in. Oh, let me see. You are... Oh, no, please, don't tell me. I'm so proud of my memory. I use a system. Oh, dear, but something's gone wrong. Your name can't be Mrs. Helicopter.
Oh, you're close. It's Mrs. Sikorsky.
Well, so much for my system. But I remember your first name, yes. Magda.
Ah.
Yes. You're here for your conference.
Yes, Professor McLeod.
No, please. My name is Damon. I find when I'm teaching adults, this professor and Mr. and Mrs. business becomes terribly stuffy.
Oh, I'm very happy I was able to get into your class. I'm interested in English poetry, you know, especially the very old ballads and folk songs.
There are so many. Is there one you would like to analyze? Magda?
Oh, excuse me. I was looking at that picture on your desk.
Oh.
I think she's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Such glowing golden hair.
Yes.
Long, shiny, blonde hair.
She was my wife.
Oh.
She will always be my wife. But she's dead now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
She was... Well, she was killed.
Oh no.
Yes, some intruder, some robber. Well, a reminder, I suppose, that for all our sophisticated, complex civilization, in many ways the raw animal passions of the barbarian savage still smolder underneath. Well, however, as they say, the world must go on. Tell me, did you have a poem in mind?
Oh, yes. The Two Sisters.
The Two Sisters?
It's also called Benori.
I'm aware of that.
Do you object to the poem?
Why should I possibly object?
Well, I thought I detected
The Two Sisters, or Benori. One of the hundreds of ballads sung during the Middle Ages. Now, what shall be the basis of your analysis of the Two Sisters?
Well, the story is simple. Two sisters who lived near the river Benori. The elder one was plain. The younger was beautiful, with long, flowing golden hair.
Yes.
The knight in shining armor that every girl is waiting for arrives finally. He chooses the golden-haired young one.
Yes, we know that.
The dark-haired older sister, driven to a jealous rage, pushes the younger sister into the swiftly flowing river. She drowns. Far, far away, her body is washed ashore. A passing minstrel sees the long golden hair and uses it to string his harp.
Yes, but all of this the poem tells us. Where is your special insight?
Later, the minstrel appears at the castle of the dead girl's father, and suddenly, before all the assembled people, the harp tells the tale of the murder.
Yes, very well. Now, what conclusions can be drawn?
Psychiatry had not yet been invented, but how do we know it was the harp that was speaking? The sight of the harp, strung with the golden hair of the dead girl, may have assailed the conscience of the older sister. How do we know that it wasn't the older sister's voice that was singing? We don't.
Yes. The sight of the golden hair.
May I develop this line of thought, Professor? Am I on sound ground? Professor McCloud?
What? Oh. Oh, yes, of course. Go ahead. See how you can develop that theme.
Thank you, Professor.
Yes, sir?
Yeah, Mr. Benjamin around.
That's me.
I'm Lieutenant Sikorsky of the Police Homicide Department. Yeah, my credentials. You called and you said, well, you had some information about the murder of Ella Mae Maltby.
Yes, sir, I did.
Well, we don't know if it is a murder. The coroner's report listed as a fatal heart attack.
If someone was in the apartment and tried to beat her up and that caused the heart attack, then it would be a murder, right?
Well, if someone was in the room.
I read in the paper that the telephone operator...
The operator says Miss Maltby said there was someone in the room.
Well, why don't you want to believe it?
Well, because we have no way of knowing whether or not it's true. I mean, this girl was very deeply into drugs.
There's one way we can find out.
Oh, yeah?
Lieutenant, maybe this is nothing. I liked her. She was a good girl. No matter what she did when she was having a bad time, she was a good girl.
Okay.
When things would get very bad, she would have to pawn the fiddle. And somehow that would bring her to her senses. She would straighten out, earn some money, come in here, buy it back, and stay free of drugs for a while.
And then go through the whole routine all over again.
Yes. But this time I think she meant it. I'd like to think she meant it. Anyhow, the day before she was killed, a man came in here. Now, look, maybe this doesn't mean anything at all.
No, go ahead.
He wants to buy her fiddle. Well, now, not the fiddle. The bow.
The bow?
Yeah, he's all excited over this bow that belongs to her fiddle.
Is there any value in it?
To him, yeah. To him, there is. I mean, it's just an ordinary, more or less cheap bow, but he gets this idea it's made out of a woman's blonde hair.
And was it?
I don't know. But what's the difference? He insists he has to have it. He almost gets violent. I say to him, the owner still has another day to redeem it. Come back after the deadline.
Did he?
No.
Well, so that should be the end of it, huh?
Oh, yeah, except I got this crazy idea. He waits outside the shop. He sees who she is. He follows her home. She doesn't want to sell him or give him the bow, so he kills her. Or gets her so scared she dies of a heart attack.
Yeah, well, it's just a theory.
Well, like I said, Lieutenant, there's one way we can find out.
Oh, yeah?
She came in here with $105 she needed to redeem the pledge, okay? She walked out with the case, in which was the fiddle and the bow. Now tell me, Lieutenant, was the fiddle or the bow or both taken from her apartment? If they were there, then my theory about this guy is out the window. We're dealing with my imagination. But if they are missing, you got yourself a suspect.
Hey, can I use your phone, a local call?
Oh, sure.
I remember coming into the apartment. I saw the body, did I? Did I see a violin case? I don't remember. I'm not sure. Yeah, this is Sikorsky. Give me the property desk, will you? Thanks. Jerry, Lieutenant Sikorsky here. The Ella Mae Maltby thing. You got a list of the stuff in her apartment on the file? Okay, good. What about her fiddle and the bow? Are they listed? Is there a listing for the violin case? No? Oh, okay, Jerry, thanks.
It wasn't in the apartment, huh?
No.
But then I was right.
Yeah, but we have no way of knowing if she took it home. Maybe she sold it on the way.
No. If she wanted to sell it, I told her she could get a lot of money if she left it here another day. Lieutenant, don't fight it. She left here, it was 5 o'clock. She got on the phone, called for help. According to the newspaper, it was about 6 o'clock. No. She had to go right home.
Well, can you describe this man?
He was tall, well-built fella. He had dark hair, getting just a little thin on top. Regular features.
And how old?
Maybe 50, give or take a year or two. Very intelligent fella.
How could you tell?
Well, he spoke like a man with a good education. Besides, he was wearing a vest, and I could see he was sporting a Phi Beta Kappa key. You gotta have brains to get into that.
Were you sure it was that kind of key?
Well, don't I get enough of them in here? I have a whole tray full of them right there in the case.
He didn't tell you his name or anything.
No, what I just told you is everything I know.
Why would he want that fiddle bow?
Or why would he want it bad enough to kill her for it?
You're busy, darling?
I'm never too busy for you, Lieutenant. Just let me end this sentence. There now.
Yeah, maybe you can give me a hand.
With your police work? Darling, what brings this on? You never asked me before.
Yeah, well, maybe for the first time I'm dealing with a person that you would know better than me.
And what sort of a person would this be?
Well, an intellectual person. One who wears a Phi Beta Kappa key. He would be the one who caused the death of Ella Mae Maltby.
Why would such a person kill her?
Well, because she couldn't or wouldn't sell him the bow for a violin.
Why would he want it?
Yeah, I don't know. It was in the pawn shop window. He obviously had an obsession about that bow. He was convinced it was made out of a woman's blonde hair.
A bow that was made out of a woman's blonde hair. That's absolutely... I guess it's remarkable.
Oh, yeah? Why?
I'm analyzing a Middle English poem. It goes back at least 600 years.
Yeah? Where does that fit in?
It's a harp. Well, we're not sure it's a harp, but it's a stringed instrument that was strung with the long, blonde hair of a murdered girl.
Well, what does it have to do with all this?
Well, now that you mention it, nothing. It's just the recurrence of the blonde hair theme in relation to an instrument. I wonder what Professor McCloud will have to say about it.
Professor McCloud? Would his name be Damon McCloud?
Yes, Damon.
Uh-huh.
Now, what does that mean? Uh-huh.
Nothing. It's just when you mentioned his name the other day, I thought it sounded familiar.
How would you know him?
Well, I went back to the office. I checked it out. It was about a year ago. His wife was murdered.
Oh, yes. He told me. She'd been killed by a prowler or a burglar. Was the person ever caught?
That kind? Yeah, you don't crack too many of those.
Oh, pity. She was such a beautiful woman. She had the longest, loveliest looking blonde hair.
Now, you know all the facts in the case, so you're probably saying to yourselves, "Hey, Lieutenant, how much more help do you need?" But be fair. If all you knew was what they knew, how smart would you be? However, we'll give them a chance to prove themselves in Act 3. It is written that gentlemen always seem to prefer blondes. We, of course, take no sides in this controversial area. We must remark, however, that our story describes a fascination with blonde hair that covers 7 centuries. First, we are concerned with a poem about a medieval knight who preferred a blonde-haired girl to her brunette sister. And more recently, with a college professor who is obsessed with a violin bow that he insists is made of a lady's beautiful blonde tresses. And now, we continue.
We've come to the end of another adventure in learning. In addition to your regular assignment, you might trace the origins, Anglo-Saxon, French, or Latin, of many of our everyday words. Well, until Thursday evening, then.
Yeah, well, I'm going to...
Do you have a moment, Professor?
Well, only for those people who call me Damon.
Oh, yes, sir. This poem I'm studying, this medieval myth, the legend, whatever, suddenly acquires a deadly modern significance.
What are you saying, Magda?
Or perhaps it doesn't. It may all be churning about in my imagination.
But if a poem can inspire the imagination, it becomes a living, vital thing.
Well, what do you make of this? The death of a folk musician, a country musician, Ella Mae Maltby.
Did what? Oh, what about it? Ella Mae Maltby?
Well, she is murdered because of her fiddle bow.
Well, I'm afraid I don't understand.
It seems a man wanted to buy her fiddle bow, which she had pawned.
Well, how do you know this?
The pawnbroker told this to the police.
Yes?
A man who was evidently very distraught was desperate to buy the bow.
Just an ordinary violin bow? Oh, why?
He was convinced it was made of a lady's blonde hair.
Oh.
The police now have a theory.
Oh, yes.
This man who wanted the bow so desperately followed her home and killed her for it.
Well, if you will pardon the pun, we seem to be drawing a rather long bow.
Oh, yes, perhaps. I just thought it was rather interesting.
Yes, I'm sure it is. The pawnbroker, can he describe this rather distraught gentleman?
Oh, yes. He was able to give a very accurate description to the police.
I see.
Shouldn't this prove that there's nothing new under the sun? Well, good night, Professor.
Good night, Magda. He had taken 3 locks of her yellow hair, and with them he strung his harp so rare. He went into her father's hall, and there the court assembled all. He laid his harp upon a stone, and straight it began to play alone. Woe to my sister who murdered me by the bonny shores of the Binori.
Oh, that's you?
Yes.
What can I do for you?
Why did you tell the police I killed her?
Isn't it true?
Oh, well, I didn't mean to. You see, it's just that I have this temper, this terrible, uncontrollable temper. Why did you tell the police?
Because I liked her. She was a girl with heart. And because I lost a daughter to those same things that were destroying her.
All of us have these terrible moments. I was walking past your window and I saw that violin bow and I stopped because it was her hair. Her long blonde hair.
Well, now, look.
Stay where you are. Don't you move.
Please let go of me.
You're trying to move down to the other end of the counter where that button is. The one you told me about, the one you step on to call the police. Now, please, just listen to me. I don't want to hurt you. You see, I said to myself, that's her hair. It's her hair.
Whose hair?
Jessica's. You know, her name should have been Jezebel.
Please, don't get so excited.
I have reason to be excited. My wife. She married me for what? Just for my name. So she could be Mrs. Somebody, have a home, some money. Oh, she would run around with other men. She would laugh at me. She'd sit there and comb her long golden hair and laugh at me.
Well, you should have divorced her.
Divorce? Does a divorce restore a man's honor? Does it erase the memory of her obscene laughter?
Well...
Oh, I can still hear her. I go out with other men because you're not man enough. I'll show you who's man enough, I said. And so I lashed out at her. I hit her again. And again. And again.
Please let go of my arm.
So she struck her head very hard against the piano leg. I could see the light just flicker and disappear from her eye.
Please, mister.
The last time I saw that golden hair, there was blood on it. And then I saw it again. It had to be hers. On that fiddle bow. You see, I know her hair. I love her hair. I followed that woman home.
Please, could I get you a glass of water?
And suddenly I came to my senses. That is, I thought I did. What sort of madness is this, I asked myself. I was about to go away when she began to play her fiddle. And she played it with that bow. And then I knew it was made of Jessica's hair.
Look, mister, you got to understand that was impossible.
Fool. I heard it. The bow didn't make the fiddle play. It made the fiddle talk. And I could hear it say, I am the hair of Jessica McLeod, who was killed by her husband. Killed by her husband.
Mister, that's impossible.
Why did you have to tell the police about me?
No, look, I'm a citizen. I know my duty.
Am I supposed to go to jail for the rest of my life? Sacrifice my career, my reputation for two stupid, worthless women?
Mister, you need help.
Well, what good are they? What use are they? One was a slut. The other was a drug addict.
We don't have the right to judge.
Shut up.
I'd like to help you.
Oh, yes, you'd like to help me right into prison. I'll help you. I'll help you to keep your mouth closed forever.
Don't you want any dinner?
I'm not hungry.
Now, why do you say it was your fault?
We should have kept an eye on that pawnbroker.
But how could you know?
The killer's crazy. He'd feel threatened. He'd want to silence anyone who might be able to identify him. And now, without that pawnbroker, the description doesn't mean a thing. He could never stand up in court.
Oh, well, I'll be late for class.
Hey, you're working pretty hard.
School can be tough if you've been out for a while.
I wish I could do something to help you.
Maybe you can. You want to retype my theme for Professor McLeod's class?
If it doesn't put me to sleep.
Oh, come on, Lieutenant. You're a better typist than I am.
Okay. It's not such a bad story. He had taken 3 locks of her yellow hair, and with them he strung his harp so rare. So on, so forth. He laid his harp upon a stone and straight up began to play alone. Woe to my sister, who murdered me by the bonny shores of the Binnery.
Homicide, Sergeant Keller.
Jerry, it's me, Sikorsky. You remember maybe a year, 2 years ago, a woman named Jessica McLeod was murdered?
Yeah.
Well, you went out there. You talked to the husband. Do you remember what he looked like?
Yeah, he was tall, maybe 50, dark hair.
Did he wear a Phi Beta Kappa key?
Yeah, I remember it was hanging from a chain on his vest. I'd assume it was that kind of a key. Why, what's doing?
Well, I'm not sure. Just yet. Is it possible? How could it be possible? Why, Magda, what seems to be the trouble?
Oh, it won't start.
Yes, it doesn't sound good to me.
Oh, I can't understand it.
May I give you a lift?
Oh, I couldn't put you to so much trouble.
It's no trouble at all.
Oh, well, I'm very grateful. I just called my husband, but there's no answer at home. Oh, you just missed the turn.
The turn?
You have to go up Torrance to get to my house.
But we're not going to your house.
What?
We're going to mine.
What are you saying?
My dear Magda, you're writing a theme on the 2 sisters.
Oh, but please, listen,
You think it's just a piece of poetry?
Please.
It's a statement of truth. Eternal truth.
Professor,
Don't call me Professor. It makes me angry. And you must not make me angry.
Please, go inside. I must prove something to you, and to you alone. For only you can appreciate the truth and the poetic justice. There, see? Look. On the table.
A violin. And the bow.
Yes. The bow. The bow that's made of her hair. Jessica's hair.
Jessica?
My wife.
Oh.
The wife I killed. Don't say a word. Do you play the violin?
When I was a little girl,
Pick it up.
But I haven't played
Do as I say. Play. You play anything. Just as long as you run the bow across the strings, the bow will talk. Play. You hear? You hear what it says? What the bow is saying? I am the hair of Jessica McLeod, who was killed by her husband. Killed by her husband. Didn't you hear it? Didn't you?
Let go of me. Let go of me.
You heard it. Murder will out. That's the theme of all the ballads.
Let go of my arm. Or are you going to kill me, too? Is that why you brought me here? Did you tamper with my car?
Don't you make me angry.
And if I do make you angry, does that give you the right to kill me? What did you prove by killing all these people?
No.
Your wife, poor Ella Mae Mortley, that inoffensive little old man.
I showed them.
What did you show them?
I showed them I am a man.
You showed them that you're an hysterical, unbalanced psychotic.
Oh, no, don't say that.
Whether I say it or not, it's the truth. Let me help you.
Help me.
Now, you sit down, and you just listen to me. I think you're a real man.
Oh, do you? Do you really?
I do, yes. Of course I do.
Magda, I saw your car in the school's parking lot.
Put that gun away, Lieutenant. Damon is all right now.
Oh, that's the first time you ever called me Damon.
It's true you killed your wife and Ella Mae Mortley and Mr. Benjamin, isn't it?
Yes.
But you don't have to do any more of that. We all know you're a man. Isn't he a man, Lieutenant?
Absolutely. Jerry, do you and Frank want to escort the professor down to headquarters?
Are you coming too, Magda?
Yes. I'll see you there.
I'm very sorry about those other people, but not about Jessica.
Magda, are you all right?
Oh, yes, I think so. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come along just now.
Oh, you had him. You solved it, Magda.
Oh, so did you. You came here.
Is it possible? A poem maybe 700 years old gives us the clues for a modern-day murder case.
Why not? What's 700 years when it comes to the truth?
The truth lives forever. It never changes. It endures all the ravages of time and space. It is the same now as it was in the beginning, and as it shall be in the end. And if you're willing to wait just a few minutes, I may add to it when I return. Why do people kill people? Love, hate, jealousy, revenge. You can add as many more as you can think of, but you won't be able to think of any that are new or original. We are told that there is nothing new under the sun, which means that if there are no new virtues, there are no new vices. All we may add is new shadow. The substance shall always remain the same. Our cast included Lloyd Battista, Martha Greenhouse, and Arnold Moss. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. And if you're wondering if that squeaking door doesn't drive me crazy, please don't be concerned. I've been living in this house of mystery for some years now, and I've grown quite accustomed to the sound. But perhaps the hero of our story would be interested in our door, or in any other device which might drive someone out of their mind. You see, that's the problem faced by Wallace Dodd, an amiable young man who has only one dislike in this world: the four-letter word called work. And unless Mr. Dodd does something very ingenious very soon, he might well be forced to join that grim gray army of the employed. Our mystery drama, Two of a Kind, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Henry Slessor and stars Christopher Tabori. Let's face it, there are some people who are simply allergic to work. Wallace Dodd III is one of those people, and who are we to judge him? Who can say what any one of us might do if our sole surviving relative was a very rich aunt whose considerable fortune is doing her no good at all in the plush confines of the Maple Grove Sanitarium, where Louise Dodd has spent the last 2 years of her life? Happily for her, while she is away, her nephew is only too glad to see that her money is spent on only the finest things in life. Things which Wally and his bosom friend Casey enjoy with a youthful enthusiasm that would warm anyone's heart, except perhaps an attorney's.
Wally? Is that you?
Yeah. Hey, Casey, wait till you see what I got.
Hey, man, you're loaded. What'd you do, buy out the joint? Here. Put some of those boxes down before you hurt yourself.
Look at these loafers. That buckle is pure gold. You know what it's worth? And this jacket, look at the elbow patches.
You look like a country squire, Wally.
Listen, maybe I ought to do that. Buy some nice little place out in the country. I could take Lisa there, or Karen, maybe. Of course, I'll need a nice little car to get me out there. Maybe like this one.
Hey, what's this?
It's a picture of my new car, straight from the showroom.
Wait a minute, you mean you bought one of these? Hey, Wally, this car goes for about $35,000.
I figure if I spread the payments over 12 months, Hageman will never notice it.
Oh, listen, speaking of Hageman, the guy called before.
He did? What for?
I don't know. He said he wanted to come over.
When?
Like now. He's on his way.
What did you do that for, Casey? I don't feel like talking to a lawyer. Not this hour of the day.
The man said he wanted to see you. Said it was urgent.
You know what he wants. Wants to chew me out about where the money's going.
Oh, there he is. If you don't mind, Wally, I'm gonna sneak out the back way.
Now, wait a minute,
I'll
Casey.
see you over at Lisa's place, okay?
I'd better answer it. Hi, Mr. Hagerman. Nice to see you.
You take a long time to answer your door, Wally.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hagerman. I was just putting some of these things away.
You have quite a few things to put away, don't you? You've been shopping again.
Just for a few essentials.
What is this thing?
That? Oh, it's an electric wine corker. Now, what was it you wanted to see me about, Mr. Hagerman? Casey said it was urgent.
Yes, it's urgent. Is it all right if I sit down?
Oh, sure. Make yourself at home. Can I get you something to drink? How about a nice glass of wine? It'll give me a chance to try out my new electric wine corker.
No, thank you. I'd rather get right down to business. You see, I have some very good news for you.
No kidding. And I was afraid you were going to chew me out for spending too much money.
I doubt that I'll ever have to do that again. You'll be happy to hear that your Aunt Louise is leaving the Maple Grove Sanitarium.
Would you say that again?
Your aunt has made very good progress. Her physician, Dr. Winterhoff, has decided that she's well enough now to leave.
To leave? You mean for good?
Let us hope so.
Yeah, but it was only 3 months ago she had Russian spies after her.
Oh, she fully recognizes her delusion now, Wallace.
But what about the Chinese with the time bombs?
Your aunt understands she was suffering from hallucinations, and they are completely gone. She's ready to return to the normal world, ready to resume the responsibilities of her estate and her family.
What family? She has only me.
Exactly.
Oh, good Lord.
I knew you'd be pleased, Wallace.
Yes, sure.
Your aunt has always had wonderful plans for you.
Yes. I remember those plans. She was going to send me out to the factory to learn the business from the ground up.
A wonderful opportunity.
She's going to put me back on an allowance, isn't she?
The only way to learn how to handle money is to have a limited amount to handle.
She's going to make me wait on her hand and foot just like she used to.
I'm sure she'll appreciate your devotion, Wallace. In fact, you can do something for her right now. You can find your Aunt Louise an apartment.
An apartment? Just for her?
Of course not. An apartment for both of you. This place will never do. I have here a list of her requirements. Now, please note them carefully. The apartment house must be situated between 63rd Street and 79th Street on the east side. It must be a high-rise luxury apartment, centrally air-conditioned, with 2 bedrooms and possibly a sitting room or study. It must be above the 10th floor. And as for the rental, she gives no limitations. It must be rented and completely furnished within a period of 5 weeks, which coincides with her discharge from Maple Grove. There. Is that clear?
You mean I've got to find an apartment and furnish it within 5 weeks?
That's correct. You'll have $25,000 to work with, and I suggest you hire a decorator. Judging from this place, I'm not sure your aunt would appreciate your taste. That's all, Wallace. I trust you're as pleased as I am about this.
Yeah. I was never happier in my life.
Wally, you gotta be kidding me. You told me your aunt was socked away for good.
That's what I thought. But I was wrong. Boy, was I wrong. I'm telling you, Casey, if my Aunt Louise gets out of the funny farm, it's like the end. My ticket gets canceled.
But what can you do about it?
There's only one thing to do. I gotta send her back there.
But how?
I don't know. Maybe I can convince her that Dr. Winterhoff is wrong, that she's still got problems. Maybe I can hire some Russian spies to follow her.
Huh?
Or Armenian acrobats. That was one of her craziest delusions. The troupe of Armenian acrobats were out to get her. I think that's why she always wanted to live on a high floor.
Wally, I don't get it.
She used to think they'd stand on each other's shoulders and climb in her window.
Ooh. Your aunt sounds like she's really weird.
I liked her weird.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
I knew her when she was plenty unweird. When she did nothing but talk about my education and my training. About how she was going to send me to a mattress factory with a broom for 6 months so I could learn the business right from the bottom. And I mean the bottom.
Man, that's awful, Wally.
It'll mean the end of everything. Oh, come on. I got to get out of here.
Where are you going?
I've got to see a man about an apartment on the east side between 63rd Street and 79th.
I've got just the thing for you, Mr. Dodd. Not a finer apartment in the building.
Looks to me like there's plenty to choose from. Building looks half empty, Mrs. Griswold.
We like to think of it as half full, Mr. Dodd.
When was this place built, anyway?
The Ritz Colonial was completed only 6 months ago. We've been renting for the past couple of months, and every single apartment will be snapped up.
Even at these prices?
Now, you said you wanted a high floor, Mr. Dodd.
Gotta be above 10.
Well, then this is perfect. It's on floor 12A.
12A? Isn't there a 12?
Why, yes, 12 is just below it.
So it's really the 13th floor.
No, we don't have a 13th floor.
What's holding up the 14th floor?
The 14th floor is directly over it.
You mean you call it 12A on account of some people are superstitious, right?
Well, let's see the place.
Just follow me, gentlemen. As you can see, the rooms are generously proportioned. This is the living room, of course. Notice that wonderful view of the river.
Boy, some layout, huh, Wally?
There are 2 bedrooms off this way, and the kitchen is through here.
Is there any kind of study or sitting room?
There's a small room off the kitchen that can be either a maid's room or a study.
Hey, Wally! Dig this view. Come out of here.
Boy, that's a long way off this balcony.
Just don't look down.
I wish you were Aunt Louise, Casey. I'd give you a nice little shove.
Hey, stop horsing around.
Would you gentlemen like to see the other rooms?
No, it looks okay to me. The only thing is, I'm not sure my aunt isn't superstitious about living on the 13th floor.
Oh, if that's a problem, I have a simple solution. The apartment below us is identical to this one. Would you like to see that?
Yeah, maybe I'd better.
But if it's identical to this one, why bother?
The view is different, dummy.
We can take the stairs so we won't have to wait for the elevator. Right this way.
Well, I can't see any difference in the view. I mean, what the heck, Wally? It's only one lousy floor.
Yeah, you're right. You really can't see any difference.
In fact, every single thing about the apartment is the same as the one upstairs.
Like peas in a pod, huh? And the same rental?
Absolutely the same. But I thought you'd prefer the higher floor.
Maybe I'd like both floors.
I beg your pardon?
Wouldn't that be a kick, Casey, huh? To rent both apartments? You down here and me up there?
I thought you said you and your aunt.
Yeah. That's right. It's for me and my aunt.
Mr. Dodd, I really should be back at my office. I have some prospects coming in at 3.
Yes, you go ahead, Mrs. Griswold. I haven't seen the rest of the place yet.
Well, stop by my office when you're through. If you're interested, that is.
Oh, yes. I'm definitely interested.
Wally, what's with you, buddy? You got a funny look in your eye.
I was just thinking, Casey. Thinking about these apartments.
What about them?
We really could have a ball if we rented both of them, couldn't we? I mean, furnish them exactly like... exactly. Like every stick of furniture, every rug, every lamp, every picture on the wall.
Well, why would you want to do that?
But just for kicks. Can you imagine if we got a couple of chicks up here and started switching apartments?
You mean we could, run them up and down the elevator till they didn't know where they were at?
Yes, that's the idea.
You can drive people crazy that way.
Yes, that's right. You could drive somebody right out of their tree.
Wally? Wally? What are you staring at? What are you thinking about? There's something going on in that head of yours.
Yes, Casey. There's something. What I was thinking is, maybe we could drive somebody crazy with twin apartments.
You're talking about your aunt, aren't you?
I mean, they'd think they were crazy, wouldn't they, if they thought they were in one place, but they were really in another.
Are you talking about your Aunt Louise?
If we rented both apartments under different names so nobody knew about it, if we fixed them up exactly the same, I mean exactly.
Yeah, but what for? I mean, why would that drive her crazy?
I don't want to just drive her crazy. I want her driven right back to Maple Grove Sanitarium.
But it'll cost a fortune to furnish both places.
I'll spend my own money on it. It'll be worth it. And maybe I can get bargain rates. If I buy two of a kind.
Now, how will two identical apartments unhinge the sanity of his Aunt Louise? I'm sure it'll be ingenious, because never underestimate the genius and energy of those who are determined to spend the rest of their lives unemployed. In fact, not working may be the hardest job of all. But we'll find out what Wally has in mind when we return shortly with Act Two. Wallace Dodd, accompanied by his friend Casey, has spent the past 5 weeks riding escalators. From store to store, up and down, buying complete sets of living and bedroom furniture, hunting down identical rugs and tables, lamps, mirrors, prints, ashtrays, chairs, and dozens of other household items. And every single one of them, two of a kind.
That's it. Move it another couple of inches to the left. No, that's no good. There's supposed to be a chair over there.
Come on, Wally.
Look at the Polaroid, dummy. There's a chair right where you move the piano.
Wally, this is driving me crazy. Forget about your aunt.
That's almost finished. Just a few more things to do now.
The place looks perfect to me, I swear. I can't tell one apartment from the other. If you took me up in the elevator blindfolded and let me off, I wouldn't know where I was.
Well, that's the idea. Not to let Aunt Louise know where she is when she gets here.
Hey, look, man, you still haven't told me how it's supposed to work.
Okay, Casey. You've been patient long enough. Step one. They take the straitjacket off my Aunt Louise and deliver her here.
You mean old man Hagerman delivers it?
Right. She doesn't go anywhere without a lawyer. So there I am, down in the lobby of the building, waiting to greet them when they arrive.
Got it.
I'm smiling from ear to ear. I'm wearing my best suit and saying nice things, telling my Aunt Louise how happy I am to see her.
Yeah. Don't choke on your words.
Yeah. And then I tell her all about the terrific apartment I fixed up for us on floor 12A. I gotta remember that. 12A.
Right, the apartment upstairs.
I make sure they remember 12A. I tell them the story about it really being the 13th floor.
Hey, you think you should do that? I mean, your aunt may not like it.
But she'll remember it, Casey. And so will Hagerman. And that's what they've got to remember. 12A.
All right.
Okay. Now, here's the crucial part. When we get into the elevator, I'm the one that has to press the button. On account of I don't push the button for 12A, I push it for 12.
You pushed the wrong button?
So we all get off on the 12th floor.
Wait a minute. That's no good.
Why not?
Well, because it says 12 right where you get off the elevator. There's big brass letters that says 12.
That's right. So what you do, just before the elevator stops, is put this on the wall.
What's this?
It's a big brass letter A. Can't you see? It's got sticky stuff on the back. All you got to do is slap it next to the number 12, and the 12th floor becomes 12.
12A.
Right. Now you're beginning to get the idea.
I am?
Okay. So me and Aunt Louise and Hageman get off the elevator, and I take them down the hall to our fancy new apartment. We walk in. Aunt Louise says, "Why, Wallace, oh, this is lovely. This is, oh, charming. This is simple. It's ideal."
Yeah, okay. So, well, what happens next?
Well, we sit around, we talk about this and that. Hageman starts yawning, and Aunt Louise says she's pretty tired herself. And Hageman finally goes home. And then the fun starts.
The fun?
Right. Because guess what happens to me?
What?
I turn into Jack the Ripper.
Huh?
As soon as Hageman is on his way to the elevator, I take this out of my jacket.
Wally, that's a knife, man.
It's a sharp knife, very sharp, sharp enough to rip open
Hey, be careful.
the furniture.
What?
And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this knife and put it right on this sofa. No, not this sofa, the one upstairs. And I'm going to rip it all the way down.
No, you are the one who sounds crazy.
Oh, I'll be crazy, all right. Because after I rip up the sofa, I'll start ripping up the chairs and the curtains and slashing the paintings and kicking over vases and spilling the ashtrays.
Hey, Wally, are you sure you're all right?
And when the place is a real mess, when I've ripped up everything in sight, I'll have to find something else to use my knife on, won't I?
I'm not sure I like this idea.
So I'm going to turn and look at Aunt Louise and say, "Okay, Auntie, you're next."
And you think that'll drive her back to the funny farm?
You don't think so?
No, I think she'll just start screaming for the cops. You're the one who'll end up in a padded cell.
Yes, but you better wait till you hear the rest of the scenario. First of all, the whole thing has only taken about a minute and a half.
Uh-huh.
And what's Hageman doing in the meantime?
Well, still waiting for the elevator, probably. I mean, that thing is pretty slow.
Okay. I don't start my Jack the Ripper routine until I hear the elevator door close.
Why?
Because I want to make sure that Hageman gets down to the lobby. And that's where you're going to be, Casey.
Me? What am I supposed to do?
You stop Hageman from leaving. I don't care how you do it, but you hold him there, you understand?
Why?
To give Aunt Louise time to get down to the lobby, because that's what she's going to do. She's going to go screaming down the lobby to tell her lawyer that her nephew's just gone out of his mind.
Yeah, that's what she'll do, all right. And then he'll call the police, and then what?
Yeah, no, not so fast. Hageman won't call the cops. Not until he makes sure that it's true. Not until he knows for certain that it isn't another delusion. Right. So he'll take Aunt Louise back in the elevator, and up they'll go. And where will they go, Casey?
Huh?
Use your head. Where will they go?
Well, back to the apartment.
Yeah, which apartment?
The one on 12A.
That's right, Sonny.
Oh.
They go to 12A because that's where the apartment is. And when they walk into 12A, what a nice surprise for Aunt Louise.
Why don't they get here, Wally?
Relax, they'll be here.
Hey, isn't that them now?
Yes, they are. Okay, Casey, beat it. But don't go too far. You've got to do your part, too.
Don't worry, I'll stop the guy from leaving, even if I have to tackle him.
Aunt Louise.
Wallace.
Oh, Auntie, it's so terrific to see you again.
Wallace, my dear boy, how are you?
Never better now that you're back where you belong.
Well, just where do we belong? These suitcases are heavy.
Oh, hi, Mr. Hageman. Here, let me help you with those.
Did you do as I asked, Wally? Did you find us a nice high floor?
Yes, Aunt Louise, and it's got a view of the river and everything.
What floor are you on, Wallace?
12A.
Well, let's go then. I don't like standing around lobbies.
Just follow me. Oh, there is just one thing that worries me, Auntie.
What's that, dear?
I thought this building was perfect for both of us. But the only decent apartment they had available was on 12A.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Here, this is the elevator. But you see, the truth is, 12A is really 13. It's the 13th floor, Aunt Louise, and they just tried to disguise it.
Well, what's so darned important about that?
Oh, Oh, I see. Poor Wallace is worried about me. He's worried that I might be superstitious. Oh.
Well, I didn't want to do anything that might upset you, Auntie. Oh, excuse me. I'll just press the button.
Well, you needn't have worried, my dear. I assure you, I'm neither superstitious nor nervous any longer. I promise you that Dr. Winterhoff says I'm completely, totally cured.
Of course, that doesn't mean your aunt is in perfect health, Wallace. She's going to require plenty of peace and quiet for a while.
I understand.
Everything is going to be just lovely now, just as it used to be. Oh, I have wonderful plans for your future, Wallace.
Here we are, 12A, just like the sign says.
Oh, come on, let's get into the place. I've got a busy day ahead, and your aunt should be resting in bed as soon as possible.
Oh, stop fussing, Mortimer.
It's right down here, Aunt Louise. Wait, I'll find my key. There. Shall we go inside?
Yes, let's go in.
Oh, Wallace, it's lovely. It's just simply... It's perfect.
You really like it?
I love it. It's so simple, so light and airy. And look, Mortimer, a terrace.
It goes all around the apartment. Both bedrooms have a view of the river.
Oh, how delightful. Wallace, you've done a wonderful job. You're really a dear. Now, let's sit down and talk, shall we?
Sure, Auntie.
I have something very serious to talk to you about, Wallace. Now, for some time, I've felt you've forgotten me completely. But now I realize I was wrong, completely wrong.
You do?
Yes, and do you know why? Because of this lovely apartment you found for me. Found and furnished for me, Wallace. And not just with that $25,000 I appropriated.
What? How did you know about that?
We keep a very close watch of your finances, young man. Closer than you think.
I knew you withdrew $10,000 of your own money to buy the furnishings, Wallace. You were a very naughty boy to do that, but a very sweet, very thoughtful boy.
Gee, I'm glad you're happy about it, Auntie.
Yes, Wallace, I'm very happy. And that's why I've just come from Mr. Hagerman's office. We've done some wonderful things about your future there.
My future?
For one thing, I'm pleased to tell you that I'll be increasing your allowance.
You are?
Yes. And then we must talk about your career. It's time you had one.
Yes. My career.
Louise, I really have to go. I have a meeting in less than half an hour.
Oh, of course, Mortimer. You run along. I'm in good hands now.
Yes, I'll talk to you tomorrow, Louise. Make sure you get some rest now.
I'll be fine, just fine.
Well, goodbye, then. Goodbye, Wallace.
Goodbye, Mr. Hagerman. Well, here we are.
Yes, my dear boy. Here we are at last, reunited.
Yes, reunited. Right back where we started from.
Dear, why are you standing near the door?
To hear the elevator, Auntie.
Why?
I just want to make sure that Mr. Hagerman gets an elevator. That's the only thing wrong with this building. They tend to run a bit slow.
Oh, it doesn't really matter.
Oh, yes, it does. Oh, there it is. I just heard it.
Good. Now come and sit beside me.
No, Auntie, I'm afraid I can't. Not just now.
Why not?
Because of this.
Wallace, what is that?
It's a knife, Aunt Louise. A long, sharp knife.
But what on earth are you doing with a knife in your pocket?
There must be something I can do with it. Why don't I do this?
Wallace!
There. Doesn't that make the sofa look better?
Oh.
I never liked this pattern.
Oh.
Now it looks much better, don't you think, with the stuffing coming out?
Wallace, are you mad?
Let's see if the stuffing is the same in this chair.
No. Wallace, you stop that. Now stop that at once.
I hate this painting, don't you? I hate all paintings with deer in them. I hate deer. I think I'll go deer hunting.
Wallace, for heaven's sake.
Yes, and this'll help, too. And this. And this.
No, you've gone mad.
Now, there's nothing left to cut open, Aunt Louise. There's nothing left in the room to cut. Oh, no, wait a minute. There's one thing.
Wallace, don't come near me. Now, go away.
It's your turn now, Aunt Louise.
Help! Mortimer, wait, help me!
So long, Aunt Louise. See you on 12A.
Aunt Louise has had quite a welcome home party from her loving nephew Wallace. But the party isn't over yet. Wally has another surprise in store for her, a surprise that he hopes will change the welcome party into a farewell party. Will Wally's clever scheme work as planned? Wally's as anxious as you are to find out. From the moment his Aunt Louise went screaming down the hall to the elevator, Wallace Dodd has been a busy young man. First, he picks up her purse and luggage, noting carefully where they had been positioned. Then he dashes into the hall and removes the brass letter A he had placed alongside the number 12 on the wall outside the elevator. Quickly, he ascends the fire stairway up to the 13th floor and quietly enters the apartment. It is so peaceful, so orderly, and oh, so quiet. He puts Aunt Louise's things in exactly the positions they had been in downstairs. Then he picks up a magazine, sits on the sofa, and waits. And what about Aunt Louise?
Mortimer, help.
Louise, what's the matter?
It's Wallace. Oh, I'm so glad you're still here. He's gone crazy.
What?
Oh, he's gone stark, staring mad.
Louise, what are you talking about?
He's got a knife. He's ripped the furniture open, all of it.
What?
The sofa, the chairs. He's slashed the painting.
Louise, you can't mean this.
I saw it with my own eyes. He broke all the vases. He's gone completely crazy.
Louise.
And then he threatened to kill me.
Louise, stop this. It can't be true.
I swear it, Mortimer. I swear it. He came at me with the knife. I ran out of the apartment.
Well, we're going to go back to that apartment and see what this is all about. Come on. Wallace, where are you?
Who is it?
Be careful. He's dangerous, Mortimer. He's out of his mind.
Aunt Louise, is that you?
Wallace, what the devil is going on here?
Oh, dear God.
Hi, Aunt Louise. You know, I was getting worried about you the way you ran out of here. Did you forget to tell Mr. Hageman something?
It can't be true. It can't be.
What, Auntie?
This apartment. It's exactly the same.
The same as what, Auntie?
Wallace, what happened here? Your aunt says you went absolutely mad.
Me?
You had a knife. A big, long knife. You ripped open this sofa and all the cushions and this chair. And then you slashed this painting.
How can you say that? You can see that... Gee, Mr. Hageman, I really don't understand.
Louise, are you sure you didn't just
go to sleep and have a bad dream?
No. I swear it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. He ripped apart all the furniture, and then he smashed this vase.
This vase, Louise?
I know he did it. I saw him do it.
Oh, Auntie, why would I do such a thing? You know how long it took me to find this furniture, to pick out that vase? Why would I want to do such a crazy thing?
Oh, good Lord. Oh, Mortimer. Mortimer, you must believe me. He was going to kill me, too. He said he was.
Louise, calm yourself. Now sit down.
No, I don't want to sit down.
It's all right, Auntie. There's nothing wrong with the sofa. You can see for yourself.
Oh, yes. There's nothing wrong with it. The stuffing's all back in place now.
You don't think I upholstered it in the last 5 minutes, do you?
Upholstered it. Oh, that's very funny.
Louise, dear, I told you that you needed some rest.
Oh, yes, that's right. Yes, you told me that.
Now, please, you go straight to the bedroom and you go to bed. I'm sure you'll feel much better in a little while.
Oh, yes. Oh, I really am tired, Mortimer. I'm absolutely exhausted.
Wally, where's your aunt's bedroom?
It's right this way, Mr. Hagerman.
Come, my dear.
Oh, Mortimer, what's wrong with me?
Don't worry, everything is going to be all right. A good night's sleep and everything will be fine.
Oh, what am I going to do?
We'll, talk about it tomorrow. But you and I will talk right now, Wallace.
Yes, Mr. Hagerman.
I'm afraid Dr. Winterhoff was too optimistic about the state of your aunt's health.
I can see that.
It was obviously too soon for her to leave Maple Grove. Much too soon.
Oh, I'm really sorry about that, Mr. Hagerman.
I'll call Dr. Winterhoff when I get back to my office and tell him what's happened. You may want to come over and see her.
Poor Aunt Louise.
And then tomorrow we'll have to make arrangements.
Yes, sir. Of course, I understand perfectly.
But now I must go.
Sure, Mr. Hagerman. Thanks very much for everything.
Wallace, if your aunt has any other serious delusions, be sure to call me.
Oh, yes, sir. I'll do that.
Goodbye, Wallace.
Goodbye, Mr. Hagerman. Oh, boy, I did it. I did it. Hello.
Wally, it's me.
Hi, Casey. Where are you?
I'm downstairs in the apartment. Hey, listen, how'd it go?
I tell you, it couldn't have gone better. It was great, man. It worked like a charm.
Yeah?
You should have seen her face when she walked into the apartment. And everything was just the way it was supposed to be.
I sure would have liked to seen that.
Yeah. Oh, and Hagerman. Oh, you should have seen his face. He knew she wasn't playing with a full deck the minute he walked in with her. How's the apartment down there?
Ooh, a wreck, man. You sure did a job on a place.
Don't worry about it. With all the money that's coming our way, once Auntie is back in storage.
Man, stop clicking the phone.
I'm not clicking it.
Oh, something clicked. Your phone isn't tapped, is it?
Of course not. Who would tap my phone? Wait a minute.
What is it?
There's an extension phone in the bedroom.
So what?
My aunt is in there.
What?
Yeah, she's in there, lying down. Or she was supposed to be.
Uh-oh. You better check, man.
Yeah, I better. Oh. Aunt Louise?
Wallace, I heard it. I heard it all.
You were listening in?
I heard the phone ring. I thought it might be Dr. Winterhoff.
No, Auntie, it wasn't Dr. Winterhoff. But he'll be here soon. Don't worry.
I heard what you said to that man. Something about an apartment down there. What did you mean?
Oh, you didn't hear right, Auntie. You know you're not seeing things right, so you're not hearing them right either.
He said something about the apartment being a wreck. Wallace, what have you done?
Nothing.
It's some kind of trick. Now, isn't it? You took me to another apartment. That apartment downstairs.
Come on, Auntie. That's crazy. Oh. You're crazy. You know you are.
Get away from me. Don't come into this room.
You just imagined that phone call, didn't you?
Oh, get away. Get out of here, or I'll scream. Help! Help! Somebody.
Get off that balcony, Auntie. We're 12 stories up. No, 13. Nobody can hear you.
Help! Help! He's going to kill me.
I'm not going to do anything of the kind.
Help!
Now, look out. Stop leaning over, Aunt Louise. Aunt Louise!
Come in, Wallace.
Yes, Mr. Hagerman.
Please, sit down. I know you're badly shaken.
I never did like funerals.
It's all terribly sad. But you mustn't blame yourself for what happened.
I just can't help it. I never should have left Aunt Louise alone in that bedroom.
No, it's my fault as much as yours, Wallace. I should have realized the state of mind your aunt was in. Realizing that she wasn't cured, that she should have to return to Maple Grove Sanatorium.
Oh, she must have been really depressed about that.
Yes. And we should have realized what depression can do to people.
But I never thought she'd take her own life.
No, neither did I. Well, you did everything you could for her, Wallace. I'm very proud of you.
Thank you.
And, I'm really sorry about the will.
Pardon?
Your aunt's will.
Yes, that's right. I was going to ask you about that. I guess I'd better get to the details.
The details?
Yes. How much is my aunt's estate worth? I ought to know that, shouldn't I? I mean, since it's mine.
Yes, I should have realized you'd have that misunderstanding.
Misunderstanding? What do you mean?
I'm afraid there's nothing which is yours. Nothing at all.
What are you talking about?
Well, you remember the day your aunt left Maple Grove? She went to my office first to draw up a new will, leaving everything to you.
That's terrific.
Yes, she was very pleased about what you did, Wally. Spending her own money to furnish the apartment. Oh, her previous will, in case you didn't realize it, left everything to charity.
Yeah, but why isn't the money mine?
Well, the new will isn't valid, of course. The old one is still in effect.
Not valid? But why?
Because she obviously was not in her right mind. The hallucination she had that day... No probate court would accept it. Therefore, the earlier will stands. And it leaves everything to her favorite cause.
Her favorite cause?
Yes. Mental health.
Poor Wallace Dodd. Not only has he lost his aunt's fortune, but he's stuck with 2 apartment leases. How would you like to pay 2 rents, 2 electric bills, 2 of everything? Now, that's what I call double-digit inflation. I'll have another word to say about that when I return shortly. It's too bad that Wallace Dodd's get-rich-quick scheme turned out to be a get-poor-quick scheme instead. But as we all know, crime doesn't pay. It can entertain, however, and that's the purpose of the Radio Mystery Theater. Who knows what terrors and delights we'll have for you next time? The only way to find out is to use your ears.
You've got two of a kind, haven't you? Our cast included Christopher Tabori, Russell Horton, and Martha Greenhouse. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the sound of suspense. Welcome to the fear you can hear. Welcome to the world of terrifying imagination. This is a tale about justice, about the lady who stands over the criminal courthouses of America with a blindfold over her eyes. Of course, the blindfold represents impartiality, not faulty vision. But yet, there are occasions when justice seems to be looking the other way. And that's something which bothers Attorney Ned Murray very much indeed.
He's getting away with murder, Tony.
Our mystery drama, After the Verdict, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Henry Slessor and stars Tony Roberts. What better place to begin a story about justice than in a courtroom? This one is packed today because it's the day the jury is going to return its verdict in the case of the People versus Louis Rydell. That's Rydell over there, the thin man with the burning eyes. See the way he searches the face of every juror who takes his or her place in the jury box? It's only natural, of course, because Louis Rydell had been charged with murder. Shh, quiet now. Presiding Judge Lincoln Arthur is about to speak.
The foreman of the jury will please rise. Has the jury reached a verdict in this case?
We have, Your Honor.
Please read your verdict to the court.
We find the defendant, Louis Rydell, not guilty. You did it, Mr. Murray. Congratulations, Lou. I'm very happy.
You're happy. How do you think I feel? Hey, come on. Let's get out of this place. Let's celebrate, huh? Let's pick up my wife and have a ball.
Well, I don't think I can. I promised my boss that I'd go down.
You don't care about your boss. You want to see that daughter of his. Okay, we'll make it a foursome.
I can't, Lou. I'm sorry.
Oh, come on, Counselor.
Melanie's got a cab waiting outside.
Boy, did I read those faces wrong. I thought, that's a hanging jury if ever I saw one.
The only one I was worried about was that little old lady with the blue hair.
You just can't tell about a jury from their faces. My last case, well, I thought they all looked friendly, but I lost.
You won this one, Mr. Murray. I bet that boss of yours is real pleased. I mean, all this publicity that you got. Well, you're a regular Clarence Darrow.
Look, Lou, we don't really have to talk about the fee settlement now. Why don't you and Melanie just go out and drink up a couple of bottles of champagne?
Oh, Lou doesn't drink, Mr. Murray. Lou doesn't have any vices. Do you, Lou?
I want to get the money settled, Counselor. Melanie here doesn't like to hear about money. She just likes to spend it. We'll drop her off at home.
Hey, you promised to take me someplace.
Wait for me at home, Pumpkin.
Oh.
Daddy will be there just as soon as he settles things with his lawyer. Okay?
What choice do I have?
I'll be home in an hour or two, and we'll go out to dinner. Just stay in the apartment, and don't open the door to anyone. And if you have to open the door, wear some clothes, baby. Huh? Yeah, this is a nice little office you got here, Mr. Murray. Only, strikes me as kind of small, isn't it?
That's big enough, Lou.
I mean, compared to that big office down the hall, Mr. Ostrow.
Mr. Ostrow is the senior partner of this firm, Lou.
Well, maybe when you marry his daughter. You are going to marry that chick, aren't you?
Let's get down to business, okay?
I mean, the way she was hanging around that courtroom every day of the trial, I figured she was pretty stuck on you.
Lou, this meeting was your idea. You said you could manage to pay about $150 a month, and that's perfectly fine with me.
Sure, Mr. Murray, anything you say.
We could have settled this in the taxi.
I guess I just didn't want to face Melanie for a couple of hours. I needed an excuse. You understand?
I suppose so.
She's beautiful, isn't she?
Mrs. Rydell? Oh, yes, she's very lovely.
She can't help herself, you know. The way men bother her all the time. They look at her and right away they get ideas. It's not her fault.
No.
She's not smart about it, though. She doesn't know the way men think. Like the way she answers the door sometimes in that sloppy housecoat. She gives people ideas. Like that kid Yost. I feel sorry for that kid, you know?
I know you do. It's just too bad that he got himself mugged the day after you threw him out of the house. You wouldn't have gone through all this. You wouldn't be owing me $150 a month.
Yeah, I feel sorry for him. Kid delivers the groceries every day, gets the same eyeful every day. His tongue must have been hanging out.
Lou, I really have to get on home. I've got a party at my boss's house tonight.
But just the same, I'd do it again. That's the way I am. When a guy touches my wife, I get a red fire in my brain and I can't stop myself. Now, I owe you a lot, Mr. Murray. More than money.
Well, forget it. Just learn to keep your temper.
I really killed that boy, you know?
What did you say?
I killed him, Mr. Murray. I waited for him in the hallway the next day, and I grabbed him. He was a scrawny kid. It was like wringing the neck of a chicken. I'd do the same thing again, Mr. Murray, to the next guy who bothers my wife. They've got to learn. Well, I better go now. Melanie's waiting for me.
You lied to me. Every stinking word you told me was a lie.
Don't be sore, Mr. Murray. I couldn't tell you the truth, could I? I mean, you wouldn't have taken the case, would you?
Yes! I would have taken the case and told you to plead guilty with cause.
No, that wouldn't have been any good. I wanted you to get me off, and that's what you did.
Look,
I've got to go now, Mr. Murray. I just want to say thanks again.
Oh, you think it's that simple? You think you can just walk out of here?
Melanie's waiting for me. She likes to eat dinner early. The girl's always hungry. So long, Mr. Murray.
Oh, my God.
Light on the line, more on the...
Ned! Ned, for the love of Mike, where you been?
I'm sorry I'm so late, Mr. Ostrom.
Who do you think this party's for, anyway? Well, come in. Karen's going out of her brain waiting for you to get here.
Well, looks like quite a crowd.
Well, they're all in your pocket tonight now, Ned. All right, everybody, hold it. Here's the man we've all been waiting for. Ned Murray, folks. Greatest trial lawyer since Clarence... since Harry Ostrow. All right, come on, Ned. Karen's over here.
Ned!
Hi, darling.
Where in the world have you been? The party started 2 hours ago.
I just lost track of the time, that's all.
Must be love, if you ask me. All right, I'll see you kids later.
Ned, come into the kitchen for a minute. No, it's full of servants. Come into the bedroom.
Now, that's an offer I can't refuse. Well, what did you have in mind?
Give you one guess. Oh, darling, I'm so proud of you. You were so wonderful.
That kiss was pretty wonderful.
Father says that you are everything he used to be in the courtroom, and there's no higher praise he can give than that.
Look, let's forget about the trial. It's over.
Oh, I don't want to forget about it, Ned. I'm just so thrilled with the way you handled the case. That man Rydell seems so guilty.
But there's too much fuss about all this, Karen.
Father said that if you could win this case, you could do anything. That it would mean a lot of business to the firm. Do you know what I think? He's not going to wait on that promise about the junior partnership. I think he's going to do something about it right now.
Are you serious?
Don't tell him what I said, but I'm sure of it. Ned, you'll have to stop making excuses pretty soon, lover. You'll have to name the day. Oh, for heaven's sake.
It's probably your father wanting me to join the party.
Hiya, Ned. Ostrow told me you were here.
Tony, for the love of Mike, I haven't seen you in ages.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, hey, I am sorry. I didn't know you had somebody with you.
It's all right, Mr. Igo. I was just going to fix my makeup. See you later, darling.
Yes, sure. Tony, I don't think I ever saw you at Ostrow's before.
Yeah, you know me, Ned. I don't like to mix with all these big shots. Hey, you still talk to ordinary people? Big celebrity like you, huh?
I'll talk to you anytime, Tony.
Listen, I was in court today. I've been there the last 4 days. Bet you didn't even notice, huh?
That was nice of you. Busy man like you.
Well, I got a personal interest. You know that.
Sure. Tony...
I was real glad you won, kid. Reminded me all over again what you did for me 2 years ago. Getting me off that murder rap. It was like seeing the whole thing again.
It wasn't the same, Tony. But for one thing, you didn't kill it. I mean, come on, let's go out and get a drink.
Not for me. Since I seen you last, I got me an ulcer. That's the price of success, you know, in my business, just like yours.
That's too bad.
You know something, Ned? You don't look so healthy yourself.
I'm okay.
You look great in that courtroom, only now, you don't look like a guy who won a case. You look like a loser.
I'm just tired. It's a letdown, you know.
Yeah, sure. Hey, look, Ned, you remember what I told you once, huh? You got any troubles you can't handle, I want to hear about them. You got a favor coming from me, and it bothers me not to pay off.
That was a long time ago. You don't owe me anything.
I keep good books. Don't tell me who I owe. Hey, go on, Ned. Find that girl of yours. Maybe she can cheer you up, huh?
Tell you the truth, Tony, I need a couple of minutes all by myself. You know how it is.
Yeah, sure, I know how it is. Sometimes too much is too much.
Yeah, that's right.
See you around later, kid. Okay?
Yeah, later. Sometimes too much is too much.
I really killed that boy, you know.
He killed him. He killed him, and I let him get away with it.
I killed him, Mr. Murray.
Oh, God.
I'll do the same thing again to the next guy who bothers my wife. I'll do the same thing, Mr. Murray. The same thing.
I'm coming. Oh, Mr. Murray.
Hello, Mrs. Rydell.
Oh, well, Lou isn't home, you know. Oh, he went to see Mr. Fleming about going back to the company.
I knew he wasn't home. May I come in anyway?
Oh, yeah, sure. Look, do you think Lou will have any trouble? I mean, getting his old job back? You know, he was their best salesman before the trouble happened. They won't hold it against him, will they?
I don't know. I want to ask you a few things.
Yeah? Oh, well, sure.
Mrs. Rydell, before the trial, you told me your husband was the jealous type.
Yeah, that's right.
But you said there was never any reason for his jealousy.
But do we have to go through that again? The trial's over, isn't it?
Please, it's more important than you think.
Why?
This delivery boy, Yost. I tried to underplay Lou's anger about him in court, but he was really pretty sore about the pass he made at you, wasn't he?
But I told you all that. Yes, Lou was sore. Sore. He was crazy. I didn't even want to tell him about the kid because I was afraid he'd... Well, you know...
Mrs. Rydell, the trial is over, just as you said. Nobody can charge Lou with the same crime again. That's the law in this state. So you've got nothing to lose by telling me the absolute truth.
About what?
Lou did kill that boy, didn't he?
Hey!
He waited for him the next day and choked him to death.
That's a dirty lie. How could you, of all people...
All right. Maybe you didn't know the truth. Maybe you believed your husband the way I did.
Oh, you get out of here, mister.
Please, I'm not through. The reason I know this is because Lou told me himself yesterday in my office. Lou isn't going to change because of the trial. He's an insanely jealous man, and he might very well do the same thing again.
Oh, you're awful. I thought you were so nice, Mr. Murray, but you're terrible.
I had to let you know how things are with Lou. He got away with murder, and that makes me sick to my stomach. There's not much I can do about it, but maybe you can do something, Mrs. Rydell.
Me?
You can be careful. Do you understand?
No.
You've got to make sure he never has any reason to be jealous.
Listen, if you think I play around...
Even if he misunderstands your behavior, somebody else might get Lou's hands around his throat. It might even be easier for him the next time. He got away with it once. Please, Mrs. Rydell, for his sake. All right, for mine. Don't make your husband kill again.
I don't know about you, but I think Mr. Murray's request is very reasonable. The only problem, of course, is exactly how reasonable Lou Rydell is. There's something about the man's eyes, the way his hands twitch. Personally, I don't think it would be a very good idea to wink at Mrs. Rydell. I'll return shortly with Act 2. And now here's Act 2 of After the Verdict. It's a bright, sunny morning. The kind of morning that fills promising young men like Ned Murray with enthusiasm for life. After all, he has everything going for him. A fine career ahead, marriage to a lovely young lady who also happens to be the boss's daughter, and even if his recent triumph has turned a bit sour, it was still a triumph, wasn't it? But as Ned Murray goes to see Harry Ostrow, he finds the sun isn't shining in the big corner office. The shades are drawn. His boss's face is a thundercloud.
You wanted to see me, Mr. Ostrow?
Yes. Come in and shut the door.
Hello, Mr. Murray. Nice to see you again.
Hello, Lou. What are you doing here?
Mr. Rydell's told me something I find hard to believe, Ned. I said he must be mistaken, but he swears it's true. Did you go to see Mrs. Rydell yesterday?
Yes.
Why did you think it was necessary to do that?
I had something I wanted to tell her. It was strictly an unofficial visit.
You told her I was guilty. You went up there deliberately just to frighten her. I ought to sue you for what you did, Mr. Murray. Lawyer or no lawyer.
What kind of nonsense is this, Ned? You didn't say any such thing, did you? Well, did you?
Yes, sir, I did.
What?
I didn't go there to frighten her, just to warn her. Right after the trial, Mr. Rydell here obliged me with a nice little confession. A little late, I'm afraid.
Confession? What are you talking about?
That's a lie. I don't know what you've got against me, Mr. Murray, but I never heard of a lawyer behaving like this. I didn't kill that boy. The jury said so.
And Ned, please, this is all so ridiculous.
Mr. Rydell put it very bluntly. He said he killed Yost. He said he'd kill again if another Yost came along.
You can't do that. It's over. The trial's over. They can't put me through this again. They can't.
No, Mr. Rydell, of course they can't. There's nothing to get excited about. Mr. Murray just misunderstood you, that's all.
I read him loud and clear. I knew I couldn't get him back in a courtroom because of double jeopardy, but I thought if I went to the DA, he'd be a lot more careful with his hands the next time.
I'll sue you. I'll sue this whole firm for slander. You hear that, Ostrow?
Now, please, Ned, apologize to Mr. Rydell. Tell him you didn't mean it.
Apologize? Yes, I should apologize to the state for saving his skin.
Ned, you listen to me now. I don't know what went on between you and this man, and I don't care. But he's a client, understand? My client, even if you handle the case. And there's such a thing as lawyer-client privilege.
Since when does it include murder?
Shut up and listen to me. Anything you do reflects on me, on the way I run this firm. Mr. Rydell got a fair trial under law.
Better than fair.
Yes. And the jury acquitted him. That's all we have to know. You don't have any right to violate any confidences he made to you. Didn't they teach you that in law school?
They taught me something else. They taught me that a lawyer's main concern was for justice.
You talk about justice, huh? Go talk to that hoodlum buddy of yours, Tony Igo. If there was justice, you think that crook would be walking around loose?
Tony was innocent of that murder charge.
Because the jury said so. And they said the same thing about Mr. Rydell here. And that's that, my boy. Understand?
Who is it? Oh, for Pete's sake, can't they let a guy get some rest in his own home?
Well, have I caught you with a blonde?
You caught me with a bottle.
And just in time, obviously. Well, the least I can do is make sure you don't drink alone.
Not enough for the two of us.
Even if I give you this?
What is it?
A present. Open it. It's that pipe you were so crazy about. The one with the ivory carving. I was saving it for some special occasion, but your birthday isn't for 6 months.
It's a beauty. If you're going to bribe me, I prefer cash.
Really? And I thought I'd use sex appeal. I understand that's surefire.
Excuse me, it's time for another drink. What's so funny?
The whole thing. You, Father. He told me about that scene in his office this morning. I wish I could have been there. Clarence Darrow versus William Jennings Bryan.
It wasn't. It was stupid versus childish, and all because of that...
All because of that silly man with the funny eyes. Honestly, Ned, I hope you won't make any more fuss about him.
I thought it was Daddy who was making the fuss.
Believe me, I think he feels just awful about the whole silly quarrel.
Yeah, I'll bet he does.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Ned, why would you want to spoil things now? All right, maybe that idiotic man did kill that grocery boy, but I'm not saying he didn't. But, well, wouldn't be the first time that a guilty man is... Ned!
It's the first time for me. Don't you understand that? The first time I ever got a guilty man off?
Was it really, darling? Well, that man Igo...
Tony was innocent.
Well, innocent of that crime, maybe, but what about all the others? He might have killed a dozen men before, or had them killed.
He wasn't being tried for killing a dozen men, only one. And he was innocent of that.
I should know better than to talk to you while you're drinking.
I'm going to the district attorney tomorrow, Karen. Even if it doesn't do a bit of good, I'll feel better for it.
Do you know what the DA will say? He'll say you're a fool.
I don't care.
You haven't got a shred of proof. Not a shred. And all the proof in the world wouldn't put Lou Rydell back on the stand. You know that, don't you? If you go to the DA tomorrow, you can find yourself another connection.
What? What was that?
Oh, I'm sorry, Ned, but he did say it. And I know my father. I know he never says anything he doesn't mean.
What about you, Karen? What about the connection between me and you?
I waited long enough for you to get serious about me, Ned. I can wait a little longer until you come to your senses.
And that's the real bribe, isn't it?
Hey, Ned! Open up, it's Tony! Hey!
What? What is that? What's all the racket about?
Come on, open up!
All right, take it easy, will you? Give a guy a chance. Tony, what the heck are you doing here?
Boy, you've really been working at it, kid.
Huh?
I'm an invited guest, remember? No, I guess you don't. About an hour ago, you called me up, told me to come have a drink with you. Well, here I am. Want to change your mind?
No. Come on in.
I told you, make mine ginger ale or something. I'll drink with you.
No, it's a good thing. It's a good thing, Tony. That's about all I've got left. Just one more drink.
Hey. What is this, kid? This celebration going on a long time, ain't it?
I'm not celebrating now, Tony. Commiserating. That's the word, isn't it? It doesn't sound right. Commiserating.
Don't ask me. I never heard it before.
It means I'm feeling sorry for somebody.
For who?
For a dumb kid named of Yost. Dumb kid from the grocery.
You mean a kid that got killed?
Yeah, that's right. That got killed. Yeah. And you know who killed him?
How should I know?
Where's that drink? Oh, there it is. Here's the crime, Tony.
Put it down, Ned.
What?
You heard me. Put it down. You want to tell me your troubles? Okay, I'll put on a pot of coffee for both of us. That make you feel any better?
No.
Well, give it time.
Tony, were you listening to me? Did you hear what I told you?
Yeah, I heard you. This guy, Rydell, is a kookaboo.
He's getting away with murder, Tony. And maybe you'll get away with another one.
Nah, next time will be different. You'll know different from one thing.
Meantime, somebody gets killed.
Well, what's that to you? I'm sorry. Sir, I forgot the kind of guy I'm talking to.
What am I going to feel like when it happens, Tony?
Well, there must be some way to nail this crumb.
No, there isn't. The law protects him. Double jeopardy. A man can't be tried twice for the same crime. That's how it goes, Tony. One trial to a customer.
Yeah, it's a shame, all right. They hung better guys than that, and he's walking around free as air.
That's the law, Tony.
Yeah, the law. Okay, if it bothers you so much, stop him.
Yeah. Tell me how.
Everybody else has to pay the penalty, right? Why not him?
It's too late. It's too late, Tony.
For the law, maybe.
Huh?
Want some more coffee?
No.
I think I'll get myself a cup. Yeah, maybe there's an answer.
What?
I've been waiting a long time to figure out what I could do for you, Ned. What kind of favor might be important to you. Now I know.
How do you mean, favor?
Well, it won't be just for you. I'd be doing everybody a favor, the whole state, right? Only when it happens, I mean it for you, Ned. Remember that. Hey, it's good coffee. Well, see you around.
Tony, wait a minute.
No, it's getting late, kid. I have to go.
What was that you just said? What's in your mind?
Nothing. Come on, I did my good deed for day. Let me out of here now, huh?
I want to know what you meant by a favor.
You know what the word means.
You're thinking of killing Rydell.
Oh, you see too many movies.
Tony, don't be crazy. I don't want that kind of favor, understand?
Yeah, sure. Just let him loose, huh? So what if he gets away with murder, huh? Plenty of guys do that. You told me yourself, a nut like Rydell, he's a sure thing to try it again.
Killing him is no answer.
Sure, so let some other slobs get knocked off, huh? That's better.
I didn't mean all those things I said, Tony. You got the wrong idea.
This guy didn't kill a grocery boy. He's killing you too, buddy, and that's what I care about. But you got nothing to be afraid of. Nothing's gonna rub off on you. I know my business, just like you know yours. So long, kid.
Tony!
Usually, it's a very good thing to have friends. Loyal friends who are always willing to do you a favor. But it looks as if Tony Igoe is going to do a good deed by committing a very bad deed. The question is, can one murder avenge another? We'll find out shortly when we return with Act 3. Now, the last act of After the Verdict. Listen closely. Here's a sound we don't hear very often. Yes. What with all these electric clocks and digital clocks and electronic clocks, the good old-fashioned ticking that marks off the minutes and hours of the night is rarely heard. But tonight, Ned Murray is hearing that sound. Hearing it from a clock which normally purrs softly on his night table. But Ned's hearing is highly sensitive tonight. His brain is tuned like a high-frequency instrument, picking out the slightest vibrations, tuning in on voices he doesn't want to hear.
That's true enough. They hung better guys than that, and he's walking around free as air. Yes. Everybody has to pay the penalty, right? Why not him? Yes. That's true. Why shouldn't he pay? A man is murdered. A murderer has to pay. Tony is right. He's right. Hello?
How are you, darling?
I'm all right. I'm in bed.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I wake you up?
No, I was just lying here.
You're not sick, are you?
No.
Well, it's only 10:30. I didn't think you went to bed so early.
I did tonight.
You're angry with me, aren't you?
No, Karen, I'm just tired. I drank too much.
Oh, I knew you'd do that. Ned, I'm so mixed up.
Well, what's there to be mixed up about? The choices are pretty clear, aren't they?
Are they? Not to me, they aren't. I don't think things are ever that simple, especially when it comes to law.
Just ask your father. He knows all about the law. He knows how to make money at it. That proves it.
That isn't fair, Ned.
No, I suppose it isn't.
Don't you remember what he used to say? That if the time ever comes when right and wrong are absolutely clear, there won't be any need for lawyers.
Your father didn't say that, Karen. He was quoting someone.
Who?
Judge Lincoln Arthur, as a matter of fact, the judge at Rydell's trial.
Well, it makes very good sense to me.
Yeah. Judge Arthur always made sense to me, too. Karen, do you mind if I hang up now?
Then you are angry.
No. It's just that I have to make a call. A very important call.
All right, Ned, but will you call me tomorrow?
Yes. If there is one. Good night, Karen. Information? Can you give me the number of Judge Lincoln Arthur?
Sure you don't want any wine, Ned?
No, Judge, thanks. I've sworn off that stuff for the duration of my life.
Sounds like you had yourself a party. Is that when you came up with this parable? Isn't that what you called it?
No, Judge. It's more like a riddle, a legal riddle. The only thing is, I already know the answer.
Oh, all right. Let's see if I know it.
It's about a lawyer. A criminal lawyer who defends somebody for murder and does it successfully. He's convinced of his client's innocence, understand? And that helps him get the acquittal. But right after the verdict, he makes a discovery that his client is guilty.
How does he make this discovery?
Is that important?
It might be. Was it on evidence that had appeared at the trial? Evidence he had misinterpreted or concealed unknowingly?
No. It was a confession.
How does he obtain this confession?
It's given to him, unsolicited by his clients.
Why?
I don't know. Perversity, pride, ego. Anyway, he knows the truth about his client. And he knows something worse. That the man is more than capable of committing a similar crime. In fact, he boasts of the possibility almost gleefully.
Any witnesses to this confession?
No. And when he's confronted with it, the client denies ever having made it.
You're not asking a legal question, Ned. I'm sure you know where your
hypothetical lawyer stands legally in the middle of nowhere. Is this a moral question, maybe?
Well, you might say that. I mean, if you were that lawyer, Judge, what would you do?
If I were that lawyer, Ned, and if I were your age, I suppose I'd do what you're doing now. I'd get angry. With my client, with myself, maybe even with the law. But if I were practicing now, I think I'd feel different.
How different?
I wouldn't feel anger, only pity.
Pity? For a man like that?
Yes, exactly for that kind of man. Man who feels a compulsion to confess must have felt a similar compulsion to kill. They're symptoms of the same disease, Ned. And if there's one thing the law has learned in this century, it's the ability to feel compassion for the emotionally disturbed.
Yeah, he's that all right, but that doesn't...
Ned, this parable of yours, you talking about Louis Rydell?
Yes.
He told you that he murdered Yost?
He did, I swear it. In my office, the same day of the verdict. He knew he was safe enough that he couldn't be indicted again.
Yeah, the rationale of the irrational.
What?
Oh, for God's sake, Ned, use your brains. Can't you see that the man's mentally ill? Everything points to it. He killed a boy just for putting an arm around his wife. He confesses when there's no need to confess. Is it worthwhile venting all this anger against such a man?
But he's dangerous. He'll do this again, Judge. If a man just looks cross-eyed at his wife, it'll be another excuse for murder.
If he had confessed this to you before the trial was over...
I would have demanded that he plead guilty. He'd be waiting to serve a life sentence right now.
And Ned, you're forgetting something.
What?
I was the judge at the trial. It was my prerogative to pass sentence, not yours.
It was first-degree murder, premeditated.
Ned, if the jury had brought me a guilty verdict, I would have recommended psychiatric examination with a view to confinement at an institution for the criminally insane.
But you didn't know he was... even I didn't know he was crazy.
Well, do you know it now? Do you feel it now? Do you recognize that he needs cure more than punishment?
Punishment?
The law only penalizes the guilty, Ned. Isn't that what we all believe in? We don't penalize the sick.
I have to go, Judge. I have something to do.
It's getting pretty late for running errands, Ned. Almost midnight.
Yeah, but this is important, Judge. I have to see someone. I have to tell something very important. Hello? Is this Lucerne Dispatching? My name's Ned Murray. I'm a friend of Tony Igoe. No, Murray. That's the last name, not the first. Look, it's very important that I reach Tony as soon as possible, only this is the only number he ever gave me to reach him. But he's got to have a home phone, right? So help me, it's important. It's a matter of... Look, who am I speaking to? Lady, please, I'm in a phone booth and it's pouring like hell and I'm getting soaked. No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to talk to you that way. Yes, I realize that, but if you could make this one exception. Well, how do you know he isn't home? For God's sakes, it's after midnight. Yes, all right. He couldn't have gone there tonight. He couldn't. Taxi!
Lou, is that you?
Yeah, it's me. Disappointed?
Where the heck have you been?
I've been taking care of business.
What business? Since when do you sell shoes in the middle of the night?
I was taking care of some competition. That's what I was doing.
What are you talking about?
Go on, pretend you don't know.
But I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
You know something, Melanie? You make a rotten liar.
I'm not lying. For God's sake, Lou, will you stop staring at me like that?
I'm looking at you the way other men look at you.
What other men?
The one who comes around here every day when I'm out pounding the pavements, peddling those lousy shoes to those stores.
Oh, Lou, nobody comes around. You're just in one of those crazy jealous moods again.
Well, I got news for you, Pumpkin. There's one boyfriend who's not coming around anymore.
Are you still talking about that poor, dumb grocery boy? Lou, I told you there was...
No, I'm talking about the old guy. The one with the white hair. The one who's been hanging around here all night, looking up at our window, waiting to make sure that the coast is clear.
You're crazy. Crazy. I don't know any white-haired guys.
Well, you'll never get to know this one, because he's got something wrong with him, baby. He's got a carving knife in his stomach.
Lou. Oh, my God, no. Lou, you didn't.
Yes, I did. So you can forget about seeing your lover boy tonight, baby. You can just forget it. You'll have to be satisfied with just me.
Lou, just tell me it isn't true. Tell me you didn't kill anyone.
It wasn't the first time, Pumpkin. If you keep up the way you're going, it won't be the last. In fact, the next one might be you.
Oh my God. Those police cars. They're coming here.
Lieutenant Gerhardt.
Oh, hi, Ned. What are you doing here?
What's going on? What's all the crowd about?
Oh, wait a minute. You know the victim, don't you? Is that why you're here? You get a tip or something?
Victim? Who?
Tony Igo.
Tony?
Somebody used a knife on him.
Oh, God.
Ironic, isn't it? Probably a dozen guys wanted Tony Igo knocked off, and how does he get it? From a jealous husband.
Is he dead?
Yeah, he's dead. And it was your ex-client who did it, that guy Rydell. He caught Tony hanging around the building watching the place. Rydell claims he was after his wife. You know about this, Ned?
It's not true. It's not true, Lieutenant. He didn't even know the woman.
Then what was he doing here?
A favor. He was doing somebody a favor.
What are you talking about?
Look, where is Rydell now?
Upstairs, answering questions. He won't get away. Not like the last time, Counselor.
Yes, it won't be like the last time. Excuse me.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
I want to see him. He's entitled to talk to a lawyer, isn't he?
You must be nuts yourself. Half a dozen witnesses saw him do it.
Can I go up, Lieutenant?
You mean you'll defend that screwball again? He's out of his mind. Don't you know that?
Yes, I know. And that's what I'll try to prove. Now, will you please let me see my client?
And so Ned Murray is about to try for still another verdict. This time a verdict which will carry a punishment more befitting to the crime. And something tells me that he'll be very successful, not just as an attorney, but as a human being. I'll be back shortly. Some time ago, a man named Thomas De Quincey said, "If once a man indulges himself in murder, very soon he comes to think very little of robbing. And from robbing, he comes next to drinking and Sabbath breaking, and from that to incivility and procrastination." Let that be a lesson to all of you. This quotation and this story have come to you through the courtesy of our Radio Mystery Theater. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Joseph Julian, Bryna Rayburn, Barbara Caruso, Robert Dryden, and Sam Gray. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Yeah.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. From time to time, we come across a story so unexplainable, so incredible, that we just cannot pass it by. So today, no mystery to challenge your powers of deduction, for there is no rational explanation of what happened. However, if you care to accompany me into the land of the uncharted and unknown, I think it will be well worth your while. Certain things that occur have no explanation, but that makes them no less worthy of repeating on Mystery Theater. Our mystery drama, Second Sight, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by James Agate Jr. and stars Michael Tolan. I'll be back shortly with Act One. To put you in a receptive frame of mind for today's Mystery Theater, let me ask you this. Suppose you looked into the mirror but didn't see your own reflection. Or suppose you opened a newspaper and there was your own obituary. Or suppose you saw in a flash something that had not yet happened. Would you feel you were responsible if the following day it did come to pass and it was a murder? Questions like these are not answered easily, if at all, by scientist, doctor, or psychiatrist. Certainly not by Dr. Marvin Kingsley.
Dr. Kingsley, it's good of you to see me on such short notice.
Well, I'm happy to work with your Air Pilots Association. Your full name, please.
Alan Harvey.
And you're an airline pilot, correct?
I was an airline pilot, but...
You don't have to say any more. I'm aware of your problem.
But I want to say more. If you're going to help me, Dr. Kingsley, I've got to tell you everything as I see it, not as my airline sees it.
Go ahead.
I've been on international flights for 10 years. I've flown around the world I don't know how many times. I'm a million-mile pilot several times over. And then, one day on my flight to the Caribbean, it happened. I'll never forget it. We were making good time, in spite of headwinds and visibility zero.
Are you still on automatic, Alan?
What'd you say, Charlie?
I said, are
Charlie,
you still...
Look out there. Do you see what I see?
Yeah. Nothing.
No, that object flying across at 3 o'clock.
Come on, Alan. There's nothing out there.
Check the scope, will you?
Nothing. Nothing's on the scope.
Not a blip?
Not a blip.
It's gone.
Alan, are you all right?
Of course I'm all right.
I don't know. You're seeing things I don't see.
That was the first time, Dr. Kingsley.
You thought you saw an object in the sky?
I didn't think I saw it. I know I saw it.
During the month of September, you reported sighting various objects in mid-flight which made no impression on the electronic monitoring gear.
That's why I was grounded. I was just as glad. You know, Doctor, you can take just so much kidding about seeing unidentifiable flying objects.
UFOs?
I never saw any UFOs. I saw men in the sky, standing upright, holding flags, national colors which I couldn't identify. I saw mountaintops with cows grazing on them. A skyscraper 100 stories high in black marble. I saw too much. What do you think, Doctor?
Well, what you saw in the skies is obviously very real to you. Now, for starters, I'm going to recommend a complete rest, but I mean complete.
Rest? I'll go crazy doing nothing.
Oh, I neglected to ask you, Alan. Are you married?
No, I'm not. I was once, but that was a long time ago. I live by myself.
Here in Greenfield?
Right on North Chatham Street.
No, I'm not suggesting you just sit and vegetate. Do you have any hobbies or interests other than your job?
Well, let me see. Years ago, I was interested in becoming a painter. Even now, I've sort of kept up. Sometimes I'll take a sketch pad and draw.
Oh, good. What kind of things?
Lately, I've been drawing the objects I've observed from the cockpit.
Well, why not enroll in some art class? That would occupy you, challenge you. You know, the university I teach at has a very fine art department. Would that appeal to you?
What good would it do me? I'm a flyer. I'm never going to make it as an artist.
Well, it would give you another outlet for your energies. Let me put in a call to Jacob Greer, who runs the department. He teaches a few classes also. See, I know Jacob personally, and I'm sure he'd take you in.
I don't know. How long should I do it?
Well, let's not set any limits for the present. See, there's one thing you need more than anything else, and perhaps drawing in a class with other people will help you achieve it.
What one thing? What do I need?
Peace of mind, Alan.
I'm happy to meet you, Mr. Harvey. I'm Jacob Greer. Marvin Kingsley tells me you'd like to join one of our art classes. Have you ever drawn a live model before?
No, I haven't, Mr. Greer. I've brought along the kind of sketches I've done, mostly in my spare time, you understand.
Uh-huh. Well, pretty extraordinary. Most imaginative. These people standing about in the clouds... Oh, it's very imaginative.
Most of what I do is what I've seen.
You have a good feeling for... I hope this wasn't drawn from life. What is it? It looks like the fuselage of a big airliner with a lot of bodies strewn about.
Yes, that's what it is. I did that one yesterday.
It's gruesome. Well, I think you have some talent, and if you'd like to join our class, it's Tuesdays and Fridays from 1 o'clock until 4 in this studio.
I'd like to.
Let me hang on to some of these drawings of yours, may I?
Sure.
This airplane crash, it's certainly powerful. Now, I'll be seeing Marvin Kingsley tonight. We have a running chess game on Monday evenings, have for years. I'll tell him you're joining us. Checkmate, Marvin, old boy.
I saw it coming, Jacob. You know, you're going to qualify as a Grand Master one of these days.
You're off your game. I know you, Marv.
You're right. I wasn't concentrating.
Marv, that fellow Alan Harvey you sent me, he's a strange sort of man. Quite gifted. I've seen his portfolio. Have you known him for long?
Well, as a matter of fact, I haven't. See, he came to me because he was having some problems in relaxing.
Oh, I didn't ask you what his problem was.
You know, I don't discuss my patients, Jacob. Let's say he may have some guilts, and I prescribed your art course as a vacation from those guilts.
Well, I'll say this, he has a lot of talent. There was one drawing he showed me that...
Hey, do you mind if I turn this up? I'd like to catch the evening news.
No, I'll go make us some coffee. Oh, I forgot to get cream, darn it.
Don't worry, I can take it black.
A jet airliner carrying 200 people crashed into a corporate plane at 6 o'clock tonight after traffic controllers radioed conflicting instructions. This is the scene behind me. One of the worst air disasters to strike this area in the history of aviation. According to...
What is it? What happened?
Oh, something with the TV set. They've still got the picture, but there's no sound.
Do you see that shot of the field? Wait, it can't be. Good Lord.
Oh, no, I'll turn it off if it upsets you. It's all those bodies.
No, that's not what I mean. Turn it off.
No, they'll get the sound back in a minute. They still got the picture.
Turn it off, please.
Okay.
I want to show you something. Here. This is one of the drawings your Alan Harvey left with me.
Mm-hmm.
What do you see?
Grisly, almost photographically detailed drawing of a smashed airliner.
And smashed people. Well,
what are you trying to tell me, Jacob?
Doesn't this drawing look exactly like what we just saw on the tube? But exactly?
Yes, I suppose there is a similarity. Oh, I forgot to tell you. You see, Alan Harvey was an airline pilot, so I suppose he drew that from some experience he had.
Marvin, my mind deals in pictures. I would say there's not just a similarity. The real accident and what this man has drawn are identical.
Oh, but how could they be? You said you saw him this morning. He couldn't have drawn it at the airport. It just happened at 6 o'clock tonight.
He said he did it yesterday.
Well, I'll bet if you went through the files and matched the photographs, there's a sameness about most air crashes.
I hope you're right.
I don't understand why you're so upset, Jacob. What else could it be?
It got me to thinking, that's all.
Well, what's your problem?
If Alan Harvey can draw a future occurrence before it happens, I'd say we all have a problem. We welcome today a new member to our life class, Alan Harvey. Miss Johnson, we'll have 2 minutes of warm-up poses, and then we'll begin the longer poses. Arthur, why don't you put your easel beside Alan so that if there's anything he doesn't know, you can fill him in? All right, Miss Johnson.
I'm new to this. What are warm-up poses?
You'll see. Those are the action poses Miss Johnson does up there. You know, poses that no model could hold very long. That one, see? One leg up and hand extended, sort of like a dance pose.
I'm supposed to draw that? What's she doing?
You certainly are, Alan. That's it. Use your charcoal. Fine. Good. Just a few action lines. Helen, that's very good. Contour is excellent.
Well,
fine.
What did he say your name was?
Arthur
Really
Lewis.
excellent.
I'm Alan Harvey.
Say, hey, you're not bad.
That's good.
How can she hold that pose?
Try a little bit more.
Leaning over, one hand way down and the other way up.
Because Miss Johnson is a professional model, Alan. And now suppose we have less talk and more drawing, okay? Good. Yeah. Just a couple of contour lines, Alan. We're not projecting the model's complete form. Do you mind if I stand behind you, Alan?
Oh, no. No, not at all, Professor Greer.
Wait a minute. Let me see that one you just turned over.
Oh, it's nothing, really. I didn't even know what I was drawing.
Alan, one of the things you've got to learn about our work, no one can afford to be shy or modest. Looking, appraising, it's the only way for me to gauge your progress.
Well, it isn't anything.
Let me be the judge of that. Now pull that page back. You just sketched this?
It took me all of 2 minutes. I told you it wasn't any good.
It's very good. It's just that, I'm a little taken aback at what you drew.
Taken aback?
Isn't that a drawing of our model, Miss Johnson? Lying across that bed, bruises on her neck, eyes staring open as if she'd just been strangled to death.
I warned you, didn't I? This would be a story hard to explain. If you like, let's begin by believing some events are coincidence, or, as the phrase goes, a strange coincidence. However, the model, Miss Johnson, isn't dead yet, and as we know, Alan Harvey's wings were clipped foreseeing things that weren't there. Did I say foreseeing? Just a coincidence. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Do you remember the old story of the 3 blind men who were asked to describe an elephant? One felt the big wide body and said, "It's a wall of leather." The second put his arms around one of the animal's legs and said, "It's the trunk of a tree." And the third blind man felt the elephant's tail and said, "It's a snake." All were mistaken, for none could really see the elephant. Are we perhaps also limited in our vision, and what we think exists may not? Is Alan Harvey able to see what really is with a special second sight that is not ours?
I'll be frank with you. It disturbed me to discover I'd been drawing our model, Miss Johnson, as a victim of a murder. I'd never given it a second look. The truth is, I didn't even remember drawing it. Professor Greer kept looking at what I'd done with this horrified expression. So I was pretty shaken when I came back to class on Friday and set up my easel next to Arthur Lewis.
Ladies and gentlemen, today Miss Johnson will skip the warm-up poses. The pose she will now assume will be the one held for the entire session. 20-minute poses in the first hour and a half with the usual 5-minute rest periods. All right, any questions?
Yes, Professor Greer?
Miss Johnson?
It's a little chilly in the studio this morning. Could I have a heater placed near me?
Of course. Arthur, would you be good enough to get the electric heater out of my office? Can't afford to have our Miss Johnson catch cold.
My progress that day was as halting as the first days had been speedy. I didn't know what to make of it. Miss Johnson was the model as before, but somehow I could not get her down on paper. For the first time since I'd begun the classes, I was relieved when Jacob Greer pointed to the clock.
That'll be all for today. Class dismissed. Oh, Alan, would you stay on a bit?
Yes, Professor Greer?
I noticed you're having a little trouble today. Some of those lines just not forceful enough.
I was aware of that, too. Something seems to be holding me up now.
May I have a look at what you've been doing?
Of course.
What? Is this all you've done today?
I'm afraid so. I tried. I couldn't even get the simplest action line.
What's that supposed to be?
Where?
In the corner of that page. A table set for 2 people at the... I know where that is. Yes, it is. That's the Chinese restaurant right here in town. I hope by next Tuesday you'll be taking a more serious approach to your work.
I am serious, Professor Greer. I just don't seem to be able to concentrate on what I see. What's in my mind's eye is so much clearer to me than what's in front of my real eye.
I can't think how you happen to know I just love Chinese food.
I just guessed, Miss Johnson. I wasn't doing anything particular this evening, so I took a chance you might be free.
It so happens this is my one night off in the week.
You mean you've got a regular job as well as modeling?
Well, I just model for extra money. I'm studying piano at the music school.
You're a musician?
Well, I hope to be. Every day but today and Sundays, I go to class from 4 to 7. Then I have a little supper at my place, and then back to the school where they let me practice as late as I like.
That's quite a schedule.
Is painting all you do, Mr. Harvey?
Right now it is, Miss Johnson. What's your first name?
Peggy.
Mine's Alan. It's a funny thing, but I don't associate the girl who stands up in class and poses with you.
Well, I'm a little more formally dressed now. You're not married, are you?
I was a long time ago, but my wife didn't like my being married to an airline. I'm a pilot.
I don't believe it. I was married to a pilot, too. But it didn't take as long to discover it was a big mistake.
I'm sorry.
I'm not. Anyway, seeing Jacob is much better. No strings and outside of the classroom. He's very amusing.
Jacob? You're dating Professor Greer?
Yes. Well, is that so crazy? There's not that much difference in our ages.
No, I'm not saying there is. It's just so, unexpected.
Oh, I see younger men, too. Like Arthur. Arthur Lewis, who sits next to you in class with the red beard.
Yeah, sure, I know.
He's awfully nice, too. Not nearly as possessive. In fact, in many ways, I think he's more mature than Jacob.
Say, aren't you getting hungry?
Oh, famished. I tell you what. You order from column A, and I'll order from column B.
Ladies and gentlemen, it seems our Miss Johnson isn't going to be with us today, and Arthur has volunteered to model for us, so we shan't be losing any time. You all ready, Arthur?
Ready when you are, J.G.
All right, please begin. Now, I want you all to loosely suggest the action of the pose before you actually sketch the form. Very good, Alan. You don't seem to have any block when it comes to drawing the male form.
It was only that one time, Professor Greer. I'm sure I could do Miss Johnson next time.
Keep drawing. Good. What are you doing now?
Putting in a face.
Well, that's not Arthur's face. It's more like mine. And, Alan, what's that you're drawing in the subject's right hand?
Right hand? I don't know.
I wish you'd stick to what's before you and not try to dramatize things as though you were doing an illustration for a mystery magazine. You've got me holding a pistol. Now I see a doorway and some other body crumpled up against it as though He'd just been shot.
Dr. Kingsley, I really appreciate you seeing me on a Sunday. What I want to say is, how can I say it? I don't think these life classes are doing me any good.
Well, why do you say that, Alan?
I went nearly crazy yesterday, Saturday. I tried to get out of the house, take a walk, but I found myself always coming back to my drawing board.
Well, I think that's a good sign.
But it's not. Nothing's changed. It's all as it was before. I'm seeing things that nobody else sees, only now I'm drawing them. Here, look at these, please. Some I've done in class and some at home.
Yes, I see what you mean.
Do you? Do you really? I'm terrified.
Oh, you draw very well, Alan.
It's what I draw. Here, this one, for instance.
Now, look, you will work your way out of this. Don't worry. It's the mind's way of healing itself.
Doctor, I think you've got it all wrong. Here, look here. I drew this just this morning before I came to see you. I sat myself down, and this happened, like automatic writing.
Well, the drawings are for Jacob Greer to criticize. Now, what do you expect from me?
Just tell me what you see.
All right. It's a young man, about 25, I'd say, stretched out on a slab in the morgue. When were you at the morgue last?
Never. I've never been there.
Well, you've seen pictures.
I tell you I haven't.
But you must have. Then you've forgotten. That happens to be the morgue attached to our hospital, exactly the way you've colored it.
You don't understand. You simply do not understand, do you, Doctor? I don't know what or how I draw.
My dear Alan, you must have been there. The detail, the glare of that green shade, the hexagonal tiles, that one broken tile near the door. Now face reality, Alan.
Forget it.
Do you know the young man you've drawn? That corpse with the red beard?
That's the horrible part. Yes, I know him. His name is Arthur Lewis. He's another student in my class. What shall I do?
When do you go again? To your art class?
Day after tomorrow.
All right. Now, right after class, come back here to my office and bring what you've drawn that day, and we will try again. Now, we'll sit down quietly, calmly, and talk about it. This sort of thing happens more often than not, Alan. We transfer and transpose people we know into the most unlikely situations. See, most of us do it in dreams, but you're doing it on paper.
You don't think it's any more than that, Dr. Kingsley?
Just bear in mind, Alan, you and I are mortal. We can do no more, see no more, know no more than our five senses tell us.
You mean there's no such thing as a sixth sense? Or a second sight?
Well, arithmetically, perhaps. But in fact, no.
Marvin. Well, come in. What are you doing here in the afternoon? You haven't stopped in to see me on a Sunday for I don't know how long.
Well, I hope this isn't a bad time for you, Jake.
No, not at all. Only if I'd known. Well, you see, I have a standing date with the young ladies Sunday evenings, but, well, that gives us an hour.
Yes, well, I'll get right to the point. That young pilot I sent over to you, Alan Harvey, well, he came to see me today, and he brought some sketches.
Oh, macabre, aren't they? But splendid. He has a flair.
As well, he's done it again. Well, at least I hope he hasn't.
What has he done?
It seems he's drawn one of your students, a chap with a red beard, lying on a slab in the morgue. And he showed me another he'd done of a girl, your life model, strangled.
He's also drawn me, holding a pistol. Claims he doesn't know what he's doing, has no control. I've put it down to wild imagination.
Well, I've also told him it was ridiculous to attach any significance to it.
Well, I certainly won't. The very young lady he strangled on paper, I've been seeing quite a lot of for almost 3 months now. I'm taking her to dinner tonight.
You're not serious.
Oh, I am, Marv. Very serious. I know she's been seeing a younger man, but I don't know who he is. But so what?
Jacob Greer, you...
I just may ask Peggy to marry me.
What? Oh, imagine keeping this from me.
I really didn't feel that serious about Peggy until, I don't know, it just grew on me.
Oh, well, congratulations. I'd better go. It was only about Alan that I dropped in. You know, one of these days I'll figure out why he is so preoccupied with death. But I'll give it a thought, Jacob. I'll keep tabs on him.
So will I. I'm very interested in that young man. He has an enormous talent.
Alan, I feel so wicked, I can't begin to tell you.
Why, Peggy? Half of America goes to the movies on a Sunday night and has a soda afterwards.
Oh, it's not that I'm having a soda in a drugstore at 10 at night with a man I've only known for a few days. It's because I've stood up the two guys I usually date.
Who, Jacob?
And Arthur. I generally see Jacob for dinner Sunday nights. He gets me home about this time, and then half an hour later, Arthur stops by and we go listen to music somewhere.
You're going to get yourself into trouble.
They enjoy themselves.
So why did you go out with me?
Because I love going to movies, and nobody ever asks me.
Well, you'd better beat it home. At least you can keep one of your 2 dates.
And that's our weather for tonight. Here now is the Midnight News. We have just received word of a triple tragedy on the North Side involving a young music student who had been doing part-time modeling, a young man who is an art student, and an art teacher. All are dead in what appears to be a double murder and suicide. For a report from the scene of the tragedy, here now is...
My Lord, I can't be hearing this. It can't be true.
Did Alan Harvey unconsciously set into motion these extraordinary events, or is he cursed with second sight? More often than not, when our second act curtain rings down on Mystery Theater, all of the clues are in, all the evidence presented, and you have an equal chance to solve the mystery. Not this time, for we appear to be dealing in an enigma wrapped in a secret, contained in a sealed book, written about a strange, uncharted land. Come back with your compass when I return shortly with Act 3. Until I began to host Mystery Theater, I thought of myself as pretty realistic. I believed what I saw and drew conclusions from known facts. Well, I've come quite a ways since then, and now I suspect there's an awful lot to be said for the unknown. What we thought was impossible yesterday is possible today. Couldn't the same be true of tomorrow? In our world, anything can happen and probably will. It's that same evening. Fearfully, Dr. Marvin Kingsley keeps listening to the news.
We repeat the first bulletin. Police are investigating 3 deaths on the North Side in the apartment of a part-time model found strangled. Also dead, apparently shot, is a male art student and a male art teacher. The woman has been identified as Peggy Johnson and the young man as Arthur Lewis. The police have not yet released the name of the art teacher other than to say...
It can't be. It can't be. Not him. Jacob, please. Be home. Please, please, answer the phone. Please. Please.
Today is Monday. I feel peculiar. I keep trying not to think of tomorrow in another life class. I sit at my table and look out the window. All the little houses. Ours is not a big town. All the capitals of the world I've flown to, Rome, Paris, Amsterdam, London, it all seems like another lifetime. I look down at my drawing pad. I've drawn a heavy-set man standing in a courtroom before a judge. I better call Dr. Kingsley right away.
Alan, I'm glad to hear your voice.
I've done another one of those mysterious drawings.
Have you sketched someone you know?
Not this time. Someone I've never seen before, I know that. A big hulk of a man standing in front of a judge. From the look I've drawn on the man's face and the look on the judge's, I'd say the judge was about to pass a sentence of death.
I tell you what you do, Alan.
Why don't you walk over here? It'll take you no more than 3/4 of an hour, and by the time you get here, I will have cleared the decks. Bring that drawing of yours, Alan, and we'll talk.
I've lived in Greenfield all my life. Every time I'd come back from some round trips for my week off, I'd find the town pretty much the same. So why I got confused going across town to Dr. Kingsley's, I can't imagine. But I did. Turned up the wrong street, and before I knew it, I was lost. So I cut through an unfamiliar alley, and there it was. A fence about 9 feet high. I couldn't see over it. Over the gate was written J. Murty, Tombstones, Monuments. I opened the gate and looked inside. A yard full of gravestones.
Come on in, young fellow. Don't stand out there.
Oh, thanks. May I?
I'm glad to see you.
You're very expert chipping words into that stone.
Marble. I also do granite.
This is quite a large place you got here. I bet you keep busy.
Well, the work gets kind of lonely. Not many people like to be around gravestones. Makes them think. Oh, let me introduce myself. Julian Merte.
Oh, yes, I saw your sign. I'm Alan Harvey.
You looking for someone?
I'll tell you the truth, I turned down the wrong street. Did you say your name was Merte?
Yes. Why? Do you know me from somewhere?
I don't know. Mr. Merte, have we ever met before?
I don't think so. Of course, I have seen a lot of people in my day. Why? You think we have met?
Well, everything about you, I don't know how to say it. It's uncanny. Hey, look at this, will you? A drawing I did today.
That is quite good. You did that?
This morning.
I have always admired the man who could sit down and draw straight off like that. Now, why did you want me to see this, Mr. Harvey?
The man in the drawing, it just came to me. He looks just like you, Mr. Murty.
Oh, that man there standing in front of the judge looks like me, you say? Why, so he does, Mr. Harvey. So he does.
Julian, where are you?
Here, my dear.
Oh, you have company.
Mr. Harvey, Mrs. Merte, my wife.
Oh, please.
You do?
Mr. Harvey is an artist, Mary.
Julian, go along and wash your hands. It'll be time for supper shortly.
Supper? I had no idea it was that late. I must be going.
No, sir. Please don't go. I've got something to show you.
Or perhaps some other time. I'll come back.
No, it wouldn't take long. 5 minutes, I promise you. Just 5.
All right. Certainly.
I'll be right back.
Young man, I don't know who you are, but I advise you to leave right now. There's a storm coming up.
I should go. I'm late as it is. Someone's expecting me.
Then go. I'll explain to my husband.
But he seems so anxious to show me something.
It's only those gravestones. He's so proud of them, but they won't run away. I advise you, young man, for the sake of your well-being and health, leave now.
My health?
And your peace of mind. Does the name Julian Murty mean anything to you?
Julian Murty? Yes. Yes, I have heard that name. Arizona? No, California, the Rock Bridge. And the Wyoming stone faces. Is your husband that Julian Murty?
Yes.
Why, he's one of the great sculptors. What's he doing in this back alley making gravestones?
He fell out of fashion. It's as simple as that.
But
it broke his heart. He has never been the same.
You mean no one commissions his works anymore?
For 20 years, no one. And that isn't the worst of it. You had better go.
Well, can't you tell me why I should go?
Because sometimes he is not responsible. Not anymore.
All washed, all clean. Oh, say, we are in for a storm, Mary. I am taking Mr. Harvey into the studio.
Well, if you'll excuse me, I'd better go right away.
What? In all this rain? You will get soaked. Come along. Follow me. Let's run for it.
This is quite a place. Never seen so many different kinds of gravestones.
These are mostly samples to show people what they can have to commemorate their loved ones. I like to keep my epitaphs light-hearted.
You do? On a gravestone?
What better place? After all, death is the ultimate joke, isn't it?
I never thought about it that way.
Well, you think about it. Think about it. This headstone here is the tallest I have done. It may be more to your liking. It's a sample which I completed only this morning. He flew high, he flew low. Now to heaven may his spirit go. Alan Harvey, requiescat in pace.
That's my name.
This is what I wanted to show you.
My name?
Well, you must believe me, Mr. Harvey. Pure coincidence. I don't know where the name come from. Just entered my head.
But the date's under my name. The first one is exactly when I was born.
Really? A further coincidence.
And the date of death? Today.
Well, I was just making it topical.
You go right ahead, Mr. Harvey, and use the telephone. Supper will be on the table in a moment.
Oh, thank you. I had this appointment, and I just better call.
Hello?
Hello, Dr. Kingsley. This is Alan Harvey.
Oh, yes. I was wondering what happened to you.
I got lost, believe it or not, and then it started to storm, so I'm staying with some people I met.
I can't quite hear you, Alan. Can you speak louder?
No, I can't. This man insisted I stay for supper.
Are you all right, Alan? Alan?
I hear you. Yes, I'm all right. I'll try and come by later, Dr. Kingsley. Goodbye.
You know, I told you, Harvey, I don't get many visitors, especially people from the world of art. And that is why, after supper, I asked you back here in my studio. Mary, Mrs. Merte, funny thing, but she's not that interested in art.
I really ought to be on my way.
Nonsense. I wouldn't hear of it. You know, when it rains like this and I can't go outside and work on the new stones, I'll spend an evening sharpening my chisels. And you see, I've got my grinding stone here. I put my foot on the treadle, give it a twist, and there she goes. A lot of these chisels are due for sharpening. If you will look under that table where you are sitting, Mr. Harvey, you will find some drawing paper. There are pencils and charcoal in a little box down there. Go, help yourself. I know what it is like to have thoughts and ideas just screaming to be put on paper. It's compulsion.
I wonder what time it is.
Later than it was, but one always hopes not too late. I see you have begun to draw. Mr. Harvey, I cannot tell you what a pleasure it is to meet you at last.
You were right about compulsion. I wish I could leave.
Oh, I'm not keeping you.
No, not you, Mr. Murty. What I'm sketching. The pencil, it won't stop. My hand has to keep following it.
You have that problem, too.
It's a shame that all your great works are now only tombstones.
Great works. I was great once.
And now nothing but a letterer and a numberer in stone.
I wish you had not said that, Mr. Harvey. You are like all the rest. This is the sharpest I have ever honed a chisel. Do you know that, Mr. Harvey?
We're all failures.
That is why we die.
I wish you would not keep saying that, Mr. Harvey.
I am still sketching at this table, and Julian Merte keeps turning his grindstone. All I can hear is the whirring and buzzing of the wheel and the drumming of the rain. The air is close in this studio. I'm rooted to this chair, to what I'm drawing. It's almost finished now. I can see out of the corner of my eye Julian Merte sharpening his chisels and watching me. He's staring at me. Staring.
They found the sketch Alan Harvey was making. It depicted the supreme moment of agony, the final gasp of a man in the last throes of life. The figure in his picture lay sprawled across a table where it had been drawn on a sheet of paper. On that sheet of paper was a sketch of still another man, identical. Then another picture within a picture. Each successive figure had been stabbed in the back with a long-bladed chisel embedded to the hilt. Killed exactly the way they found Alan Harvey himself. I'll return in a moment. We accept certain rules of existence on our planet. The pull of gravity, the rising sun and moon, that rain is wet and snow is cold. We feel wind, which we cannot see. You accept the sound of my voice, although you know I'm speaking from miles away. We accept from experience and habit. But there are other facts of life and death for which we have no explanation. Yet, can we disregard them? They, too, must be faced, and perhaps you, too, will experience them. All you need is a little second sight. Our cast included Michael Tolan, Joan Shea, Robert Dryden, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the universe. We have wonderful things for you to see. We have stars being born and galaxies exploding. We have spaceships plunging into the void and mysterious planets beckoning their crews to adventure. We have alien creatures, pitiless and pitiful, monsters, fierce and friendly, scientists, mad and sane. We have them all because you have your imagination, and you can see wonders more wonderful than any movie screen can show. In fact, the story you're about to hear is about a movie screen, the strangest anyone has ever seen. Our mystery drama, The Movie Makers, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Henry Slessor and stars Marion Seldes and Norman Rose. Our story begins where some stories end, because a life has ended. The life of Dr. John Saville, a world-renowned physicist. The Saville theory of dual entropy will become standard among scientific principles, and for the next century, scientists will debate whether or not Dr. Saville's theory of space heat would have been proved valid if the great man had lived. But Dr. Saville is dead. His work lives on, his memory, and his widow.
Please come in, Martin.
Oh, thank you, Vera. But I really think you should go up and rest now. Funerals are very hard on the living.
I must talk to you. Maybe you'll finally tell me the truth. About why I went to a funeral this morning. About why my husband shot himself.
Oh, Vera.
Don't give me that suffering look, Martin. Save it for your students. I know you'd like the whole world to believe it was nothing but an aberration on John's part, a momentary act of madness.
He was overworked.
John has been overworked all his life. But he loved being alive, and now suddenly he's dead.
Oh, Vera, why trouble yourself? Death is too solid a fact to question.
I question this fact.
Vera, your husband was approaching the end of one of the most significant theorems in physics. And when he realized what it was he found, what terrible Pandora's box he was about to open...
Yes, I've heard the stories that John felt guilty about his work when he realized its implication, that his guilt drove him mad.
And you don't believe that?
No, I was married to him. I don't have to believe theories, Martin. I knew the man.
But you know nothing about his theory, this space heat hypothesis. Do you realize what kind of military end could have evolved from it? Did you see the interview in Science? In News Weekly with General Fletcher? A planet wrapped in flame. That's a horrifying thought, isn't it, Vera? And that was the thought John had with him for months now.
I just don't believe it.
You told me he'd leave the house frequently.
But yes, every day, for hours. I don't know where he went. I still don't know.
Never mind. We have more practical things to talk about.
Practical?
Legal things, Vera. We have to probate the will. Get John's papers together. We'll go over them tomorrow. You know where he kept everything?
Yes, his wall safe. I have the combination. I'll open it tonight.
You do that. And, Vera, don't think of the way John died. Think how he lived.
Right 35. Left 15. Right 13. There. Oh, so many papers. Well, they'll have to be sorted out. Let's see. Oh, here are the insurance policies. These must be his work notes. I'll have to give them to Martin. What's this? Another notebook with a rubber band around it. I wonder if John could have kept a diary. Something wrapped around this. A letter? I remember when this arrived. It was a Saturday morning. John always shared the mail with me, but this letter he kept silent about, and I never did know why. Let me see. Dear Dr. Saville, your interest is kindly solicited in a unique proposition we would like to offer you. A funny sort of sales letter. Unknown to you, and by means of a process hitherto thought impossible, our organization has been photographing your life since the date of your birth on October 2nd, 1921. For heaven's sake. As a scientist, You are certain to realize the enormous complexity of such a photographic undertaking and the amount of research it required to unearth the radical new concepts involved. We are offering private screenings of these films to the selected group of individuals upon whom we have been experimenting. We plan to limit these showings to 1 hour daily and are forced to charge a minimum fee of $100 per visit. The films will be projected at our own offices at 420 Oak Road, Carrington, Massachusetts, which is 18 miles north of Boston. If you are interested in a trial session, we would be pleased to have you call at our offices on Thursday of this week at 10 a.m. Good Lord, I wonder if John actually... Oh, wait, now there's more. There is one other consideration. We ask that you maintain complete secrecy about our organization. We are not yet ready to make our process public, and for this reason, we request that no one, not even your closest kin, be informed about the contents of this letter. Failure to comply will result in a withdrawal of this offer. Yours very truly, Howard Frank, Vice President, Life Films Incorporated. But it has to have been some kind of hoax. How could such a thing be possible? I wonder if John's notebook... Let me see. The letter was dated the 5th. Thursday of that week would be... Here's the entry, yes. June the 9th. The first entry. The very first. This has been
an extraordinary day for me, and worthy of being recorded in a special journal. 1 hour ago, I returned from a small town called Carrington, some 18 miles from the city of Boston. I've spent this morning in a ramshackle frame house at the outskirts of town, whose interior has been converted into a modern, office-like arrangement of some 4 rooms. And in one of those rooms, I have been watching myself as a youth of 27 attending a small gathering at the home of a man who's been dead for 10 years. I realize that I am writing this with unscientific detachment, but this experience has shaken my soul like dice in a gambler's cuff. I will try to start at the beginning.
Yes?
Hello, my name is Saville.
Would that be Dr. Saville of the university?
That's right. Am I talking to Mr. Frank?
No, Doctor. My name is David Morrison. Mr. Frank is in his office. He's been expecting you. Dr. Saville, how nice of you to be so prompt. Please, sit down.
Thank you.
Well, what did you think of my letter?
Well, let's say I found it very intriguing.
Yes, but of course... You're also skeptical.
I'll have to admit that I am. I really cannot see how it's possible to photograph a man's life without being observed.
Well, I can think of only one way to prove that our offer was genuine. We'll have to demonstrate. This way, Doctor?
Oh, yes.
Now, this is our projection room. If you'll just take a seat. Oh, I'm sorry about the darkness.
Oh, thank you. Well, I'm afraid I don't see any screen.
Oh, you'll see it on the facing wall, Doctor, just as soon as we leave. Now, just make yourself at home. All we need to know is what period of your life you'd be most interested in seeing.
Are you telling me seriously that you have movies of my life?
Yes, Dr. Saville. Movies of your life. Your whole life. Would you like to start in childhood?
Oh, but that's impossible.
Watch the screen, Dr. Saville.
Great heavens. It can't be. It's my father, but so young. It just can't be.
Please. Now try to think of some specific event you'd like to see. The more specific, the better.
All right, but I don't know the exact day. It was around the middle of May in the year 1946. It was the day I first met my wife, Vera. Do you think that you could locate that exact film?
Of course. It won't be any trouble.
It was a small party at the home of a Mr. Hugh Donato, a colleague of mine at the university. Dead now.
It will take just a few minutes. Now, just relax. I'm sure we'll have no trouble finding the exact film.
They left me alone then. I still was not certain that I wasn't the victim of some elaborate student prank. And yet, I could have sworn that for one moment I saw my father's face on that screen before me. And then the screen started to glow once more, a brilliant whiteness painful to my eyes. But then, the colors began to appear. The screen held a picture of a room I hadn't seen in 30 years. It was Hugh Donato's living room, beyond any doubt, the same room. I couldn't fail to recognize that big, ugly, square room with its incongruous walls of wood paneling and flowered wallpaper. There were people in the room. Old Hugh himself, looking not a day over 30, and his wife Deborah, and Professor Mills, the old windbag, and Jane Anderson. What a handsome woman she was before. And then I realized I could actually hear their voices. I leaned forward eagerly to hear them, but I heard nothing. Because suddenly I saw her standing by the bay window, standing there quietly in isolation. A young girl in a gray cashmere sweater, looking lost and lovely and supremely wonderful. My eyes filled with tears when I saw Vera, my wife, unchanged by time's treachery. And then I saw myself. I was speaking to her, and she was replying.
I know. You're Professor Seville.
No, hardly. I'm just a teacher, not even an associate professor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all right. I decided that I'd rather be called doctor. Who ever heard of an absent-minded doctor?
Doctor, as in MD?
No, as in physics, actually. By the way, did you tell me your name yet?
It's Peterson. Vera Peterson. I'm in vocational guidance.
Do you know that you're squinting, Vera Peterson?
What?
You are definitely squinting at me.
Well, I don't know what you mean.
Look, I've seen you around the university, and I happen to remember that you wear glasses. Where are they now?
Oh, well, they're in my purse, if you really want to know.
Well, I think you ought to wear them.
You do?
Certainly. How else can you know what I look like? I might be a veritable Mr. Hyde, for all you know.
Instead of Dr. Jekyll.
Go on. Put your glasses on. I might have just the impudent charm you like.
All right, I will. There.
You know something, Miss Peterson? You should never worry about wearing those glasses. I mean all the time. Nothing in the world could hide the beauty of your eyes.
Can it really be true? Did John really see these things? Let's see what's on the next page. It wasn't until I was back on the highway, heading for home, that the full impact of what had occurred struck me. I knew that I had just witnessed a great scientific mystery, a secret which my scientist's mind should have coveted. Yet all I could think about was the personal side of my discovery, and even as I write these words, I am trembling with impatience for my next visit to Life Films Incorporated.
Well, everybody loves the movies, but can you imagine what it would be like to star in your own life story? Would you see yourself as hero or villain? Your life as a comedy or tragedy? How did Dr. John Saville see himself? And what was the effect of his strange movie-going habits? We'll find out when we return shortly with Act 2. Vera Saville, widow of the renowned scientist Dr. John Saville, sits in the dim study in which her husband had spent long hours studying the mysteries of the universe, and ponders another mystery, a strange journal left to her as a legacy from her husband. A journal which tells the incredible story John Saville had kept secret from her.
June the 22nd. Shall I tell Vera what I have seen? Shall I jeopardize this opportunity to relive my life in the strangest of all possible ways? I am caught up in an inner conflict that cries out for resolution. How have they performed this miracle? What wizardry has allowed them to put on film my every living deed without my knowledge? How can I, a scientist, not demand to know the answer?
And yet, I cannot. I am so deeply entangled in the net they have cast that I lack the will to do anything. Every hour I have spent in the Carrington projection room has been infinitely precious to me. The past has become more real and more important to me than the present. Today, for instance, I spent an hour on a train with my father. I was on a transcontinental Pullman, sitting in the dining car, watching the towns and farms of America flash by the window. My father had some interesting tale or legend to recount about everything we saw. For his engineering work had given him the opportunity to know every state in the Union with a hometown familiarity. I remember how fascinated I had been by his stories when I was 14. That was the age of my trip. And how sad I was to realize now what a terrible old bore my father was. What a stuffy, pompous, wonderful old bore. How could I surrender such delights, even in the name of science?
Come in, Dr. Seville. How are you today?
I'm very well, thank you.
Mr. Frank, Dr. Seville is here.
Well, hello, Doctor. Come right inside. We've been waiting for you.
Yes, thank you.
I've located those films you asked for. The dinner at the Waldorf Astoria. You did say the award date was September the 10th?
Yes, that was the date. Now, I admit I feel a bit foolish about wanting to see myself given tributes. I didn't realize I had so much ego.
But it's perfectly natural, Doctor. To receive such an honored prize, you must have been very proud.
Oh, no, I didn't feel pride at the time. I felt embarrassed having all that attention showered on me. I would have much rather been at home in my study or in a classroom. But for some reason, now I would like to see it all again. It must be old age.
You are not an old man, Dr. Seville. There are many things in your life yet to come, I am sure.
But you're not photographing me now, are you? The process isn't continuing.
No, Doctor. Our experiment is over. Now, all you have to do is enjoy it.
And I did enjoy it. I have to admit the truth. I sat in the darkness of that projection room and watched the world pay me tribute. And Lord help me, how I relished it all. How Vera would have laughed to see me. Poor Vera. I know that my movie-going days are causing her great worry. My unexplained disappearances. And even worse, my diminishing interest in my work. The space heat theory is so close to completion. It would be unforgivable to allow my efforts to lag because of my need for pictures of my life.
John, you must see a doctor. You haven't seen one for months.
I don't need a doctor, Vera. There's nothing wrong with me.
John, I talked to Dr. Kahn about you.
Kahn? You know what kind of doctor he is, Vera.
Yes.
Ah, I see. You think that I'm going a little funny?
No, of course I don't think that. But you know yourself that, well, you've changed. Your habits are different, and you're having problems at the university, aren't you?
Well, yes, I suppose I am. Some problems, nothing serious.
Well, Martin tells me...
Well, go on. What did Martin say?
Something about a disability you have.
Well, it's true. Something strange has happened to me, Vera. I cannot explain it. I'm sure that it's only temporary.
Please tell me, John.
Vera, I seem to have forgotten some basics. It's very strange. Sometimes I feel like some poor C student struggling with the intricacies of calculus. In fact, there are times when even simple arithmetic seems beyond me.
Then Is that why you haven't been working?
Well, it may be part of it, but Vera, please don't worry. I'm going to start again. I have an idea about how to start again. Yes, I had an idea. You might call it an inspiration. Didn't the files of Life Films Incorporated contain every waking hour of my life? Watching the films, why couldn't I quickly reorient myself to the foundations of my work? It would be a refresher course, and I would be my own instructor. This morning, I viewed the scene in my study when I had first glimpsed the secret of space heat. The blackboard covered with equations was a friendly sight, and as I studied it eagerly, a sense of elation came over me. But when I arrived home and made myself a makeshift lunch at 2 p.m., the terrible truth struck me. It had all been so clear on that screen in the projection room, but now, sitting in that quiet kitchen, the film seemed like a long-forgotten dream, a hazy memory from the distant past. The cosmic sense of all I had seen on that blackboard had become meaningless. I could recall nothing. Absolutely nothing.
September 13th. I did not go to Carrington today. The effort was monumental. I left the house as usual, not wanting the change in my routine to be noticed by Vera. Instead, I drove the car through the countryside in an effort to clear my clouded brain. The attempt was unsuccessful. I could think of nothing but that narrow room at Carrington. I craved the comfort of that armchair and screen, the way an addict must crave his narcotic. Those hours now are essential to my existence. I must have them at any cost.
September the 14th. My mother was a beautiful woman. I've always thought so, and now I'm sure of it. She was like some golden angel with long blonde hair and gentle hands. She died when I was only 5, but I've spent an unforgettable hour with her on this, my birthday. Even now, locked in my study, while Vera pleads with me on the other side of the door, my eyes are full of tears. Why can't they leave me alone, my so-called friends?
Martin, it's the only way. I asked Dr. Kahn to come to the house tonight, just to observe John, to tell me what he thinks.
Well, it won't work, Vera. You can't treat an unwilling patient.
Oh, I don't want him to start treating him. I want him to tell me what's wrong.
No, Vera, no doctor will make a diagnosis on this basis. I'm surprised Dr. Kahn agreed to all this.
Oh, he doesn't really know. I just asked him for dinner. He's met John before, you know. He's met him at least a dozen times at those award dinners.
I still say it's the wrong way to solve the problem. You must convince John to see someone. Convince him that there's a need.
But I've tried that, and I've failed. I've got to try something else.
Well, what are you two conspiring about?
Evening, John. How are you feeling tonight?
I feel fine. Shall I take my temperature for your benefit?
Oh, really, John?
I'm sorry, Martin. It's just that I've become so sick and tired of people asking me how I am.
Martin, you can stay for dinner, can't you?
Well, I really don't think I can.
Please, you've got to stay.
Well, of course, Martin. Why not? I'm not really good company at dinner, as Vera will tell you. It'll be much nicer if we're a threesome.
It will be a foursome, John.
4?
I invited someone else, another old friend. There he is now. Excuse me.
But Vera.
Please come in, Doctor.
Did she say doctor?
Well, it's starting to rain a bit, I'm sorry to say.
Let me take your coat.
Well, I never did learn the art of remembering my umbrella. Well, good evening.
Oh, hello, Victor.
Yes, Martin, how nice to see you. And you, John?
John, you remember Dr. Victor Kahn, of course.
No, I'm afraid I don't.
Well, something tells me you're surprised to see me here, John.
I heard my wife say that you're a doctor.
Well, you know Dr. Kahn is a psychiatrist.
Well, in fact, the two of you shared the same award last year, remember?
No. No, I don't. I don't remember anything about it, and frankly, I don't see why I should share my dinner table with a stranger.
John, how can you say that?
I'm sure that you have regular consulting hours, Doctor. I don't intend to consult you on my dinner hour. Now, if you'll excuse me.
John, wait. I think there's a misunderstanding. I thought we'd become friends.
Friends? I never saw you before in my life.
October the 6th. It's the last entry. The last page. October the 6th. My hand is shaking. I can barely write these words. Today I have had terrible news. I cannot believe it.
I'm sorry, Dr. Seville, but I'm afraid we cannot show you a film today.
Not show me? But why? I have the money.
I am really very sorry. You see, the projection room has been dismantled.
What? But why? Is there some problem, something that has to be repaired?
It's been dismantled, Doctor.
What does that mean?
I'm afraid that you will not be able to continue your visits here. This business has become, well, unprofitable for us.
Oh, but I'll pay you more. It doesn't have to be only $100. I can raise more money, I promise you.
It isn't that simple.
But why are you doing this? Tell me.
We're very grateful for your patronage, Dr. Seville, believe me. But our experiment is over.
It isn't fair. It's just not fair. There are 1,000 things I want to see. Please, I beg you not to do this. I beg you.
Hello?
Vera, it's Martin. How are you?
Oh, I'm all right, Martin. Thank you.
I'm just calling to find out if you located all of John's papers.
Yes, I have them. Everything we discussed was in his wall safe.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear it. Now, what time would you like me to come over tomorrow?
Tomorrow?
Well, I have classes in the afternoon. Can we make it in the morning?
No, Martin, it won't be possible.
Oh, why not?
I won't be here tomorrow. I'm going somewhere.
Where? Well, not to your sister. You said you wouldn't leave for at least a month.
We'll just have to make it another time, Martin. I'm sorry.
Very well, Vera. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Now, what was that address again? Oh, here it is. Life Films Incorporated, 420 Oak Road, Carrington, Massachusetts.
And so Mrs. John Saville has decided to follow the same trail her husband followed. What will she find there? An answer? Or perhaps more tragedy? We'll find out exactly what happens at 420 Oak Road when we return shortly with Act 3. It's a cold, crisp day in autumn. A day for visiting the countryside, to see the blazing colors of the leaves before their fall. But the eyes of Vera Saville behind the wheel of her car seem to see nothing but the road ahead. Even as she drives, her mind is full of doubts that she will find anything at all at 420 Oak Road, either because its occupants have moved on or because those occupants had never been there.
Yes?
Pardon me, I'm looking for a place called Life Films Incorporated.
Oh, I'm sorry. You must have the wrong address.
No, I'm sure it's the right place, but perhaps the firm is no longer located here.
I'm sorry. I really can't help you.
Oh, wait, please. I'm Mrs. Seville. My husband was Dr. John Seville. You know his name, don't you?
I am afraid not.
Please don't shut the door.
What is it, David?
Is there a Mr. Frank here? Mr. Thomas Frank?
Yes. Yes, my name is Frank, Mrs. Seville. Let the lady in, David.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, come this way, Mrs. Seville. And please, sit down.
No. I'd prefer to stand, thank you.
I really think you would be better off. This chair is quite comfortable.
Very well.
Now, tell me, what we can do for you, Mrs. Seville.
I know what you're thinking.
Pardon?
You're thinking that John disobeyed your instructions, but you're wrong. He never told me about you or about this place. He kept a journal, a record of his visits here, and I found it after his death.
You have our deepest sympathies, Mrs. Seville. Your husband was a great man.
Thank you. You should know, of course. You should know everything about John.
Mrs. Seville...
I've read about your movies. It's difficult to believe that such a thing can be done. But as the wife of a scientist, I have more liberal ideas, perhaps, concerning what is possible.
Yes. Many things are possible, Mrs. Seville. No one knew that better than your husband.
He was a brilliant man. But what he accomplished in his lifetime was no greater than your own achievement.
Oh, we did not invent the life film process, ma'am. We are merely, salesmen.
Ah, well, you have an amazing product to sell. Truly amazing. A filmed record of one's own life. Very ingenious. But in this case, your ingenuity killed my husband.
Oh, we cannot believe that, Mrs. Seville.
You did. Read his journal. Read it and you'll see. These films of yours destroyed him. They destroyed his will. They were like a drug to him, like an addictive drug. And then you cut them off. You stopped them and he couldn't bear it and he killed himself.
That wasn't the case.
It's the truth. Read the last entry. The pain he felt, knowing that he could no longer visit his past, see his life relived.
Mrs. Seville, you must hear our side of the story. I know you're overwrought, but we deserve a hearing.
Yes, that's why I've come. I want to know how you can justify what you've done.
Very well. The first thing you have to know is that there are no films.
What did you say?
We are not movie makers. There has been no photographic record of your husband's life.
But his journal...
Things are not always what they seem. Our people have learned many things, but this is not one of them.
Your people? Who are they?
It is true that your husband saw his past, Mrs. Seville, just as he says in his journal. But the method was something different from what he thought. It had to be. And we couldn't tell him the truth for fear that he would reveal our purpose.
What purpose?
The purpose of life, Mrs. Seville.
Your husband was on the verge of an important discovery. A discovery that the people of our world have been aware of for many centuries.
Your world? Oh, no. Oh, no. I'm not going to believe this. You're going to sit there and tell me that you're from some other planet, that you're aliens?
It will be the truth.
But that's not possible. I want the real truth, not some idiotic fairy tale.
It is only the truth. We are from a planet of a sun, not too distant from yours. Someday, perhaps, your people will reach us just as we have reached you. And when that day comes, if you come in peace, we will greet you in peace.
But what has this to do with my husband?
We are given to the long view of things, Mrs. Seville. That's why we were sent here. To prevent your husband's theory from being born before its time, before the people of your world were able to cope with its dangers. We had to stop him.
You mean to kill him? Is that what you were planning to do? Kill my husband?
No, Mrs. Seville.
We are forbidden to take life. There are laws in your world which also forbid it, but those laws are only in your preachings. Our law is integrated in our minds and bodies and souls.
Oh, I see. So you arranged for him to kill himself.
No, that was not our intention. We deeply regret this tragic outcome. Please believe us, Mrs. Saville. All we wanted to do was to make your husband forget.
But how? By destroying his mind?
We hope to have him forget only enough to make completion of his work impossible.
Yes, come with me, Mrs. Saville. I want to show you our projection room. Come in, Mr. Saville.
Well, it's just as he described it.
Yes. This is where your husband watched scenes from his past, but not on films, Mrs. Saville. We have evolved a method for producing from one's own mind the stored images of memory. I can assure you, the principles involved are more complex than your husband's space heat theory.
Memory. Then John only remembered what he saw.
Oh, the mind forgets nothing. There is a storehouse in our brains that keeps its treasures until some outside force brings them to light once again. We have discovered that force, that light, if you will. And through it, Dr. Saville rediscovered his past. It was a wondrous experience for him, but we expected to be repaid.
And you don't mean money?
No. We were repaid in another kind of coin. The coin of forgetfulness.
The effort of extracting the past is a great one. The price is memory itself. Each hour your husband viewed in this room would later be forgotten by him in its entirety, no matter how hard he tried to recall it.
Then you did destroy his mind.
In the interests of peace, Mrs. Saville.
And then when you were through with him, you tossed the empty shell aside.
We did what had to be done.
And what will you do now?
We will return home. Our task on Earth is ended. For now.
And what will I do now? John was everything to me. To you, he was nothing more than an assignment. Something you had to attack and destroy. But he was my husband, my life.
Oh, believe me, Mrs. Saville, we wish there was something we could do.
Well, there is. There is.
Anything, Mrs. Saville. Just tell us what you wish.
I want to see a film.
Do you know that you're squinting, Vera Peterson?
What?
You are definitely squinting at me.
I don't know what you mean.
Look, I've seen you around the university, and I happen to remember that you wear glasses. Where are they now?
Oh, well, they're in my purse, if you really want to know.
I think you ought to wear them.
You do?
Certainly. How else can you know what I look like? I might be a veritable Mr. Hyde, for all you know.
Instead of Dr. Jekyll?
Go on. Put your glasses on. I might have just the impudent charm you like.
All right, I will. There.
Well, what do you think?
Well, you're not Mr. Hyde. But I don't know about the impudent charm.
You know something, Miss Peterson? You should never worry about wearing those glasses. I mean all the time. Nothing in the world could hide the beauty of your eyes.
Yes, you've guessed it. You've just heard a love story. But why not? Is there anything more wonderful, marvelous, or mysterious than love? We suspect that it is one earthly phenomenon that man will take with him and her to the outer planets. That romance will follow the rocket ships, that valentines will be sent on Venus, that wedding rings will be worn on the rings of Saturn. I'll be back shortly.
Delta Airlines.
Say, does Delta fly to Atlanta?
Yes, sir. Delta has the most non-stops to Atlanta. 9 every day, plus 8 one-stop through jets.
Well, better give them all to me.
Yes, sir. Here goes. 7:20 a.m., rise and shine. The 8:20 flight is next in line. There's another breakfast flight at 9. Then come flights at 11:05, 11:30, and 12:25. The next flight takes off at 1:10, and close behind, the 2 p.m. There's a 2:40 flight and a 3:30, too. Or maybe the 4 is just right for you. The 4:40 jet is a big tri-star, and the 6:25 is popular. At 6:30, another flight, then the 7:25 comes into sight. A tri-star night coach at 9 p.m. and another at 2:45 a.m. And then we do it all again.
Wow, that was terrific.
You're sure to have a good time on Delta. To Atlanta, Jacksonville, Daytona Beach, all the South.
Hey, I had a good time just calling.
Delta is ready when you are.
This is WBBM Chicago.
Speaking of love and science fiction, have you ever heard about the Hollywood producer who plotted his first science fiction movie? Boy meets girl, boy loses girl, boy builds girl. Well, that might not be the next story you will hear on Mystery Theater, but we do promise you an earful of wonders, marvels, and mysteries that will bring the future as close as the speaker on your radio. Our cast included Marion Seldes, Norman Rose, Russell Horton, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. And after all, what is a lie? 'Tis but the truth in masquerade, according to Lord Byron. Does it work both ways? Is the truth a lie in masquerade? Those great poets are not always easy to follow. Is it possible that there are neither absolute lies nor absolute truths, but varying degrees of each? As we shall discover, perhaps, during the next hour. Our mystery drama, Come Fill My Cup, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Larry Haynes and William Griffiths. Out of the shadows of the night, the world rolls into light. It is daybreak everywhere, sings the poet, yes. Daybreak and breakfast and off to the daily round of toil for one's bread. They gather at the railroad station in the town of Westville to catch the 749, which will bear them to the big city, more than 50 miles and 61 minutes away. And they purchase their big city newspapers, they stamp their feet against the cold, they exchange idle small talk, till the big shiny electric cars skitter to a stop along the platform, and they scatter aboard and scramble for seats. Thus, another day has begun.
Aboard! Aboard! My name is Frank Durham. I've been with the road 45 years. I can remember steam, diesels, now these. 45 years. Rain, shine, snow, hail. What do them letter carriers say? Well, we go through the same thing. It's funny. When people find out I'm conductor of the 749, they kind of look at me and say, hey, isn't that the one? Yeah, it's the one where the guy was murdered. Now, as a rule, people don't get murdered on trains. Why, I knew all about the Orient Express, but a commuter train? So I guess you want to know all about it. Okay? Tickets? All tickets, please. Oh, say, what are you doing up here, Mr. Jorgensen?
Morning, Frank.
Yeah, I thought you'd be back in the club car with Jerry and them.
Yeah, I decided to change my ways. No more cards.
Is that a fact?
You better believe it.
Well, I hope for your sake it's true.
No, Frank, it's all over. I don't need a sermon.
I always felt that poker game was too rich for your blood.
You've no idea how anemic it made me.
Well, if you'll pardon my saying it, you were in way over your head. Why, Jerry Garland is at least a millionaire. So's Pete McHugh. As for Bill...
I'm well out of it.
Well, you listen to a man old enough to be your father. You see you stay out of it. That made me feel good. Don Jorgensen had been a patsy in this high-stakes poker game for more than a year. In 61 minutes, Westville to New York, you could lose $100, $150 easy. And there were days Don did just that. Well, I went back to punch tickets in the club car. That's the last car in the 749's private car. You pay extra for it, but you can sit at a table, have coffee or breakfast, play cards, and you're away from the, well, not the riffraff, but, how the fella put it, the maddening throng or something. Tickets, gentlemen. Thank you.
Frank, you seen Don? I saw him on the platform getting on a train. He's holding up the game. Look, you fellas sit here, play a hand of gin or something. I'll rout him out.
Jerry got up from the table and started walking forward. I wondered what luck he would have with Don. When I went up ahead again, I saw him sitting next to Don. I moved slowly and stood behind him. I was curious.
Everybody's luck turns, kid.
Yeah, except mine.
Look, you enjoyed the game.
I can't afford it anymore.
That's an argument I can't buck.
I am reformed from now on.
Okay, kid. I hope so.
I got a book to read, a crossword puzzle.
Look, I'm all for a guy kicking the habit, any habit. It's just,
It's just what?
Well, it's just, I wish you didn't decide to kick it today.
Why not today?
Well, I feel lucky.
Then I'm definitely picking the right time.
I feel today is my day to take Peter McHugh.
So go take him.
Nobody wants to play three-handed.
Well, you can pick up somebody else.
No, there's not many guys with the courage to play in that game.
Not to mention the money.
Listen, Don, do me a favor. Quit tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, play today.
No.
Come on now, as a favor to me.
It sure wouldn't be a favor to me.
Don, you can't lose.
Would you like to know how much I lost this past year?
What I'm trying to say.
And to you, Jerry.
It won't cost you a cent to play today, Don.
Oh, yeah? Let's hear this.
If you win, you win. Keep it. But if you lose, I'll pay you back.
What?
No matter how much. Just keep tabs, and I'll pay you back every cent later.
Well, you must really want to play bad.
Come on, Don. I can hit Pete for a bundle. How can you lose?
Okay. Just this once.
I didn't know what to make of that whole conversation. Anyhow, Jerry and Don got up, walked to the club car. I finished up front, went back there myself for the morning coffee. Down toward the end of the car, I could see the poker game in full swing. I stood at the bar while Lou handed me my usual coffee, and I ate, drank slowly. I turned to watch the poker players. I could hear the conversation, clinking of coins, and I could see the green of the bills.
Pair of deuces is high. It's you, Jerry.
Yeah, so I see. Now, pair of deuces, check.
Deuces, check. Dealer folds. So, ace high bets. That's you, Pete.
This ace high bets $10.
Bill, I see you fold. Okay, that leaves it up to deuces, Jerry.
Yeah, so it does. Well, the little deuces will see that $10 bet and raise you 20.
And that's about how it would go. Check and raise, which is about as cutthroat as poker can ever get. But at least they were honest about it. They didn't pretend it was a friendly game. It went on like that for a bit. And then...
Who wants a cup of coffee? You, Pete?
I had enough.
Bill? You still off coffee? Come on, fellas, I'm buying. How about you, Don?
When'd you ever know me to turn down a cup of coffee?
Yeah, I'll go up and get it now while I'm out of this hand. I'll be right back.
See, you got your card game going, Mr. Garland?
Yep. We have to find a new recruit. Low cup of coffee for me, Mr. Jorgensen. Come on, I'm losing money standing here.
Oh, sure thing, Mr. Garland.
Just then, I thought I heard a kind of squealing sound. I left my coffee and walked back quickly to the rear cab. I opened the door to see if maybe we didn't have a jam break. But it was nothing. Anyhow, I stood there for a couple of seconds. I could see Lou at the bar up ahead pouring the 2 cups of coffee. He put them on the tray, and Jerry spilled a packet of sugar into each. Now, the reason I go into all these details is because this is that famous, or what I should say, notorious day. When I started back for the bar, Jerry picked up the tray and started toward the table. Halfway, we met in the aisle. I was about to step aside to let him pass when we hit that curve just before we crossed the New York state line. The train sways pretty bad, and I could see Jerry was about to lose his balance. Well, I wanted to help him, but as he fell back, he automatically thrust the tray forward, and I caught it and took it from his hands. He grabbed the back of his seat, and so did I. For a few seconds, we both nearly fell, but we both managed to keep our balance. Then Jerry took the tray back from me and went to his table, and I watched the game continue from the bar.
Here's your coffee, Don.
Oh, thanks. It's 5-card draw, Jerry. We dealt you in. Ante up $5.
Little jacks are better, huh?
The famous name of the game.
Well, let's take a sip of this coffee, and I'll examine my options.
Hey, now let's get a move on, huh? We'll be in the terminal in less than 15 minutes.
Come on. There's enough time for entire fortunes to be made, Pete.
Boy, that's pretty good coffee this morning, Jerry.
Yeah. Lou gets lucky once in a while. Speaking of luck, gents, she's, open for another $5.
Bill, I see you fold.
Call.
I'm in, and now, cards.
Hey, that is pretty good coffee.
Hey, I want 3.
3 to Brother Pete.
Yeah. Give me 2.
2 to Jerry. And the dealer draws 1.
More kids have lost out on a college education because their fathers drew to an inside straight.
Opener bets. That's you, Jerry. Jerry?
Jerry, you gonna sit there and drink that coffee or what?
All right, don't rush it. Don't rush me.
Don't rush our good friend.
Let's see. Don, you drew 3, huh?
No, Pete drew 3.
You bought.
No, I drew 1.
1. Bill asked for...
Bill didn't ask for anything. Bill's out.
Bill is out. It's hot in here. Somebody ought to ask Frank to turn down the heat.
Hey, look, you gonna bet or not?
What do you think I play this game for? I wish it wasn't so hot here.
Hey, Jerry, you okay?
Yeah, it's my bet, huh?
Hey, Pete, Bill, I think there's something wrong with Jerry.
I bet I bet,
Frank, come over here, quick.
Oh, my chest. My chest.
Frank, you got a phone on this train? Call ahead for an ambulance.
I got this.
Jerry. Jerry!
I telephoned to have an ambulance meet us at the next station. There was also a doctor among the passengers in the third car, and he came back quickly. But it didn't matter. Nothing would matter anymore to Jerry Garland. He was dead. They took him off the train. When we got to the terminal, I had a lot of writing to do, a lot of forms to fill out and reports to make. I was busy in the locker room when I heard a man ask for me.
You Frank Durham?
Yeah, that's right.
I'm Lieutenant Parsons, New York City Police.
Yeah?
You're the conductor of train number 4231. It's the 749 out of Westville, Connecticut.
Sure.
I want you to tell me everything you know about the murder.
What murder's that?
The murder that took place on your train this morning.
Well, wait a minute. That wasn't a murder. A fella died.
A man by the name of Gerald K. Garland.
Yes, he died of a heart attack.
Oh, yeah? Who told you it was a heart attack?
Well, I mean, the way he keeled over, I kind of thought that...
No. He was murdered.
How could he have been murdered?
He was poisoned.
How could he have been poisoned?
That's just what I want to ask you.
Okay, let's all ask ourselves, how could he have been poisoned? And to get the red tape out of the way, the facts are clear. Lieutenant Parsons made that statement because a medical examination showed definite traces of strychnine, a poison in the strychnine family. So, we have our murder on the 749. But how? Look, this is only the end of Act 1. You'll have to be patient until I return with Act 2. Trust everybody, but cut the cards, said the beloved Mr. Dooley. Ah, yes. How many decks of cards have been cut and shuffled on the 749, the commuter express from Westville, especially in the club car, where perhaps the most cutthroat game has been going on for several years. Well, if the game keeps being cutthroat, someone may begin to take that word literally. Obviously, someone did. Except he didn't use a knife. He employed poison.
Poison? Are you saying Jerry Garland was poisoned, Lieutenant?
Well, that's what the medical examiner says, and it's good enough for me.
But poison? How could he have been poisoned?
Well, as they say, it was ingested in the coffee he drank.
Oh, no.
Yes, happens to be the fact. Now, it took place in the club car. And what was Jerry Garland doing at the time of his death?
He was playing cards. He was part of this regular game. He was playing and drinking his coffee. Then he just keeled over.
The coffee? How did he get the coffee?
He went up to the bar for 2 coffees.
2 coffees?
Yeah, one for himself, the other for Don Jorgensen. Well, he picked up the coffee.
Who served the coffee?
Lou Vitry, our barman.
Now, Lou poured out the coffee into the cups.
Yeah, that's right. And Jerry put them on a tray and went back to the table.
Now, would you know if there was cream and sugar in the coffees?
Yeah, now you mention it. I saw Jerry put in the cream and sugar himself while he was still at the bar.
Into both coffees?
Yeah, that's right.
And then he went back to the table. And then what did he do?
He gave 1 cup to Don Jorgensen, 1 cup he kept for himself.
Yeah?
Well, couldn't have been more than a couple, 3 minutes, and that was it.
And he drank this coffee?
Oh, yeah.
The other cup of coffee, the one he gave this...
Don Jorgensen.
Yeah, Don Jorgensen. He drank his coffee also?
Yeah.
You saw him do it?
Oh, yes.
Right. I want you to stay with me while I question some of the people in that club car.
When?
As soon as I can round them up.
Well, I have to take 1127 out.
No. I don't think so.
That was Detective Lieutenant Parsons. Grover Cleveland Parsons. Well, the first person he got hold of was Lou Vitry, the barman. All of a sudden, I got the shock of my life. But I'll feed it to you gently, the way it was fed to me.
How long you been with the railroad?
5 years, Lieutenant.
What'd you do before that?
Why, look, Lieutenant, is it important?
I just answered the question.
I work for Mr. Garland.
Jerry Garland?
Yeah.
As what?
Well, I was his chauffeur.
Well, why did you leave the job?
Look, do I have to say this?
Answer the question.
Well, can the answer be confidential between me and the cops?
Well, so far.
Because if it's known, I can lose my job. Does Frank have to hear me answer?
No, he won't say anything, I guarantee it. Well, why could you lose your job?
Because, I got a record.
For what?
I did 3 years for burglary, but I was innocent.
Tell it, Lou.
Well, one night there was a burglary. Jewels that belonged to Jerry's wife, Theodora, were stolen. Well, they searched all the servants, naturally, and in my room, I found the bracelet.
Well, what was it doing there?
Well, it must have been planted there by the thieves to turn the heat on me. And it did. I was put away.
Well, how did you get the job on the railroad if you had this record?
Jerry Garland got it for me.
Why?
Well, when I got out, I went to him to his office.
What are you doing here, Lou? You escaped from jail?
Oh, I'm out, Mr. Garland.
Oh, what do you want?
Well, I didn't steal those jewels.
Oh, look, Lou, it was all decided by a court of law.
I ain't a crook, and you know it.
Oh, maybe not, but you might have been tempted.
Oh, never. I've been your show for 13 years. You trusted your kids to me when I was little. I lived in your house. Now, you know I ain't a crook. Mr. Garland, you gotta help me.
Well, Lou, if you need some money to get on your feet...
So I need more money. I need a job. I can't get a job. I got a record, you understand?
Yeah, I know it's tough, Lou.
You don't know how tough it is. I'm turned down everywhere I go. So help me get a job. Give me a job.
Now, can't very well take you back as my chauffeur.
Why not?
Well, how would it look?
Well, can't you do anything for me? I'll take any job at all. He got me a job. This job. My name isn't Lou Vitry either. I had to change it. Vitry's my mother's maiden name.
Well, how could the poison have gotten into Mr. Garland's cup?
I don't know.
Okay, Lou. That's all for now. Just keep handy in case you need it. You can go.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, Lieutenant.
Well, he doesn't have a motive.
He doesn't have a motive. But that's not true, Lieutenant. He does have a motive. And now I know what that motive is. He was the chauffeur. I never knew that. So now it all makes sense, that conversation I overheard in the bar in the club car a couple of weeks ago. The train was crowded. Jerry had gotten up from the card table and come over to pick up a couple of rounds of drinks. Standing at the bar was Mr. Alexander Trowbridge. Yeah, the very big guy on Wall Street. Very strict, very dignified. Anyhow, Jerry spotted him and said,
"Hello there, Alex."
"Good evening, Mr. Garland."
Well, it ain't every day I have the privilege of riding home on a train with the Wolf of Wall Street. Hey, let me buy you a drink.
Thank you. I have one.
Well, have another one on me.
That won't be necessary, thank you. I never have more than one.
Okay, Alex. Say, look, I may drop over to your office one day. I may have a little business to throw your way.
Jerry Garland had a hide like a rhinoceros, which is why you couldn't kill him with a bullet or a knife. You had to use poison. Anyhow, it was obvious to me that Mr. Trowbridge was very put out. And the fellow standing next to him spotted it, too. And I remember Trowbridge saying, "I have every reason to suspect that man is a thief." There's no real proof, of course, but Swanson's company handles the man's insurance.
We had a burglary some years ago. Wife's jewels were supposed to be stolen. Swanson could swear Garland pulled a swindle on the insurance company.
Is that so?
The jewels never turned up at any of the known receivers of stolen goods. Actually, Swanson must know more than he's telling, but he's stuck for proof. Another round here, please, Lou?
Yes, sir.
I know Swanson wouldn't make such a charge, even off the record, unless he knew it was true. Meanwhile, some poor servant went to jail at...
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
Oh, that's all right, Lou.
It spilled all over you.
Well, it's just water. No harm done.
Was that why Lou dropped the glass? Was that why he turned so pale? I didn't think anything about it at the time, but now it makes sense. The lieutenant had just said that Lou Vitry did not have a motive, but he did have.
Yeah, Frank. I know about it.
About Lou having a motive?
Yep. He told me himself. He figured if this kind of thing was being talked about, how Jerry Garland himself could have staged the robbery, it was sure to get the cops, and then he'd really be in a jam.
Well, he's in a jam anyhow, isn't he?
Well, not exactly. You see, if he poisoned the coffee and then gave 2 cups to Jerry to take back to the table, how could he be sure which cup Jerry would drink?
Yeah.
Frank, you see these fellas every day. Who had a motive for killing Jerry?
Well, nobody really liked him.
Who were his friends?
In the club car?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he had no friends that I knew of. Nobody really liked him.
Well, who might have liked him the least?
You get into a discussion of human nature, Lieutenant. Bill Russell, one of the regulars in the game, never opened his mouth except to bet. Now, how do I know what that man thought? Don Jorgensen. Well, he didn't like Jerry. Over the year, he must have lost at least $15,000 in that game. Jerry was practically the only big winner.
$15,000 could be a motive for revenge.
Oh, but take Pete McHugh. Now, he fancies himself the best poker player in the world. Yet Jerry was always taking his money.
A lot of money?
No. The big loss was pride. Is that a motive?
No, not really. This Don Jorgensen. Tell me more about him.
Funny thing. This morning he decided to quit the game. But he went back for a kind of a farewell.
Let's see what we can do with Don Jorgensen. You lost heavily.
Well, I wouldn't say so, Lieutenant.
Now, it is common knowledge aboard the 749 that you were an unusually big loser. Now, is that true?
Well, actually, in a friendly game, you don't notice.
Now, look, we've got a murder case, and you'd better tell me the truth. Now, we know you work for Simmons and Boswell on Wall Street, and we know what your salary is. We know just about how much you've been losing.
Now, hold on, Lieutenant.
Shall we check your bank to see what loans you negotiated and your insurance company to see if any policies were cashed in? Of course, if you borrowed from the loan sharks, you will really need our help.
Okay. It's true. You want to know what I lost? $21,364.87. You see? I know it to the penny. How could it happen? Well, you take the train an average of 200 days a year. You lose an average of $100 a day. Oh, not every day. Sometimes you win. I even won $300 one morning, but that's just the cheese in the trap. Don't ask me why I kept doing it. It's a bad dream. It cost me my wife. She's going to divorce me.
You suspected Jerry was cheating.
Yes.
Did you kill him?
No.
I think you did.
Lieutenant, I swear to you, I'm innocent.
And I think I know how you worked it. The only way you could have worked it.
That's pretty good. If Don Jorgensen wanted to have Jerry Garland drink a cup of poisoned coffee, how could Don have worked it? Since, as we saw, Jerry got the 2 cups of coffee. Jerry handed out the coffee. How could Don be sure he wasn't getting the wrong one? Well, Lieutenant Parsons has made his deduction on facts and inferences that were available to all of you. Why don't we compare notes in Act 3 in just a few moments? Mr. Sam Johnson, whom we quote quite often because he knew practically everything worth knowing, declared that a man could do anything if he did it in a genteel way, even cheat at cards. Well, Sam Johnson never rode in a commuter train. Jerry Garland cheated, and in the opinion of the police, that's why someone, namely Don Jorgensen, murdered him.
But I didn't do it.
You don't have to say anything.
Am I being arrested, Lieutenant?
Mr. Jorgensen, because of Jerry Garland, you lost your wife. All the money you had.
No. I lost everything because of my own weakness.
And so you decided to kill him.
You're wrong.
You worked out this scheme to poison him.
What good would it do for me to kill him? Would it burn out the disease I have inside of me, this mania to gamble? I swore I would quit, but I can't.
You figured you would poison his coffee.
How? Frank, you saw. The whole club car saw. Jerry went to the bar. He got the coffee. If there was poison in 1 cup, I could have gotten it.
No. You had a way to guard against that.
How? How could I guard against that?
With the help of Lou Vitry.
Lou Vitry?
Don Jorgensen, Lou Vitry. 2 men with powerful motives to kill Jerry Garland.
But I tell you,
First, wait to hear what I tell you. You knew Jerry liked to treat everybody to coffee, so he could brag about it. You knew he would go to the bar to get it. And you also knew the other 2 at the table, Pete and Bill, never drank coffee. So you knew it would only be 2 cups.
I knew nothing of the sort.
Jerry would go up to get the coffee. Lou would pour him the poison cup.
Yeah, but how could Lou make sure I wouldn't drink it?
Because Lou would know which cup was which. And if Jerry set the poison one down next to you, he would give you the high sign, and you would make an excuse or forget to drink it.
It isn't true.
Well, Lieutenant, could I talk to you in private for a second? It couldn't have worked that way.
No?
No.
Well, makes sense. Now, I got 2 guys with a motive.
Even if you could prove that Don knew about Lou's motive, you don't have a case.
Why not?
Because I saw Lou pour that coffee. It was from the same glass pot that he poured about 10 other cups, including mine. That was the only coffee.
You, drank that same coffee?
So did Don and 8 other people in the car.
Well, then it was in the cream.
Oh, we all use the same cream pitcher.
The sugar. Now, the sugar was in separate packets.
Yes, it was. They were piled in a dish, and I saw Jerry reach in, pick out 2, pour 1 in each cup. Everybody used those packets from that dish. There was no way either Lou or Don could control any single packet if it contained the poison.
You're sure of that?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Well, how did that poison get into that coffee? Now, I've got 2 great motives, Lou and Don. But there's no way I can find for any of them to get the poison in his cup.
Time went on, days passed, and I guess life went on also. I don't know what happens to a murder case when it doesn't get solved and the papers stop writing about it. I suppose it just sort of gets into a file cabinet somewhere. Well, 7:49 left Westville as usual, on or about on time. The club car found other things to talk about. The card game continued with Don back in, but the new member was Mr. Trowbridge. And because he was so fabulously rich, they played for pennies. But I kept thinking and thinking about the murder. Well, one night I was taking my evening run home, and I stopped in the club car. Tickets, please. Tickets.
Hello, Frank.
Oh, evening, Mr. Jorgensen.
Frank, I never did get a chance to thank you properly for what you did for me.
What did I do for you?
Well, the day Jerry was, that cop, he was all set to lower the boom, and then you just took him aside. What'd you tell him?
Well, I just said, a fine, clean-cut chap like you, how could you possibly be a killer?
I bet you did.
You'd be better off if you never bet again in your life. See you. Tickets, please. Tickets. Thank you. Oh, good evening, Mr. Trowbridge.
Evening, Frank.
No poker tonight?
Well, if I may rephrase the title of a grand old song, those wedding bells are breaking up that old game of mine.
Oh, who's getting married?
At the bar there. Don.
Didn't he just get divorced?
Oh, certainly. He had to shed the old one before he could acquire a new one. You're not allowed to have two at a time in our culture.
Well, one was all I could ever handle.
Capacities differ, Frank. Oh, there she is now. She's just come up to the bar. Do you wonder that he finds her company more exciting than our poker game?
No, but don't wonder at all. There is a beautiful young lady.
You mean, you don't know who she is, Frank?
Oh, can't say that I do.
She's Dora. Theodora Garland, Jerry's widow.
She's Jerry's widow?
You mean you never met her?
No. Well, for that matter, Mr. Trowbridge, I never met your wife either.
Yes, that's true.
So she's Dora Garland. Huh. How could you figure to be this young and this pretty?
And how could you ever figure what she saw in Jerry?
I moved back toward the bar. Suddenly, I realized that I had seen her before. Somewhere before. But where? Where? And then I remembered where. At the bar in the terminal. I owed Tom Franklin a run, and I was waiting to take the 10:08 out. I was having a beer. There was a man, and there was a woman sitting in the booth ahead of me. The man had his back to me. I couldn't see his face, but I knew it was Don Jorgensen. The woman was facing me. She was that woman. Now I know who she was. Dora Garland. And she and Don Jorgensen were having, as they say, an affair. And from what I knew of Jerry, he was the type who would kill both of them if he found out. So to the long list of motives for murder, add one more. But a good, strong one.
Now, Frank, don't give me any more suspects, huh? I don't want no more motives. I got all of those I can handle. I tell you what I need. I need what I can't get. The way any one of them or two of them could have put that poison into the coffee. Why don't you forget it?
Well, it happened on my train. I feel responsible.
Yeah, well, maybe you did it, huh?
Me?
Yeah, well, as I put together everybody's story, Frank, I think you left something out.
What?
You could have poisoned that coffee.
Why? How?
Why, I can dig around for.
How?
Okay. Jerry was starting back to the table with the coffee tray. Okay. Now you're headed the other way, up the aisle. The train gives a lurch. Jerry almost falls. You grab the tray from him.
For just a second.
Long enough, maybe, to put that poison in the cup.
Yeah? Well, here's what's wrong with that theory. First, how could I have, in those few seconds, gotten the tops off the cups and put in the poison?
Tops?
Well, Lou always puts those plastic tops on the cups so you won't spill any.
Yeah.
Second, even if I was a magician and could do it, how could I be sure which cup Jerry himself would drink?
Well, it's a good theory.
Maybe the coffee wasn't poisoned in the club car.
It had to be. That poison works within minutes. No, I am afraid we're stuck.
It sure looked that way. A couple days passed, and I was on the 749 again, and somehow it didn't seem the same without Jerry. A likable guy he wasn't, but he sure livened things up. And there was another side to him. I remembered it was a couple days before he died. He was the first one on the train. He was sitting at the table waiting for the others. And there was a look on his face that I'd never seen before. I guess it was a lost look. Good morning, Mr. Garland.
Oh, morning, Frank.
Oh, something wrong this morning, Mr. Garland?
Wrong? Why do you say that?
Well, I don't know. I guess you just look kind of, blue.
Do I?
Yeah, I'd say so.
I'd like to murder a couple of people, but that couldn't be the reason. Well, we'll get the old game started. That puts a bloom in the cheeks.
Now I remembered. That was the morning after I had seen his wife Dora in the bar at the terminal. So he had found out. And he was actually thinking of murder. I just needed one more little fact. Morning, Mr. Jorgensen. See you're not in the club car this trip.
No, Mr. Trowbridge is on vacation, and Pete is sick today, so I thought I'd sit up here and catch up on some paperwork. Too noisy back there.
Don, when did Mr. Garland find out you were having an affair with his wife?
Say, what do you...
Just answer the question.
Well, not just about a week before he died.
How did you know that he knew? Did he tell you?
No.
Did he tell Dora?
No.
Then how'd you know?
Frank, did you ever have an affair with another man's wife?
No.
You're not missing anything. But when the husband finds out, you can tell by certain little things in his manner.
Is that why you and Dora decided to kill him?
No. Oh, no, we were scared, yes, but for our own lives. Now, you knew Jerry. He was a violent man.
So why did you fool around with his wife?
You know why? To get back at him. He destroyed me. He stripped me of all my money. My wife walked out on me with the kids. I had to get back at him. And this was the only way I could. It was the one place I could prove I was a better man than he was.
And then I saw it. I saw the whole thing. Why did we all wonder who wanted to kill Jerry? Why didn't we ask who it was that Jerry himself wanted to kill? Why did we believe that the poison was intended for Jerry? Why couldn't it be meant for Don Jorgensen?
Now what, Frank?
Lieutenant, you said I could have been responsible for Jerry's death. You were right. I was.
Are you crazy?
Jerry decides to kill Don. Okay. He goes for the coffee. Lou pours. Jerry then opens the sugar packets. Jerry is in a position to use a packet that he had with him that contains the poison. I notice you're listening now.
Hey, go on.
Now, Jerry comes back to the table with the tray. He knows which cup he has poisoned. But the train gives a lurch. He almost falls. He's about to drop the tray. I'm there. I grab it from him. He saves himself from falling, and his eye is off me for a second or two. I have to stop myself from falling. I switch the tray from my right hand to my left. Unconsciously, I turn it around. He can't see that. It all happens so quickly. I give him the tray as if nothing happened. He gets to drink the poisoned coffee.
And how do we prove it?
I guess we don't. But I believe it. Do you?
The lieutenant didn't commit himself. Do you believe it? It makes sense. Satisfies all the conditions. But we are dealing with the most unpredictable materials in nature, namely human beings. Maybe Pete McHugh, the jealous card player, did it somehow. Maybe it was Lou, and/or Don, and/or Dora. Could we swear on our souls it wasn't the conductor? I'll be back with more from the realm of infinite possibility. Our story was about cards. What did a great master of cards say on the subject? The bizarre world of cards, a world of power politics, where punishment and rewards were meted out immediately. A deck of cards is built like the purest of hierarchies, with every card a master to those below it, a lackey to those above it. And there were the masses, the long suits, which always asserted themselves in the end and triumphed over the aces and the kings. Thus spoke the great player, Eli Culbertson. And he was in the know. Our cast included William Griffiths, Larry Haynes, Russell Horton, and Earl Hammond. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
E.G. Marshall. It is said that opportunity is like a knife. It can serve or sever our hopes, depending on whether it is seized by the blade or the handle. The knife, mankind's first invention and symbol of our dual nature. The assassin uses it to kill, the surgeon to cure. The same edge, the same point, the same steel. Our mystery drama, The Artist, was especially adapted from the Guy de Maupassant classic for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Michael Wager. When we think of romance, we dream of young lovers, Romeo and Juliet. Who wants to know about men and women who grow old together in contentment and tranquility? Give us the flaming passion of youth. That is what our story is all about. That thwack you hear is the sound of a large knife with a needle point and a murderous edge being thrown against a board by Professor Raoul Delacroix. Standing against the board is Mademoiselle Fifi, charming young lady with the face of an angel and the nerve of a devil, because the professor, from a distance of 30 feet, is outlining her body with those deadly knives of his. The slightest mistake, the tiniest error of judgment can mean serious injury or sudden death for Mademoiselle Fifi. But Professor Delacroix never makes mistakes, which is why he is paid fabulous fees to perform in the most exclusive nightclubs.
My good friends, I am about to throw the final knife, which will be placed under Mademoiselle Fifi's arm on a direct line with her adorable heart. I ask you this, when it is done, please do not applaud, for what we perform this night is not an act, but a ceremony that celebrates the ultimate faith that one human being can have in another. Are you ready, my beloved?
I am ready, my darling.
Oh, yes. In the event you may not have known, Mademoiselle Fifi is my wife. And so, now...
I didn't applaud, nor did anyone else in that audience. We watched that shining, murderous knife spin easily from his fingers, describe a graceful arc, and come to rest, quivering in the board as close to her body as it could get, without piercing skin or drawing blood. We sat in shocked silence as we might in a church. In silence and in awe, not only of his almost supernatural skill, but also because of the smile on her face, the almost supremely confident smile I have ever seen. My name is Mark Harrison, and my entire life has been changed just because I happened to see a knife thrower's act in an expensive night spot. And now I'm trying to make it all come together. Morning, Mother.
Are you just getting down to breakfast, Mark?
I must have overslept.
Well, you'll be late for work again.
I suppose so.
Really, Mark, you own the plant. You should set an example.
Mother, I don't know the first thing about business. I don't care to learn, and as long as we have competent people running the place for us, we'll be fine.
Oh, how I wish you'd get married.
I don't know anyone.
Nonsense. You know plenty of women.
Yeah, none of them are what I'm looking for.
Oh, we've arrived at that stage of the conversation. You say you haven't found what you're looking for, and I ask, what are you looking for? And you answer, you don't know. And we go round and round with that for a while.
Well, the fact is, I do know what I'm looking for.
Oh? When did this happen?
Last night.
You mean you met the girl you want to marry?
No, not exactly, but I did meet the kind of a girl I want to marry.
Well, that's progress. Who's the girl?
Mademoiselle Fifi.
Mademoiselle Fifi?
Yes, there's a knife thrower's act at the Gilded Cage. He is Professor Delacroix. Mademoiselle Fifi is the target.
Oh, I think those things are gruesome.
It's an art. A positive art. The way he places those knives.
Mark, I wouldn't be able to look.
She stands there. Her life is in his hands.
I would imagine so.
The smallest mistake...
Personally, I think the girl is rather stupid to flirt with death. Why?
She trusts him.
That's the understatement of the week.
It is complete, unquestioning trust. It's absolute conviction. There's something so innocent about it. Something so pure.
Yes?
What I saw last night actually touched me to the very depth of my soul.
Oh, come, Mark.
How else can I put it? That's what happened. That's how I felt. Two people so deeply in love, and each evening that love must hold a confrontation with death.
Why does she do it?
It must be glorious to love like that. It must be terrible to love like that.
Well, make up your mind.
It's the only way I could ever love.
I wish you'd get married and get rid of all that romantic nonsense.
Those two people...
Those two, indeed. A glorified sideshow performer and a neurotic girl.
Oh, Mother, how can you call her that?
She flirts with death. Why?
That night, and every night, I went to the Gilded Cage. And I sat there, breathless, in a state... How else can I say it? Delicious terror as the lethal knives flew through the air and came to rest against, but not in her body, forming a deadly halo around her head, a lethal collar around her neck. Finally, one evening, scarcely knowing what I was doing, I found myself backstage at Monsieur Delacroix's dressing room door. How I got there, I could never tell you. I'm basically a very shy person, but there I was. And before I knew it, I had knocked on the door, and it opened.
Yes? Oh, it's you, Mr. Mark Harrison. Please come in.
You know my name?
Of course.
How?
Sit down. Have a drink. Fifi, Mark is here.
How wonderful.
Oh, she's in the other room, changing.
How did you know?
How did I know your name? Very simple, my friend. I asked.
But why would you ask? I can't imagine why you should want to know who I am, or care for that matter.
Why have you come to see me?
Oh, because I've never been so moved by a performance. I had to pay my respect to a great artist, and also to a great artiste.
Yes. Thank you.
But I still don't understand why you should want to find out who I am.
These past several weeks, you have become a person of great importance.
I have?
To me.
But Why? How?
A performer thrills an audience.
Oh, yes.
But it must be a two-way street. You see, the performer is nourished by the audience. My creative engine runs on electricity. And this can only come from those who watch and believe. And you, Mr. Mark Harrison, of all the believers, you are the most devout. Isn't that so?
Yes.
Night after night, I see you in the audience, watching me as I was meant to be watched, appreciating my genius for what it is. And so I made inquiries. And had you not come to pay your respects to me, I would have come to pay mine to you.
Oh, thank you, Professor Delacroix.
Oh, Raoul, darling. We have a visitor, I see. It's the charming gentleman who always sits at the ringside table.
Fifi, this is Mr. Mark Harrison.
I think your performance is the most thrilling.
In the beginning, it was even more exciting. Raoul would throw his knives blindfolded.
Blindfolded?
Perhaps you might convince him to do it again.
Never, never. No one will ever convince me.
But, Professor, how exciting it would be if...
It would be a false excitement. It would cheapen my art. Well, now that we're all friends, Mr. Harrison, you must visit us more often.
When? All day you practice, in the evening you perform, and at night you must go to bed early.
Yes, art is a hard mistress.
As long as art is your only mistress.
Don't be a stranger, Mr. Harrison.
Oh, no, I won't. Good evening, Mother.
Oh, dear. Did you have a hard day at the office?
I had a hard time finding a place to hide.
Morton Holmes called you.
And?
And I said you'd call back.
Oh, why didn't you say I was in Europe?
Oh, what? He's not so bad.
He probably has another fabulous blind date lined up for me.
Call him back. He may have a nice girl.
Morton has nothing to do with nice girls.
Well, call him back anyhow. You have nothing else to do.
How do you know?
The Gilded Cage is closed Monday night, so you can't go see your knife thrower.
Mother, he's not just a knife thrower.
Whatever. Now, why don't you call Morton?
I have a better idea. Why don't I just take you to the opera?
I happen to have a date. I'm afraid it's Morton or nothing.
I can stay home and read.
Oh, come, Mark. Please go out. Meet people.
All right. But Morton is the biggest waste of time.
Then you should make other friends.
Yes, I suppose so, of course.
Hello?
Morton?
Hey, Mark, it's you, buddy. Listen, save my life, will you?
I'd rather not.
On the level, listen, Sally has a friend.
Spare me from Sally's friends.
How do you know, Mark? She may be nice.
Morton, I'm,
Don't say you're busy. Your mother already told me you weren't doing anything.
Now, listen,
Listen, this is the cutest gal you ever saw in your life.
Yeah, I've heard that build up before.
And she's French. I mean, she speaks perfect English, but oh la la.
Oh, look, Morton, the fact is I have a headache.
She's dying to go out with you.
Is that a fact? Why?
Well, she says she knows you.
She knows me?
Mark, what have you been keeping from me?
Mother, will you stop it? And you know her.
Morton, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, now, if you're an experienced listener, you know what Morton's talking about. Or do you? Who can this girl be? And when Mark says to Morton, I don't know what you're talking about, does he really mean, I don't want to know what you're talking about? We have a prodigious amount of work to get done in the second act. As they say, is stranger than fiction. But why is everybody intrigued by that concept? What's so surprising about it? Fiction, after all, is predictable because it must follow strict laws of form. You who listen to our stories expect us to abide by certain set rules and conventions. Truth, on the other hand, has no restrictions. It can meander about as it pleases without being beholden to anybody and get itself into the strangest situations. Well, what we're telling you is a true story.
The girls are waiting for us here in Sally's apartment. You're in for the surprise of your life, Mark.
Ah, hello.
hello, Fifi. You know Mark?
Of course I know Mark. Oh, Sally's inside putting on her makeup.
Oh, why don't I go and check on her?
A splendid idea. Well, hello.
It can't be you.
Here, touch me. I'm real.
What are you doing here?
And what are you doing here? To answer both our questions, I want to have a little amusement, and so do you.
But you're married.
No, you're a funny man, but I like you.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Oh, come. You want me. You wanted me from the first moment you saw me in the gilded cage. That's why you kept coming back every night.
No.
I said to my friend Sally, do you know this young man? And she said, oh, he's a friend of a friend. So, why are we standing here?
Look, I don't really think that...
Why don't you kiss me?
Oh,
You want to kiss me, don't you?
Look, I feel... I mean, I have definite ideas about what's right and what's...
And still, you came here.
I didn't know it would be you.
Oh, yes, you did. You knew it would be me.
No, that's not true.
Oh, it's true. And something else is also true. There can only be one moment like this. One moment when I feel this way. One moment when I want you more than anything or anyone in the world. If this moment passes, it may never return. But take me in your arms now. This minute.
I couldn't help myself. I'd never felt that way in my life. This girl, this woman, she overwhelmed me. It's the only word I can think of. Suddenly I had no will of my own, no mind of my own. Everything was overcome by the desire to hold her, to possess her. She became the whole world.
Another cup of coffee?
Oh, no, thanks, Mother. I'll be late for work.
Oh, late for work. Tell me, how is your affair coming?
Affair?
Now, don't say the next sentence. What affair?
Mother, what are you talking about?
Your love affair.
Have you been spying on me?
I would never do a thing like that. I can tell by your moods, your actions, the little things that you're in love. Will you admit that?
All right, I'll admit it.
But grudgingly.
Mother, what am I supposed to do?
Son, love exhilarates. Love is not a burden. Unless...
Yes? Unless
it's an affair with a married woman. Have I guessed it? You don't have to answer. Then instead of an innocent joy, love becomes a guilty secret. What's her name? You see, you keep it even from me.
I'm old enough to manage my own affairs.
Of course. And you're also old enough to be happy.
I'm going to be late for the office.
You are not going to the office.
I don't want to discuss it.
I must say, when you kick over the traces, you don't do things by halves. Quiet, shy, bashful Mark finally has an affair with, of all women, a knife thrower's assistant.
Mother, this is monstrous.
Why?
How could you know who she is unless you hired a detective?
Well, you kept talking about that knife thrower.
He's more than just a knife thrower.
Yes, he is a man you have betrayed.
Don't say that.
If I don't say it, will that change anything?
How did you find out?
I had my best friend, Judge Corwin, take me to the gilded cage one night. You didn't see us. You had eyes for no one but the breathtaking Mademoiselle Fifi. It was obvious.
Obvious?
Perhaps it was only obvious to me. I agree with you. The man's a genius, an artist. It just happens I don't care for his art. But that's not the issue. The girl, however, is obvious. She's what I said she was. A tart.
Now, Mother, don't...
Please, let me finish. Mark, there's all kinds of flirting. There's the sort that's done in all innocence. The light-hearted, non-serious, playful little game that always ends, however, before any points are scored.
Mother, I have had enough of this.
But Mademoiselle Fifi flirts because she must. It's what brings excitement. And for all I know, even meaning to her life.
That is ridiculous.
Every night she flirts with death. Each knife throw may be... Do you know why she's taken up with you?
We're in love, Mother. In love.
Hazardous as her life may seem to the public, perhaps it's not dangerous enough for her. I would say she needs even more excitement and suspense. Can you imagine what would happen if Professor Delacroix knew of this affair?
Oh, that has become my nightmare.
One of those knives could miss the mark by a fraction of an inch. A fatal accident. And who could prove it was done on purpose?
Oh, please, Mother, please, don't say any more. She touched a nerve. She's very good at touching exposed nerves. Raw, vulnerable, sensitive nerves. What would he do? What would the professor do if he found out? I hardly have to guess. He's a proud man, a man of honor, great dignity. Should I even have to ask myself? He would kill us both. And the terrible thing, the awful situation was I was in love with her. And he had become my best friend.
Mark, my boy, the world is divided into two camps. The charlatans and the artists.
But not everyone has skills or talents.
True. But everyone who lives has life. And life is the greatest art of all. Without the audience that understands and enjoys, there is no art. How can there be? You understand the true meaning of what I do. You appreciate the incredible coordination.
Doesn't everybody?
No. To many, it's a trick.
Oh, how can it be a trick? It's being done in the open for all to see.
Ask and listen to what so many people say. They think it's done with mirrors, or it's done with magnets.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
But that's what they think. Why do you suppose I refuse to use a blindfold? Do you think it makes a difference to me? Of course not. But if I did wear a blindfold, I would only excite the suspicion that it was a fake, that there were hidden holes or slits, or that it was made of some transparent material.
It's hard to believe.
Well, good morning.
Well, it's hardly morning, Fifi, darling. It's almost noon.
Have you gentlemen been having another one of your earnest conversations?
Yes. But I'm afraid, my dear, that you shall have to entertain young Mark for a bit. I must practice.
You are always practicing.
Well, the fact that you live to say so is eloquent testimony to that fact. You see, Mark, my genius is due to the fact that I have been blessed by God and that I practice each day of the year.
For hours and hours
and hours. Well, until this evening.
Darling.
Fifi, I must talk to you.
You angel. You talk to me every day.
Do you love me?
Why do you ask?
Because I love you. But I want more.
Shouldn't love be enough?
I want you to marry me.
I'm married to Raoul.
It's wrong.
Why?
Because we love each other. Why should our love be kept a secret?
And will our love be stronger, more enduring, because everyone knows about it?
It's still wrong. We should be married.
And what about Raoul?
Well,
Raoul cannot live without me.
But he spends so little time with you.
As a man. But Raoul couldn't survive without me as an artist. Who else would he get to stand against the board? But no, darling. Mine is not a job that is filled by an employment agency or through an ad in the classified.
I understand.
No, you don't. We stand 30 feet apart. We are eye to eye. He's the thrower. I am the target. Together, we execute a ballet. His is all motion. Mine is all stillness. No one can throw the knife the way he can, but no one can stand as still as I can. Not a muscle twitches. The complete absence of movement, that is also an art. People like us are not made. We are born. He could never find someone like me again. It would be the end of him as an artist, and therefore the end of him as a man.
A ballet? The ballet of death?
Yes, of course.
And I'm afraid.
Afraid of what?
Afraid of what? Good Lord.
Tell me, why are you afraid? And of what are you afraid?
Nightmares. My nightmares.
My darling, why should you have nightmares?
I dream that one night, under the hot, bright lights, perhaps a bead of perspiration might momentarily blind him.
It doesn't matter. He can throw blindfolded. Watch him carefully. He closes his eyes before the release.
Oh, my darling, one day his luck will run out.
Luck? Oh, no. No, don't ever let him hear you say that word. Not you. Because it will only tell him that you don't understand him. It isn't luck. It's skill. God-given skill.
But no one is perfect.
He is perfect.
The 2 knives he throws to enclose your neck.
Yes?
Do you realize that the merest fraction of an inch and an artery...
It can't happen.
How can you sit there so calmly and say it cannot happen?
I am absolutely safe. Raoul can never miss.
You say that so calmly, so matter of fact. As if you're looking at a clock and announcing the time.
The analogy doesn't hold. If I told you the time, the clock could be wrong. But not Raoul. Raoul is never wrong. Raoul never misses.
You must know something that I don't know.
I don't know anything. I'm not a deep person. I'm not an intellectual. I may not even be intelligent. I only know what I want to do. And right now, I want to kiss you.
Now?
I said now, didn't I?
Here?
We're here, aren't we?
But Raoul. Raoul's in the next room.
Raoul is in another world.
Darling, you say Raoul could never miss. But suppose he found out about you and me.
Darling, if it bothers you so much, just make sure Raoul doesn't find out. And now, will you kiss me?
Well, admit it now. We have a rather cool young lady on our hands. It would be difficult to imagine a woman, young or old, with that much, well, as the French would say, sang-froid, cold blood, which is a perplexing situation since she seems to have so much hot blood when she's in Mark's arms. She's so sure of herself and of her husband. But why? The entire third act is dedicated to that question. We have been presenting for your edification, or mystification, a young lady named Mademoiselle Fifi. She is the wife of Professor Raoul Delacroix. She is also the mistress of Mr. Mark Harrison. This would hardly be an unusual situation if Professor Delacroix were some musty, dry-as-dust old pedagogue. Not so. Our professor is a handsome, vigorous man of 40. He is also a professional knife thrower. She acts as his target. Wouldn't you suppose that she should be the last woman in the world to be unfaithful to her husband?
Will I see you tomorrow, Mark, darling?
I cannot keep coming here every day. What will your husband think?
Why are you so worried about Raoul?
The way you ask that question, one would never believe that Raoul holds your life in his hands every evening. If I keep coming here every day, won't Raoul become suspicious?
I don't think so.
The way you say that. The way you smile when you say that, it's too much for me.
If I'm too much for you, maybe you'd better not see me anymore.
Yes, maybe I'd better not.
Very well. Goodbye.
That's best. It's best for both of us. For all three of us, because it can only end in disaster.
Mark, if you want to leave me, you only have to say goodbye. There's no need for a great farewell speech. There's the door. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, why are you still standing there?
I can't leave you. I love you. It's wrong, but I love you.
Then take me in your arms.
Good morning, Mark.
Oh, good morning, Mother.
Some breakfast?
Just coffee.
Oh, Mark, you look terrible.
Thank you.
But you don't sleep nights.
Maybe I have insomnia.
Maybe you have a guilty conscience.
Why don't we change the subject? You've already made your position clear. Do we have to go through it again?
Yes.
I know what I'm doing is wrong, but I can't help myself. I try to break off with her. Every time I see her, I say, this must be the last time. I must end it.
Well, why don't you?
I understand now. And only now why and how a man could abandon his family, deceive his employer, even betray his country for a woman.
Oh, Mark, aren't you romanticizing?
Don't say that, Mother. Or we'll never be able to talk to each other again. It's how I feel.
Let me introduce a new complication. Yesterday afternoon, the two of you were having lunch, tete-a-tete, at an out-of-the-way country restaurant and motel near the turnpike.
Why are you having me followed?
That is unworthy of you, Mark. The fact was reported to me by an old friend who happened to be lunching there himself.
Very well. I'm sure we can count on his discretion.
The trouble is, it's not the first I've heard of it. Word is getting around. Gossip is being started.
I know.
You know.
I suspect it would be.
And the professor?
Well, you don't know him. He lives in an ivory tower.
Perhaps, Mark. But sooner or later he will have to find out. There are enough malicious people in this world who will make sure.
Yes, Mother, I know that.
Then put a stop to it.
I can't.
Then reconcile yourself. Accept the fact that you will be the cause of her death.
You're right, Mother. I will have to give her up. Yes, I'm giving her up. How easy it was to say it. How difficult to do it. I didn't go to the club at night. I didn't visit the Delacroix by day. I did the only thing that would work. I stayed away. And I did it for a whole week, but then I knew, come what may, I couldn't do it any longer. So late one morning, despite every honest attempt and sincere desire to stop myself...
Mark Harrison, come in.
Hello, Professor.
My dearest friend, I haven't seen you.
I know.
Tell me, is everything in order?
Oh, yes, I think so.
But I missed you. I missed you at the performance, and I missed our little talks.
Well,
you see, you haven't been ill.
Oh, no.
And Fifi has missed you, too.
She has?
Yes. You've been good for her, a young fellow like you, someone to talk to while I'm busy at practice.
How have you been, Professor?
Oh, I'm always the same. I keep my nervous engine, constantly tuned. The eye, the hand, the factors of judgment, all of these form an incredible machine. And I believe it has a life of its own. There are times when I'm convinced that it isn't even subject to my control. Because if it were, then I might...
Yes? Then you might...
Oh, nothing at all. Perhaps someday I can tell you. Well, Fifi will be so sorry she missed you.
Isn't she home?
No. She said something about, what was it? Oh, she was on the phone and she said she was going shopping. Well, a shame. It's noon and I have to retire to my practice room.
I understand.
I know. So few people do. Promise me you won't be a stranger anymore. Promise.
Oh, I promise. I had come to see her because I could no longer keep away. But she wasn't home. Shopping, that would mean she'd gone downtown. Now it was noon, lunchtime. I knew there were only 2 or 3 places she cared for. I'd find her, and we'd go somewhere and spend the afternoon together. She would be angry with me for neglecting her so long, but she'd forgive me. She'd have to. When all's said and done, she loves me, and she cannot live without me. Just as I cannot live without her. Darling.
Mark.
I knew where I'd find you.
Where have you been?
It doesn't matter. I am here now. Come on. Let's drive out to that place in the country.
Why?
Because I want to take you in my arms.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yes. And now, darling, will you excuse yourself? I have a date.
A what?
A date.
A date? With a man?
Of course, if it were with a woman, it would be an appointment.
You're going out with other men?
Naturally.
Naturally? But you're in love with me. You said so.
I'll even say it again. I love you.
How can you go out with other men?
Because you're very difficult, Mark. You're so nervous, apprehensive, filled with so many fears and worries, and...
But I'm only concerned for you.
I know, but it doesn't make you a very satisfactory lover, and
therefore you betray me.
Oh, now, that's a harsh word. Oh, hello, Morton, darling.
Fifi, Angel. Hey, Mark, old buddy. Three's a crowd.
You're cheating on me with him?
I think you had better leave, Mark.
Leave? Leave you here with him?
Come on, Mark, at your age.
I told you to keep out of it.
Now, look, pal, you're behaving like a chump. I warned you.
Professor.
Hello, Mark. May I come in?
Well, of course, sure. Won't you sit down?
I've come here to your home to thank you.
Thank me? Why would you want to thank me?
Come now, Mark. It's in the open at last. It's in the open between us.
Oh, Professor, please. Please allow me to tell you, I couldn't help myself.
No. Let me talk. You're bold, gallant, and a true devoted friend.
Professor...
You walked into that restaurant. You saw them sitting there. It was obviously a rendezvous, a tete-a-tete. You could see they were lovers.
Professor, you must allow me to tell you the truth.
And because you are my loyal friend, you became enraged at her dishonesty, her unfaithfulness, and so you attacked him.
What? Is that what you think?
Poor Mark. If only you had known the truth. She has the face of an angel and the morals of a slut. Do you think this Morton, whatever his name is her first one? Her only one? She picks up a lover as often and as casually as you or I might pick up a cigar.
You know this?
I've always known it. How I despise that woman, that common tramp.
But, Professor,
you have no idea how I yearn to kill her.
You want to kill her?
Day and night. I can think of nothing else. And not because she has betrayed me, not because she lusts after other men. No. That's her nature. She can't help it.
Then why?
It's that smile, that evil smile that says, "Here I stand. Kill me if you dare. For that she deserves to die. That is a crime."
But you could kill her at any moment.
Yes, my young friend. It would be so simple, so easy. A mistake of less than a quarter of an inch, and I could sever the jugular. The blood would spurt out 2-3 brilliant crimson jets, and all would be over. And I would have my revenge. True?
True, yes.
At absolutely no risk to myself. An accident. Bad luck. A mistake that could occur in our business. And so now you may ask, why don't I do it?
It's because you're too decent, too kind.
Nonsense. I don't do it because I can't do it.
You can't do it?
Don't you think I try? Every night with each knife I throw. Don't you think I long to end her life? Don't you think I want to make that quarter-inch mistake?
Then why?
Why don't I? Because I can't. I cannot because my hand refuses to obey me.
I don't understand.
But she understands. She knows why the knife can never pierce her heart. That's why she stands there and smiles her evil smile. She knows me. She knows the secret of my art. She knows what a faultless machine I've become. She knows that I'm a true artist and that my hand, my brain, my eye will not permit me to make a mistake. And so she stands there and laughs at me, laughs at me, laughs at me.
That night, I went to the gilded cage. I watched Fifi smile, and I saw the agony on Raoul's face. Suddenly, I could no longer look at the act. Instead, I let my eyes roam around the room. And here and there I saw men sitting at tables, and they weren't looking either. And then I knew that they too were in on the secret. And that all of us were members of a club. We had come here not to see an act, but to see a murder. Yes, Professor Delacroix is a magnificent machine, but he is also human. And one day there will be the slightest malfunction. The machine will make the slightest miscalculation. It only needs what? A quarter? A 16th of an inch?
My good friends, I am about to throw the final knife, which will be placed under Mademoiselle Fifi's left arm, in a direct line with her adorable heart.
The final knife. Will it be this one? This is what the members of the club have come to see. Well, if you were told that there was going to be a murder at such and such a time, at such and such a place, and absolutely nothing could be done to stop it, would you go to see it? Think about it. We have been listening to a story about possession. Possession seems to be a popular topic for entertainment these days, but it's somewhat misunderstood. We tend to think of possession as the intrusion of demons or devils into our body or soul. But actually, each one of us is possessed. We are possessed by what we are, by how we have been trained. We respond to a lifetime's experience. We are what we have become. The long way. The hard way. Our cast included Michael Wager, Patricia Elliott, Court Benson, and Ann Petoniak. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, custodian for things bizarre. I have a tale for you this time that starts with violence and goes on from there. It will deal with the supernatural, but will also touch upon the dangers sometimes inherent in the natural behavior of which man is capable. Our mystery drama, Not for Sale, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Field and Farrington and stars Rosemary Murphy and Gordon Gould. I've often thought that one of the loneliest jobs on earth must be running a one-man antique shop. The kind of little squalid shop where you never see a shopper entering or a purchaser leaving, but only the proprietor pecking about among his wares like a pigeon among stale breadcrumbs. I wonder how such a proprietor feels when a potential customer does enter his shop. Is he eager to make a sale? Does he resent the interruption of his pecking? Or is he perhaps just a little frightened?
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
I just thought I'd take a look around. Okay with you, Pops?
Oh, yes, certainly. Feel perfectly free to browse. I'll just go on doing what I was doing. Refinishing this old dry sink here. Little sanding, touch of glue, she'll be as good as new. Beautiful old piece.
Yeah, well, I was thinking more about a vase, you know.
Oh, there's a nice one in the window. Did you notice it as you came in?
You run this place all by yourself, do you?
I don't get enough business to keep one man occupied. What would I do with help?
You all by yourself right now?
Except for you, yes.
Well, I'll tell you what, Pops. I changed my mind about the vase. I'll take the money instead.
Are you holding me up?
Now, what do you think? This gun ain't no antique.
Well, there isn't much in the cash drawer, I'm afraid.
Well, let's look and see, okay?
Not more than a few dollars.
That all?
Well, as I told you, I don't do much business here.
$7.39. You mean this is it?
I'm afraid so, yes.
Oh, you should have kept more in the cash register because it makes me mad. And you know what I think I'm going to do? I think I'm going to use this gun here.
Surely that won't help. It won't get you any more money, and they'll be looking for you for murder.
Don't worry about me. I can take care of myself.
Oh, what good will that do?
Go ahead. Beg me a little. I like to hear people beg.
No, I don't think I care to.
Well, sorry, Pops.
Can you get that, Brian?
Got it.
How do you do? This is the Colfax residence?
That's right.
I am Carl Miller, a friend of Mrs. Colfax's uncle, Milo Phillips. I wonder if I might speak for a moment with Mrs. Colfax.
Something about her uncle?
Well, it's not good news, I'm afraid.
Oh. Well, Faye, it's somebody to see you.
Okay.
Come in, Mr. Miller, is it?
Yes, Carl Miller.
Well, come on in.
There you go.
Somebody to see me, you say?
Faye, this is Mr. Miller. Oh, a friend of your Uncle Milo's.
How do you do?
How do you do? I am afraid I've some unpleasant news.
Has something happened to Uncle Milo?
I'm afraid so, yes. I came myself because I believed it could not be so painful to hear from one of his friends as from a total stranger.
He's not dead, is he?
I'm afraid that he is.
Oh, no. Oh, Brian.
Easy, Faye.
I'm sorry to bring such news. Someone, the police say, was robbing the store and shot Milo. I was the one who found him lying there. I live in the apartment over the store, and I heard the shot.
Oh, poor Uncle Milo. Who'd ever want to kill him? Such a sweet old man.
Yes, we were good friends, Milo and I. I live in the second-floor apartment. He had the rooms upstairs on the third floor. We were good friends.
Someone was robbing the shop, you say?
Or so the police believe.
Well, they couldn't have expected to get much.
And perhaps were angered that it was not enough. That is happening sometimes these days.
Do the police have any suspects?
Not that they've told me. Mrs. Colfax, I am in possession of Milo's will. He's left all that he had to you.
The shop?
And all the merchandise. Also, he owned the building the shop is in. Well, it's a small building and not new, but I believe there's no mortgage. You are now my landlady.
I just can't believe any of it.
Thank you for coming yourself to tell us, Mr. Miller. It was very thoughtful of you.
I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. We shall meet, I should think, in a few days.
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Miller.
Oh, you're welcome. You have my sincere sympathy.
Sorry about Uncle Milo, Fay.
Just can't imagine anybody killing him. Uncle Milo. There was never a more peaceable man, and what am I going to do with an antique shop, Brian?
Sell it, I imagine. All I can remember of it is the smell of dust. The real estate ought to be worth something.
Not the best neighborhood. Poor Uncle Milo.
Well, I've always wondered why I didn't marry an heiress. It turns out I did.
I hate funerals.
There wasn't much of a turnout.
He was practically a hermit, Brian. Worked in the shop and lived in that little third-floor apartment. His whole life was right there in that old building.
At least he had one friend. I saw that Miller fellow at the funeral. Didn't get a chance to speak to him, though.
Oh, driver, here it is. Right here on the corner.
Here you are. Keep the change. Okay, watch your step. There's a puddle here.
Thank you.
The building isn't too bad. The trim could use a coat of paint, but I've seen worse.
Mr. Miller said it was free and clear. Hope he knew what he was talking about.
The thing to do is get it on the market right away.
I'd forgotten about the little bell. Oh, such a homey sound.
Good Lord. It's a junk shop. It's not an antique shop at all.
He used to have some nice things, though, mixed in with the junk. Look, he must have been working on this dry sink. It's a beautiful old piece, or will be when it's refinished.
Which will be somebody else's job, not yours.
I wouldn't mind. It's really kind of fun bringing old stuff like this back to life, for a while anyway.
You're kidding.
After all, I don't have anything else to do with my time, nothing useful.
Oh, Fay, you don't want to take on a...
Is that you, Mrs. Colfax?
Yes, who is it? Mr. Miller?
I was up in my apartment. I thought I heard the door open down here. I was a little worried after what happened to poor Milo. I saw you at the funeral.
Yes, we saw you too, but we didn't get a chance to speak to you.
I didn't go to the cemetery. It was too sad. So, you come to inspect your inheritance.
Things are kind of disorganized, aren't they?
Milo used to claim that he could, without hesitation, put his hands upon anything he wished, from a screwdriver to a couch that needed a reupholstering.
Well, it's the next owner's problem, straightening out the mess.
Are you intending to sell them?
It's one of the things we're thinking about. We may or may not sell.
I should like the privilege of making you the first offer.
You'd be interested in buying? The shop? The building? The whole thing?
Well, I've lived in the second-floor apartment for some time now, and I should not like to move away. Also, I don't like change.
What would you do with the shop?
Well, I believe I would leave it much as it is. As I said, I don't like change. I myself am not an antique dealer, but it must be possible to find someone who would manage such a shop as an employee.
Well, we haven't made up our minds whether or not we want to sell.
Fay?
I haven't made up my mind yet.
It's my belief that such a place as this is well, in such a neighborhood would not be suitable for a young lady.
After what happened to your uncle, I think he's right, Fay.
Well, I haven't made up my mind, one way or the other.
I should like the first refusal, however, if you do decide on selling. The price would not greatly concern me. I mean to say, I would be able to meet any other offer you might entertain.
I think we can promise you first refusal.
If we decide to sell.
Well, I will leave you then to complete your inspection. I do advise you to sell, however.
I'll remember that.
It would be a move you would never regret. Selling. You'll be very sorry indeed if you decide the other way.
What does he mean by that?
Just that he thinks you ought to sell. To him.
I don't know. It sounded almost like a threat. The way it sounded to me.
Delicious. I don't know how you'd be at running a second-hand store, but you make a fine dinner.
It's not a second-hand store. It's an antique shop. At least it will be if I take it over.
You make it sound as if you actually mean to go into the junk business.
I haven't decided yet, and it won't be the junk business, not if I go into it.
Well, I'd better be on my way.
Do you really have to go out tonight, Brian?
This man I'm seeing is considering taking out a group policy for over 1,000 employees. If he wants to talk that kind of insurance to me, I'm his man. 8 o'clock at night or 4 in the morning.
I guess the commission on a deal like that would be pretty big, wouldn't it?
Like new living room furniture?
You know something? I'll bet we could refurnish our living room right out of Uncle Milo's shop. Little refinishing here and there, some reupholstering. Oh, I bet we could.
I'm getting out of here right now before you have a chance to say another word.
Okay, bye. Don't be too late. I'll wait up.
Shouldn't take that long. Bye.
Is that you, Brian?
No, it isn't, Brian.
Then who? Where are you? I can't see you.
I know. It's your Uncle Milo, Fay.
Uncle Milo's dead. We buried him this afternoon.
Yes. All the same, I'm your Uncle Milo.
A ghost?
I guess you'd have to call me a ghost, yes. You're not frightened, are you?
I am a little bit.
Don't be. I won't harm you.
What do you want? Why have you come back?
I want you to sell the shop and the building, but do not sell to Carl Miller.
I should think you'd want me to keep the shop.
No, it's safer to sell.
Everybody keeps talking about my safety. And if I do decide to sell, why not to Carl Miller?
It's for your own safety.
You mean because of what happened to you? Because of the holdup?
It was not a holdup what happened to me, Fay. Not a legitimate holdup. That young man was sent to my shop not to steal, but to kill me.
Been said that if you want a woman to do something, you must advise her strongly to do exactly the opposite. If this is true of Fay Colfax, then nothing will keep her from going into the antique business. Mr. Miller has advised her against it, her husband, and now even the ghost of Uncle Milo has joined the chorus of negative advice. So, what will her decision be? We'll find out when I return shortly with Act 2. It seems to Fay Colfax that she heard the voice of her Uncle Milo, which is impossible, of course, because Uncle Milo died 3 days ago. He was buried only this afternoon. However, as Fay knows, the human mind can do strange things, especially when under stress. Did it happen? Or did she dream it? Neither explanation is really acceptable.
Is that you, Brian?
Well, now, how many of your boyfriends have keys to... Hey, what's the matter? You look as if you've seen a ghost.
Does hearing one count?
What?
I don't really know whether I did or not. I guess it must have been a dream.
What happened, Faye?
I thought... I was sure I heard Uncle Milo speaking to me.
I think the whole thing has been too much for you.
I'm hallucinating? Is that what you think?
I didn't say that. I think you're all keyed up. Your uncle's death and the excitement of inheriting the store and the building and... Well, you just sort of imagined you heard Uncle Milo's voice.
Imagined? What's that but hallucinating? Well, how did your meeting go, Brian?
Very happily. You could end up wearing mink. Of course, once you've sold your building, I guess you can buy your own mink.
I don't think I'm going to sell it.
Is that what Uncle Milo seemed to be telling you? To keep the building and manage the shop yourself?
No, he was saying that I ought to sell, but not to Mr. Miller.
Not sell to Miller? Why?
He never got around to explaining. For my safety, he kept saying. Well, anyway, I've just about decided to see how I could make out as an antique dealer.
If you've decided, of course, that's that. I still think it's a mistake.
I can always sell the building and get out of it.
Uncle Milo got out. I wouldn't want to see you do it his way.
Brian? Are you asleep? I thought you spoke to me.
Faye.
Is that you, Uncle Milo?
Yes, Uncle Milo. And you're not dreaming. I had to come back because of the decision you've made. Faye, you must sell the building. You must not try to run the shop. You'll be in grave danger, believe me.
Why? What's so dangerous about it?
I can only tell you that Carl Miller is mixed up in something you must not get involved with.
Mixed up in what?
That's all I can tell you. You must sell the building, but don't sell it to Carl Miller. Have no dealing of any kind with Carl Miller. Is that clear?
If it's so dangerous for me, I think you ought to tell me what it is he's mixed up in.
Hey, are you talking to me?
No, I was talking to... Oh, dear.
I'm going now, Faye. Remember what I've told you.
But you haven't told me anything, can't you?
Faye, what are you talking about?
Oh, gone.
Well, who's gone?
You'll just have to take my word for it, Brian. It was Uncle Milo again, and I didn't dream him.
Faye, you can't start believing things like that, or you'll be in trouble.
All right, then. I guess I'm in trouble. Bless you, Brian. Come here and look at the beautiful old roll-top desk I found.
I don't know how you can tell a roll-top desk from a used car under all this dust.
I heard you sneezing. I don't think this old desk was for sale. I think Uncle Milo must have been using it. There's some papers and things.
Is that you, Mrs. Colfax?
Here we go again.
Yes, Mr. Miller, back here.
I heard you again from up in my apartment. You're making an inventory?
Nothing that formal. Just checking over what's fit to keep and what isn't.
Does this mean that you have come to a decision?
Yes. I'm not going to sell, Mr. Miller.
This is a mistake, I assure you.
You can keep on living here. Don't worry about that.
Oh, it's not as simple as that, Mrs. Colfax. There are complications here which I do not believe you would understand.
Try me, Mr. Miller. I'm a fairly intelligent woman.
I advise you to sell to me, Mrs. Colfax. The price is no matter. I will pay you more than another would pay.
I'm not going to sell the building to you, Mr. Miller.
Well, you'll be sorry. I promise you, Mrs. Colfax, you'll be very sorry.
Are you threatening my wife, Miller?
I've made your wife a promise. I'll leave you now to think the matter over.
That was a threat if I ever heard one, Faye.
He's into something shady, all right. There is a kind of inventory here. I found it in the desk. Pretty well organized for Uncle Milo, too.
A list of all this junk?
Yes, under 3 headings. Saleable, needs mending, junk. You see, he did know some of it was junk.
What's that scribbled down at the bottom?
In end table. Can't make the rest of it out.
Let me see. In end table, Miller apartment. In the end table, in Miller's apartment.
It doesn't say what or which end table. I guess we'll just have to go through all the end tables up there. I mean, if you thought it was important enough to give it a separate listing, I guess it's important enough to look for.
In Miller's apartment?
Here's something else.
More inventory?
No, bank books. 3 of them. He had... Good Lord.
What is it?
There are 3 bank books here, and, Brian, 2 of them have a balance of $20,000, and the third, $12,500.
$52,500. Where would he get hold of money like that?
Must have been his life savings.
Let me see those bank books.
Here.
Say, all these deposits have been made in the last 5 years. Each deposit for $1,000. Except one for $1,500. The last one.
He must have been making a lot more out of the shop than we thought.
No, he wasn't. I looked over the books he kept on the shop, and he was barely scratching out a living.
Well, then, where did the $50,000 come from?
There's only one logical answer, Fay. Whatever it is that Miller is involved in, Uncle Milo was in it, too.
Hey, Miller, you trying to make some kind of a fresh air nut out of me? Making me meet you here in the park?
It's the safest place. I don't wish the Colfaxes to see you coming into my apartment. Let me worry about these things, Eddie. They're not your duty.
Okay. Hey, how about my bread?
Bread? Oh, money. In this envelope. $2,500. The second half of your payment for the Milo Phillips affair.
I did a clean job, didn't I? The cops, I read in the paper, they're still saying it was nothing but a stick-up.
Yes. I've sent a commendation about you to our superiors.
Hey, you weren't kidding? You really did?
I went so far as to recommend that you be sent to our special training school in South America. You didn't know we have such a school there, did you?
The only thing is, though, I don't want to go back to school.
You cannot go on to better things without training, Eddie. Espionage is like war. It is war. The soldiers must be trained.
Yeah, it sounds like getting drafted or something. Okay, when do I start?
Not quite so fast as that. You must prove yourself and earn the right.
Well, I just did this good, clean job for you. What more do you want?
Perhaps another good, clean job?
Oh, yeah? Same thing?
Essentially the same, but more complicated. There is a person who is refusing to do business with me and I think must be eliminated. I wish to buy a property from her, and she will not sell.
She?
Would that make a difference to you? That this time it's a woman?
Oh, why should it? So a woman. Who cares?
Brian, are you home?
Been home for half an hour. Where were you?
I went to those 3 banks.
Where Uncle Milo kept his money?
That's right. It's all in there, in the banks.
What did you find out?
They've already been notified. They were all set, all 3 places, to switch the accounts over to my name. All they needed was my signature. We're rich. And I aim to put the money to good use. It's all going right into that shop. All that's necessary, anyway.
Well, easy come, easy go.
Now, Brian, don't be discouraging. I know I can make it work.
I have no doubt that you can make a going concern of the shop. The only thing is...
The only thing is what?
There's still Mr. Miller upstairs. We don't know yet what kind of shady thing Miller is into. And we're not sure, of course, that Uncle Milo was in it with him. But what if he was? What if we find out that money was illegally come by? Isn't there a chance you'll have to give it back?
I hadn't thought of that.
Well, I think you ought to consider it before you start actually spending the money.
Hey, Miller.
I wish you'd come away from that window, Eddie.
Well, don't you want to know what I just seen out there?
All right. What was it?
She just parked her car across the street. The Colfax name. She's crossing the street. She must be on her way to the store downstairs.
You will now have to stay here until she leaves. Please come away from that window.
Okay. Hey, what's the matter with right now, Miller?
You mean to do what is necessary with Mrs. Colfax?
Sure. She's alone for once without her husband tagging along. I just as soon get it over with. There's no point in waiting.
But in broad daylight? I don't want her left in the shop. That would be too much like the other time with Mother Phillips.
Well, I don't see anything wrong with leaving it there in the shop.
I do, Eddie. And I'm still the one who decides such things.
Hey, wait a minute. I got it. I go down there right now and I bring her up here. We keep her up here, dead or alive, I don't care which, until it's good and dark outside and things have quieted down some. Then I take the body out and dispose of it. I know where to get rid of it. You don't have to worry about that.
I don't wish a killing performed in my apartment.
Okay, so we keep her up here alive. I take care of her later, after we leave here. The thing is, we got her in a spot right now where we can get her without her husband getting in our way.
What if he comes to meet her at the shop and finds she's not there?
So he goes away.
With her automobile parked just across the street for all to see.
I bet there's a million cars just like theirs in this town. I bet there's maybe 3 or 4 in this block right now. What's going to make him think it's his car?
In these matters, Eddie, it is not advisable for the upstart to take over from the professional.
Who's taking over? All I'm saying is we got a good chance right now, and we don't know when we'll get another one like it. The longer she's walking around able to make trouble, the more trouble she's apt to make.
I shall think it over.
Hiya, Mrs. Colfax.
Oh, you startled me. What can I do for you?
What you can do for me, Mrs. Colfax, is come along with me and not make any trouble.
What are you talking about?
Just come along with me nice and quiet. That's all you have to know.
I will not go with you.
Not even if I point a gun at you, Mrs. Colfax? Like this?
Is murder cold and premeditated to be Fay Colfax's reward for her stubbornness, firm-mindedness, if you prefer? Unaware that what she has pitted her determination against is an espionage ring, she is blocking the purposes of men desperate enough to plan her elimination. Whether or not her firm-mindedness can deliver her from this precarious situation is a question we shall try to answer when I return shortly with Act 3. Most of us, espionage is a thing of 2 aspects, and the aspects are poles apart. The bad guys, their side. The good guys, our side. For years now, this has been a boon to writers, producers, publishers, and, to be fair, audiences. Well, it's the bad guys we're dealing with in our story, and they've got their hands on our heroine, Fay Colfax. Her husband is as yet unaware of her situation.
Hello? Oh, hi, Barney. The Oasis at 5? I wish I could, Barney. But Fay's spending the afternoon at that shop she inherited, and I promised to pick her up there, and I don't like to have her waiting around in that place. Right. Maybe tomorrow. Okay. Thanks for calling, Barney.
It's me, Miller. Eddie, I got the dame with me.
Be quiet. How can we be sure no one is listening?
There ain't nobody here but just you and me and her. Go on inside, Mrs. Colfax.
Just keep your hands off me. What are you going to do with me?
Well, should I tell her, Miller, or you want to let her guess?
I told you, Mrs. Colfax, that you were making a mistake in not selling this building to me. Well, we must all pay for our mistakes. Isn't that true?
And you two are going to have plenty to pay for. You've kidnapped me. That's what you've done.
My dear Mrs. Colfax, we've only invited you up to my apartment, which you own, for a cup of tea. Would you like a cup of tea?
You've brought me here against my will, and that's kidnapping.
The question is academic. If it makes you feel better to consider yourself a kidnapped victim, then by all means do so.
And what are we going to do with her, Miller? It won't be dark for a couple of 3 hours yet.
It was your idea to bring her up here to my apartment against my better judgment. As for you to keep her out of trouble until the proper time.
Proper time for what?
Well, I guess the safest thing would be to tie her up so she can't make trouble.
Tie me up?
And gag her.
I leave it entirely to you. I take no part in any of this.
Okay.
Get your hands off me.
Help me, can't you, Miller? She's got about 20 hands. Ah! Oh, with claws.
I take no part.
Okay, I'll have to do it my way. I'm sorry about that, Mrs. Colfax.
Faye? Faye? Faye! Oh, well, answer, will you? Answer. She's not at home. She's not here. So, where would she be?
Eddie, I'm afraid the gag is too much for her mouth. I think she cannot breathe.
So? One way or another, what's the difference?
No, I told you, not in my apartment.
So you told me. I say the best place is in your apartment, right here. Who's going to ask questions? I see a couple of guys carrying a used rug out of the junk shop down there. I say we do it right here.
You will do as I say.
Why?
Because if you do not, I will withdraw my commendation of you to our superiors.
Oh. Yeah, well, look, I didn't mean anything, Miller. I mean, a guy's got a right to an opinion, ain't he?
Take the gag from her mouth. Mrs. Colfax, if we remove the gag, do you promise not to scream or call for help? Nod if the answer is yes. You see, Eddie, she nods.
You trust her?
Take the gag from her mouth, Eddie.
That filthy thing you stuffed in my mouth. I was afraid I was going to be sick.
Well, it's out now.
You better not make any noise or I'll slug you again.
You just wait until I tell my husband about this.
You ain't going to tell nobody nothing.
You're planning to kill me, aren't you?
As I've told you again and again, it was a mistake not to sell the building to me.
How would it help to kill me? You still wouldn't own the building.
But someone will inherit. Your husband, I should think. And he was in favor of selling. The whole time. That's what he advised you.
Do you think he'd sell it to you if you killed me?
He'll not know that I was involved.
Oh, don't you believe it. He's as suspicious of you at this point as I was. If anything happens to me, he'll know exactly whom to blame.
She's snowing you, Miller. Don't listen to her.
Why do you want to buy this place so badly anyway? It can't be you just don't want to move. Nobody kills people just to keep from moving out of an apartment.
It would be a matter of considerably more complication than only moving myself and my furniture out.
I think you're talking too much, Miller.
As you have said, she will be unable to repeat what I've told her. I believe we owe her something, at least to know the reason for what we must do to her.
Okay, you're the boss, but I still think you're talking too much.
You see, Mrs. Colfax, this apartment is the center of a very complicated organization. It would be most difficult to move such an operation to a new center.
More difficult than committing murder?
The sad truth is, yes.
What kind of operation?
Well, I am what is known as the control.
Miller, are you crazy?
She'll have to go. Even she must see that now. Makes no damage if I tell her the rest.
I think it makes a lot of damage, maybe. You just remember, that's what I think.
I am the control for a very large network of, what do you call us, secret agents working for my homeland.
And against mine.
This must be the way of it. To be in favor of one thing, an action must be against another. That is, unfortunately, a fundamental truth.
You won't get away with it. My husband...
No one to speak.
I know you're in there. I heard you talking.
Better, I suppose, to answer the door. You have your pistol, Eddie?
You better believe it.
Very well. Yes? Oh, it's Mr. Colfax.
Have you got my wife in there?
My dear Mr. Colfax, why would I have your wife with me?
Why is another question. I asked if she's in there.
Of course she's not.
I am, Brian. They've got me tied up.
What? You needn't have pushed me. I wouldn't have kept you out.
Hey, what are they?
Make them untie me, Brian.
You heard her. Untie her.
Fat chance. I think perhaps it would be better. We might talk in a more civilized way.
What's the point, anyway, Miller?
Because I say so. You have your gun in any case to assure no trouble. I think better to release her and watch closely.
You do it. I'll hold the gun.
As you say.
Are you all right, Faye?
My hands are a little numb.
How do you explain this, Miller?
Well, very simple.
They're spies, Brian.
What?
Both of them. They've admitted it. I'm sure they're responsible for Uncle Milo's murder, and they plan to kill me.
What's the matter?
Now they'll think they have to kill you, too. You shouldn't have come here, Brian.
Do you plan to kill us, Miller?
I suppose it will be necessary.
Why, you...
Watch it, Buster. I'd just as soon use this gun now as later.
What are we going to do?
They can't get away with this.
Faye! Faye!
Is that you, Uncle Milo?
What? What is this?
Do we have a visitor, Faye?
Yes.
Don't make riddles. Is this a code? You spoke of Milo.
Did I? Well, he's been on my mind a lot lately. It's only natural.
Don't answer me when I speak to you, Faye. Just pay attention. I'm not sure whether I can make a physical interference or not.
Hey, why is she looking like that? Like listening?
If a poltergeist can do it, I think I ought to be able to. Wouldn't you think?
What's in the end table, Uncle Milo?
What?
I was just admiring your end table over there by the couch.
No, not the one by the couch, Faye. By the ugly brown chair there in the corner. It's a list of names. Names of the agents he controls.
She keeps looking that way, listening.
It's none of your business how she looks.
I will try to bump the arm that holds the gun. The young one. Eddie, is it? I'll try to bump his arm, and you'll have to tell Brian to jump him when the gun wobbles off to one side. No, not now. I'll tell you when.
There is something strange here, the way Mrs. Colfax looks. I believe, Eddie, we must do it now, and here, both of them.
No, Faye, no.
Jump in, Brian. Now, the one with the gun.
Hey, what the devil? What's you... No!
You're beautiful, Brian.
Get the gun. I don't know how long the kid will stay out. Get the gun.
I've got it. Here, Brian. I don't think I could do much with it.
What's the matter with you, Miller?
I'm shot. I'm wounded. Eddie shot me.
Are you all right, Brian?
Sure. You never laid a glove on me. How about you?
I'm fine. You were wonderful, Brian. You hit him so hard.
I was angry. I think he's coming around. Listen, you two. I've got the gun now, and I'm willing to use it if you make it necessary.
I'm wounded. I must be helped.
You're shot in the arm. You'll live.
Eddie, you shot me. Why did you shoot me?
Somebody pushed me. I don't know. Somebody pushed me.
They call the FBI, I guess, if they're spies. Don't move, Eddie. Get on the phone, Faye.
Don't forget the end table. That list of names in there could break up the whole spy ring.
Can I talk to you now?
Well, of course you can talk to me. Oh, you mean Uncle Milo?
Yes. No reason why not now.
You're better than a poltergeist, aren't you?
Well, as good, anyway.
Well, the FBI has the list of names, and they have Miller and Eddie. Is there any reason why we can't go home now?
Not one reason I can think of. And incidentally, several good reasons why we should.
You've lost your best prospect, you know. I can't imagine who you're going to sell this old building to now.
I'm not going to sell it to anybody. I'm going to make the antique shop into a real swinging place.
And you have $50,000 to work with, don't forget.
Uncle Milo has just reminded me that I have $50,000 to work with.
Okay, I give up. Let's go home.
I think I'll go home now, too. I'm very tired.
An altruistic ghost. A ghost that comes back to set things straight. Not for himself, but for those it has left behind. Well, it's about time we had such a ghost story. Ghosts have been much maligned. They always seem to be chain rattlers and complainers, bent upon revenge. I think it's refreshing to hear about one who was on the side of the good guys. Mr. Miller and Eddie have been brought to justice and received deservedly severe sentences. Fay Colfax is the proprietor of a very successful antique shop, and she and Brian are in the process of living happily ever after. The apartment directly over the shop is rented at the present time to a nice young couple, but the small third-floor apartment is kept vacant in case Uncle Milo decides to pay another visit. Up to now, he has not done so, as far as anyone knows. Our cast included Rosemary Murphy, Gordon Gould, Court Benson, and Jack Grimes. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Filibuster got underway late Thursday in the Senate in an effort to kill proposed legislation to revise clean air standards. This is Doug Poling reporting on the CBS Radio Network. The filibuster is being led by Republican Jake Garn of Utah, who vows to talk all night and longer if necessary to kill the measure. But the chief sponsor, Democrat Edmund Muskie of Maine, refuses to give in, saying he will not allow 2 years of work to go down the drain. The compromise clean air bill would delay auto emission standards, but mandate more strict standards for those areas of the country that now enjoy good air. Garn and other lawmakers from western states which enjoy relatively clean air feel the tighter standards might jeopardize economic growth in their regions. Congress on Thursday voted to override President Ford's veto of a $56 billion appropriation for labor, education, welfare, and other social programs. The president said the bill was $4 billion higher than he wanted. The margin to override in both houses was comfortably above the required two-thirds majority. More news in a moment. The Pennsylvania Supreme Court late Thursday ruled that Philadelphia Mayor Frank Rizzo will not have to face voters in a recall election. The court supported a lower court ruling that petitions to put the recall on the November ballot were invalid. Rizzo was pleased with the decision.
I was never really concerned. I always knew that the Pennsylvania Supreme Court would rule fairly on the law. I knew I was represented by two great lawyers, and the ultimate was that I knew that if I had to stand for re-election, that I would have won overwhelmingly with a greater majority than I did when I ran in November.
The recall effort against Rizzo began last spring. A group of citizens charged him with holding back information on a growing city debt during his campaign and then raising property and income taxes by a record 30%. Federal health officials say that swine flu vaccine supplies will be on hand by Friday in all 50 state health departments. All the states are to begin the inoculations by next week. More on the story from Tony Sargent in Atlanta.
The Center for Disease Control is setting up a system to spot any possible epidemics of swine flu before they get beyond control. The center has examined about 6,000 throat swabs and other specimens since May. A computer has been set up to keep track of citywide and statewide flu patterns. The center hopes to spot what physicians call seeding of the swine flu virus if it occurs. Dr. Richard O'Brien explains.
Influenza virus is probably seeded throughout the country by mildly ill or ill individuals prior to the time that epidemic influenza occurs. And it would obviously be very important to know if swine influenza virus is being seeded at present.
So far, the search has turned up cases of Victoria and Hong Kong flu types, but none of the swine variety since last winter at Fort Dix, New Jersey. Tony Sargent, CBS News, Atlanta.
A midnight strike deadline has just passed for some 27,000 workers at Deere & Company, the farm equipment manufacturer. Deere is the target firm of the United Auto Workers Union in bargaining with companies in the agricultural implement field. A new poll taken by the Christian Science Monitor shows President Ford gaining on Jimmy Carter. However, the Monitor says that if the election were held today, Carter would still win. 16 men died Thursday night in a fire and explosion inside a coal mine in northern France. It's believed the blast was triggered by a mixture of methane gas and coal dust. Now this. The Social Security Administration has announced a 19% increase in the deductible which Medicare patients must pay for hospital care. Starting January 1st, the patient must pay the first $124 of a hospital bill. Patients now pay the first $104. This is Doug Poling, CBS News.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Truth, a philosopher once said, is the most scarce, the most rare, the most precious commodity in the world. And yet, the supply has always been far in excess of the demand. And who can deny it? Or, put it another way, falsehood never lacks for hospitality, while truth usually starves in the streets. Our mystery drama, Small Money, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Tony Roberts. The quiet of the night is shattered by the shrilling of a police whistle and followed by the keening of a siren. Sounds to constrain the heart and ice the blood. Once again, violence has burst forth in the city. Once again. She lies on the richly inlaid floor, a golden girl in a magnificent apartment. What beauty, what wealth. But what difference now? She lies on the floor in simple white slacks and sweater, the costume familiar to millions. But around her breast, another color is spreading slowly, seeping softly. A dark, angry red. He looks at her. He sighs. He has seen so much of this. But of course, there is no way to get used to it.
Yeah, it's Lieutenant Schaefer over at Endicott Boulevard. It's a homicide. A doc can work out the details, but she's dead enough. Name's Susie Standish. That's right, the golf champ. Well, I guess she just won't win the tournament on Sunday. Get the team over here, start going. Hey, you don't have to bust the glass in the door.
I'm Stanley Standish. Where's my wife?
Just take it easy, Mr. Standish.
Where's my wife?
In the morgue.
All right, how do you know it's her? How do you know it's Susie?
The body was identified by her sister.
How did it happen? Who did it?
Look, you want to sit down?
No, I don't want to sit down.
Just have a seat anyway. Here. It's some coffee.
Who did it?
It's nice and hot. You need it.
Tell me who did it.
At this point, we don't know.
At which point will you know?
Look, you got to pull yourself together.
Don't you tell me what I have to do.
It was a burglar. She must have surprised him.
She's dead, isn't she?
Yeah, she's dead.
You don't know. You don't know how good she was, how sweet, how kind. She was number one on the tour, you know?
Yeah.
And I can tell you, no one resented her. No one. All the girls. No one was jealous of her. No one could ever say a bad word about her. All the publicity, all the money, none of it ever turned her head.
Yeah, I read stories about it.
Well, you could believe every one of them. What are we sitting around here for? Shouldn't we be doing something?
All right, take it easy, huh?
I don't want to take it easy. I want some action.
All right. I'll tell you what we can do. We can go over to the apartment.
The apartment?
Yep.
The apartment where she was... Oh, no. No, I don't want to go over there.
All right, now look, sooner or later, you're going to have to.
No, I don't ever want to see that place again.
The way it looks, it was a robbery. I guess you're the only one who could tell us exactly what was taken.
It doesn't matter anymore.
Oh, yes, it does. We might be able to trace some of it. Well?
Sure, it figures. The trophies.
Trophies?
The way things are today, I didn't believe in keeping anything of value in the house.
They were valuable?
Oh, she had 8 of them. 3 were sterling silver. 5 were gold.
Oh.
Just for the metal alone, she said today's prices, they'd be worth between $25,000 and $30,000. More. That's why I didn't want them in the house. You understand?
Oh, yeah. Now, do you want to give me a list of those trophies plus a description?
Yes, I'll do that right away. The trophies, that's what that animal was after. That's why he was here. That's why he killed her. It's my fault.
Your fault?
Well, why did I let her become a golfer, you know? I mean, we could have led a different kind of life. She'd be alive today.
Hey, now, look, you can't blame yourself.
But I do. You see, Lieutenant, she was a librarian in a small town in Ohio. I was with the men's tour. I just qualified for my card. I felt I could become the greatest in the world. We fell in love, and that was that. We were living from hand to mouth, but we didn't care. We had each other. Doesn't that sound cornball?
Well, I guess most true stories do.
One day she looked at me and she said, I'll never forget it. She said,
Honey, I want to learn how to play golf.
Hey, one golfer is enough in the family.
Oh, I didn't say I wanted to be a golfer. I just said I want to learn how to play golf.
Why?
So I can play a round with you sometimes.
Forget it.
Why?
Well, because you'll never be good enough to go around with me.
Oh.
Oh, look, I know that must sound, but it's true, you know. I mean, I'm a professional. I perform at a certain level. I don't play golf. That's not a game to me. It's a job I work at.
The fact is, if I don't know how to play golf, then I just can't really understand what you do. I want to be able to talk about your work with you.
No, believe me, you don't have to. When I come home after swinging those clubs all day, I want to forget all about golf.
I still say we should play golf together.
Susie.
Stanley?
When she called me Stanley, I knew that was the end of the argument, so one morning we went out to the first tee. I spent some 15 minutes trying to acquaint her with the fine points of the stance and the grip and the swing, when she simply smiled at me and said,
Look, darling, in front of me is a round white ball resting on top of a pointed little peg. In my hand, I hold a metal shaft called a club. Some 400 yards directly ahead is a hole in the ground, marked by a flag. Is all this correct?
Yes, dear.
The idea is to strike the ball with this club so that it goes into that hole, right?
Right.
So, just stand back and let me do it.
Suddenly, the ball was swept from the tee. It flew, swift as a bird, straight as a bullet, in a long, high, graceful arc, and came to earth and to rest in the exact center of the fairway, some 230 yards away. I couldn't believe my eyes. Susie, could you do that again?
Sure. Watch this one. Hey, that's even further, isn't it? I think I'm really getting the hang of this thing now.
At first, I refused to believe she had never held a club in her hands before. But it was true. She was one of those people who were born to play golf. She needed some finesse, some experience, but all the basics were there. She had the swing, and people began to notice her. They tried to convince her to enter some amateur tournaments. I thought it would be a great idea.
But I don't think it's such a great idea.
It'll give you something to do.
I have enough to do. Just being your wife.
Hey, you better not say that for publication. That women's lib crowd will really get on you.
Well, you know the old saying, different strokes for different folks.
Yeah, but your strokes on the golf course are absolutely fantastic.
I know.
Hey, you're supposed to be modest.
Would you rather I were modest or truthful?
Truthful.
I was hoping you wouldn't say that.
Why not?
Because the truth isn't always the best thing.
Oh, yeah, what could be more important than truth? How can you have a relationship if it isn't based on truth?
Oh, darling, successful relationships aren't based on truth.
No?
No. They're based on tact.
I'd rather you were truthful than tactful.
Then the truth. I'd better give up golf.
Why?
Because it'll lead to consequences. You see, darling, I'm a better golfer than you are.
What?
Ask anybody.
Are you serious?
You're all right. You're good enough for the tour most of the time. You make some money in the bottom half of the scores. Now and then you even win a tournament.
Susie...
It was hard enough to begin. Let me finish. But, darling, I'm a natural.
Who are these people you've been talking to?
The most important one is me. Myself. I know what I can do with a golf club. Well, Stan, you can't have two golfers in the family.
I still don't know what you're talking about.
Especially if it's the wife who outclasses the husband. Stan, if I'm going to enter tournaments, I'm going to win. And we're going to lose control of it.
I don't know if you read the sports page. I don't know if you follow golf, Lieutenant.
Yeah, a little bit.
Well, she caught on from the very first. And the reporters started coming around, not to see me. Oh, no. At first I was in kind of a daze. Until this one writer ran into me one day. His name is Pete Farrow.
Hey, you must be Stan Standish, huh?
Yeah, I guess I'm hardly a household face.
Oh, that's a mixed metaphor.
That's because I'm having a mixed drink.
More than one, if you ask me.
Yeah, but you're supposed to be the guy who's asking me, remember?
Yeah, well, I guess you know what I want to ask you.
Let me guess. How does it feel to be the wife, beg your pardon, the husband of a star?
More or less.
Well, sir, in vino veritas, that's Latin.
In wine there is truth?
Exactly. Or is it, precisely? What does it matter? You're probably asking yourself, where does this jock come off to spout Latin, huh? I used to spend a lot of my time in the library.
Is that a fact?
Which place is where I met sensational Susie. But to answer your question, if I can remember it, you see, sir, I accept reality.
Which reality is this?
That I'm just a journeyman golfer. I can just hang around par. That gets me 10th to 23rd money, just about. It's a nice living.
It beats mine and coal.
Yeah, but Susie. Ah, Susie. She's the golden girl. The gem of the tour. Why am I telling you all this? Isn't that what you write in your own column?
Well, how do you feel about it?
She's 1 in a million. They love her. Not for what she does.
But for what she is.
Yeah. Hey, you wrote that, too.
Yeah. She just radiates warmth and humanity. Her smile is not merely a movement of the lips. It's an expression that's straight from the heart. They love her.
Yeah. I couldn't have said it better myself. Which is why I'm giving up golf. I'll never be anything, and she'll always be everything. I hope that answers your question.
So that's why you decided to give up the game, huh?
Yes, Lieutenant. I had no choice. I guess you could say it gave me up.
Just like that?
Yeah. Just like that.
And you never regretted it?
The lieutenant is an idiot. But I had to talk to him. Of course I regretted it. A moment hasn't gone by that I haven't regretted it. But how can I tell that to him or anyone else? How can I tell him that I regretted it so deeply, so badly, that last night it finally all exploded inside of me. And I killed her.
Now, that's a surprise. Perhaps it's not too great a surprise to veteran, sophisticated followers of our stories who take nothing for granted and suspect everybody of everything. The question is, will he get away with it? Well, don't take anything for granted there either. To be continued in Act 2 shortly. Deceive not thyself by over-expecting happiness in the married state. Remember the nightingales, which sing only some months in the spring, but commonly are silent when they have hatched their eggs, says the learned Thomas Fuller. It's a rather complex thought, but we get the sense of what he means. And we know that Stanley Standish over-expected happiness in marriage. And when he was disappointed, he killed her. But of course, the police do not know that, nor is he disposed to tell them.
And you never regretted giving up golf?
Well, it's like I told you before, Lieutenant. It gave me up. I mean, when we first got married, she followed me around the men's tour. Now I was following her around the ladies.
And it didn't bother you?
Well, of course. It was bothering both of us. One night we'd come home from a party. She just won the Open. And we just simply started to talk about it.
Stan, you missed the Southern States Invitational.
Yeah, I know.
But you had a chance to win.
Oh, an outside chance. I probably have placed my usual 18th, taken home my usual $3,500.
You're giving up?
No, that isn't true.
I can see signs of it.
Well, the fact is, I guess I gave up a long time ago.
Oh, Stan.
Well, you're the star. You know what I am? I'm referred to as her husband, who also plays golf.
Darling, I'm sorry.
For what?
For doing this to you.
Oh, the fact is, I did it to myself. You didn't want any part of it. I pushed you into tournament golf.
No, Stan, I wanted it. I tried to keep it from you. But the minute I got out on that golf course, I just felt I knew I was at home. I belonged. I couldn't be happy anywhere else.
So, then, there we are.
I was afraid. I am afraid of what it can do to our marriage. I've tried to give it up. I've tried to walk away from golf, but I can't. I'm living when I'm on that course. I'm sorry.
Oh, hey, it doesn't have to be the end of the world. I did go to college, remember? True, it was on a golf scholarship. But I did get a degree in business.
That's it.
What's it?
You're going to manage me.
Manage you?
Yes. I need a manager. All this money coming in, it has to be invested. The endorsements, the commercials. Well, somebody has to handle all the contracts. Look, darling, you and I have been muddling through it somehow. But now, let's put it on a firm basis. Manage me. Be my manager.
Oh, what am I supposed to do? Become a guy who lives off his wife?
Oh, darling, I need you.
Oh, sure.
Well, somebody has to do it.
Well, then get somebody to do it.
Who can I trust? Who loves me? Who's always going to be looking out for my interests? Oh, Stanley, don't be old-fashioned and... Yes, I'll say it. Stupid.
No.
It's not the way it was in the old days when sports stars were just well-paid heroes. Today we've become enterprises, corporations. Honestly, Stan, sometimes I think the least of it is when I'm swinging the club. Just look what's piled up on that table. Offers to appear in a movie, to do commercials, to invest. Oh, darling, please.
Well...
Please.
And so I became her manager, her agent, whatever you want to call it. I became one of those guys I never had any use for. But I began to see how useful, even how necessary they are.
And did she listen to you?
Oh, yes. She didn't want to know anything except what she had to do on the course. All the money, all the business decisions were mine.
Mm-hmm. I understand from what I read in the papers that you made a few bad investments.
I also made some good ones. That's how it goes. Now, why did he bring that up? What's he driving at? Nothing. What can he know? What can he prove? She was killed by a burglar who took the trophies. No one saw me do it. I'm in the clear. No point getting worried about it. Even as far as Foster is concerned. Everybody knows I had dealings with Foster.
Stanley.
What do you want to see me about, Foster?
Right now, it's about lunch.
Well, I'm not hungry.
Ah, then let's get to business.
Who says we're going to talk business?
You're here, aren't you?
Well, maybe it's curiosity.
It could also be cupidity. People make a lot of money with me.
People have also lost their shirts. What am I investing in?
Foster Enterprises.
Which does what?
Which considers special situations.
Legitimate special situations?
That word legitimate now. You can't give it a hard and fast meaning.
Why not?
Because legitimacy varies with geography. Depends on where you are.
In other words, what could be crooked here is legal somewhere else.
Perfectly legal. So, what do you say?
I should have said, get out of here. What's crooked is crooked. But I listened. And I agreed. I gave him money. And I must say it showed some spectacular results. Susie happened to ask me one day.
How are we doing?
Great. You're a cinch to take the Lady Grey tournament.
No, I mean financially.
Isn't that supposed to be my department?
Oh, sure. Except...
Don't tell me. I know. Polly.
She doesn't mean any harm.
She does, but let it go.
I just wish you and Polly would like each other.
I'm prepared to like Polly. She hated me from the first minute she saw me.
Oh, Stanley, she doesn't hate you. She's my sister. My only sister. My only relative. She practically raised me.
Well, I give her all that, but the fact is, she hates me. And she thinks I'm cheating you out of your estate.
Oh, Stan.
Well, it's true. So, she's been steaming you up.
I'm not steamed up.
Okay. Let's go over the books.
No, let's not. Look, darling, I trust you.
But I insist. To begin with, here's a bank statement. I want you to look at these certificates. Also, these checks.
Stanley, do we... I never knew we had so much money.
And this is just the tip of the iceberg.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Forget it.
It's just that she's my sister.
Now, tell Polly from me that anytime she cares to, she may send her own accountant here to examine the books. I wonder if this lieutenant, who seems so sympathetic, actually suspects me. Is it a pose? I don't know. But I do know this. Sooner or later, Polly is going to show up and start screaming at me, accusing me. Let her. I'm ready for her. And speak of the devil. I guess I better answer that, Lieutenant.
I've been looking all over for you.
Polly.
So, the criminal returns to the scene of the crime.
Polly, this is Lieutenant Schaefer of the Homicide Squad.
I've already met Lieutenant Schaefer. I am not impressed.
What do you want, Polly?
I want you to hang for Susie's murder.
But I didn't murder Susie.
That's a lie. Lieutenant, he's the killer.
Well, lady, you have to have some kind of evidence.
He went through her money. He gambled it away on phony investments.
Is that true, Mr. Standish?
It has to be true. He's doing business with Eben Foster. You lost all her money. She faced you with it. You had to kill her.
Polly, poor Polly. You want it to be true, don't you? You need it to be true, but it isn't.
It is.
You say I killed her because I had squandered her money? What's the truth? I tripled it.
It's a lie.
Well, the documents are there.
They're phony.
The money is there.
It's a counterfeit.
Now, miss.
I know what I must sound like. A mad woman. But, Lieutenant, I tell you, he killed her.
Why, Polly? Why?
I don't know why. But you do.
Polly, I want to help you.
You killed my sister, and you won't get away with it. You don't believe me, do you, Lieutenant?
Well, lady, in our business, it's all facts and evidence.
He had a motive.
You claim he was losing her money. That could be a motive. But it isn't because he wasn't losing her money, so that's out the window. Now, what other reason would he have?
That is what you are being paid to find out.
We'll do what we can. Because your sister was celebrated, the media will keep it alive for a while, but we have so little to work with. I'm sorry. Believe me.
What you're saying is he's going to get away with it.
Look, we've set a special phone number. We've asked anyone who might have some information to call us.
I have some information. I'm giving it to you in person. Why do you disregard it?
We've checked him out. He wasn't aware of it. But we've looked into his activities carefully. There's no talk of another woman.
I never accused him of that.
We don't feel he had any reason to be jealous of her. He hasn't swindled her out of her money. So I ask you, Miss Darnay, what is or was his motive?
I don't know. I only know he did it.
All right, Polly, dear. You stay with that. Make a fool of yourself. Keep screaming that I'm the killer. And the more you yell, the better for me. I'm sorry, Polly. I'm sorry I had to kill her. But I had no choice. You're right for all the good it's ever going to do you. I killed her, and I'm going to get away with it.
Brave words, bold words, but certainly there seems to be a basis for them. The police are evidently content that he's innocent. And in the final analysis, theirs is the only opinion that matters. But if he wasn't swindling her or cheating on her or resentful of the fact that she was having an affair, which she wasn't, why did he kill her? I think by this time you should know. All the clues are there, and Act 3 will be here shortly. Love. By popular consensus, love, or the lack of it, which some people call a manifestation in reverse, is the basic motive force of the world. No argument here. But love can mean many things to many people. Love can have an infinite variety of subjects, not to mention objects. One thing, however, we do know about love. It is no stranger to death.
I know you're feeling all upset, Miss Darling. Would you like me to have a police officer see you home?
No. No, thank you, Lieutenant. Stanley, please. I can forgive you. Confess. Sooner or later, it'll all become too much for you to bear. All right. Don't say a word. Just think about it. Goodbye.
Well, she sure doesn't like you.
It would have been anybody Susie fell in love with. She didn't want her to get married. Polly's about 12 years older. They were orphans. Polly's been like her mother. She gave Susie her whole life. And then Susie ups and marries and leaves her all alone.
Yeah. Great deal of bitterness in the world. So much of it unnecessary. I should tell you something. Nobody says you killed your wife.
Oh?
Nobody says it isn't what it appears to be. A burglary and homicide. But people are going to follow through on her sister's suggestion. They'll question whether there's some truth to her charges.
My financial life is an open book. It was, as far as my honesty with my wife's money was concerned. Eben Foster, he taught me things I never learned in college. I didn't want to know how the money was invested. There were rumors he financed drug operations. I couldn't say. That he promoted riots, even revolutions in foreign countries. I didn't know. All I knew was he always gave me my money's worth. And great advice.
Stan, I have a little venture.
Count me in, Foster.
Without knowing what it is?
If I did, would it matter?
No, I suppose not.
Tell me something, Foster. Why do you cut me in on these deals? You got enough money of your own.
I like you, Stan. I like you because you're basically conservative.
You can say that. Look at the unorthodox way you work.
Unorthodox, but conservative. I bet on sure things, and I respect small money.
Small money?
What's the small money, Stan? Too many people make a pile, and they forget. They don't watch the little stuff, and it starts to trickle away. And one day they look around, and it's all gone. Keep an eye on every dollar. You remember that?
And I remembered. Well, I didn't become a skinflint exactly. I was becoming rather thrifty. Susie noticed it.
Thank you for waiting, ladies and gentlemen. Passengers holding seat numbers 19 through 37 can now board the plane.
Come on, baby. That's us.
Hey, that's the rear of the cabin. The tourist section.
Well, that's how we're going, Susie.
Oh, we can afford first class?
Well, it's not a question of affording it. It's a question of needing it. Like if this were a 4-hour flight, you'd need the extra room for resting, but to pay twice as much for 47 minutes in the air, it's wasteful.
But we've got the money.
Hey, we've only got it for as long as we're judicious.
Hey, that's a great word.
I'm in charge of finances.
Okay, Scrooge.
Stick with me and you'll die rich. Why did I say that to her? It was the first time I ever used the word die in speaking to her. She didn't notice it, but why had I used it? I don't know. Something was bothering me. And then I realized I wasn't playing golf. I missed it. I needed it. And so one afternoon I sneaked away. I went to some club up in the country and I played for 18 holes. I felt marvelous. And then in the clubhouse, someone said,
Hey, Stan, let me buy you a drink, huh?
Oh, well, it isn't Grantland Rice, the greatest sports writer that ever lived.
No, I'm too young to be Grantland Rice if he was still alive, and I'm too old to be his reincarnation. I'm just Peter B. Farrell. Hey, you were absolutely sensational.
Was I?
For a guy who hadn't held a club in his hand for 5 or 6 years? Well, you always had a good swing.
Did I?
What you needed, I always thought, was patience.
Patience?
Well, call it confidence. You always felt you had to kill the ball. You didn't trust your swing then. I mean, the way I saw you do it today.
I went around in 80.
Well, sure, your putting was rusty, but putting was never your problem, was it?
No.
And you always had the touch with the irons. I mean, you could cut 10 to 15 strokes off that score. And now you're shooting 70 and below? Well, you're a threat.
No more. It's too late.
Why?
Well, she's the star. She's America's sweetheart. I'm in her shadow. I just couldn't make it happen, that's all.
You know what I think, Stan? I think you gave up too easily and quit too soon.
That's the day it started. That's when it rankled. I said, I gotta get this monkey off my back. Playing privately, I got my game down beautifully. So I thought I'd enter a tournament. I told her. She didn't go for it.
Stan, don't.
Why not?
Because, darling, I don't know how to tell you.
Well, tell me the truth.
Well, the truth is, you're not good enough.
Yesterday, up at Birch Forest, I shot a 64, and that's a tough course.
But you didn't shoot it in a tournament.
What's the difference?
One word. Pressure. That's what pro golf is all about.
I'm playing in the tournament.
Hello, Stan.
Oh, what are you doing here, Farrell? The winner's back in the locker room.
Oh, no. You're going to be my story.
Why?
Because you got the human interest. You're trying to come back.
Oh, some comeback. 9 shots behind the leader, 16th place.
So you're still going to take away some money?
Oh, yeah. It's like I've never been away. I'll never be able to play a round of golf as long as she's alive. And the minute I said it, I knew what I was going to do. Or had I known that for a long time? There was a revolver, an old .32 that belonged to my brother who died long ago. Nobody even knew about the gun. It was buried in a closet somewhere. And there were bullets.
Stan, honey, I'm sorry about the tournament.
It's okay.
What are you looking for in that closet?
This.
A gun? Oh, you shouldn't have a gun in the house.
I know. I'm going to get rid of it.
Oh, good. I'm even scared to look at it.
Turn around.
Why? Stanley, what are you doing?
Susie, please. I have to.
No, Stanley. No.
I have to. Don't you understand? I have to. I had to. I don't think anyone heard the shots. I gathered all the trophies together. I messed up the place a little so it would look like there'd been a struggle. It was late at night. No one saw me as I went out the back entrance. And I drove away. Clear and clean. There were just a few things to do. Get rid of the gun. I stopped at the edge of the bridge. I threw the gun in the water. It would sink forever in the mud. And now, the trophies. What to do about them? Destroy them somehow. I looked at the heavy sack beside me. They could be worth over $30,000. What did Eben Foster say? Watch the small money.
Hello?
Foster? It's, Stan. A question.
Yes?
Suppose you had some merchandise you wanted to get rid of in a discreet manner.
What kind of merchandise?
Precious objects, you know the sort of person?
Contact a gentleman called Purvis. No names need be mentioned. He'll give you the best deal.
I'll give you $8,000 for the lot.
Why, the weight of the silver and gold alone is...
So, why don't you go to one of them big jewelers on the avenue?
Well...
Number one, you'd have to tell them who you are. Number two, you'd have to tell them what this is and how you got it.
Yeah, but
do I ask you questions like that? What do you say? All right, here, 10 big ones, cash. Take it or leave it.
All right.
Oh, Mr. Standish, come in. Sit down.
Thank you. I just dropped by to see if perhaps there was some progress.
Not much, I'm afraid. You know how these things are solved? One of the killer's friends will turn them in for a reward.
Oh.
Why don't you offer one?
A reward?
A big one. You can never tell. It might produce results.
How big?
The bigger, the better. Could you offer $50,000?
Why not? Why not, indeed? Why 50? Why not 100,000? I was the killer, and I was absolutely in the clear. I'm sorry I shot her, but she took away the most important thing a man has. His pride. Well, it's time for me to drop in on police headquarters and my routine visit with Lieutenant Schaefer. A nice man. I rather like him. Anything stirring, Lieutenant?
Oh, a few false alarms, but you have to expect that.
Should I raise the ante?
No. It's good enough. Give it a little time. Excuse me. Lieutenant Schaefer.
You in charge of the Susie Standish murder?
Yes. You have any information?
The guy that knocked her off and stole the trophies. He left them here with me. I don't know his name, but I know what he looks like. And when he left, I wrote down the license number of his car.
Oh, that's good.
Is it good enough to get the reward?
Well, if you got all that merchandise, it's all yours.
I'm around the corner. Give me 2 minutes.
Bingo.
Oh, what is it?
These crooks, they all make stupid mistakes. He went out and fenced the trophies. Now, that was incredibly stupid.
Oh, it was?
Well, sure, the fence knew what they were. He knew there'd be a reward. You see?
Oh.
The reward would be bigger than the gold and silver he could realize from them.
Oh.
And it's good money. Nice, clean, legitimate. He'd be crazy not to do it.
You mean the, fence to whom the crook went has now decided to report to the police?
Uh-huh. It's our lucky day.
Penny wise, pound foolish. Had he thrown away the trophies, he would have been completely in the clear. But he was interested in the small money. Now, some of you purists may claim it was his word against that of offense, but the trouble was that they found the 10,000 on him. Well, he'll be gone for a long time, but I won't. I'll be back shortly. Who steals my purse, the poet said, steals trash. But he who robs me of my good name, And just as important as one's good name is one's vocation. And some people have a talent or a calling, a work that they must do if life is to have a meaning. To some people, it's something cosmic, like finding a cure for a disease. To others, it may be something seemingly trivial, like a game of golf. But, as one of our characters said, different strokes for different folks. Our cast included Tony Roberts, E.V. Juster, Larry Haynes, and Ian Martin. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
I'm E.G. Marshall. So often we take the course of our daily lives for granted. So many of us live in a routine world, knowing pretty much one day what we'll be doing the next. And this isn't bad, mind you. But every now and then, something stops us short. Witnessing a dramatic auto accident, seeing a building collapse in flames. Well, our story isn't about such disasters, but Doug Watson, our hero, is in for what we might call the shock of his life. Our mystery drama, The Outsider, was written especially for the Radio Mystery Theater by Bob Jurin and stars John Beal. Reality is a curious thing. It's so relative. To a child alone in bed at night, moving shadows can be real monsters, very real. Dreams are real until we wake up. What we experience is real to us. And to Doug Watson, his experience was real. It could have been a dream, but Doug doesn't think so. In fact, he knows differently.
I sit here with this curious stone in my hand, unbelieving, smooth as polished marble, still warm, blue, and lustrous. I know where I got it, but I still can't understand or believe. What happened to me? Was I permitted a glimpse of something no man should know? Did I look into a world of my own hallucination? Hallucination, I could accept that. But this stone in my hand is real. It must have happened. And it had to have been this evening. But it seems so long ago. I was on my regular commuter train going home. I had pressing work to do, but Lloyd Cox had already spotted me. Yeah, playing in the tournament Sunday, Doug? No, I'll be spending the weekend in the den. semi-annual report to finish.
You'd better not skip Millie's buffet Sunday night. She'll never forgive you.
Alice mentioned something about that. Well, we'll see. Well, Sunday's my birthday.
Yeah, we know. That's why Millie particularly wants you there.
I'm trying to forget the years. I stopped counting 3 years ago.
It happens to all of us. Well, my stop's coming up. Take care, Doug. And don't work too hard. See you Sunday night.
Yeah, see you, Lloyd. I still had 3 more stops to go. I opened my attaché case and took out the forecast I'd been working on. I lost myself in a maze of profit expectations, cost factors, personnel demands, and federal regulations. And after a while, something in the back of my mind broke my concentration, and I looked up. I got the shock of my life. The entire car was empty. Not another soul in the car. Ordinarily, 20 or so people are still on the train when I get off. How far had I come? I slammed my case shut and ran to the front of the car. Looking through the door into the next car gave me the next shock. It was empty, too. The entire train was empty. There wasn't even a conductor on it. We were coming to the lights of a town. I had no idea where I was. I had to get off and phone Alice to come pick me up. Stupid of me to work right past my stop. I jumped onto the platform. The station house was dark and locked. I couldn't place this town at all. I didn't know much about the villages past my own stop, so I walked toward a lighted diner and went in to phone Alice. And that's when I got my third shock of the night. A woman was behind the counter drying dishes, and she turned toward me.
You? Oh, no, I can't believe it. How did you get here? Oh, let me touch you. Let me know you're real. You're here. You are real.
Look, miss, I just want to use the phone. You do have...
I've got to call Walter right away. Oh, sit down. And please don't go away. You won't go away, will you?
Well, I can't very well go anywhere. I just got off the train. I missed my regular stop in Bloomsdale.
Bloomsdale?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there used to be a Bloomsdale. Oh, but never mind that now. I've got to call Walter.
Well, then, can I call my home? I'll pay you for the call.
Only local calls. It's because... Walter? Walter. He's here. At last. On the train, he says. Yes, this very minute. Of course, I'm sure. I touched him. It's the outsider.
I had to get out of there. Obviously, this girl was deranged in some way. And I had no intention of waiting for Walter, whoever he was. But I did have to phone Alice.
Walter will be here in a minute. He only lives half a block up Turtle Street.
May I use the phone now? Or a payphone if you have one.
Let me look at you. Oh, let me touch you again.
Now look, miss. I don't know what bothers you about me, but all I want to do is call my wife and have her pick me up. What town is this, anyway?
Hanover Hills.
Hanover Hills? In Westchester?
Oh, I just can't believe it. You're here at last. You're the first outsider to come here in 30 years. Oh, we've been praying and waiting for you.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, you don't believe me. You'll believe Walter. He's the mayor.
Gail, you're the one we hoped for? You're right. It's him.
What is this?
Let me shake your hand, sir. I'm Walter Cummings, mayor of Hanover Hills. And you are...
Doug Watson.
Doug Watson. Oh, how refreshing to hear a new name. Oh, wait till the town hears this and meets you. Now, tell me. Gail says you came in on the train.
Of course.
The train actually stopped?
Well, I didn't jump off.
And this was a few minutes ago?
Yes.
Oh, this is wonderful. This may be the break. You see, no one in Hanover Hills could hear or see the train. There hasn't been a train go through here in 30 years. You, Doug Watson, are our savior.
I was now convinced that I'd met up with 2 genuine lunatics. I started edging for the door, thinking I could either find the police station and some real help or at least get away.
Oh, no, you cannot go, sir. You will accept my hospitality and come home with me for a celebration. Gail,
close up and spread the word.
Well, thank you very much for your kind invitation, but I really have to get home. I have work to do, and it's getting late. My wife's going to be worried.
Oh, yes. Yes, by all means, call your wife. Let's see if it works. Gail, this will be the first test of the outsider's power. Here, sir. Call your wife.
Thank you. At last. I can dial Bloomsdale, can't I?
Try it. Keep the fingers crossed. Is it ringing?
No. Nothing. Like a dead line. Okay, you win. Tell me what this is all about. Am I a prisoner?
We're all prisoners here, Mr. Watson. And we believe you've come here to save us. Come home with me now. You can't go anywhere else.
Curiously, now I didn't feel menaced. I had a slow, creeping sensation that these people were serious and sincere, and that I had stumbled into something totally incredible. It hadn't occurred to me before how old-fashioned the lunch counter and counter stools in this diner were. Not one item smacked of the 1970s or 80s.
We'll have a bite of dinner before the others arrive, and I'll tell you why we have such hopes for you. And what we expect of you. More coffee?
Oh, thanks.
You see, Doug, for 30 years, not a living soul, not a car, truck, train, or bus has arrived in Hanover Hills. No one has grown a day older. No one's died. Not a single child has been born.
I just can't figure you, or this whole thing. How can you expect me to believe what you just said?
We found it hard to believe ourselves when it happened. In fact, we didn't realize that anything had happened.
Well, what was it that happened, as you say?
It was early in 1950. The government was involved in underground nuclear testing, but far, far away over in Nevada.
Yes, I remember.
Well, one afternoon in June, we felt a terrible rumbling underground. The hills all around us shook.
Earthquake?
Well, it was just like one. But never in history had there been one here. When it settled, we saw on the highest of the hills a great fissure, a hole in the side of the hill. And from it came a curious vapor.
Underground gas, no doubt.
We have no idea what it is.
Is? You mean it's still there?
You'll see it tomorrow. It's been emerging for 30 years. And you'll see more things tomorrow that I think will surprise you. Things we've grown accustomed to.
You say that I'm the first outsider to come here, but why can't you leave? Can't you simply walk down the road a piece?
I hear the word has spread. A gathering outside.
Who?
The townspeople.
The street's full, Walter, and more coming.
Yeah. You'll have to meet them, Doug.
I know. I'm the savior.
I think they're all getting heated up over nothing.
Russ. Oh, this is my husband, Mr. Watson. Russ Harrison.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Russ, be civil.
Here, follow me, please. They won't hurt you. Why, you're our hero.
I've never been a celebrity before.
Please, quiet, everyone. Quiet down. Now, I know you've come to see the outsider, and, well, here he is, in the flesh. Real. His name is Douglas Watson. His arrival may mean we're returning to the world. Now, I say may because we must not get up false hopes.
He's the first outsider, isn't he? It means we're finished with this thing?
Well, that's possible. And we all want to believe it. But we'll just have to see what happens.
How about a word from you, Mr. Watson?
Yes, speak to them, please.
I don't know what to tell any of you. I don't understand this any more than you do. Maybe a lot less. I got off a train, and here I am. Your mayor here, Walter, was explaining something to me earlier, but I don't know the whole story. Well, that's about all I can say.
All right, friends. You can go home now. Mr. Watson and I have some work to do, but as soon as we see positive results, you'll all know it. You'll see it and feel it.
Is there anything Russ and I can do, Walter?
No, why don't you run along, too? Mr. Watson, you'll stay here with me tonight. I have plenty of bedrooms.
Good night, Walter. Mr. Watson. We'll see you tomorrow.
Good night.
Good night. You know, I was going to ask you, why can't you just leave? There are roads in and out of town, aren't there?
Yes.
Well, hasn't anyone tried to go to the next town? Call people up on the phone?
Of course.
And what happened?
You'll find out tomorrow, Doug. Tomorrow, when it's daylight, I'll take you around Hanover Hills.
But what about my wife? She'll be frantic if I don't even call.
Yes, that's unfortunate, but I'm afraid you can't call her. Our phone makes local calls only. We've never been able to dial a number outside the town. Nor have we ever had a call come in. You saw what happened when you tried to call from the diner.
Well, I'll have to go along with it, I guess.
But be encouraged, as we all are. You'll undoubtedly be back with your wife again, as soon as we rejoin the outside world.
When will that be?
We don't know. As soon as you help us to do so.
And just how am I supposed to do that?
Well, we assume you know. You came to us through this terrible invisible curtain that surrounds us. We're expecting you to lead us out.
Doug Watson seems to have become the unwitting Pied Piper of Hanover Hills, a village caught in a strange and incredible time warp into which he stumbled. They're all expecting him to bring them back to the outside world. But I wonder if they really know what they're letting themselves in for. Of course, we haven't seen all of Hanover Hills yet, and we haven't really met its citizens. We'll do both when I return shortly with Act 2. Time now to return to Hanover Hills, that curious town that claims to have lived in suspended animation for 30 years. I'd say Doug Watson has a tall order in front of him if he expects to unlock the secret of the mysterious force that gripped the town. But the human spirit will rise when challenged and meet the unavoidable obligation. After all, Doug has no choice.
Oh, good morning. Trust you slept well?
Yeah. Much to my surprise, with all this on my mind.
It's a beautiful day. Perfect for showing you Hanover Hills.
Well, I'll have to admit I am curious. I just wish you wouldn't expect too much of me. I haven't the slightest idea what to do.
We'll have breakfast at Russ and Gail's diner. Then we'll be on our rounds.
Your car's in fantastic shape for a 49. How do you do it?
It's never changed. Nothing's ever worn out. Nothing ever does in Hanover Hills. Oh, I polish it regularly, though.
Well, what about gas and oil? You said no trucks have ever come in here. Where do you get it?
Pumps are always full. Ed Hanley runs a filling station. Oil and gas are always there. We gave up questioning it long ago.
And electricity and water.
Abundant supply.
Well, what about food?
Fields are always full of fresh vegetables. In summer, of course. The shelves at the supermarket never go empty. Nor the meat freezers.
And you want to change all this? It's utopia.
Not really, Doug. You'll soon see.
Is that the vapor you're talking about up there on the hill?
That's it. It's much farther away than it looks. It comes from that black hole in the side of the rock. Like a deep wisp of steam. Disappears into the air.
Well, like I started to say last night, can't you just take the main road out of town?
Rather than tell you what happens, I'll show you. We're now on Route 52. Runs north and south, supposedly to New York City.
Right. I take it into the city myself from Bloomsdale. In fact, if we keep going south, we should come right into Bloomsdale.
Look up ahead. Nothing but fields, huh?
Yeah, we seem to be leaving the town behind.
Oh, we are. Or better still, exactly as you put it, we seem to be.
And we're not?
Well, notice how the road curves up ahead?
Yeah?
Wait till you see what's around that bend.
We rounded the bend, like you said, and there in front of us was the main street of the town we just left. It seemed impossible. We'd driven more than a mile in the opposite direction. The railroad station was on the right, and the diner just ahead of us. Not a single car on the street was more recent than a 1950. Walter pulled up in front of the diner.
Like this with every road into or out of the village. We always end up right where we started. Well, shall we have breakfast?
Oh, you're still here. Oh, I thought last night was maybe a dream.
Oh, he's very much here, all right. Tell Russ to get some eggs over easygoing. All right with you, Doug?
Suits me.
2 double hands over easy, Russ. Walter and Mr. Watson are here.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, you have to excuse my husband, Mr. Watson. He's not exactly Mr. Personality.
Oh, it's all right.
He used to be, before this happened. It affected lots of people in different ways.
That's putting it mildly.
You see, we know it's 1980, but we have no idea what the world is like. All TV and radio stopped with whatever is coming out of that hole in the mountain.
How do you know 30 years have passed?
Oh, we've kept track of the days, the years. Birthdays are the hardest in most people. They know they're a year older, but don't look it or feel it.
And that's hard? Listen, I know 100 people who'd give their left arm to be in that position.
Yeah, it sounds great, don't it? You got any idea how boring that is? You got any idea? Oh, of course you don't.
Russ, please.
Get up every morning and see the same woman looking the same year after year, driving the same car, seeing the same noisy brats, never growing up, just being the same noisy brats that, well, you want to choke them. Only it don't do no good because you can't shut them up. They ain't never going to grow up, and they ain't never going to die.
Let him.
I know what you're thinking, Mr. Outsider. Ain't it grand? I was 40 when this thing hit, and if anyone had told me then I was going to live like this forever, I'd have said, whoopee. But I'm so sick of this diner, this town, I could die. But the funny part is, I can't even do that. I'll be out back.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Watson.
No, I'm glad he sounded off. He's right. I wouldn't have looked at it that way.
Russ isn't the only one. We would all like very much for time to resume for us again. To change, to grow.
And you think I'm the only one who can make that possible?
Your coming has given us the ray of hope. Now, after breakfast, I want to show you the fissure and the vapor. It has a very curious property, and I'm anxious to see how it reacts to you and you to it. There it is, up ahead.
What is this strange property you mentioned?
Now, I want you to see for yourself. We'll have to go on foot from here.
We're going up there?
Yeah, just wait and see. From this closer perspective, you can see how large that fissure really is.
Yeah.
The vapor is much more profuse than it appears from the village. Notice that the slope of the hill is a gentle one. Base is about 200 yards away. Nothing at all obstructs our view of the fissure high up there as we approach the bottom of the hill.
That's right.
Just a few seconds. Notice what happens. Well? You don't seem surprised.
At what?
Don't you see that the fissure and the vapor have completely disappeared from view? Although there's nothing between us and it. We have never been able to approach any closer.
They're both still there. I can see them as clear as ever.
You still see them?
Yes.
Let's get closer. Quickly.
You mean you can't see the vapor or the fissure?
Not at all. We're almost at the very foot of the hill now. Can you still?
Are you pulling my leg, telling me you can't see that hole up there and the steam coming out of it? I can even hear it.
Would I pull your leg about this after everything else that you've seen? We have tried since the crack first appeared to investigate it from every angle. We can never come close. The fact that you still see it must mean that you're not affected by it. You can approach it. You can learn its secrets.
Well, I'm not going up there for an atomic steam bath or whatever that thing is.
Oh, but you must. That's the source of our incredible existence. Now, you're the first outsider. You're immune to our condition. You are the only one who can approach and perhaps put an end to it.
You're asking me to go into what looks like a live volcano? There's a sort of a pulsating blue light inside there.
There is? We've never seen it from the village.
Well, this is as far as I go.
I'm sorry. You're right, Doug. I must try to understand how you feel. Let's go back to the car. I see it now. We've all been too anxious. You haven't even been here 24 hours, and we're expecting miracles from you.
He was right, and I'm no miracle worker. And I was getting more worried about Alice all the time. She must be frantic. She had no idea where I was. And, of course, neither did I. At least, I knew I was alive and well. Walter left me alone for the afternoon while he conferred with the city fathers. For the first time, I had a chance to think. I decided to try leaving the place the way I came in, along the railroad tracks. It was worth a chance. I took my attaché case and started back down the tracks in the direction last night's train had come. They stretched as far as I could see.
Mr. Watson, you mind if I join you?
Oh, hello? No, of course not.
Well, out for a stroll.
Well, I'm going to see how far I can go along the tracks. I should come to Bloomsdale. I've had enough of this nightmare.
Well, we won't be run down by any trains, that's for sure. Do you mind if I take your arm?
Oh.
It's so nice to touch someone different. You are going to lead us out, aren't you?
Look, up ahead.
Huh?
The train station. It's got to be the next town down the line.
Do you think so? Look, at the sign on the station house.
Hanover Hills? It can't be.
It is.
We've never left the tracks. We've never changed direction. Hanover Hills was behind us.
Why are you so surprised?
I don't know. I should have expected it. Let's get back. I want to talk with Walter. If you really think I can find something to help you up on that hill, I'm willing to try.
We do, Doug. The fissure's our only answer. And even then, who knows? You may enter that fissure, walk through a tunnel, and find yourself back in Bloomsdale, was it?
Yes.
You may leave us all behind.
Well, that won't help you.
True. But help is not coming from any other quarter either.
Well, I guess you're right.
A few precautions do occur to me. I think we should have a knapsack for food and water and some protective clothing.
We?
Of course, I'll go with you.
Well, how can you?
Well, even though the fissure is not visible to me, I can still accompany you.
Oh, I'm ready.
We'll go tomorrow.
Well, why wait?
It's mid-afternoon now. I think we should start early in the morning. And we have to get our things together. Tomorrow we'll drive to the foot of the hill and see what we shall see.
In the early evening, just before twilight, I walked alone along the road that led toward the hillside, where the vapor rose silently into the sky. The late sun tinted it with orange and red. It looked like a silk scarf gently waving in the evening summer breeze. And I thought of this morning the hissing sound it made, the pulsating blue lights inside the fissure, and I wondered just what I was getting into. But I had no choice. There was no one but me to approach this phenomenon. And tomorrow, I would do so.
Doug Watson seems to have found the fountain of youth, a land where no one grows older, nothing wears out, and nothing changes. But no one seems happy about it. Of course, Doug himself really ought to get back to Alice and the family if he can. What lies inside the fissure in the hillside with the strange vapor and the blue lights? We'll find out when we go along with Doug in Act 3. Has dawned bright and pleasant in Hanover Hills. A wisp of vapor rises from the hole in the hillside in a straight, unwavering line in the still air. And on the highway leading, you should pardon the expression, out of Hanover Hills, Doug Watson is riding with Mayor Walter Cummings on their way to explore the strange phenomenon that has kept the village a virtual prisoner.
Doug, you can't imagine my feelings at this time. We're on the threshold of an answer.
You hope.
I know that something will change when you explore that fissure.
Well, I don't know what I'm going to do when I get there.
You will know.
All we can do is try. Come on. I want to get this thing over with.
Doug, whatever happens, if you find a way out and leave us behind, or if tampering with that vapor only increases our condition, I want you to know how much we appreciate your help and your courage.
Oh, forget it. Courage is the last thing I've got. I just want to get out of here.
Well, this is the vanishing point where I'll stop seeing it. But I'll try to stay with you as long as I can.
Well, let's go with it. It's up there, big as day. I can still see it and hear it.
I can't.
Well, what do you see, then?
Nothing but the hillside. Exactly as it was before this happened. Keep describing it for me.
We're starting up the hill now.
I'm right behind you.
I can see the blue lights now. They're much brighter as we get closer. The opening is larger than it looks from down below. It's weird. It doesn't seem threatening. It's almost inviting. It's a shame you can't see it, Walter.
Is there any heat from the vapor?
No. The lights pulsate with a definite rhythm.
Well, how close are you?
A few yards from the entrance. Looks like a cave. Big enough to stand up in. I'm going in. No turning back now. Walter? Walter? I turned, and Walter was gone. The hill behind me was deserted. And before me, the entrance to this fantastic opening in the hillside. I stepped inside the entrance. And it was like a disco. Hypnotizing, fantastic, fascinating. The walls and ceiling flashed with the pulsating blue and white light. The vapor swirled and danced inside the cave until it swept out the front of the fissure. I felt nothing. No heat, no choking sensation. Nothing but a force urging me deeper into the recess. And then I saw it on the ground, resting in a shallow hole. A small blue stone, like polished marble. And from this jewel surged the light and vapor. This was the source of Hanover Hill's predicament. But where had it come from? The earth obviously upheaved it during the quake Walter had described. Hypnotized, I was drawn closer. The force was irresistible. I was completely in its spell. I knelt beside the hole and reached forward slowly. My fingers closed around the cool blue marble. I knelt alone in darkness, stillness. In an instant, the lights and the vapor had stopped. And ahead of me, I could see the daylight at the opening. I hurried outside. The morning seemed just as I'd left it, bright and beautiful. The hillside and the road below were empty. Walter was nowhere in sight. I started down toward the road and looked back. There wasn't a trace of the fissure I had so recently explored. The hillside was as unscarred as it had been for centuries. I scrambled the rest of the way down to the road. I heard it before I saw it. Coming from the south toward Hanover Hills was a small delivery truck. I waved and shouted, and the driver pulled to a stop.
Hop in. How far are you going?
Into town.
Your lucky day. I got a couple of deliveries there.
Yeah? Baked goods, I see.
You know this Hanover Hills pretty good?
A little. Why?
Never been there before. You know where the diner is? That's my first stop.
Yes, I think I can show you where it is. But right now, I'm not too sure.
Town ain't all that big, is it?
No, it's not. So where are you coming from?
I'm up the line. Baker's in Mount Vernon, but I deliver all over the county.
You sure you got a delivery in Hanover Hills?
What's the matter with you? Would I be asking if I didn't? Right there in the dash. See them slips? Top one says Hanover Hills, diner, handy food store, and landmark hotel.
How come you never delivered there before?
Never had an order that I know of. I only been working for the bakery a couple of months. Hey, we're coming into town. Which way do I go?
Straight ahead. I'll tell you where to turn. It's right across from the railroad station.
Holy Moses. You sure there's anyone living in this place?
He had a point. The place was the most run-down-looking town I'd ever seen. A nice row of houses that only yesterday were so clean and neat were in complete disrepair. Paint peelings, vines all over. The street was cracked and broken. The gas station was deserted. The roof sagged and the glass on those old-fashioned pumps was broken. We parked in front of the diner, and I held my breath as we got out of the truck.
First-rate bakery. Anybody here? Hello? Anybody here?
Yes. I'll take it.
Oh, thanks, ma'am. Just sign here. Say, how do I get to the handy food store?
Just 2 blocks down the main street. You can't miss it. It's half gray and half fresh painted white.
Oh, okay. Thanks, ma'am. See you again on the next order. So long, buddy. Good luck.
Doug! Why, I didn't see you standing there. You came back. We were wondering.
Gail? What's happened? You've aged so. What happened to the village?
Well, we caught up with 30 years. You did it, Doug. You did it.
Ah, Doug, you're back safe. I saw you get off of the truck.
Walter, you're all taking so offhand. Don't you know what's happened to you?
Well, of course. Just what we hoped for. And wait till you see this town a year from now. Old Martin Briggs has a run on paint and lumber and nails like he'd never had before. We've got a town to fix up. Thanks to you, Doug. Thanks to you, we got a reason to get up in the morning.
Oh, and we were so hoping we'd see you again, too. We thought perhaps you'd gone on through.
We owe you a lot, Doug. I'm glad you got back. I've still got your briefcase for you. I kept it safe.
But it was only this morning, wasn't it? Less than an hour ago.
Doug, we've been dying to know. What did you find up there?
Only then did I realize that I still held the smooth blue stone in my hand. I opened my fingers, and it lay in my palm cool and lustrous. I picked this up inside the cave. and everything stopped.
And for us, everything moved forward. How long are you staying, Doug? I can put you up again tonight.
I want to get home as fast as I can.
Well, trains are running now. You can get the southbound 607 into the city. It stops at Bloomsdale.
Then that's what I'll do. Oh, brother, will I ever.
Yeah, here she comes, Doug. And remember, we're just up the line. Come see us again.
Oh, please do.
Dinner's always on the house.
Yeah, we've been through something together. There's a bond between us now, Doug. You and Hanover Hills.
I know I told you yesterday, I think it was yesterday, how much I liked you all. And I'll still be saying it 10 years from now. So long, friends. So long.
Doug, thank heaven you're home. I was so worried. What happened to you?
I missed my stop and ended up
Where, for heaven's sake?
Hanover Hills.
Where? I never heard of it. Why didn't you call?
I'm sorry. I didn't seem to be able
to. Here, let me take your coat. Dinner's a little dried up, but I can freshen it.
That's okay, honey.
Darling, you look tired. You have been working too hard. Oh, what's this? It fell out of your pocket.
It can't be.
Some sort of blue stone. Oh, it's beautiful. What is it, Doug?
Alice, this is still Thursday night, isn't it?
Of course. But what is this? Oh, it's so smooth and cool. Doug, where did you get it?
I sit here with this curious stone in my hand, unbelieving. I know where I got it, but I don't understand. And Alice most certainly never would. What happened to me? Did I look into a world of my own hallucination? No. This stone in my hand is real. I'll keep it, always. And when my spirit wearies, I'll remember. I'll remember, and I'll love life more.
Time is a curious phenomenon. We hate to see it pass, but we're quick to waste it. We often want to kill it, but we rarely work it to death. And we often wish that time would stand still. Well, we just saw what happened if time could stand still. I don't think I'd enjoy that any more than the good people of Hanover Hills. I look forward to each new experience, each new day, each moment, in fact, like the one we'll share when I return shortly. I hope tomorrow brings something new and exciting into your life. Variety is the spice of life, and change is inevitable. When things get you down and everything seems boring and monotonous, just remember, it won't always be that way. There's another day, a bright day on the way, even if you happen to live in a place called Hanover Hills. Our cast included John Beal, Joan Shea, Ray Owens, and Robert Maxwell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. What if each one of us were absolutely isolated from everyone else, doomed to travel the earth alone from birth to death, destined never to see another face, touch another hand, hear another voice, denied the least contact with another of our own kind? Unthinkable, isn't it? For each one of us, there has to be a meeting in some place at some time, else we should all go mad. Our mystery drama, Meeting by Chance, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Mandel Kramer and Marion Seldes. Some meetings are casual, some meetings are unavoidable. Some are planned, and others are artfully contrived. Some occur in the natural course of ordinary living, and others come about purely and simply by accident. It is one of these incidental meetings that concerns us here.
Damn it, I can't see a thing. Wow, that sounded close. Dumb windshield wipers are worse than nothing. Just slosh the rain from one side to the other. I bet she forgot to get new blades. Simple thing like that, and she forgets. I told her 12 times, get new blades. Where am I, anyway? Did I get off the road somewhere? That fork a ways back. Did I take the left one instead of the right? I swear I don't know. I can't see a thing. Boy, that was even closer. Wouldn't it be swell to get hit by lightning out here in the middle of nowhere? Come on, I can't be nowhere. I must be somewhere near home. Only I can't see. Damn rain makes it impossible to see. Maybe I should get out and take a look around. Yeah. Oh, cow, what a soaker. Ow. Too close for comfort, like they say. Is this a driveway? Looks like a driveway, sort of, under all this water. A mailbox? Yeah. No name, though. No name that I can make out, anyway. Driveway and a mailbox adds up to a house. That figures at the other end of the driveway there must be a house. People. Gotta get a roof over my head till this downpour stops. It's dangerous out here. Heck of a driveway. Nobody's used it much the way the trees hang over it. It stands to reason, though, there's a house at the other end. Some kind of a house, any kind of a... Ah, sure, there it is, sure. I knew there'd be a house. There had to be. Right in the nick of time. Now, where's the doorbell? No doorbell?
Hey, in there, do you mind? Please? Somebody mind opening the door? It's wet out here in case anybody cares. Come on.
It could be anybody. But it's certainly not the owner. The owner would have a key. It could be a tramp of some kind. You can't be too careful these days. Thank goodness I locked that door. There's no way anybody could get in. All the windows are locked, and the back door, too. I don't care who it is. He's not going to get in it. It must be a man, because the way he pounds on the door. It could be a thief or a lunatic or a... Or a rapist. There's plenty of those around. I think he's gone away. Gave up finally. Went away. Well, that's something. Oh, help! Help, somebody! Help! Stay out of here, you. Don't you just stay out of here.
Just take
Don't you come in here.
What's the matter with you?
What do you mean breaking in like this? I'll call the police.
Did you hear me knock on the door?
I heard you.
Why don't you open it?
Why should I?
Don't you ever open the door?
No, not just to anybody.
Well, look, I'm sorry I broke your window.
It's not my window. This isn't my house.
Well, how'd you get in here then? Somebody let you in?
The front door was open.
Oh? And then you locked it?
Well, I was afraid not to.
Look, I'll pay for the window. I can leave some money. Here, $5 ought to cover it.
My car stopped all of a sudden, and see, I went through a big puddle, and it just stopped.
Oh, the timer got wet.
Oh, well, I don't know anything about automobiles. What was that?
What was what?
I heard something. I
didn't hear anything.
Sounded like a cat.
Probably a cat in the house.
Well, I guess there must be. What am I supposed to do? Stuck here with this stranger. I hope he doesn't get any funny ideas. He looks all right, but you can't go by appearances. You read about a murderer or a rapist in the newspaper, and then they show you a picture of him, and he looks just like anybody else.
Don't care much for cats myself.
They're very decorative, people say.
I like dogs, all right. Dogs are okay.
Yes. Dogs are nice.
Not a bad-looking dame. Not what you'd call good-looking either. Not my type at all. Dull. Miss Dull in person. Dull from Dullsville. Dressed dull, too. I bet you made that little number herself. Loving hands at home.
I wonder who lives here.
No idea.
Whoever it is isn't very tidy.
Yeah, it is kind of messy.
I hate a messy place.
Yeah. Do you live near here?
South Glendale.
That's so. I live in Glenville Heights.
Do you really?
Yeah, new development.
Is it nice?
It's all right.
I don't think he's going to try anything funny. I think he's safe. But I hope the storm lets up soon. I mean, I'm running out of things to talk about. I don't know anybody in Glenville Heights. And I think that new development is horrible. Ugly as sin. Did you hear that?
Hear what?
The cat.
Oh, yeah.
Wonder where it is.
The kitchen, probably.
Oh, it sounds hungry.
Yeah, speaking of hungry, I haven't had any lunch.
Neither have I, now that you mention it.
What do you say we see if there's any food in the house?
Oh. Well, if you think it's all right.
Well, we can leave a couple of dollars.
All right.
Anyway, it's something to do. Eat a sandwich. Maybe there's some beer. Pass a little time. Oh, boy, what a way to spend an afternoon holed up in some creepy old house with some dull woman doesn't even know how to conduct a conversation. Yeah, what the heck, it's not her fault. What do we got in common, anyway?
Well, let's see what's in this fridge. Oh, there's some milk. That's something.
Any beer in there?
No, I don't see any. Would you care for a glass of milk?
I guess it'll have to do.
There's a little jar of shrimps.
No, thanks.
Well, then, we'll just have milk.
Great. Swell.
Well, it's better than nothing.
Be grateful for small favors, I always say.
Oh. Huh? There we are.
You want to go back in the living room?
No place to sit down here.
Lead the way.
It's really infuriating. I've got so much to do at home. All that transplanting. Well, I just couldn't do that in the rain anyway, but... Well, I could be sorting the linen instead of being stuck here with this Glenville Heights person.
You find it cold in here?
A little.
Kind of damp, don't you think?
Yes, it is damp.
I have this bursitis in my left arm, and dampness always makes it worse.
There's a fireplace.
You think I ought to make a fire?
Would they mind?
Who?
The people who live here.
Well, I don't see why they'd mind.
I'm always afraid of catching cold. Once I catch a cold, I can't get rid of it. It just hangs on and hangs on for weeks, it seems like.
Now, there's a fascinating piece of information for you. She gets colds that last for weeks. What do you know? Boy, I wish I was home. The golf clubs need cleaning and polishing. Must be an ideal day for it. Instead, I'm marooned here with... she's all right. Stop picking on her. You know, shining light yourself.
There doesn't seem to be any kindling, does there?
Well, if you roll the paper up tight enough.
Those logs look kind of green.
I'm pretty good at making fires.
It really is damp in here, and if you've got bursitis, we better...
Wait till I get the fire going. It'll dry out.
I don't think it's going to work.
Give it a minute.
It's gone out.
Yeah.
You want me to try?
You think you can do better?
I guess not. Manly pride. They're all alike. Oh, they can all make fires and hang pictures and fix cars, only when it comes right down to doing it, they can't. So we'll just sit here and freeze and catch our deaths.
I wonder what time it is.
I don't have a watch. I took mine to be repaired. I keep forgetting to pick it up.
Can't tell the time of day by looking outside. Black as pitch out there.
It most certainly is. Pitch black.
Yeah, black as pitch black. Where do we go from here? Looks like a long, dreary afternoon, all right. Playing a deck of cards. But she probably doesn't play cards.
You lived in Glenville Heights long?
A little over a year.
I see.
I'm in real estate.
Oh, really?
Things are kind of slow right now.
I can imagine.
Maybe they'll pick up, though.
My husband's a lawyer.
Don't say.
Yes, he's a lawyer. Well, there goes that cat again. Wonder where it is.
As long as it stays out of here, I don't much care.
But it sounds hungry.
Well, I think I'm allergic to cats.
I suppose it's waiting for its owners to come home and feed it.
They're probably stuck somewhere, same as we are.
Probably.
I wonder if they got a TV set around here someplace.
I hope that cat isn't trapped somewhere.
Did you see a TV?
I'm going to go look for that cat.
Or a radio? A little music might help. There's nothing. Absolutely nothing. I wonder what these people do for amusement. What's the matter?
Come here, quick.
What is it?
Come here. I found the cat.
Every meeting is a touching. Sometimes the touch is so light that it is scarcely felt. Sometimes the touch ignites something. Something as mild as distaste, perhaps. Or something as strong as hatred. At times, the touch can kindle interest. Sometimes attraction. Sometimes even love. I'll return shortly with Act 2. Two people, a man and a woman, have sought refuge from a violent storm in a strange house. Two people with very little to say to each other. A strange house, rather unkempt, seemingly inhabited by a solitary cat, heard but as yet not seen by either of the intruders. As our last act ended, however, we heard...
What's the matter?
Come here. Quick.
What is it?
Come here. I found the cat.
Where? Where is it?
Up there. At the head of the stairs. See? Looking down at her.
Yeah. Are you sure?
Well, what else could it be?
It looks like a little white cloud.
It's the cat. I'm sure of it. See? There. It's hungry. I'm going to go and get it some milk. I think we left some.
You want me to come with you?
You stay here. Unless you're afraid to.
I'm not afraid. What's there to be afraid of?
And if there isn't any milk left, I'm going to open that jar of shrimps.
Stuck here with a lady who's cat crazy. Women and cats, they go together. Cat, what's with you? You're the biggest cat I ever saw. Big and white. White as a... whiter than anything. Pure white. All white. You even got white eyes. Yeah. White eyes. Is that possible? A thing like that? White eyes?
There wasn't any milk left, so I just brought this shrimp. I'll put the dish here, at the foot of the stairs. And if it's really hungry, it'll come down and get it.
Hey, doesn't it strike you as kind of peculiar, a house that's only got cat food in it?
Well, now that you mention it...
I mean, what if we hadn't showed up here? Oh, would that cat have gone to the refrigerator and fed herself, or what?
Well, I hardly think... Why doesn't it come down and get the shrimp?
Scared of us, maybe?
Let's move back a little.
Oh, we could just leave it.
Somehow... For some reason, I don't want to do that. I know. I'll put the dish halfway up the stairs. How would that be?
What do I know about feeding cats?
What would you know about anything? Crass, stupid, terrible man. The second the rain stops, I'm going to get out of this house. Oh, I hope my car starts. If it doesn't, I suppose I'll have to ask him to drive me home. Oh, well, it can't be helped. It's an emergency. And maybe that'll do it.
Cat's still standing there, just looking.
Just wait. Cats love shrimp.
Maybe not this one. Did you notice this one has white eyes?
Oh, cats don't have white eyes. No cat has white eyes.
This one does.
Pale blue, maybe, not white.
He's still standing there.
I wonder why she doesn't just... Well, she must smell it.
Let's leave him.
What makes you think she's a male cat?
What makes you think he's a female cat?
I think she wants the shrimp brought upstairs to her.
Don't you think you've done enough?
No, I don't.
Wait till my wife. Here's how I spent the afternoon. She won't believe it. I broke into a spooky old house to get out of the rain, and here's this simple-minded woman, and she and I spent the whole time trying to get a big white cat to eat some shrimp. That's what I did all afternoon, sweetie. Sue me, but that's what I did.
Would you mind coming up here for a minute?
What for?
Just come upstairs for a minute, will you?
Oh, I don't get the point. Is there something wrong?
Please, come up here.
I've never done this much for a cat in my life. Actually, I've never had anything to do with a cat before. Now, what is it? What's up?
Come with me.
Where? Where's the cat?
In the bedroom.
Well, you think it's okay to go in there?
I know what you're thinking. It's not nice to make free with other people's houses.
Well, it's kind of pushy, don't you think?
Yes, I do think so, but... There's the cat.
Ah, she did want to eat the shrimp up here.
When I came upstairs, she led me right into this room. She waited for me to open the door. So I did, and I went in. And she started to purr. And I put the dish down by the window, and she started eating right away, purring all the time.
Well, look, I guess we've done our duty by the cat, so...
Don't go. Wait a minute. I want you to look at something.
What?
Look out the window.
Okay. Any window?
Any window. What do you see?
Wow. That's beautiful.
Have you ever seen such a garden?
No. I never have.
Such flowering trees.
Those little winding paths. I wonder where they go to.
It isn't raining.
That's right. There's no rain.
The thunder stopped.
But just a few seconds ago. Downstairs. I heard it. I know I heard it.
Look out there. The grass isn't wet. The flowers are all standing up straight. The paths are dry.
Well, now, look, that's not possible. I mean, there couldn't have been a terrific storm in one part of the house and sunlight and roses and all those beautiful things in another part. That's just not possible.
I know it isn't possible. It's unbelievable.
But it's true.
I have this funny feeling. I think it has something to do with the cat.
You mean the cat is some kind of a magician or something? You mean some kind of a magician in disguise, maybe?
Well, maybe not a magician, but a spirit, something unearthly. Don't laugh.
I won't laugh.
Something intangible, immaterial, captured in a cat's body. Something saintly. Promise not to laugh.
I don't feel a bit like laughing.
And whatever it is, it's not real. But it is real. The storm, the rain, the thunder, the lightning, it all stopped as soon as we came upstairs. You can't deny that.
Look at the cat. She asleep?
Don't think so.
Didn't I tell you she has white eyes?
She doesn't have white eyes. She's blind.
Blind?
Beautiful. And blind.
Is that why she wouldn't come downstairs?
Maybe. And also, she doesn't have any claws. See, if she had claws, she'd be able to feel her way down.
So I guess she stays up here all the time.
Yeah. Why wouldn't she?
Yeah. I would. If I could be lucky enough to live in this room, I'd never leave.
What makes it so wonderful, do you think?
I don't know. It's so different from the rooms downstairs.
So clean, so restful.
But so exciting. Don't you think so?
Yes, restful and exciting. That's about it. What it is... Well, it's open. It's free.
You feel as though anything could happen here.
As though you could make anything happen.
But everything is so nice the way it is. Why bother?
Oh, what a perfect way to feel.
Everybody could feel this way. They wouldn't drink, or they wouldn't take dope, or they wouldn't start wars.
Or be mean or spiteful to anybody.
It just seems so easy here.
I never want to leave. Never.
You know you're very attractive.
Me? Attractive?
Very.
I'm just a middle-aged suburban housewife.
You're an attractive woman. Go look at yourself in that mirror.
Are you serious?
Go on.
Well, if you... it seems so silly, but if you really... I look... It's not what I expected at all. I mean, it's me, all right, but it's not what I'm used to.
There's a glow on your face. It looks real.
I'm not going to pretend I don't see it, too.
Well, don't pretend, because that's part of the magic here in this room.
And you look different, too. Come on, look at yourself.
If you say so.
Oh, I wish you would.
I'm different.
Somehow younger.
It's true.
And you look vulnerable.
Me? Vulnerable?
As though you could be hurt.
I never thought of myself that way. Not for a long time.
But now you do.
I don't want to be hurt. I think it's terrible to be hurt. Only it's worse to be somebody who can't be hurt.
I know just what you mean.
You can get over being hurt, I guess. It might take a long time, but you could get over it. But to be... what's the word? Invulnerable?
Yes.
Well, that's to be dead, really. Walking around and talking, but really dead. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, oh yes, I do.
Something I have to get used to.
Do you know what I want to do? I don't know why. I want to do it, though.
What? What do you want to do?
I want to take my shoes off. They're still wet.
Yeah, mine
and
too.
I want to go and lie down on that big bed.
Go ahead, do it.
I want to lie down and dream.
What about?
Oh, things about love and kindness and what lies in back of the stars and how the sun warms everything and how it feels to stretch out and feel good.
Say, the bed hasn't been made up. Did you know that?
Really? That's strange in this neat, tidy room. Why wouldn't they straighten the bed?
I don't know.
Oh, linen sheets. Been a long time since I've seen linen sheets.
Look, I don't think you ought to disturb anything. I don't know why I think that. I just feel...
I know what you mean. I won't touch a thing. I'll just lie down on the bed the way it is.
Hey.
Cat,
She doesn't want you to lie down on the bed.
She's, protecting it, or...
How did she know what you were going to do? She's blind. She couldn't have seen you.
It must be true. She is a spirit, a specter.
She ate the shrimp like a real live cat.
Then there's a spirit lodged in her. I don't know. Don't ask me how, why, but there's something here we don't understand.
There's plenty I don't understand. Plenty. Like the way I feel about you.
Be careful. Be careful of what you say.
No, I don't want to be careful anymore. That's what this room has done to me. Or this cat, or whatever. I love you.
I was afraid you'd say that.
Why were you afraid? That's a terrible thing to say?
No. But now I have to say something to you.
Well, please. Say it.
I love you.
Well, is that so awful?
But it's not what I felt about you before downstairs. Down there I thought you were crude and insensitive. I didn't like you at all.
Down there I thought you were silly and dull, and I hated the idea of spending an afternoon with you.
What happened? What happened? What changed?
What was that noise?
A door.
It was a door that opened and shut.
It's a door downstairs.
Front door, I'll bet.
Lizzie? I'm home, Lizzie.
It's the owner. The owner of the house.
He came home.
Lizzie, girl. You all right?
What do we do now?
I don't know.
You okay, Lizzie?
He'll be coming up here. I just know it. He'll be coming up here.
This is what a meeting can do. Even a meeting by chance. Change attitudes, change feelings, perhaps even lives. A whole set of circumstances which had seemed so stable, so permanent, so unalterable, can shift and become something else for no other reason than two people have met and touched. We'll be back soon with Act 3. Quite fortuitously, two people have met in a house strange to them both, driven there to escape from a riotous rainstorm. Neither is to the other an ideal choice for such enforced companionship, until they followed the plaintive mewings of a large white blind cat to the second story of the house, into a beautiful bedroom from whose windows they could see an exquisite garden bathed in sunshine. Tranquility seemed to fill the room, and to their intense surprise, new feelings began to stir in their hearts.
I have to say it. I love you.
Is that such an awful thing to say? Because I love you.
Downstairs, I thought you were silly and dull.
I found you crude and insensitive. I didn't like you at all.
What happened? What changed us?
A door just opened downstairs.
Opened and shut. The front door, I bet.
Lizzie? I'm home, Lizzie.
It's the owner of the house.
The owner of the cat.
Lizzie, girl. You all right?
What do we do now? He'll be coming up here. He is coming up here.
But we can't hide. There's no place.
I don't want him to find us here. He'll be angry. He'll throw us out.
Oh, you don't want to leave?
Not when we've just found whatever it is we've just found.
I forgot your food, my girl. I clean forgot. You must be hungry. I'll fetch it for you.
He's going into the kitchen.
What did you mean when you said what we found out, whatever it is?
I don't know. It's just this feeling, this strange new feeling.
You said you loved me.
I know I did, and you said you loved me.
Did you mean it?
Did you?
I think I did. Didn't you?
I think so. But maybe...
Maybe what?
Maybe I just felt what love was like. That make any sense to you?
No shrimp this time, but I've got sardines for you. I'm late, Lizzie, because of the storm. It's a terrible storm.
What will he do to us? Will he call the police?
So, my little sweetheart. Come. Well, good afternoon, madam. Sir?
Oh, I hope you'll forgive us.
We can explain how this happened.
Well, I imagine it was the storm.
Yes, it was. The storm. My car went over a huge puddle down the roadways, and it simply stopped. There was thunder and lightning,
Well,
and...
there certainly was.
I stopped my car just outside your house because I couldn't see a thing. The windshield wipers might as well not have been working at all for all the good they did.
You, weren't in the same car, both of you?
Well, no, actually, we just met here.
A little while ago. I was here first. Your front door was open. I'm afraid I just walked in.
How did you happen to get up here?
It was the cat.
Lizzie?
Was that her name?
It's what I call her.
Well, she kept mewing, and we didn't know where she was. She sounded hungry.
Well, I was late getting here.
I'm afraid we drank most of the milk in the refrigerator. So then we put that shrimp in a dish, and we left it at the foot of the stairs.
But she wouldn't come down.
And then we put it halfway up the stairs, and that didn't work either.
Lizzie's blind.
Yes, we found that out later, after I took the shrimp upstairs. She sort of led me to the bedroom.
And this is where she lives.
Nobody could blame her for that. I'd like to live here myself.
Oh?
I mean, downstairs there was this terrible storm, wind and rain.
Terrible thunder and lightning.
But up here...
Everything's different up here. If you look out the window...
I've looked out the window.
Well, then you know. It's all sunlight and flowers and peaceful.
It's just sort of benign, if you know what I mean. It's gentle-like.
I do know.
And the mirrors? If you look in the mirrors in this room, you look different somehow.
Younger.
Prettier.
Not so worried and not so harassed. You know what I mean?
Sure, I know.
But why should that be?
Well, it's kind of a long story.
Well, we'd love to hear it if you don't mind telling it.
I'm not sure you'll believe it. I'm not sure I believe it. Except that it's so.
Oh, please, tell us.
Well, this house used to belong to a couple. They bought it when they got married, almost 100 years ago. They were very happy here. They loved the house, and they loved each other. That's a good beginning for happiness, wouldn't you say? But then they became even happier when a daughter was born to them. Elizabeth, they named her. Beautiful girl, sweet girl. But she was blind.
Blind?
Born blind. Blind from birth.
Oh, terribly sad.
Oh, it's not as sad as you might think. There was so much love. The love of her parents for each other and their love for her. No, it wasn't sad. Unfortunate, maybe, but not really sad. Love can drive out sadness, provided there's enough of it.
I'm starting to think that that's true.
What happened to all of them?
Well, Elizabeth died.
Oh, no.
And her parents' hearts were broken.
Of course.
How old was she when she died?
Getting on for 30. Her father and mother went into mourning, not just for the year that's customary, but for year after year after year. I knew them well, and I saw them every day, and I worried about them. They were getting older. They were getting feebler. They were getting sadder. They were losing themselves in their grief. And I couldn't stand to see it. So one day, I brought them a cat.
Lizzie?
I rescued her from a laboratory where they'd put out her eye.
Oh, why did they do that?
Who knows, some experiment they were conducting to prove something or other.
Oh.
And after they blinded her, they were going to kill her. But I said, don't do that. Give her to me. And they did.
And you brought her here? To this house for the old people?
They took to her right away. Partly because she was blind, I guess, like their daughter.
And so at least they had something to love.
They had something to share their love with.
How long ago was this? How long ago did they take the cat to live with them?
24 years ago.
She's that old? The cat is that old?
Probably older.
I didn't know cats ever lived that long.
Well, it's my idea she'll live to be 30.
You mean as long as Elizabeth lived?
That's what I mean.
You don't mean... I mean, you can't mean that the girl's spirit has come back in a cat's body.
Why not?
Well, because...
Because why?
Well, such things aren't possible.
Why not?
Well, they're not real.
The old people believe they were real. I believe they're real. So they're real. Maybe not for other people, but other people don't know everything that went on in this house. And I do.
But how does it happen that you know so much about it?
Well, I was in love with Elizabeth. I was going to marry her. So I know.
Of course. Would you tell us one more thing?
Whatever you want to know.
Why does the cat live upstairs?
Because the old people moved upstairs after I brought them the cat. They lived in this room. I ran their errands. I brought them their food, whatever they needed. And after they died, the cat went on living here. I went on dropping in twice a day to feed her, make sure she's all right. It's the least I can do, don't you think?
There's one more thing I'd like to know, if you don't mind our being so curious.
I don't mind.
The bed. It's not made up. And the rest of the room is so beautiful and so neat and tidy. Why isn't the bed made up?
The old people died in that bed. They died there with their arms around each other. And both of them were smiling. And the cat was watching them from the foot of the bed.
When I wanted to lie down, just to take a little rest, the cat wouldn't let me.
She wants to keep it the way it was for the time when the old people come back. Can't blame her, can you?
You mean she's really Elizabeth? Elizabeth reincarnated?
I'm not saying she is. I'm saying she could be.
Is that why you call her Lizzie? Her name is really Elizabeth?
Her name isn't Elizabeth.
Oh,
The old people called her Elysium.
That's a strange name.
Why'd they call her that?
Well, Elysium is the dwelling place of happy souls after death. That's what they tried to make out of this room, a happy place for their dead child to live. And while they did that, they made a happy place for themselves. It couldn't help but be that way.
I don't suppose it's possible for anybody to buy this place.
No, it belongs to the cat.
You mean it?
It's in the will.
Well, after the cat dies?
It comes to me, but she isn't going to die for a long time.
Tell me one more thing, will you, if it isn't too painful? How did Elizabeth die?
What didn't I tell you? She broke her neck. She fell downstairs and broke her neck.
Oh, well, that's why the cat has no claws, isn't it?
Yes. Well, I think the worst of the storm must be over by now. Let's go downstairs, shall we?
I'll drive you home. I don't think your car's dried out yet.
All right.
Take a couple hours of sunshine before it'll start.
Remember all that sunshine back in that upstairs room?
You can't take it with you.
No, you can't.
You haven't told me where you live.
Oh, it's straight along this road. It's not far. I'll tell you when.
We've never introduced ourselves. Do you realize that?
I don't think we should.
You may be right.
We said some pretty impetuous things to each other up there in that room.
I know we did.
Things about love and all that.
Seems so natural up there to say those things.
But it isn't here.
I wonder why. We're the same people.
Are we?
Of course we are.
Then why don't we feel the same?
I wouldn't know.
I think that in that upstairs room, we were different because we were using a different part of ourselves. The upper part, you might say.
The better part?
Yes. The part that reaches out and touches and doesn't hold back and protect itself all the time.
What happens to that part?
It gets smothered somehow. Strangled.
It gets killed.
Why don't you let me off at the corner?
I can take you to
No,
your
I really
house.
rather you wouldn't.
Better to leave things the way they are.
I think so. Thank you. Thank you for everything.
For what?
I don't know.
I should thank you.
For what?
I don't know.
Anyway, I'll never forget you. I don't think I will.
I'll never forget you. At least I hope I won't.
Is there a room someplace where the heart expands and accepts and is generous? Where we cease to be petty and irritable and sullen? Where we stop being against and start being for? Where we can relax and enjoy and stop resenting and envying? Every heart longs for such a room. And for fleeting moments, each heart finds it. Does it really exist? I don't know. Do you? I'll be back shortly. Suppose such a room does exist. How do we find and keep it? Does it have an address? Does anyone live there all the time? Even a cat? A cat who is really a ghost waiting for other ghosts? Or is the room within the human heart? Is it a room that has been closed off, locked, shuttered? Is it possible we can open the room, unlock its door, and fling wide its shutters? If it is possible, then only love can do it. Of that much, I'm sure. Our cast included Marion Seldes, Mandel Kramer, and Bobby Reddick. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, comprador of all the fiends and felons, plus some poor, plain, unfortunate fellows who must regularly report for duty at this time and place. Trust none, advises William Shakespeare. Trust none, for oaths are straws. Men's faiths are wafer cakes, and holdfast is the only dog. Trust none. But surely we should be able to trust somebody. No, not according to some of the greatest English poets. Didn't Kipling say, he travels fastest who travels alone? The following is a dramatic essay in trusting one's fellow man, and what may come of it. Our mystery drama, Overnight to Freedom, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars William Redfield.
II. It seems so long ago and far away. Such ancient history. Half the people living today weren't born till after it was over. And yet, for those who survived it, World War II can never be forgotten. We're about to meet a survivor. The year is 1943. World War II rages toward its fiery climax. We're in a railroad station in Glassenheim, an industrial city in central Germany. A young man who appears to be a French volunteer from the cut of his clothes is sitting on a bench. He is whispering something to himself.
The Café de la Paix on the Rue Napoleon. Ask for Mr. Lafayette. The Café de la Paix on the Rue Napoleon. Ask for Mr. Lafayette. No. Or is it the Café Napoleon on the Rue de la Paix? Or the Café Lafayette on the... No, I had it right the first time.
The young man lights a cigarette and begins to puff nervously. A middle-aged man who wears a beret watches intently. Now the middle-aged man casually saunters over to the bench and sits down next to the young one. He unfolds a newspaper. He pretends to read. Now he begins to talk in a quiet, confidential tone.
You must do something about that cigarette.
What?
Keep your voice low. You smoke like an American.
Who are you?
Shh. Just listen very slowly, very casually. Grasp the cigarette between your thumb and your forefinger. Lighted end pointed out. Yes, good. That's better. You are an American, aren't you? A prisoner of war. And you're trying to escape.
Oh, I think you're mistaken.
All things considered, you could pass for a Frenchman in those clothes. A volunteer French worker going on a furlough. Why not?
I assure you, sir,
Smile.
What are you?
Smile. People going home on a furlough should look happy.
Well, what are you going to do?
I said smile.
What are you going to do about me?
Help you escape.
You will? Why?
Because I'm a Frenchman.
Oh, yeah? And why did you volunteer to come to Germany and work for the enemy?
You'd be surprised how many defective fuses we can put on the shelves.
What is it?
The one in the trench coat. I think he's a detective.
He must be looking for me.
When will your escape from the camp be noticed?
I guess not for another hour.
Then don't start to worry now. Your French, it's excellent. A bit cultured for a workman, but...
Well, I was a European language major at college before I was drafted. That cop is looking at me.
Yawn.
What?
A big yawn and stretch your arms.
Oh.
As if you didn't have a worry in the world. Yeah, that's fine. Bigger.
You better get away from me.
I said I would help you.
They shoot civilians who help POWs.
My name is...
No, don't tell me your name. When I'm captured, it'll be better if I didn't know it. I'll just call you Pal.
Why did you say you'll be captured?
Because this escape, this whole thing, it's just crazy. It can't work.
Why?
It's a long story.
You have a passport? Papers?
Yes, I've got all that.
You look like a Frenchman. You talk like a Frenchman. You have papers. Why shouldn't you succeed?
Because that cop, he's looking at me, and don't tell me it's my imagination. He's looking at me.
Yeah, he isn't looking at you. He's looking at her.
Who?
The blonde. Oh, not bad looking. Headed this way, and she will sit down right next to you.
Oh, great. Every cop in the station is looking her over.
Flirt with her.
What?
Are you good at picking up girls?
I've been a prisoner so long I forgot how.
Remember, in a hurry. It's normal to flirt with a pretty girl. Be normal.
Okay. Are you waiting for the train, Fraulein?
No. I just like to come to the station and feed the pigeons.
Well, what pigeons? I see. You, care for a cigarette?
Thank you. Say, these are American.
Oh, yes. Well, you see, we have prisoners of war at this place where I work, and you know.
Oh, they're wonderful. I mean the cigarettes, not the prisoners. Dankeschön.
Bitteschön.
French, aren't you?
Oh, and here I thought my German was so good.
Oh, it's too good. No native speaks that well. Only a foreigner who learns German in a university.
Oh, I'll have to remember that.
Where are you going?
Nancy, it's my furlough.
Isn't that a coincidence? I'm going to Nancy, too. I'm a lab technician at the German military hospital.
Oh.
I've just been home on a holiday. Oh, my name is Ursula Reinmuth.
Oh, I'm George my name is Louis.
Which is it, George or Louis?
I'm sorry, it's both. I was named George Louis, but Louis Cardinet, that's the name on my papers.
Do you work here in Glassenheim?
Yes.
Where?
Where? At the Dieckhoff-Baumann workshops.
You can't be serious.
Why not?
You were sent from heaven to save my life.
I was?
You know my father.
I do?
Everybody knows Papa. He's plant manager at Dieckhoff-Baumann. Otto Reinmuth.
Oh, Herr Reinmuth. Oh, yes, that's right.
Now, here's how you're going to save my life. You see, Papa hates for me to travel on the train alone. Too many soldiers. Papa doesn't trust soldiers. That's because he was once a soldier himself. Anyhow, when he sees you...
When he sees me?
Of course, he'll be here any second.
Here?
Of course. He wants to see me off. So I can say to him, Papa, I'm not traveling alone. I'll be with one of your own workmen, Louis Cardinet. Oh, will Papa be glad to see you.
Look, could you excuse me, please? I have this terrific toothache. I better go to see if I can find something.
Oh, you won't find anything around here. But I may have just the thing. Little bottle of cognac right here in my bag. Ah, yes. This'll fix it. Take a sip.
Oh, but I...
Say, I'm a medical technician. I know what is what. There. Isn't that better? Now, let's save some for later. Do you, have a compartment?
No,
You mean you're going to stand up in that crowded corridor all night?
Well, I guess the military get the priority.
Well, I'm in a compartment. And as soon as somebody gets off, why don't you just come inside? I rode in the corridor coming home. 50 people packed in that narrow space.
Hey, the train's coming. We better go to the platform.
Oh, no. We have to wait for Papa. Oh, what could be keeping him? If he doesn't hurry, he'll miss us.
Oh, that would be terrible.
There's Papa. Just come in the door, see?
Look, I have to. I promised I'd help my friend with his luggage.
Oh, no, I'm holding on to you for dear life. If he sees I'm traveling with you, I can leave without one of his famous lectures. Can't he just curl your hair, though, when he gets started?
But look,
Isn't that typical? He stops to talk with that fellow near the window. Papa knows everybody. Listen, you have got to be a good, reliable fellow. Otherwise, you'd never have earned a furlough. And that means you're one of Papa's favorites.
But we'll miss the train.
Oh, there's plenty of time. I'll make him hurry. Papa! Papa! Over here! Oh, when he gets involved in a conversation...
Look, could you help me out?
Help you?
I know I don't have the right to ask, but sometimes you meet someone for the first time and you feel that you... I don't know how to explain.
Maybe you don't have to. Papa! Over here! I'm over here!
I don't want your father to see me.
Papa, hurry! What did you say?
I'd rather he didn't see me.
What do you mean?
Look, I had to work overtime to get the furlough, and it got to be so late last night that I just couldn't finish the polishing of several outer casings.
Oh.
I mean, it's nothing serious or even important. No one would even notice.
Oh, Papa would.
And you know, I'm just...
It's a good thing you told me. Papa could make you go back there and finish right now.
Yes.
Do I ever know Papa? Oh, he's coming now. I don't think he sees you. You better go to the platform.
Yes, I'd better.
I'll see you on the train. I'll see you on the train.
And so far, not bad, huh?
Oh, yeah.
See how you used your head with that girl back in the station?
I never thought so many people could jam into a corridor.
Isn't it the same on trains in America?
We have different trains.
Why do you look so nervous?
Well, to tell you the truth, I'm scared.
Well, just try to relax. You'll be all right.
Maybe I'd have been better off if I was still in the Stalag. The thing with that girl in the waiting room, it was... I don't know, it was just too much for me.
You are magnificent.
Yeah, but it made a wreck out of me. I can't live that way. I'm not that kind of person. I'm...
What is it?
I forgot my name. The name that's on my papers. The name of the person I'm supposed to be. What if the police come by and ask me?
But so far, they're not here.
Now, wait a minute. I told that girl my name back in the station. You heard me. Do you remember?
Yes.
Well, tell me.
No.
No. But you said you'd help me.
It wouldn't be helping. Look, you're starting to panic.
You bet your life.
You must work your way out just as you did with the girl.
Have they the right to shoot me if I'm caught wearing these clothes and with stolen papers?
These Germans, shooting or not shooting, it's never a matter of right or law. It's a whim, an attitude, a policy. There's a war.
Al, the very best day in my whole life was the day they took me prisoner. They dumped me into the Stalag at Glossenheim, where you freeze and you starve and heaven help you if you get sick, but at least I was alive. And with luck, I could keep alive till it was over and I could go home.
Smile, smile. Your face is becoming intense. Intense people arouse suspicion.
I had good friends. You can escape, George. Only you can pull it off. You know why? Well, you parlez français. You sprechen Deutsch. They didn't ask me. They told me. And they risked their lives to steal every stitch of clothes I'm wearing. Plus money and papers. And they figured a way to get me out of there. I didn't want to go, but could I say no? I don't have a prayer of getting away with this. What I feel like doing right now is going up to the nearest cop and say, take me back to the Stalag. My name is... Now I remember. The name on my papers is Louis. Louis Cardinet.
And just in time. See, at the head of the car, those two SS officers, they're checking to see if everyone has papers.
Oh, no. They're looking at papers. They're examining papers.
Just be calm.
Be calm. These guys mean business. You see how they're staring at that man's papers?
My friend, you do have papers, don't you?
Papers? I do, and I don't.
Well, what does that mean?
It means I have papers that I can flash, but not the kind of papers that can really be examined.
Are they forged?
No. They're real. A buddy stole them from that machine shop in Glassenheim. There is a guy named Louis Cardinet. Except he's twice my age and half my size.
Well, there's no help for it. You will have to show the papers.
I can't.
Do not panic.
I gotta get out of here.
Where can you go?
Out the other end of the car. If I have to, I'll jump off the train. Maybe I can climb onto the roof.
You can't do that.
It's worth a try.
It's too late. See? Another team of SS inspectors has just entered. Both exits are blocked.
Oh, and now what am I gonna do?
Think, my friend. Think of something.
These days, people who are being faced with the making of a decision usually say, let us review our options. Corporal George McAllister, who is escaping from a German prison camp, has only one, and that is to show his stolen identification papers. Unless, of course, he can think of something. What can he possibly think of in the short space we have between now and the second act? One night in the late spring of 1943, a train is speeding from Glassenheim, Germany, to Nancy in occupied France. The train is filled with German soldiers, officials, businessmen, volunteer workers from the conquered countries, and one escaping American prisoner of war. He's dressed as a French volunteer worker. His stolen passport identifies him as Louis Cardinet. His problem is he doesn't look very much like a Louis Cardinet.
I tell you, pal, my papers aren't good enough to be examined the way that fat man is checking them.
My friend, sooner or later you will have to show those papers.
Not to that mean-looking fat one. I know his kind from back in camp.
Now, you listen to me and you'll be all right.
How can I be all right?
Believe me, they depend on fear. Stare them down. You are Louis Cardinet, a machinist who has worked loyally for the glory of the new order. You are going home on furlough. There can be no question about you or your documents. This attitude is what they must read on your face when you hand them your papers.
Oh, sure.
Stare them down. They don't read the papers, they read your face. Let them read confidence.
I knew I shouldn't have taken the train.
It's the quickest way to go.
Go? Where?
But surely you know where you are going.
If I ever get there.
Why shouldn't you get there?
It's a certain place in Nancy. A cafe. Where the underground is supposed to smuggle me back to England.
Oh, that's good.
I go there and I give them a certain password.
Papers? Papers.
That officer, that fat one, he's working his way closer. He scares me.
Remember what I said? Look him in the eye.
Hello.
Hello.
I've been looking all over for you, Louis. Enjoying the trip?
It's fabulous.
A woman in my compartment is getting off in about an hour from now, so there'll be room for you. That is, if you can tear yourself away from your friend. Oh, mind if I hold on to your arm?
Sure.
The train sways so much.
Papers.
Are you sure you're a Frenchman?
Oh, why do you ask?
You're the shyest Frenchman I ever met, if you know what I mean. But that makes you very interesting. Oh, how's Hugo?
Who?
Hugo Heilman, chief draftsman at the shop.
Oh, Herr Heilman. Yes. Well, you know.
How's his wife?
About what you'd expect.
I know what you mean. What did they name the little girl?
Brigitte. Yeah.
Brigitte? I can't believe that. How could he not name the baby after that rich old aunt of his, Margaret?
That's right. I'm sorry. He did. I was thinking of someone else. Sure, yes. He named her, Little Margarita.
No, the old girl may not leave him her money anyhow.
Oh?
Here are your papers.
Yes, sir. Here they are.
Your papers, Fräulein.
Her papers? Her papers. Oh, they're right here in my bag. Right here. Oh, no. Now that I look, I don't have them in... Oh, I know. They're in my suitcase back in my compartment.
Papers must be available for inspection at all times.
Oh, that's certainly true, sir. I'll go get them.
Papers. I said papers. What's the matter, you stupid foreigner? Don't you understand?
The poor fellow, he's not feeling well.
Keep out of this. Your papers. What's your name?
My name?
Your name and your papers.
Well, yes, I have them.
Hand them over. Remain here until I get back. Out of my way. Huh? Westerman, who have you got?
Now's my chance. I'll go out the other door and try for the roof.
It's impossible.
I can't face him. I fell apart. You saw it happen. I couldn't control it. Everything just became unglued, unstuck.
Well, put yourself back together.
You see, they caught somebody. The other guards are dragging him off, and here's Fatso making his way back. I can't face him. I can't. Not now.
Louis.
Look, I need time. Just a little bit of time, and I'll be all right.
I'll find you sometime.
How?
Here. Go into this compartment.
What? Who's in there?
Soldiers.
Soldiers?
They're in a good mood. Just came off furlough.
Are you crazy?
You're a soldier. You can get along with soldiers.
But these are German soldiers.
Soldiers are soldiers. In you go. Gentlemen.
Hey, what's
This poor fellow needs a little fresh air. He's a patriotic Frenchman who has been working for the Führer in the factory.
Oh, hey, it's the Frenchman with the good-looking blonde who was back at the station in Glasenheim.
Come on in, have a drink. You'll be all right, Louis. You'll be all right.
Yeah, sure. Hey, where's your girlfriend? Go on, bring her in. Yeah, we could make her very happy. Yeah, right, fellas? Yeah, bring her in. Right.
Let him alone, Gerhard.
What am I doing, Heinrich?
Nothing.
I'll say I want to be friendly, that's all. You see, Frenchie, me and my buddies here, we are the happiest guys in the world, and we want everybody to be happy, right? Right. Yeah. And you know why we're happy, huh? We're being transferred to France, no more Russia. La belle Mademoiselle France. Right, Frenchie? Oh, hey, we can't keep calling you Frenchie. I'm Gerhard, that's Heinrich, and Willy, and Johann, and Fritz, and Wolfie. What's your name?
Louis. Louis Cardinet.
Louis Cardinet. Well, now, that's a real French name.
Hey, who's got a smoke? Oh, please, try one of mine. Hey, these are American cigarettes. What? Where did you ever...
Well, they have a prison camp near Glassenheim. Some of the American prisoners work in my factory. You know, we trade.
American cigarettes? Guard them with your life. They cost a fortune. Aren't you smoking, Louis?
Well, it's bad for my lungs. I just carry these for friends.
Hey, Louis, you sit by the window.
Open it wide, Wolfie. Let Louis have your seat. There you go.
Oh, thank you. Thanks very much.
Hey, Louis, that girl you were with here, I say, she's your girlfriend, but Heinrich said that you picked her up.
Well,
I saw how he did it, Gerhard. It was a pickup.
And for a whole hour back in that waiting room, I've been trying to make her. How'd you do it?
Oh, what kind of question is that? He's got his technique.
Yeah.
Louis, among comrades, how are the French girls?
Well, I don't want to spoil it for you. You'll find out for yourself.
Words from a master.
Too bad you had to be in the French army.
How do you know he was in the army, Gerhard?
Oh, because you don't look like a draft dodger type to me.
Were you in the French army, Louis?
Well, we can't hold it against you, Louis.
Yes, I was in the army.
I bet you were infantry.
Machine gunner.
Hey, you see, we're all soldiers together, so let's straight to the infantry. Papers?
Well, it's our friend, there's us.
Papers. What do you say, fatso? Have a drink. The civilian first. Oh, it's you. Hand me your papers. What are you yelling at the poor man for, huh?
Gerhard, pipe down.
Yeah, sure. Now, look, fatso. While the fella's putting his papers together, come on, why not relax, have a little drink with us, huh?
Drink?
What's wrong with the drink?
Gerhard, cut it up.
I want to know what's wrong.
You're drunk.
Was there a law passed against drinking while I was away?
Gerhard, shut up.
I shall report you.
For what?
Disgracing the sacred uniform of a German soldier.
I disgraced this uniform for 18 months in Russia, too, huh? Respect? Oh, damn you. Respect for a combat soldier, you white-livered, yellow-bellied rear echelon commando.
Gerhard!
We freeze and starve in the foxholes while fat slobs like you are cozy and warm at home with the wine and the girls and the steaks and the joints.
You're under arrest.
Let's see you take me. You pull that gun, and I'll ram it down your throat.
Let's throw him out the window.
Wait! What happened to Louis?
Louis?
The civilian. Where is the civilian? Poor Louis. He needed air. He must have fallen out the window.
Step aside. I must stop the train.
Hello there. Seen Louis?
Oh, Fräulein. He must be around somewhere.
If you find him before I do, tell him there's room in my compartment now.
I will.
Why is the train stopped?
I don't know.
The police. Running up and down the track.
Probably looking for someone.
I suppose. You tell Louis I am looking for him.
Of course. Excuse me.
Where are you going to be? I don't want to lose sight of you. Louis always manages to turn up whenever you're around.
I have also been lucky. I found a friend who also managed to find room for me in her compartment.
Oh, you Frenchman.
Excuse me.
Have a happy trip.
Thank you.
Herr Captain, I don't know what happened, but he's gone. The American prisoner is gone. He's not here.
That's obvious, Schneider. And it's your fault. Your fault.
Me? Why am I to blame?
Maybe you weigh too much. Maybe you remind him of a butcher. But there's something about you that frightens him.
I'm a very nice person. Why should I frighten anyone? Where could he have gone?
He is under your nose. Or should I say above your nose? On the roof.
Well, let's take him right now.
If that is what I wanted, I could have arrested him back at the Glassenheim station.
Captain, my orders are to search the train for all fugitives and arrest them immediately.
I have countermanded those orders.
But if he escapes, it will be my responsibility.
He is headed for Nancy. He has a connection with the French underground. If we discover this contact, we can destroy the entire escape network.
But we are not under orders to do that. Our orders are merely...
I saw this fellow immediately for what he was. Without my help, he couldn't even have gotten out of the railroad station. And I must keep helping him all the way to Nancy, all the way into the underground. Then we capture the lot.
Place not your trust in princes, the bard advises. From the look of things here, place not your trust in anybody. Poor George McAllister or Louis Cardenet, the game he's in is rough enough, but to have to play it against a stacked deck, well, the cards are now being shuffled for Act 3. The wheels of the train are turning, and there are wheels within wheels that are turning too, and not all of them in the same direction. The kindly gentleman in the beret is helping George escape. Why not? He's an SS officer in disguise. He's assisting George to jump from the frying pan right into the fire.
But, Captain, the safest thing for us would be to arrest him right now.
Get out of this compartment and keep out of sight.
I have to check papers.
Let Hans and Westermann do it. You frighten him. So just hide somewhere.
Please, Herr Captain, if he should escape. You realize I can be punished. I could be transferred into the infantry.
Well, at least you will lose weight. Now get out of here.
Louis! Louis! I know you're up there on the roof. Don't worry. You're safe. Climb down. Get in here.
Oh.
Here, let me give you a hand. That's it. Good.
Whose compartment is this? What's funny?
It's their compartment, the SS. What's the best place to hide from the police? By the police station, of course. Your fat friend left. He thinks you are off the train. So now they're searching the countryside.
I feel like a fool. I lost my head. I should have faced him down. I should have slapped the papers in his hand. I bet I could have carried it off, too.
Splendid.
It's what you said. It all adds up to confidence. Look him in the eye. That's the thing. I always lacked real confidence. I thought I could never succeed at anything, and the result was I didn't.
The man who feels confidence radiates confidence, and that's the difference between failure and success.
I can be successful. I feel that now.
All you need is nerve.
And I'm learning, thanks to you. I guess you're my guardian angel. You're always there when I need you. Yesterday morning, I was hoping something would come up to upset the escape plan, you know. I didn't have enough faith in myself, but meeting you, being with you, you helped me find belief in myself. If only I could repay you.
I'll get my reward. Now, let's get out of this compartment.
Louis, here I am.
I'm scared of that girl.
Oh, no, don't be. She's your guardian angel. Who suspects young lovers?
She acts flighty, but she's smart. Every now and then she gets in a question, as if she's out to trap me.
It may be your imagination.
Stay there, Louis.
Wish I could get rid of her.
No. She turned the train inside out looking for you. Don't fight fate, Louis.
Found you, finally. Is the tooth still bothering you?
Well,
We've got the medicine for it in my compartment. Come on. There's plenty of room now. We have it all to ourselves. Be like this. The real thing would be like this. Didn't you, Louis? Louis?
Yes.
You're a very deep person, Louis. You're always very busy with your thoughts. You're just the kind of man I need. Do you know why?
No. Why?
Because I'm kind of, Papa says, giddy, scatterbrained, and so I need a man who is very deep and intellectual. Then I saw you, and I knew. Then and there I knew my fate. Even though you were a Frenchman. That didn't mean a thing.
It didn't?
Just between us, Louis. All this nationalist stuff, I don't go for it. Well, you're people, just like us Germans. Oh, but what are we doing talking politics?
I don't know.
Louis, I'm so happy. Hold me close, darling. Closer. Oh, Louis. I've got cold shivers running up and down my spine. Do you know why?
Because we're together.
No. Because we were almost not together. Oh, Louis, this almost didn't happen. You don't know how close we came to not meeting.
Oh?
Darling, remember back there in the station at Glassenheim? Well, I was looking for a place to sit, and then I saw you. Do you know who I thought you were?
Who?
I thought... No, I better not tell you.
Why not?
Because it's so silly.
Why is it silly?
Oh, forget it. Darling, do you believe in love at first sight?
Who did you think I was?
Oh, it's not important. Sometimes life can be like a novel. Two lonely people meet and fall in love.
Who did you think I was, Ursula?
Say that again.
What?
My name. That's the first time you ever spoke my name. Say it again.
Ursula.
Till now, I always hated my name. Ursula. Ugly. I'm more the Lisa or Elena type. But the way you say Ursula...
Oh, well, it is such a lovely name. The soft U sounds, they seem to come up from the heart. It's a divine name. Ursula, who did you think I was?
No, it's final. I won't tell you.
But why, Ursula? Why?
Because you'll laugh at me.
I won't.
Swear?
I swear.
Well, back at the station, I thought you were... Now, you promised you wouldn't laugh.
I promise.
A man can lie to me, beat me, even betray me. But he mustn't laugh at me. I wasn't going to sit down next to you because for a moment I thought you were a Gestapo agent.
Me? A Gestapo agent?
Didn't I tell you it was ridiculous?
But why? Why would you think I was one of the secret police? Why would you think I was a Gestapo agent?
Because you were sitting next to one.
Who was sitting next to one?
You were. And the two of you seemed to be having such a confidential conversation. Naturally, I thought you were colleagues. But the moment you spoke to me, I knew I was mistaken. You were a Frenchman, and then I really became interested.
But I wasn't sitting next to... I was talking to another Frenchman.
Oh, he's a German.
You must be mistaken, darling.
Of course not. And he is the same man you've been talking to on the train.
How do you know?
My father is an important person in Glassenheim. He pointed this fellow out to me once. Oh, I know he doesn't look like an agent, but that's why he's supposed to be so good. I understand he's very big in the party, too. Oh, don't mention this to a soul. He's probably on a mission right now, and if we talk loosely, we could ruin everything.
It's hard to believe. What am I going to do?
Louis? Louis, darling, wake up.
What?
We're here.
What?
Nancy, we're in the station.
What? Oh, Nancy.
We'll go to my place for breakfast, all right?
Yes, all right.
I have to go and brush my teeth and put on my makeup. I won't be too long. I know there is one thing a man can't stand, and that's a girl who takes forever to get ready. Wait for me here, darling.
Ursula, are you sure about the man in the beret?
Oh, can't you forget about him?
Oh, yes, dear. I've forgotten all about it.
And I'll be right back.
Goodbye, Ursula.
Goodbye? Why do you say goodbye?
What, you're leaving me, aren't you?
Well, I'm just going down the corridor for a few minutes.
But you are leaving me.
Louis, you are so crazy. But that's why I love you.
Goodbye, Ursula.
Louis.
Where are you going?
Oh, I thought I'd sneak out through the window. I have to give her the slip.
Wait. Let me shut the door. I was waiting for her to leave your compartment.
Oh?
I've told Schneider to delay her on some pretext while you and I get out of here. You're right. We'll take the window.
We?
I'm part of it now. I'll see you through to the end.
Oh, pal, you've been so helpful. I'd like to shake your hand.
Of course.
I better go down this street. No, that's no good. There's a squad of police.
All civilians against the wall. Show your papers.
I've got to find a place to hide. But where? Where can I hide?
What's the best place to hide from the police? Why, the police station, of course.
Police Control, Lieutenant Donitz. Yes, we have the news and the man's description. About 6 feet tall. Yes, I have every available man scouring the city. We'll capture this American. He can't possibly get through the net. Lieutenant. Yes. Sir, I have come to Nancy to... Oh, speak up. Speak up. I'm not a mind reader. Oh, excuse me. I applied for a furlough so I could see my mother, but she isn't here in Nancy anymore. Yes? I found out she ran away with a German soldier. Well, she's better off. Smart thing to do. Yes, but what happens to my furlough? You see, I only was given a furlough because I wanted to visit my mother, but if she isn't here, do I still have... Why don't you just go out and have a good time, Frenchie? Well, suppose someone checks my papers and says, why didn't you report back? You're a good man, Frenchie. Stick around. I'll check the law out for you. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Lieutenant. Respect for the law. It's what we need. Yes, sir. Hello, Sergeant Major. I have a little problem which you can answer. Oh, Lieutenant, I've been such a bother to you. No trouble at all. Interesting point in the law. But it's been hours. Well, I get all kinds of opinions, but no facts. Too late to solve it tonight. Come by again tomorrow. Oh, Lieutenant, it's after curfew. How can I walk home? Well, I'm going off duty. I'll give you a lift. Where do you live? Oh, do you know where the Café de la Paix is on the Rue Napoleon? I live next door. Café de la Paix? Favorite hangout of mine.
Lieutenant?
Oh, what's up?
Law says we have to close.
Well, if that's what the law says... That's what the law says. So, good night, Frenchie. See you tomorrow. Good night, sir.
Well, mister, time for everyone to leave.
Bartender, I'm looking for Mr. Lafayette.
Are you kidding? I hadn't had any Lafayette brandy since 1939.
I was told to ask for Mr. Lafayette.
Who told you?
Friends of mine. In Germany.
I don't know anybody in Germany.
Mister, I'm in a jam. I'm an escaped POW, American.
Oh, is that a fact?
Oh, wait, I remember. I remember now. The password. It's not Mr. Lafayette. It's Lafayette. You are here.
What's your name?
Corporal George McAllister.
You're the guy we're waiting for. Francois, no, don't shoot.
No, don't shoot me.
Francois is behind the door. You came in here with a Gestapo officer. Oh. You pretended to be French. What were we supposed to think?
You were going to shoot me.
You're a cool customer, friend. You sure know how to escape. Why don't you write a book?
And he did. And you have just heard it. In 3 weeks, the Underground was able to smuggle him to England, where he was assigned to an outfit that briefed soldiers in POW escape tactics. Don't you try to escape me. I shall return in a few moments. What began as an essay in trust has been expanded to include a treatise on confidence, self-confidence. You are what you think you are. The limits to your ability are those that you yourself choose to impose. And there should be no limits to your ability to listen to us 7 times each week. Our cast included William Redfield, Robert Dryden, Earl Hammond, Mandel Kramer, and Rosemary Rice. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the sounds of suspense, to the fear you can hear. I have a story for you about a writer of books. We all know what it is to read a book. We all read, sometimes to learn, sometimes to pass the time, sometimes to experience a life unrelated to our own, and sometimes to surrender ourselves to the fantasies of a person we have never met and will never meet. But what is it to write a book? Ah, that's another thing altogether. Our mystery drama, 3 Women, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Ruth Ford. What is a book? 200, 300, 400 pages of words lying side by side in rows. That's all. Words we all know. Many of them we use. Nothing mysterious about the words themselves. But they are not thrown helter-skelter on the pages, are they? No, they lie there in a certain order, each one following on the one before. And who prescribed that order? Who put this word here and that word there? A writer. And this is the story of a writer named Stephen Lake and the book he wrote.
Yes?
Does Mr. Lake live here?
Yes?
Is he home?
Yeah, he's home.
Could I see him?
Well, he's working.
Could you tell him, please, it's Mr. Higgins to see him?
Higgins?
I'm a publisher. Look, could I step inside? It's terribly cold out here.
Yeah, I guess so.
He really is working, isn't he? I mean, I hear him, his typewriter.
You're a publisher, you say?
Yes, that's right. If you just tell him...
You can go on up.
Up?
Yeah, up that ladder. That's where he works, up there.
Oh, thank you.
You get to the top, just bang on the trap door.
Well, yes, thank you.
Bang hard so he'll hear you.
Yes, all right.
He heard you.
Mr. Lake, I'm Albert Higgins.
Albert Higgins. Not from...
Yes, from Higgins and Hart. All right to come up the rest of the way?
All right. Well, I should say. Can you make it? Can I help you?
I think I can.
Yes. Here we are.
I can't believe it. Mr. Albert Higgins.
Very same. This where you work?
Yes, it's the only place I can get away. I live with my wife and my mother-in-law. That was my mother-in-law who let you in.
Well, it's nice and secluded up here, anyway.
May I take your coat, Mr. Higgins?
Oh, thank you. No, actually, I think I'll keep it on.
You're cold.
Well, it's awfully cold outside.
Well, I think it's even colder in here. I get where I don't notice it.
You have a stove, I see.
Yes, but sometimes I forget to put wood in. Just a second, I'll get it going again.
That's a real old Franklin stove, isn't it?
Genuine article.
I haven't seen a Franklin stove in years.
They're great, if you remember to keep them lighted. Please sit down, Mr. Higgins.
All right. Well, now, I'd better explain what I'm doing here.
I'd sure like to know.
My secretary handed me your manuscript just as I was leaving the office for the weekend. We have a little ski lodge up here, my wife and I, right up the road from you, as a matter of fact.
Yes, I think maybe I've seen it. Right off Route 7, about a mile north.
Yes, that's it. Well, I was coming up by myself, and on the train I read your book. When I got to the lodge, I read it again. I like it a lot, except for one thing.
What's that?
You've made one grievous error, Mr. Lake. Or may I call you Stephen?
Call me anything. What's the mistake?
You've killed off the most attractive character in the book.
You mean Clarissa?
You can't do that, my boy. Why, 9/10 of the book's appeal is the charm of that girl. She's another Scarlett O'Hara. You can't spend 200 pages making us fall in love with this marvelous creature and then, poof, just like that, have her die on us, go out of our lives. You just can't do that.
But I have to.
Well, you don't have to at all, Stephen. You've written a marvelous book. I want to publish it. All I want from you is 10 new pages, the last 10. Write me 10 new pages at the end and let Clarissa live.
I can't. I can't.
Now, Stephen, that isn't asking much.
It's everything. I can't do it. She has to die. She has to.
Why does she have to die?
Because if she doesn't die, I don't know what'll happen to me.
Mama?
That you, Loretta?
It's me.
Well, get your boots off.
Is dinner ready?
Just about.
Have you called Stephen? He gets so wrapped up in his writing.
Well, he's not wrapped up now. Listen to him.
He's thinking, Mama. He's walking up and down to help him think. Well, he can't be putting words down every single minute.
He's been walking up and down like that ever since that man left.
What man? What? Was somebody here?
Mr. Higgins.
Higgins? Albert Higgins? From Higgins and Hart?
I believe he did say he was a publisher.
Oh, Mama, it was our last hope. You know, every other publisher turned down Steve's novel, and he sent it to Higgins and Hart. But Mr. Higgins was here?
They were up there together for about 15 minutes, and then the great Mr. Higgins came tumbling down the ladder like the devil himself was after him, very red in the face. Looked at me like everything was my fault and catapulted out of here.
But you didn't ask Steve what happened?
Or rather, when have I ever asked Mr. Genius-type novel writer Stephen Lake anything? If he feels like telling me, he'll tell me, which he never does.
I'm going to find out.
Good luck is all I can say.
Stephen?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Stephen!
Impossible, Clarissa. I can't.
Darling, are you all right?
Loretta. Oh, you just get home?
Mrs. McGinnis wanted her windows washed. Darling, Mama said...
I don't want you washing windows.
Stephen, Mama said there was a man here today, a Mr. Higgins?
Albert Higgins.
He really was here?
He has a ski lodge up the road.
Well, he didn't just drop in, did he? What did he want?
He read my book. He wants to publish it.
Oh, Stephen, well, why didn't you say so?
He wants me to change it.
Well, does he want you to change it a lot?
Completely.
Oh. Well, would that be a lot of work?
The last 10 pages. He wants me to let Clarissa live.
Is that all? Oh, Stephen.
What do you mean, is that all? Clarissa is supposed to die. It's all been decided. She has to die. I can't let her go on living just to please Mr. Higgins.
But it's not just Mr. Higgins. Oh, Stephen, I wasn't going to tell you yet, not for a while. But I can't go on doing housework for other people much longer.
I never wanted you to do housework for other people.
But pretty soon, I won't be able to. I'm going to have a baby, Stephen.
You're not. You must be wrong.
Oh, no, I'm not wrong. Not about this.
You must be.
Well, Stephen, aren't you glad? Just a little bit, and coming right now. What with Mr. Higgins wanting to publish your book, why in the spring we'll both be having babies. You'd be having your book, and I'd be having...
I can't let Clarissa live. I can't do it. She has to die. Just the way I wrote it, she has got to die.
Stephen, you're frightening me.
I'm sorry.
What difference would it make if you let Clarissa live?
All the difference in the world.
It's not as if it were real. It's just a book.
It's not just a book. Loretta, I can't talk about it anymore right now.
Well, you think about it, won't you? About rewriting it?
I'll think about it.
Well, Mama says dinner's almost ready.
I'll be right down.
Well, don't be long.
I won't. Clarissa, I can't let you live.
Oh, yes, you can, darling.
I can't.
You can do anything you put your mind to, Stephen. Anything at all. You're such a great man, darling. You can do anything. Absolutely anything at all. You know you can.
Mr. Higgins, this is Stephen Lake. I have to see you, sir. No, right away, if that's possible. I'll come to your place. Yes, it's better that way. In an hour? All right, sir. I'll be there.
Oh, that's my sweet Stephen. My dear love. My own brilliant boy. My Stephen.
I'm glad you called me, Stephen. I must say I was a trifle perturbed at your outburst this afternoon. It seemed such a little thing I was asking, to kill off a character like Clarissa in the last 10 pages when you've spent the entire book constructing her magnetic personality. It's not right.
I have to do it, sir.
But it's cheating, leading your readers up the garden path. I'll tell you something which perhaps I shouldn't, but anyway, I discussed with my wife the possibility of a sequel to this book, using the same central character.
Clarissa?
It's a shame to waste a character like that on one book. There should be another, and perhaps another. How can we do that if you kill her off at the end of your first book?
Mr. Higgins, I've been writing for 7 years steadily. I've never sold anything. 6 years ago, I got married. My wife, Loretta, has been working as a domestic all these years, and her mother goes out every day to do other people's laundry. I haven't brought in 1 red cent in all that time.
But now you will. Lots of red cent.
The house we're living in, that's an abandoned one-room schoolhouse. We bought it a year ago with every cent we had in the savings bank. $400. At a county auction. The room where I work used to be the place where they stored supplies. We got the Franklin stove from a junkyard. If you want the truth, we stole it.
Young risers never have it easy, Stephen.
My wife has never complained, never once. She's scrubbed other women's floors. She's washed their dishes and dusted their furniture and scoured their bathtubs and polished their silver.
Well, in view of all this, I should think you'd jump at the chance to have your novel published.
I do jump at it. I am jumping at it. Only I can't let Clarissa live. She's got to die 10 pages from the end of the book.
But that's unreasonable.
Don't you think I wanted her to live? Don't you think I kept her alive as long as I could? You think I wanted to kill her? I had to.
I can't for the life of me see why.
Because I'd fallen in love with her.
Oh, come now, Stephen.
Deeply, hopelessly, irrevocably in love.
Now, my boy, I've been a publisher a long time. I've talked to dozens of authors. They all fall in love with characters they've created. It happens all the time.
Clarissa isn't just a character.
Well, of course she is. She didn't exist before you created her, did she?
She exists now.
Good heavens, man. She came out of your mind. She has no life except the one you gave her.
Maybe she did come out of my mind, but now she's got a life of her own.
Well, in a manner of speaking, of course she has. And I want to prolong that life, Stephen. I predict great success for Clarissa. And for you. You and Clarissa are one, you might say.
No. No, we are not one. We must never be one. I want her dead. And out of my life.
On my word, I can't follow you.
Mr. Higgins, if Clarissa is allowed to live, I shall desert my wife.
Desert your wife?
My wife is going to have a baby.
Well, then why on earth would you desert her?
Because I love Clarissa. I love her with the kind of love I never knew existed. A love that has more power over me than I have over myself. I can't fight it. I can't escape it. It haunts my waking hours and my dreams as well. Those last 10 pages of the book weren't easy to write, Mr. Higgins. But I had to write them. I had to free myself somehow from a love that was destroying my soul, my life.
I don't think you're quite sane, Stephen.
Neither do I.
Suppose we were to publish the book as it is.
Oh, if only you would.
And Clarissa dies. What then?
Why, then she'd go back to being a character in a book.
And if you let her live?
Then I would follow her. My life, my body, even my talent would belong to her. I myself would belong to Clarissa and to her alone.
Everybody talks about love, but nobody does anything about it. Now here, for the first time, we have a man who wants to do something. He wants to kill the lady. It may not be the perfect solution, not one to be universally recommended. Still, it's something. We'll be back shortly with Act 2. It was an American writer who said it, and not so long ago. Novelists, whatever else they may be, are also children, talking to children, in the dark. Listen with me now to the second act of Three Women. Stephen is talking to Clarissa, a character he created in one of his books, in the dark.
Clarissa, I can't let you go on living.
But I want to, Stephen.
Of course you want to. We all want to.
But I want to so badly, and it's your fault, Stephen.
Why is it my fault?
Because you gave me such a wonderful life in your book. I enjoy it so much. I can't bear the thought of giving it up.
Neither can I. Neither can I.
To have had a life like that and then to die 10 pages from the end of the book.
I know. When the book is published, you'll be dead.
I don't see why, Stephen. I really don't.
Because till now it's just been you and me and this room and words on paper. But after the book is published...
What will it be then?
It'll be something that sells for $7.95. $1.50 in the paperback edition.
My goodness, you're counting on a big sale, aren't you?
Just hoping.
But it won't have a big sale if you kill me off, sweetheart.
It might.
What was that? Who came in?
Probably my mother-in-law. She gets home early to get dinner ready.
Will she come up here?
I don't think so. She hardly ever does.
Oh, then let's talk some more about how much you love me.
She is coming up here.
Oh, bother. Well, we'll talk some more later. I am not going to let you kill me off, Stephen. It's too cruel.
Just a minute.
All right to come up?
Of course, Mother. Give me your hand.
What a place. How do you stand it?
I like it.
It's cold, too. Your fire's gone out. You been working?
Oh, no, not much.
Well, what have you been doing? Figuring something out?
Well, trying to.
Figuring out what to do with the last 10 pages of your novel?
More or less.
Stephen, it's not up to me to tell you what to do.
Then don't.
I don't know one book from another, but this book of yours, it's a novel, isn't it?
It's a novel.
About made-up people, right?
Yes.
So what's the difference? You can do what you want with made-up people. They can live as long as you're alive to write about them. True? Is that true?
Yes, that's true.
So, if Mr. Higgins says you should let this character, this Clarissa, go on living, what's the difference? Let the lady live. Who cares? Also, and I don't mean this as a reproach, we can use the money.
Believe me, I know that.
So, if a little lady is worth more alive than dead, I say let her live.
Yeah.
Not a lot of work. The way I understand it from Loretta, I mean, you don't have to write the whole book over.
Just the last 10 pages.
Well, what's that? You can knock that off in no time. Well, I better be getting on down and get dinner started. It'll be ready in about half an hour.
I'll be down.
Darling, yes. Yes, sweetheart. The cold hand I held, wet with my tears. Oh, Stephen, that's beautiful. Stirred ever so little. The fingers moved faintly in mine. Oh, Stephen, yes.
That was a very good dinner, Mother.
How would you know? You hardly tasted it.
Well, what I did taste was awfully good.
Nobody's going to eat anymore. I'll clear.
Let me help you.
Oh, don't be silly, Mama, and I'll finish up. You go back to work if you want to.
Well, all right. I guess I will.
Poor Stephen. He looks awful. He hardly eats anything anymore.
I had a talk with him today about changing a book.
What did you say?
I said, what's the difference? Character in a book can be alive or dead. Who cares?
Stephen cares.
Well, why should he?
Oh, Mama. He's a writer. Writers care about these things. It has something to do with, artistic integrity.
You think maybe somebody's putting things into Stephen's head? Artistic notions, things like that?
Who would do that? Mr. Higgins wants him to change the book.
I wasn't thinking of Mr. Higgins. I was thinking of some woman.
What woman?
I don't know what woman. I don't suppose I should say this, but lots of times I hear him talking up there.
Oh, Mama. Steve talks to himself all the time when he's trying to work things out.
This isn't talking to himself. This is talking to somebody. There's a big difference. And another thing, that mattress he has up there, it looks to me like there's two people been lying on it.
Mama!
All right. I told you I shouldn't say it. Now I'm sorry I did.
He didn't seem very happy about the baby.
I should have kept my mouth shut.
Oh, that's all right. You finish up the dishes. I'm going up to talk to him.
Don't say I said anything. Don't tell him we've been talking.
I won't.
Yeah, just a second.
I'm not disturbing you, am I?
Of course not.
Well, I didn't hear the typewriters, so, Stephen, do you love me?
What kind of a question is that?
It's the kind of question wives are always asking. even if they never say the words.
Yes, I love you.
Are you glad we're going to have a child?
Yes. Yes, I'm glad we're going to have a child.
Well, ask a straight question, you get a straight answer.
That's the way it should be.
So, I'll ask you another one. Why don't you want to change the book?
Loretta, I just don't.
Well, it's not a straight answer.
I know it isn't. I just can't.
Stephen, I'm going to ask you another straight question. Are you interested in some other woman?
Interested? No.
Because if you are, I'll go away.
No, I don't want you to go away.
I'll go away and have the baby someplace else. Till you get over this other woman, then I'll come back. Or if you don't get over her, I'll stay away.
Oh, Loretta.
Stephen, can you swear to me that there's no other woman in your life except me? Can you promise me that?
Loretta, I swear to you, I promise you, that I love you. That I love you, that I want you for my wife for always, for as long as we live.
I guess I'll have to be satisfied with that.
It's the truth.
All right. I'll let you work now.
Oh, I thought she'd never leave.
Please, Clarissa, I don't feel like talking to you right now.
Why didn't you tell her about me?
How could I tell her about you? She wouldn't believe me. Nobody would.
Darling, you know what I was thinking while Loretta was going on and on about herself and you and the baby she's going to have? I was thinking, why don't I have a baby? Oh, not in this book, of course, but later on in some other book. I'll have this perfectly gorgeous child who'll have my sweet disposition and your marvelous brains. How about that?
Mama, I asked him if there was somebody else. Another woman.
Oh, well?
He said he loved me and wanted me for his wife for as long as we live.
Well, I still hear him talking up there, and it certainly sounds to me like he's talking to somebody.
Who do you suppose that is?
There's one way to find out.
Oh, Mr. Higgins, come in before you freeze to death.
Winter's closing in on us.
It sure is. How are you, Mr. Higgins?
Fine. I thrive on the cold. Mrs. Lake, your husband's in, I hope.
He's up there, working, I guess.
Has he talked to you about, about Clarissa, keeping her alive?
He just says he doesn't want to.
All right to go up and see him?
Oh, sure it is.
Good luck, Mr. Higgins.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Higgins.
Okay to talk to you for a few minutes, Stephen?
I guess so, sure.
I thought I'd like to see how you're getting along.
I'm not.
You haven't done any work? None at all?
Oh, a few pages. They're over there next to the typewriter.
Okay to have a look?
If you want to. Mr. Higgins, if you're here to talk to me about letting Clarissa live...
I most certainly am.
I'm not sure I can take it anymore. My mother-in-law is talking to me about it. My wife talks to me about it.
Stephen, this is very good so far.
The hardest thing of all is Clarissa talks to me about it. Do you know what she wants now? She wants a baby. My baby.
We could probably work in a baby later on.
Mr. Higgins, if Clarissa has a baby... am I going to love it more than Loretta's baby?
Stephen, these pages are very good. Now write the last couple of pages.
I've got to kill her off, Mr. Higgins, and never write about her anymore. Never.
Oh, now, Stephen, stop it. Calm down and try to be reasonable.
I can't be reasonable. I love my wife, Mr. Higgins. I want to live with my wife and our child. I can't live with her and Clarissa, too. No, Mr. Higgins. Clarissa has to die just the way I wrote it in the first place. If she dies in this book, then I can't write about her anymore. And if I don't write about her anymore, she won't exist.
Stephen, I won't publish the book if Clarissa dies. I've put it to you straight. Don't you think you owe it to your wife, to your mother-in-law, to yourself, to make this little concession?
Concession?
What will happen to them if you don't?
What will happen to them if I do?
Money is the root of all evil, and killing is certainly evil. Yet, here we have a man who wants to kill and is letting himself be talked out of killing for money. It leaves us with the perplexing question, what is evil? Maybe we'll find out when we return shortly for Act 3. Pity the poor novelist, alone with his thoughts, his visions, his conceits, his fancies, his only solid, substantial companion, his typewriter.
Stephen?
What is it, Clarissa?
Everybody wants me to live except you.
I know.
And you're the one who loves me.
I know.
Nobody else even knows me. Except from reading the book, and that's not really knowing.
Clarissa, I wish you'd let me work.
How am I doing?
You're living.
Oh.
Just barely, but you're living.
I thought I was. Because I was feeling so warm and loving about you. I know the only reason you're keeping me alive is for the money. You can't fool me, Stephen. If there was a way to kill me and still make the money, I bet you'd take it.
There ought to be a way. Clarissa, you've given me an idea.
Oh, it makes me very happy if I've given you something. You've given me everything. It's about time I gave something back to you.
Mr. Higgins, Stephen Lake. Yes, I have an idea. I have to talk to you about it right away. Can I come to your house? Oh, that's all right. I have snowshoes. I'll be there in, say, half an hour. Thanks, Mr. Higgins.
What kind of an idea have you got?
Never you mind.
I'm coming with you.
No, I don't want you tagging along.
I want to tag along.
Where are my snowshoes?
Right there. Now, what's this big idea you have to tell Mr. Higgins?
None of your business.
Is it about me?
As a matter of fact, it is.
So then it is my business. Stephen, you're not going to kill me off, are you? I thought that was all decided. Are you?
Now, my idea is this, Mr. Higgins. I'll finish up the book just the way you want it.
Good.
Clarissa stirs and comes to life. Whatever it was she was dying of, she only went into coma, etc., etc. I'll work it out. I'll give you the book in a couple of days, maybe by tomorrow.
Good.
Then, if you still like it...
Oh, I like it.
It's yours. Only, I want it in my contract that whatever money the book makes goes to my wife. I want her to get all the proceeds.
But it's your book.
Well, I just happened to write it, that's all. And writing it... I nearly ruined my wife's happiness and my own. I don't want any money for that.
Stephen, it seems to me that you're simply feeling guilty about your feelings for Clarissa.
I am. Guilty as hell. And about the other books, the ones after this one.
You're not going to tell me you don't want any of that money either.
I want somebody else to write those things, not me.
You're joking.
Mr. Higgins, I've got to get Clarissa out of my head. And the only way to do that is to put her into somebody else's head. Let somebody else keep her alive, not me.
Well, I suppose we could find a ghostwriter, but at least let me have those last 10 pages with Clarissa alive.
Mr. Higgins, you'll have them. Tonight.
My, you are busy, aren't you?
Very.
You're working on the new ending to the novel, aren't you?
That's right.
And I get to live. and live and live and live.
Clarissa, it's cold in here. Why don't you do something useful, like putting some wood in the stove?
I don't know how.
You don't know much, do you?
Enough.
Okay, I'll do it.
Make a nice big fire, and then we can sit and talk about what's going to happen next.
What do you mean by next?
And all the other books, the ones you're going to write after this one.
Now blow on this fire, will you?
Oh.
At least you can do that.
Okay. Go on, tell me about the other books.
I don't know anything about the other books.
Would you like to hear some of my ideas?
Not really. Well, that's enough. You can stop blowing. It's caught fire. That feels good.
I think the next novel ought to be in Venice.
Clarissa, I have made a deal with Mr. Higgins. When I finish these 10 pages, thereby keeping you alive, I shall turn them over to him to replace the original 10. And then I shall write no more books.
Well,
no more books about you, anyway.
But Mr. Higgins thinks I'm wonderful. He wants lots of books about me.
He's going to get lots of books about you, but they won't be written by me.
But who'll write them?
A ghost.
A ghost? I don't want to be written by a ghost. I'm part ghost myself.
Oh, he'll be a real live man. A ghost writer. That's what they are called in the publishing business.
But it won't be you?
Definitely not me.
But it will be a real live man.
Yes. And now, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to get back to work.
I wonder, will he be as handsome as you?
Handsomer, probably.
I wonder, will he love me the way you do?
For his sake, I hope not.
I wonder, will I love him?
Why should you love him?
Why not?
You never loved me.
Oh, that's the way you wrote it. I couldn't love anyone.
Except yourself.
But he might write me differently, mightn't he?
He shouldn't. He should follow the character exactly as I've set it down in the first book.
But if he falls in love with me, he might want it changed so I could fall in love with him. It would be so much more convenient for everybody.
Clarissa, you wouldn't.
Wouldn't what?
Fall in love. Fall in love with the ghostwriter. Would you?
How should I know?
Well, you wouldn't have his child. You wouldn't do that.
I think I'll put another piece of wood on the fire. Or would you rather do it?
Clarissa, would you have his child?
There. Oh, look. That's a nice fire. Lovely.
Answer me. Would you have his child?
Well, Stephen, if that's the way he writes it, I guess I'll have to. Stephen, what are you doing?
Oh, no. You're not going to have his child. No.
Stephen.
You're going back to where you were in the original. You're going to die 10 pages from the end of the book.
You're not going to burn the new pages, Stephen. You're not. Don't.
Help! Help! Someone help me! I'm on fire! Help me! The quilt! Get me the quilt, please! Help me!
I'll get it, Mama.
Mrs. Lake?
Mr. Higgins. It's Mr. Higgins, Mama.
Oh. I haven't seen you since the funeral, Mr. Higgins. Thank you for the beautiful flowers.
May I come in for a minute?
Why, of course. Come in.
Would you, like a cup of tea, Mr. Higgins? I was just about to put the kettle on.
Thank you, no, Mrs. Lake. I haven't wanted to intrude before this on your grief. Such a terrible accident.
Mama and I can't figure out how it happened. You know, Stephen knew that Franklin stove so well. He'd used it for years. And then...
It was like it sort of blew up in his face.
Mrs. Lake, he was working on the new ending for the novel when it happened. At least I think he was.
Well, I don't know for sure, Mr. Higgins.
He promised me I'd have the new pages that same night. He acted as though he couldn't wait to get started.
Well, then I imagine that's what he was doing.
Mrs. Lake, would you mind if I'm not intruding? Could I go up and take a look? You see, if I can find them, I can just substitute them for the original last 10 pages, and we can go right to work. I think we might be able to publish the book this spring.
Why, that would be wonderful.
At least you'd have a little money coming in.
Stephen would have liked that.
So is it all right if I take a look?
Why, surely. You don't mind if I don't go up there with you. I haven't wanted to somehow since the fire.
No, that's quite all right. I'll go up by myself.
Trapdoor's not locked, Mr. Higgins. Make it all right?
Yes, thank you. Fine.
Oh, I suppose I should have cleaned up that place, but I just couldn't.
No hurry. When the time comes, I'll do it.
It never entered my head to look for those 10 pages.
No, they're mine.
Mama, if he finds the pages and publishes the book, and if it's a success, that'll be nice, won't it?
Mrs. Lake.
What is it, Mr. Higgins?
You found them?
I found something. I found these 10 pages.
Oh, thank the good Lord.
All neatly stacked beside his typewriter.
Oh, I'm so glad, Mr. Higgins.
Glad? Have you read them?
Why, no.
Well, listen. Lovely, gorgeous Clarissa lifted her beautiful head. She wasn't dead after all. Well?
But that's not the way Stephen writes.
I could hardly believe my eyes. That creamy complexion was beginning to pinken. Pinken?
There's no such word as pinken.
My adorable sweetheart had only fainted and wasn't dead at all. My goodness, but I was happy. Now, I ask you...
Stephen didn't write that way at all.
Nothing like that.
And who did? Who did write this awful trash?
Mr. Higgins, you don't think that...
Well, somebody wrote it. It's typed on his typewriter. You don't suppose it is possible that Stephen went mad and wrote this awful stuff while he was unbalanced?
Mr. Higgins, if Stephen was a certified lunatic, he couldn't write 10 pages like those there.
Do you want them to keep for any reason?
Oh, I don't think so.
Well, I'll take them home with me and burn them.
Mr. Higgins, does this mean that there won't be any book at all?
Why, I hadn't thought...
I would so like to have a book of Stephen's published.
Tell you what we'll do, Mrs. Lake. We'll go ahead and publish the original version, the one where Clarissa dies. You say something?
No. Sounded like a ghost, kind of.
It really does sound like a ghost.
Must be the wind.
Huh. Well, I'll be getting along. And don't you worry, you two. There'll be a little money coming in. It's still a good novel, even with Clarissa dying. Too bad, though. I'd hoped Clarissa would have a long and happy life, but such is fate.
And the moral of the story is... What is the moral of the story? How's this? Lie if you like, but never believe your own lies. Or, the man who fools himself is a fool indeed. Well, something like that. You figure it out. I'll be back shortly. The gift of youth is ours for just a little while. Fame is capricious, and money slips through our fingers. Health is a godsend, subject to recall. Even the benison of love can elude us, or it can wither in our hearts. But the blessings of imagination, they belong to us forever and ever. Our cast included Ruth Ford, George Petrie, Elspeth Eric, Joan Loring, and Roger DeCoven. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.